Yeah.
Like when we're talking about things moving relative to you, when you mention like birds or a hot air balloon or a plane or a helicopter, that's like that's irrelevant because we're talking about does the planet move or does the so it's like that's a different thing in a way, isn't it? It's not as simple as to say, well, it is the bird moving or is the planet moving? No, well, the bird's moving within the planet, isn't it, with the atmosphere and whatever.
Look, I hear what you're saying, but with respect, I did ask like, what's the one thing for you that keeps you on the ball, right? And you said the things that are moving over my head, they being the sun, the moon, and the stars. So these things that are moving over your head, yes, we're talking, in the globe model, planetary things. Okay, and these things are moving over your head. But like I said, a bird, a plane, these things also too move over your head. You see them moving from east to west, north. These sorts of things. They take a similar sort of path as what the moon does, what the sun does, and what the stars do. My relationship was, we are looking at something that is moving over our head. I'm not trying to say in any way, shape, or form that a bird is the moon. I'm not trying to say that at all.
No, of course,
That's a silly thing to obviously say.
Yeah,
My point was just being that I see something move, thus I am moving. Okay, that was the point I was making.
Thank you for explaining. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. I think so. So you asked me for the one thing, and I gave you that. So now to sort of go into depth, and again, like I could be brainwashed or whatever, or I've grown up hearing it. Well, as we all did, and I mean, there was before I even heard about a flat Earth society, and before I knew that was a thing. Obviously, at school we learned like, oh yeah, years ago they thought the Earth was flat, and then this happened, that happened, and Galileo and blah blah blah. So I didn't know about flat Earth society, and I'm a fan of NASA. I was a fan of space and everything, and when I started looking on like YouTube and Google and watching certain programs, I looked into like the moon landings. Like that was my first sort of introduction of is everything as it seems, and for a very short amount of time, I was convinced that the moon landings were faked. I was like, oh, there's a lot of evidence there actually. The cameras, the light, the crosshairs on the cameras there that are behind boulders and on top, like all this stuff. And I was looking, and I was like, and I'll be honest, I didn't want to believe it. So maybe that has influenced my current view. Maybe I've convinced myself, but I didn't want to believe it because I wanted to believe that we went to the moon. Like, how brilliant! Like, I wanted to believe that, and so I looked and I thought, but I was slowly getting convinced. Oh my god! Actually, they have a fair. And I'm not talking about stuff like, it was Stanley Kubrick and all these hidden messages in The Shining of, room 215, whatever it was. And Daddy wearing the Apollo 11 top, and shit like it wasn't that. It was watching the actual footage where why are the crosshairs like this, and why is the reflection like this, and why is the module set that way, and no dust has been moved, and I was really convinced, and and like any sensible person, I thought, right, let's look at it from the other point of view and hear what everybody else has to say. So, you know, you listen to like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox, whatever, and you listen and you look and you watch it again, you go, you know, and what I found, and again, a bit like what you said, you know, I'm not great at arguing this stuff because I always forget like facts and figures and numbers and things.
Yep.
But I genuinely looked into it all, and for every question I had that said, "Oh, it was faked," and I found an answer to disprove it and say that it was real. So I felt like I was satisfied with that. Right, brilliant. Okay, yeah, I believe in it, and
Yep.
yeah, I'll debate, like friendly debate with anybody. You know, yeah, great. Yeah. I believe it happened. And then of course this whole flat Earth thing happened. You know, in recent years, and I was like, and admittedly, at the start, I was like, oh, bloody idiots! For God's sake, they're being contrary for the sake of being contrary. You know, you know, this, that, the other. But again, as a scientist would, I'm here, you know, to listen to both sides. But
Yep.
you know, I was so convinced that the moon landings did happen. Therefore, I'm so convinced that the space station, the ISS, is up there and has taken pictures of Earth. And I believe that the picture called the Blue Marble is, that was taken from the moon, I believe that's a real. It's not CGI. I believe in that. Again, like I say, you know, I'm willing to have my mind changed on it, but but you know, from everything that I've seen from the other side, I just do believe in it, and and the science to me makes sense. You know, like if we talk about like gravity, like a thing in space that gains mass, um, it pulls everything down, uh, and it gains mass and it pulls everything down. So it naturally will make a sphere, and that's why, you know, Mount Everest, tallest mountain on the planet, it doesn't breach the atmosphere because it can only get so high because gravity is pulling it down. So it's pulled into a ball. And like, I understand the physics of that. It makes sense to me. You know, I get it. It just makes sense. And when like people say about being upside down and stuff, planes flying upside down in Australia and things, there's no such thing as upside down. You know, like when you go out to space, there isn't an up or down, is there? You know, so this big blue marble or the wanker's bollock or whatever we're going to call it.
Well,
The marble bollock. There's no up or down, is there? Like we've, as humans, we have said north and south and up and down and whatever. But when you go out to space, that none of that matters. So of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't make sense to us because we've been bred to say, "Oh, right, up or down." All right, the floor. I stand up and I'm on the floor. So how would I stand on the floor on the opposite side of the globe? Well, there is no up or down. There is no up or down. It doesn't exist. We've created that as a. Do you know what I mean? I hope that makes sense.
Well, look, look, and look, it sounds like that they, you know, like a lot of people, but especially someone like yourself that is in this realm. they have you very well and truly convinced that this thing gravity can do all these magical things, like this word gravity, basically, that was hijacked in the middle of the night, Jamie. Like, this is what happened to gravity, right? This poor little this innocent little word gravity was hijacked in the middle of the night, right? It was just walking along the road, minding its own business, and a black van drove up, opened up its doors, and kidnapped it, and it took gravity away. Because this is the story of gravity, right?
Yeah.
And this is what happened to it. And they took it to a basement. They waterboarded it. They MKR altered it. They did some very nasty things to gravity. And what gravity once was, like this innocent little thing, right? It was innocent. It was pure, because all gravity was weight, right? Gravitas, gravity. That's all it ever. That's all it ever was. And then it came out
What was
thinking
it? A weight.
gravity. That's
Yeah.
the original definition of gravity, right? Weight, right?
Well, but it was just
And
like, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
and and like I said, in the middle of the night, they hijacked gravity,
Yeah.
and they attributed all these different attributes to gravity. It can do all these weird and wonderful things, right? Like, have you think that there is no up or down? In space, there is no up or down. Like, why isn't there an up or down? Like, reference frames, this and that, lack of gravity. Yeah, gravity, right, has the power to do all these things. Gravity will apparently keep a moon locked in a tidal orbit around us, right? But yet, when we're between us and the moon, in a magical little aircraft that is zipping through space, we have no sense of up or down, because gravity isn't powerful enough to do all this. But it can keep a big fat rock tidally locked above us. Like, these things to me, uh, Jamie, don't make a great deal of sense. Right? They have mathematical equations attributed to them in regards to things falling, um, and they will say it does these things, mass attracted to mass, like you said, like mass attracted to mass, and things
Yeah.
forming into spheres, because the perfect spheres, because of gravity. Well, you don't see this, Jamie. You don't see this ever in nature. This happening, this magical
Well,
thing that
well,
gravity does. You don't see it
you
happening.
you do see it happening
Where?
in nature,
Where do
but
you see it?
well, obviously, uh, obviously, you don't believe it, so so, but it does happen in nature, and it happens on the planet that we're on. It happens on the moon. It happens with asteroids. Where when an asteroid gets big, like Pluto, okay. Pluto has been like decommissioned. It was told, "Oh, you're not a planet anymore," and I felt really bad for Pluto, but not a planet
Yeah,
anymore.
it was a bit of a shame. I tend
Yeah,
to agree with you about Pluto there. It was a
yeah,
shame for Pluto. But
yeah.
but I think you're
But
digressing a little bit, because the question was, where do you see things naturally forming into spheres with mass attracting mass in nature? And you said, yes, you do. So I want you to now give me something where I can look at mass getting attracted to mass
well,
in nature and forming
what I
into a
can
sphere.
show you, what I could show you, you wouldn't agree with. No, I can right. So I'm in my bedroom now.
Uh-huh.
I can't show you something that's right. Like if I get a stone and go, okay, right, this stone could attract mass. This stone has a weight, has some gravity to it.
Uh-huh.
Right, yeah, it wouldn't work.
No,
It isn't how
it
it
wouldn't.
works.
No.
No, no. But that's a stone in my bedroom. So a huge rock in space, and in the early thing of the solar system, where rocks were all bashing around and crazy, smashing into each other, and bump, 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 mass, 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 and not my little stone in my bedroom, fucking. Sorry, excuse my language, but
No, you're right, you're right.
Flipping massive rocks, boom, boom, crashing into each other, and creates a mass, and it has a center of gravity in the middle, where it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and all of that is all the rock is pulled down, it smashes in, and it grows out. It grows out every which. I know you're laughing at me, but
No,
it
I'm
grows
not
out.
laughing at you. I am not. Trust me, I'm not laughing at you, Jamie. So please don't take it that way.
But it grows out
I'm
every which
I'm just
way.
laughing at the way you're describing it, mate. I am definitely not laughing at you. So please don't take it that way.
Yeah. So yeah, they smash into each other. Shut up. And the whole thing will blow out. It'll blow out every which way, won't it? Like, to me, that makes sense.
Yeah,
To me, that really does make sense.
Okay, so
have you heard of Olympus Mons?
Olympus Mons. No,
Olympus Mons.
yeah. Inform me of Olympus Mons.
It's the largest mountain. Well, it's a volcano, but it's the largest mountain and the largest volcano in the whole solar system, and it's on Mars.
Right.
Yeah, and it's it's so big that it at like the peak or the summit or whatever you would call it, like sort of just reaches out of Mars's atmosphere. So like that's and that well, to me and to scientists who you won't believe, and that's fair enough. The reason that mountain got so big is because Mars's gravitational pull is that Mars is slightly smaller than Earth. So the gravitational pull isn't as strong as Earth, and Mars lost its atmosphere, like millions of years ago or whatever. So it reaches just outside, and it's the perfect example of I want to say terraforming, but I don't mean that. But it's the perfect example of a planet going rock, smash, smash, big ball, all this.
Well,
it's the perfect example of that.
Look, I definitely appreciate your colourful description, right? Your colourful description of how these happen, right? And but I don't quite understand your hesitation, because I'd like to go back to that little rock in your bedroom, actually. Right, that wee little rock in your bedroom. Yes. Let's go back there, because you seem to be under the impression that this sort of thing just happens on a very large scale. Okay, because you described all these big asteroids smashing these big rocks because they have big mass, and this is why we get mass attracting mass, because it's big. Okay, well, the theory is exactly the same, Jamie, for the really, really little. All right, so I can appreciate your scaled up version, okay, and an explanation of this mass attracting mass in nature? Okay, and can you, because I think my question was actually pretty clear. Okay, can you show me an example of this mass attracting mass forming into spheres? And what you seem to have given me as is a pre-existing sphere.
Yeah, If we were in court, I've given
Has
you circumstantial evidence.
exactly
Yeah,
right, like the pre-existing
yeah,
sphere,
or
which,
anecdotal
yes,
evidence. Yeah.
which I must say probably has one of the most colourful and descriptions of this that I've heard to date. So, I really did appreciate how all this works. I must say in your mind, but I'm still wanting an example in nature of actually seeing this actually happening, like, because what you have described to me is a process that has been described to you, and described it to you, it was described to them by someone else, and so forth and so on. So this
Yeah.
description is pretty much consistent, like the story, a colourful story at that, but it still just is a colourful story with no practicality behind it, because the explanation being that you and I, Jamie, have to be here for 1 billion years to see this happen. Right? We have to,
Exactly.
exactly. So now, so and I know that we're not going to be here for 1 billion years. So I don't really want to see it on a massive scale. I'd like to see it on like the star. Let's see this. Let's see like a couple of grains of sand. Let's put a couple of grains of sand on a table, like on a table, on a frictionless table. Okay, and we could sit there and watch them. Right, you and I, we could do this together
But
over a
hold on.
cup of tea.
Yeah, but hold on there. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and yes, if we go back there, right, to your original, can you prove it? Is what you were asking me. Can you
demonstrate it? Can you show me a demonstration?
Can I demonstrate? And the answer is no. And the answer is no, I can't. Yeah, the answer is no, I can't.
Okay.
But also, I put to you, prove to me a flat Earth, and you couldn't, and we're in danger of, well, not in danger of, because it's fine, but we're getting to an area of, well, saying to each other, "Oh, well, prove it." Well, if you can't prove it, it almost becomes about. It almost becomes like religion. Can you prove God exists? Well, I don't, but I have faith.
I get that, Jamie.
So
And
is it faith or is it proof? So in a way, both of us, are believing something that we choose to believe or whatever. But do you know what I mean? So I think and I
definitely could give you a demonstration, Jamie. I could definitely give you a demonstration, a real life demonstration of practically what I do believe in. Now, that may not, as you say, this thing proof, but I could give you a demonstration of exactly where I think I live, right? And how a lot of the things work, and pretty much a lot of it would be spot on, right? And I'm talking about where we live, what we stand on. So I could actually give you a practical demonstration of what you and I both stand on, and I could demonstrate it to you. I could you could come over, Jerry, Jamie, we could have a barbecue, and I could do it for you right in front of your very eyes every single day of the week, right? Now, what you can do, right, what you couldn't do the same for me,
Well,
because
no, I couldn't. Yeah, admittedly, no, I couldn't.
no.
However, if I'm going to go into like laser tests and things, like that thing about like a laser over a lake and measuring that stuff, then yeah, I mean, yeah, personally, yeah, me in my room with my little rock,
Yeah.
going, I'm a globe earther. I don't have the money to go and get a boat and film it going over the horizon and get a group of people together, flat earthers and globe earthers, and have I don't have that ability. Yeah, no, I cannot prove. I can't. For myself, I can't prove. I can't prove it. I can't prove anything.
No.
But there's and I don't want to trivialize it, but I'm a fan of Ricky Gervais. I'm a Christian, and I do believe in God, and I love Ricky Gervais. He's an atheist, and he says all this thing about religion and whatever he does. But I mean, I love him for that challenge, and also I think he's bloody funny. But there's something he says, and I, I really agree with it, that if we burn or hid like all the books, all the religious books, like the Torah, the Bible, the Quran, whatever, and all the science books, got rid of them, in 1,000 years' time, the science books would come back exactly the same. And the religious books would either not come back or would come back totally different. Because with the science books, all the same tests would be done. And, it would. So
you think in 1,000 years' time, all the science books will come back exactly the same?
Come back exactly the same. Yeah.
Well, I was under the
Can I ask a question?
Hey, is that you, Nate? Have you changed your name again? Stop changing your name, buddy.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. I've been listening to this call. It's been interesting. But Jamie, why do you think in 1,000 years the science books wouldn't have changed? You don't think we're gonna find, have new inventions, new laws, new theories, or?
Oh yeah, no. Did you understand?
Or is science dogmatic, and the way it is now is the way it's going to be forever? Even though we acknowledge today that there are a lot of gaps and holes, and there are a lot of things we still need to figure out. But why do you still think,
yes, of course,
in the face of all of that, the books wouldn't change?
No, I think you misunderstood what I said. What I was saying was that if we got rid of like all the books of science now and all religious books in 100 or 1,000 years' time, whatever, all the science books would come back the same. The religious books would either not come back or would come back differently. But the science books would always come back the same because the same tests would be done. So I'm not saying in 1,000 years' time or 100 years' time that like science won't have developed. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just making the point that that science is about tests and results, and to me, I believe in a globe Earth because I believe in science. But I hope you understand.
But what about issues we have within the scientific field, such as the I don't know if this is what it's actually called, but the replication issue, where there's an issue with a lot of the experiments that were performed towards the late 1800s, early 1900s, with a lot of, especially our psychology, but a lot of other fields as well, medicine, the physical sciences and whatnot. A lot of these experiments performed in that time period, we can't reperform today, or if we do try and reperform them, we don't get the same results. How does that play into your idea that if we did this experiment?
Again, I think you missed the point of what I was trying to say.
No, I got your point. Science is based on experiments that can be reproduced and you get the same results. That's the point.
Yeah, but what I was saying
that if we lost all the science we had today, 1,000 years in the future, we would get it all back, because when we perform those experiments, we should get the same results. That's your point, right?
Well, yes, yeah, that is my point. Yeah.
Okay, so now the point I just brought up speaks to that. It speaks to the issue that they are experiments performed 100 years ago that we can't replicate. So why are you so sure that 1,000 years from now we would be able to replicate experiments?
No. See, it's not. It isn't the point I was making, and that it's.
But you just said it was.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Right. So, what are you asking me? So right. So I said, yeah, all the same tests would be done, and we would have the same results, and right, there's science. And you're saying, oh, but what about the equipment in the 1800s of this and that? That's it. That isn't. It's irrelevant. That isn't what. That I'm not going back in time and looking at the equipment.
Is that irrelevant? No, I mean it's
irrelevant.
the point that
I'm not going back in time and looking at the equipment that can't be used
Jamie,
today or was used then.
That I'm making? Yeah, but you get the point I'm making in response to your point. Your point is that if we do experiments 1,000 years from now, we're going to get the same results we get today, because that's what science is. It's repeatable. No, that's not the point.
No.
Yeah.
What I said was a hypothetical example to say that if we got rid of religious books and all the science books in 100 or 1,000 years' time, all the science books would come back just the same, because all the same tests would be done and it would come back the same, right? I'm not looking for a discussion about whether tests were right or wrong, or how things were done, or we don't have that equipment now. We have that equipment. No, you're missing the point.
I'm not taking it there either, Jamie. I'm not taking it there either. All I'm doing is questioning your hypothetical.
Okay,
if we have examples today where experiments done 100 years ago, we can't replicate them. Regardless if those experiments were right or wrong, we just can't replicate them. Why are you so sure that 1,000? Jamie, please don't undertalk me. It's a bit disrespectful. So if your hypothetical is that if we lost all the knowledge we had today, 1,000 years from now, we would be able to replicate the science, but not the religious text. I'm just questioning that hypothesis by presenting the current, by presenting this example, which is a current on the ground, real world situation.
It's not what I was saying, and it isn't the point I was trying to make. Okay. It was not the point. Is anybody there? Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, hello. Do you love me?
I do. Oh, was that Copernicus?
Oh, how you going, buddy? Well,
sorry. Hold on. Banso Bandit.
Buddy.
Do you understand what I was saying? You know.
Yeah. But we're kind of going off into the weeds here a little bit because I was making the point that I could practically demonstrate to you a place where we can live. Now, I could quite easily go into the garage and I could get a piece of plywood, Jamie. I could
and
rip
hit
it.
me over the head.
No, yeah. The way you're going, I might. And I could rip it so it's 4x4, 4 foot by 4 foot thereabouts, and I can rip some other timbers down, and I could put a frame all the way around it. Then what I could do, right? I could go outside, right? And I can go into the garden and I could collect some dirt, right? And I could go plonk here, plonk there, plonk all over the place inside this little frame that I've made. Okay, and here's some land, and then I could go up into the kitchen. I could grab my kettle, all right, and I could fill up with some water. I could come back down, and now I could fill up that frame around that dirt and fill it up with water, and the water would rise to the top of the frame thereabouts, and there would be dirt that would represent different countries, different continents, and there would be water all the way around it. And that could be a practical demonstration there of where we live. And I could even do maybe some other things. I could get a fan, right, and plug a fan in and blow some air onto it, create some waves, create some wind. I could go out, get some grass clippings, get some twigs. I could do any number of things that could actually represent on a practical level of exactly where I think we live. Now, if I
reckon you should do that. You should do that and make
Yeah.
a video about it.
Yeah. If I was asking you to do the same thing, because I've invited you over for a barbecue, Jamie, we're sitting back, we're having a few snags, a couple of hamburgers, a few beers, and I've gone, Jamie, here you go. Here's my garage. Go make me a model of where you think we are. Now, you probably won't come out of my garage. You probably won't get to eat a sausage or a hamburger or have a beer because you're going to be in there scratching your head, trying to work out how can you do it, right? That's the difference. That's the difference there, Jamie, right there. Okay. We've got to start off with the small things before we start working up to the bigger things like hiring people with boats and this and that, like that you were talking about, having the money to do this and that. If we start off like on a small practical scale, then we can move up to these other ideas of grandeur that you have that have some other sort of credence behind them. But let's start off small first. So, do you reckon that you can...
but you started off small, without it's not an experiment that would work because you're putting water on, trying to do that, doing it here on Earth. If we look in the space, and I know you don't believe that anybody's in the space station or whatever, but in the space station, when they wash their hair or have a drop of water, it clings to the surface area thing, clings to their face. Water does that because there is no up or down.
Oh, well, I can do a similar sort of thing in the vomit comet. I can get some water and pour it out of a bottle, and I can put my head in it. But I'm talking about making a practical model here that we can demonstrate. And now once again, right, you've taken me way over my head into the ISS, and you're talking about people washing their hair instead of talking about like a little model that you and I can go into my garage. You can have access to all my tools and all that sort of stuff. And you can drill, you can cut, you can glue, you can do whatever you want to do. right? But just start off on a small scale, right? Then after we've done that, then we'll talk about the chicks washing their hair in the ISS and what sort of shampoo they use, what brand. Is it Sunsilk or Pantene? Like these sort of important,
It would have to
real,
be Pantene.
yeah, exactly right, says Bo. Exactly right. Because these are the important questions. But let's demonstrate something on a smaller scale.
But we
Let's not
can't,
have to
can
keep
we?
on.
We,
Yeah,
we
exactly.
can't
Well, see,
demonstrate it here on the planet.
well, I can. I can demonstrate it, but you
Uh,
can't.
Well,
You can
they're
say that
very, very
you
important
can't.
questions.
of
And it
Yeah.
course,
wouldn't just be
water.
any Pantene. It would be Pantene Pro V.
Oh yes, yeah, exactly, exactly, says Bo.
Oh my
See,
God, you're a bloody arsehole, buddy.
that's the difference, right? You have to say you can't do it, but I say that I can do it. See, I'm a doer,
Yeah, but you can
Jamie.
do the
I'm
other
a
thing.
doer, right?
Yeah,
Can
but you
do.
can do the opposite
Yeah.
to what you're asking me to do. You're asking me to do the impossible, aren't you? Right?
No, I'm not.
No, you are.
No.
You're asking me to go into your garage, by the way, which I love that you say garage.
Yeah.
Go in there and I can use all your tools that can get the hammering up, right? Okay, right.
You can use them
Do
all. Yep.
whatever I need to do.
Yep.
And what you ask essentially, what are you asking me to do? Can I make water float on the bottom of whatever I make? Is that what you were asking?
No,
Essentially.
I didn't say anything about water floating on the
Okay.
bottom of anything.
Right. So
Never
what am
said
I
that.
building in your? What am I building in your garage?
You're
What
making
are you
me
asking me to do?
you're making a little demonstratable model of where you think we live, and having some real life practical demonstratable things on it. Like I said, I built myself a frame. I built myself a foundation because I think that we live on a foundation, right? So I built my foundation first, and then I built up
Right?
from that foundation. I put earth on there, and then I put water in there. I put some grass. I put some twigs. I
You,
blew
you've
some.
made a terrarium. Essentially,
Huh?
you've made a terrarium, haven't you?
Well, maybe in a roundabout way, if you want to call it that. Yes, if I put glass all the way around it, yeah,
Yeah.
could have made that.
And,
Yes,
and
yes,
anyway,
yes.
like I'll agree
Yeah.
with the flat earthers that, yeah, essentially. I mean, you guys think it's basically a big terrarium, like a bit like a globe. Sorry, like a dome over the top of it, or
No,
a
I
big
don't think that
sound
at all.
stage or
I do
something.
not think that at all. Right, so that's not what I think about
Okay,
domes
okay,
or anything like that. Okay, so that's not a me thing. So don't.
yeah,
So I'm just talking about you and me. I'm not talking about anyone else and any of their ideas, right?
yeah, right
So
on, yeah, right on.
I
Okay,
think
yeah,
I think I live on a level plane of foundation, okay, that is horizontal, right? And everything is built up from there. Now you, right, um, think that you live on a ball that
yeah,
spins in space, right?
yeah,
Whatever you want to call that space, but it is in space. So
yeah,
now I can build a little model of where that demonstrates my ideas practically. Okay. And you can't
right,
disagree with that because I've demonstrated it. I just showed it to you and you can go do it. Like I said, you're more than welcome to come around any single time and have a barbie, right? And we can do it. All right. But
yeah,
now all I'm asking for you, right, is go into my garage, right? Make yourself a ball. So get a heap of bits of plywood, right? You can glue them all
yeah.
together. You can whack them on the lathe. You can turn a big ball, right? You can
Delay
get that ball. You can put some earth on it, right? You can put some trees, some twigs, and then all you've got to do, right, for the
is
piece
for a
to
watering
resist
can
on,
over it.
right, is just get the water to just demonstrate it on a small scale, right?
But of course it's not going to work. Of
I see.
course
Why
it
That's
isn't. Because
what I'm
I'm on the
saying.
planet.
That is the
It
difference
isn't.
between
I,
you and
I'm
me,
not.
right? I don't know the word can't. I'm a doer, Jamie. I'm a doer. I'll just get it done. Whereas you've got to say, but I can't do it. I'm a defeatist. I'm a defeatist. I can't get it done. Well, that's the difference.
I try so hard to be a pragmatist, and I'm full of positivity. I'm all about the positive. But yeah, absolutely. I admit, 100%. I could not go into your garage as many burgers as you give me, and I will be there for your bloody burgers and your barbecue because I bloody will be. But I could be with you all day, eat all your burgers, and drink all your beers, and I could still not prove that with the things you've given me. Nobody could, but it doesn't mean that you're right. If I could hold a basketball and pour water on it and go, there's proof. Why does water drip off the bottom of the basketball? Oh, yeah, all right. How does a globe Earth work? We're on the Earth. We're on the Earth. So that is not a fair experiment. That is not how it works. I'm not 44,000 kilometers wide or whatever the hell the Earth is supposed to be. It's not how it works, is it?
Well,
it
everything.
Like I was saying to you earlier, it's about rocks smashing into each other.
Wonderful.
There is no up or down. If you were to just for a minute, I'm not asking you to believe in the globe Earth, but just for argument's sake, at this point, try and see from my point of view that if you zoomed out from Earth now and Earth was a ball, there's no up or down there. And so you're in space and you're like, oh, well, what the hell matters? And you're flipping up and upside down and like Sandra Bullock in Gravity. What's up or down to Earth? Nothing.
Well, see,
there's no up or down to the sun.
If we were,
we have given the value of up and down because we live here. We've got that's down, that's the floor, because we're ants on a little anthill.
Well, I put it to you, Jamie, that if you and I were able to jump in that whatever it was, the Tesla car that's flying around space at the moment, right? So naturally, I would be in the driver's seat, right? But you in the passenger seat, and I was able to do a U-turn, right? And now we're looking at Earth, right? So we're looking at Earth. 100%, it has an up and down when I'm looking at the Earth. 100%.
Does it? Well, why were you looking at it from?
We're in the car. We're in the car, aren't we?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So we're looking at it. It's got a top and it's got a bottom, doesn't it?
Okay.
The top.
Yeah. Okay.
So the top is where my head is. The bottom is where my feet are.
Yeah. I can't argue with that. Yeah.
I know. So you have to run with the notion, right, that you're being told that there's no up or down, like, because it suits the.
No, but why is north the top? If you zoom out from Earth and we're in our Tesla and you're driving because you're a bitch and you make me feel awkward, so you're driving, we're in the Tesla, I'm in the passenger seat. Earth is there, but we're going like, like this, flying, we're tipping over. Right, where's the North Pole? Where's the North Pole? Is it at the top? But we're sideways to Earth. So from your perspective, the top of Earth is actually at the equator, and it's Africa. That from your point of view, that is the top of Earth.
Well, I know you've got to believe that. You've got to believe that, don't you? You have to believe that depending on what
No, you
perspective
absolutely
you are
don't.
in.
From
Right?
your opinion, no, you don't have to believe that. No, there's an up and down. There's a top and a bottom to it. So no,
100%
I
there
refuse
is an
to
up
believe
and a
it.
down. Yeah, 100% there's an up and a down. It's not all
Yeah.
the same. Not all ups are the same, and not all downs are the same. There's only one up
And
and
who
there's only one
called it?
down.
And who called it an up or down? And who said North Pole? And who said South Pole?
Well,
human beings.
I'm gathering up was named by Mr. Up and down was named by Mr. Down. We'll run with that.
Now tell me, what time's fucking Smoko? What time do we knock off? And if you're busting for a fucking shit, where's the Thunderbox? And do we get our daily dose of rolly weed and 6 cold cans of piss? And can any bastard tell me whose fucking show is this?
Oh, that was great.
But yeah, it keep on coming. Just keep on come back to earth, Jamie. Come back to earth. Don't worry about
Now I want to be in the
what's
test
over your head because what's over your head, right? Yeah, it just contradicts what's under your feet, right? It just contradicts it, right? And what's over your head, right, is just a story. Right, that's all it is. That's over your head. Now, whatever your story is, whatever my story is, whatever my kids' stories are about what's over their head is just as valid as any of the other stories, right? But they are just stories that have absolutely zero to back them up, apart from looking at them. We look at these things. That's all we do. We observe them and we philosophize about them. It's just philosophy. That's all it is. What are they? Where are they? What are they doing? Now, we know that they move. We can all agree on that. We know they move from point A to point B, and they seem to have these motions about them. And we know that over a period of time, too, Jamie, that after observing them for long enough, we've been able to predict these movements, just like a clock. Just like a clock, we've been able to predict them. But that's about all. That's about all we've got. We've just got these predictions about their movements, and I'm happy with that. I've got no issue with it whatsoever that we have these predictions of their movements. Not that it really helps me on a day-to-day basis, I must say. You know, I don't need to know where the stars are going to be. I don't really need to know where the moon's going to be, to be honest with you. But you know, I see it. I see the moon about 28 days out of a month, thereabouts. If it's not cloudy, I see the sun pretty much 365 days of the year. Even when it is cloudy, you can kind of see it occasionally poking
well, in Britain,
through.
you only see it about 300
Yeah. And then you'll see. Go,
you can predict these things with the Saros cycles.
Yes, you can do.
Say that again, I missed that.
The Saros cycle, which is an ancient, like an ancient computer, that they used to predict eclipses and cycles. I think, Tespa, that's about right. Yeah.
Wasn't it? I mean, I actually don't know, but my understanding of it is that it's a statistical computation of where things are going to be, and it's fairly accurate.
It's pretty spot on, most definitely.
Guys, sorry, I've really enjoyed this, and I would love to talk more, but I do have to go. It's I don't know what time it is for you guys, but it's 1 in the afternoon for me, and I've got to go and see my uncle. He's quite
too
poorly.
easy, Jamie. Thanks for popping around and having a chat, mate. It was
yes, I love it. I love being challenged. I absolutely love. Oh, you can probably hear my phone now. Shit.
Hey, I
yeah.
love it. It was good.
Peace, guys. Lots of love. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take it easy, mate. Take it easy. There we go. The force is strong in that one, but I can see a few cracks in his armor. Cespa.
I see the wisdom and the understanding glistening through the veil of plausible deniability. I think he at least sees what you're saying and the legitimacy of it, because it's if something's true, it must be demonstrable.
Pretty much.
Not quite the method as chemo, but just as effective, Bandsaw.
Really?
Absolutely.
There you go.
You didn't even say anything. He was completely baffled. Lost for words. This is why you would, like, you versus MC Toon would just be a massacre.
A massacre.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I don't know, mate. I don't know if I want to put myself in that position, to be quite honest with you. I'm a little bit hesitant, I must say, but I am considering it. In going up against him. Maybe I can do it from my garage, Jerry. Like do a live demonstration. Get him to go in his garage. Get him to do a live demonstration. See who comes out on top.
Yeah, he'll ask you to be like, okay, now make tides work. Then you'll say, I can't. Or you'll just put like a fan there.
Yes.
And you just ask him, okay, now you do it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it comes back like the answer that comes back is like, well, I can't do it. I can't do it. Well, whose problem is that really? Like, I can do it. Like, I can do it. Like, because don't make your problem my problem. That's not my problem that you can't do it. Right? I can't do it. At first, he thought I was asking him to get water to float on the bottom of a ball. I go, where are you getting that from? Oh, it was funny. Who else have we got in here? Who else? Oh, this is a new face, Pseudo. Hello, Pseudo. Have not heard Pseudo's voice before.
Pseudo synonymous.
I don't know.
Pseudonymous.
Is Pseudo going to open up their mic? Maybe we see a mic open. Hello, Pseudo.
This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recording through the public. More information or to volunteer, please visit.
You're hot micing, Cespa.
What the fuck? How did this happen?
I don't know.
Sorry. I had no idea what that was or how it's. I was clicking these weird buttons on my mouse that I've never pressed before, like these side buttons and stuff.
Hello, Pseudo. Did I hear you laugh there?
I mean, what can you demonstrate that proves the globe? I'd like to give as much credence to it as possible.
Really not much. Really not much.
Like, I'm actually not sure how the thing computes, but is the centrifugal force, like let's say you've got something that's spinning at, like, I don't know, 10 RPM, for example, and then you like increase or decrease its radius. Is the thing with a larger radius going to have a greater centrifugal force?
Oh, who knows?
I mean,
Who knows?
my assumption is yes. My assumption is that if something's spinning at the same RPM, but it's got a larger radius, I'd be saying that the thing on the outside is going faster. So then it's got a higher centrifugal force pushing outwards.
Oh, the bigger it is, of course it will. Of course it will.
So,
huh?
I mean, my thinking with that would be that, if you're standing at the equator, you would weigh less.
Okay. Hold on. Hello, Pseudo. Are you there? I saw your mic lighting up there. Are you trying to talk? No?
Pseudonym anonymous.
Someone... We can hear you laugh, but we can't hear you talk, Pseudo. What brings you to a place like this?
Just
Hello?
yeah.
Yep, we got you.
Yep.
I mean, what do you want? What do you want to know? What are you here for? What brings you here? I mean, I can talk.
You've got a bit of a delay there, Pseudo.
My fault.
Oh, your mic is not picking up. You need to turn your sensitivity up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're only hearing like one word and then like silence.
I think Pseudo needs to drop and come back.
Yeah. Are you on push to talk or something, Pseudo, or? Yeah, Pseudo's got a hot voice, I must say. Please drop and rejoin so we can hear you, Pseudo.
You're gonna be embarrassed when it's a 16-year-old boy.
Oh
So I don't
Pseudo,
know,
I
Pseudo.
told you we've all been there. You're driving down the street, you see a bicyclist, they got those tight black shorts on, you're like, oh yeah. Then you get up and it's a dude.
Yeah, you just keep on looking straight ahead. Nothing going on here. So Pseudo, are you on a big blue spinning testicle or?
well, I think we should fix the voice thing first. There's something going on. We haven't got a clear line of communication here. You need to fix your microphones. Are you on a phone?
I can hear him just fine. I can hear you just fine, Bentley. Ben, so sorry.
Yeah, Pseudo's on a phone.
Because sometimes with a phone, if you're not talking like right up against the phone, it just won't pick up some of the words you say. I think that's what we're experiencing. But anyway, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go on.
Oh, you're talking about pseudos having the issue. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I'll talk about anything. Just need a topic, really.
Yeah, I want to talk to Pseudo, the new voice. We need new people here.
Well, in the meantime, I don't know if Jamie's still here or not, but I was going to say something. I was going to say something along the lines that Nate said, and that is that on the religious side, the impossibility of recreating those stories is not that people just make shit up and you couldn't get the same stories. It's that those religious texts were written within a historical context that would have to be reduplicated. You'd have to play that timeline all over again. So, of course, the religious books wouldn't be the same because they were dependent upon historical events and historical people in a particular time and place. Whereas science is more objective and empirical, even though Nate had a valid point, right? Nate's point was valid.
Yeah.
But, along the same lines, you have to realize that Ricky Gervais is a magician as well, and he's willing to power over his audience by giving them a thought to where they go, yeah, that's right, science is over religion, right? Which is what his point was ultimately. But anyway, that's just the reality. In terms, religious texts were written within an historical context because those events shaped the stories that they told.
Mm-hmm. No way. A woman's house burnt down when it was surrounded by water?
No. No.
Damn. Pseudo, you may have to drop out and come back in. Mike isn't picking up what you're saying. And the people here would like to talk to you. It's a bit hard when your mic isn't working properly.
Anyway.
What we doing, Banza?
What am I doing?
So how we doing?
I'm doing fantastically, my friend.
Nice.
Had a good old chat with Jamie just before, and he realised that he's in fantasy world, so he's going to go back and think about that, and he's going to come over to my place and make a model of the globe, hopefully. practical one.
Nice.
That's what I thought.
What, like an actual one?
Well, and that's the challenge I put out to him, Jeremy. I said, you know, you can come down to my garage. You can have access to all my tools, right? I told him what I'm going to do, step by step, right? I'll get a bit of plywood, put an edge around it, get some dirt, go to the kitchen, get the kettle, fill it up with water. I can put some sticks in there, some grass, all this sort of bits and bobs. I can make a pretty damn good representation of where I think I am. And I put the same challenge to him. He can get a heap of plywood, stick it all together, whack it on the lathe, turn a big ball, right, and do what he wants with that ball.
Make some nice balls. Nice balls I've seen made out of so you get some nice wood and then you can see the layers going all through it, the grain.
Exactly.
Beautiful,
Exactly,
beautiful
right?
balls.
Yep. And then all he has to do after that, just to finish it off, is just put the water on it. So I wasn't really asking too much. But he thought I was asking too much. And I explained to him the difference between me and him is I'm a doer. I'll do mine, right? But he just wants to tell me that he can't do his. He's a defeatist, right? He's already claiming the loss, right? Because it can't be done. I was gobsmacked, really.
What more does he want? He's, the hospitality that you've offered, you've welcomed him into the home through the grace of your heart. You've given him all the beer that he could ask for. You've fed him.
Yep.
Given him all the access to tools and materials.
Yep. Like what more can a fellow do? Says Bo. What more can a fellow do? Really?
Oh, I mean, not much more, I tell you.
Yeah. But this is what I will do because, it's the kind of guy I am, Cespa. I will keep on making this offer to people. A genuine, open offer. You want to come round for a barbie? Come round. We'll have a barbie. We can look out at the ocean. We can go into the garage and have a wow of a time. And I'll come out as a winner.
That'd be a ripper of an afternoon. I couldn't think of a better way to spend my time.
Yep.
How about Kosho? Is he there? Maybe Kosho would.
What's up, my man?
Not much. Just a bit knackered from work.
Put some clothes on.
No. Knackered.
Oh.
Like
Osho was about to get naked too.
Damn.
It's not that sort of.
He's like, we're all naked. All right, let's do this.
Hey man, it's a party. Yeah, but you know what, Chepa? I think you said you're at 32 South?
Yeah.
I'm working on this thing right now. I'm trying to see how it could work. But basically, there's a star that goes directly above you, where you are. And it goes about just where another dude in here, Bacon, he'll be right below that star. So anyways, the point is, we could use these stars to sort of map out the distance between you and Bacon, who's in South America.
Okay. So what are we going to do? Are we going to get like a scope or a camera and a scope and plummet completely, just plummet level, so that it's looking directly up, and then time it, sort of thing.
We don't really need to do that even. You just verify, because it's already it already says when it's going to be above your head, and all you can do is verify that it's actually going to be there.
But I mean, how are you going to verify it? You at least need to plumb a sight at the very least, or a scope.
Yeah, just do a rudimentary one.
Yeah. What you do is you just get a piece of string with a weight on the end of it, and then you just get some sort of frame or stand, and then you put wire on the frame, and you put the wire so that it loops around, and it puts a loop around the string. The plumb line is it's the plumb line, and then you just put two of them there. Then you cut the plumb line off, and then you just look through the two loops of wire, and that'd be your scope.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Took the words right out of my mouth.
I mean, it doesn't even need to be a loop. It could just be two bits of wire that stick out straight till it hits the rope. Then you just look at the two ends of the wire. Like it's just as easy. Just line them up. Just lay underneath it.
All right. Give me 1 second.
I'm 35.6. 35.6.
Hey, so Bev had a Glowflake Science Warrior on his channel last night called I Can Science That. I just put the clip in that he repeated like 4 times in different ways. But basically, this is what he says, right? He says, in science, you have an hypothesis, and then you try to disprove alternate explanations. So you don't try to prove your hypothesis, right? Because then that would be confirmation bias. You're just going to find something that shows that your thing is right. So you go out and you disprove all of the other alternates. He says, listen to this. He said it 4 times. Not that he's he's a kid. He's like probably in his 20s somewhere, but still it's true, right? Listen to what he says. If your hypothesis cannot be tested, it's not science.
Is that something that what's his name? Watson, the detective.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes. He says, once you eliminate, eliminate the improbable. What's the actual quote?
Once you eliminate all the impossible, whatever's left, however improbable, must be
the truth. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but that leads yourself to believing what you want, right? And this is where it all comes down to, right? You see an effect, sunset, right? How can it happen? Pick a belief, right? And then that belief becomes the fact. And now you argue not over what you're seeing, because that's empirical, but the explanations, right? And you're like, oh, well, you test an explanation. There's no testing of an explanation, right? The moment you don't need to explain it because you've tested it, the explanation is useless. Explanations are only for what you can't physically see. If you can physically see it happen, you describe it. It's
those like explanations are hypotheses, right? Like someone might say, you see the sunset and you go, geez, that sunset's a bit late in the day for this time of year. And they go, oh, well, it's refraction. The light's curving down. The light's curving around the globe. And you go, well, hang on a minute. If the light's curving, then you'd expect it to be like a blue light, not this red light of a sunset. So that we'll rule that one out. That's impossible. And then you just keep going down the line. You just rule out all the impossible.
But hold on. All you really did was, okay, so you had the sunset. That's reality. Then you went to imagination and said, well, wouldn't it be blue? No, that can't be right. Wouldn't it be red? No, that can't be right. But the only thing in reality that you actually have is the sunset. So all of that impossibleness that you're trying to say is not possible, it's not possible because it's not in reality. So there's no reason to discuss it, right? All you're doing is introducing what you believe so that so you introduce what you believe, then you surround it by 80 things you don't believe, then you start shooting the things you don't believe, and when you're left with what you do believe, bam, there's the truth.
No. I don't follow this.
Way.
Basically, what you're doing is you're using inductive reasoning to go, okay, let's try to explain this, and you're just saying, hey, I don't think I can explain it. You just come up with it, even if it is just off belief or you're just pulling something out of your ass. It's just saying, oh, this could explain it, and then you test it.
Yeah, God could explain it too, right? God could explain everything if you believe in God.
You can't test that though.
God,
if you can't demonstrate it and you find it's impossible, you rule it out.
If you believe in God, it explains the sunset, creation, all that. Just like if you believe in the heliocentric model, already it will explain a sunset. But you have to first believe in it for the explanations, for you to accept the explanation. Right?
No, you don't have to believe in it. I mean, I can accept a lot of things that I don't believe in, right? Like I've accepted that a God or gods exist, even though I'm not religious.
Well, how would you accept something you believe? That's contradiction. You're like, oh, I don't believe in gods, a god or gods, but I believe in gods. Like you.
No. I don't believe in this religious doctrine. I don't believe that it's as simple as any of these people say. But I've come to accept that the nature of reality it necessitates there to be a creator, a divine perceptor of everything, that we are an aspect of this divine perception, whatever it is. But
that's a belief you have to come to, not through any visual data that you can verify it, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You have to believe in it
mushrooms.
That's what I said.
LSD.
You first have to believe in it. And then once you believe in the God that you've never seen, you never experienced, then that God can start explaining things. Just like the heliocentric model. Never been to space, never seen Earth as a ball, none of this. But once you accept it, then it can start doing its magic, right? God and heliocentrism and geocentrism and what, they don't do their magic until you accept them as fact. Then they start working.
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to take everything with a grain of salt. Even the flat Earth. Like, I don't know that the Earth is flat. I believe it, but I don't know.
You can look at it.
I don't know it to be true.
But in reality, you can look at it, and when it appears as something, right? And that what it appears as is not a ball, right? I know what a ball looks like. You know, you could say, "Oh, well, it's the surface of a ball." Well, you could say that, right? But at the end of the day, there is no ball. There's this surface, right? Now, if you want to believe this surface is part of a plane or a floating thing on a turtle's back, whatever, that's beliefs. What you have in reality is this surface, which we can clearly see the shape of, right? This is why this debate makes no sense to me. Like, oh, let's debate the shape of something we can clearly see. You're debating your beliefs, right? This is what needs to be accepted. You're debating your beliefs about what you see. Hence why the debate is 6 years, 7 years going on. You'll never have you'll never have a conclusion because it's beliefs.
Let me jump in just real quick. I mean, maybe everybody understood exactly what I was trying to get at, but my point was that he established a principle that if you cannot test your hypothesis, then it is not science. And there are numerous heliocentric claims that we have discussed that cannot be tested.
Yeah, can't test God. That's one of the reasons why God is not part of science, because he can't be tested, right? Like, oh, well, how would you test God? Well, it's outside the realm, right? There's things that are outside the realm. And people like to categorize things that are outside the realm. Well, God, he's outside the realm, but yeah, he's in another category. Like, yeah, space is outside the realm, but it's in this realistic category. I'm like, nah, bro, it's all outside the realm.
Travis, what were some of the things that you were thinking were impossible to test?
You guys have the great scale negator. The Earth is so big you can't reproduce certain claims because you would have to create the entire model. You can't perform certain tests of gravity because the gravity of the Earth allegedly gets in the way, so that it's impossible to test the claim. Testing the claim
test the claim that 1 gram is different depending on quote unquote planet it's on, right? I can never go to the Jupiter and be like, hey, look at this gram, it weighs a pound. I just have to accept that. Like, that can't be tested.
Well, people can't live on stars for starters.
They
You
test
can
it
only
all
test
over the
the
world.
weight of things on Earth. You can never test the weight of things somewhere else where you've never been, right? So all of that needs to be accepted without testing. That's
So
exactly.
they can test it on Earth.
This is what I think
But
it comes down to.
That's
Really.
not it on Jupiter. Testing a gram on Earth is not it testing on Jupiter and it weighing more. So in order for you to believe that a gram,
we're talking about theoretical things. Look, we're talking about purely theoretical things, right? And I find that this is what I come. This is the conclusion that I come to.
I'm sorry, but you just jumped all over his sentence. Please wait until he finished.
Is the things that I come. The conclusion.
Can you wait until he finished?
No, he had finished.
No, he wasn't. He was actually saying something, and you just jumped all over him.
Fuck off. Had enough of you. Goodbye.
Don't let the screen door hit you on the way out. Yeah, I mean, look, Kosho. So, I mean, to even ask that, I think is a little bit dishonest. I think that we've been in this discussion long enough to know that there are certain theories that the globe model has that cannot be tested. My one that I go to, because it's the stuff that I've been studying for the past 4 years, is boats allegedly going over the curve. So the earliest figure in history that we're told that I can think of is Aristotle. I mean, you go to the Big Think video and they refer to Michelle Thaler refers to Aristotle watching a boat go over the curve. Well, that was an observation. How did he falsify any other options? He didn't. Okay, so if he didn't, when did they? They didn't. No one ever has, except for me. And you guys whistle past my graveyard. Okay? There is an alternative explanation for the alleged observations that ships going over the horizon are doing so because they are disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. Refraction absolutely addresses that issue. Absolutely. Every single time. And you guys just whistle the fuck past it. But my point ultimately is, in that hypothesis that ships go over the curve, you guys have never eliminated any other alternative by test.
Yeah, I was having this conversation yesterday, and it comes down to, right? I asked, I was trying to steel man the argument, and I was like, okay, so the boat disappears. Are you saying the only way the boat can disappear is if the Earth is a ball, right? Like, because that's the claim. That's the claim. This boat, we don't see it anymore, and the only way that can happen is if Earth is a ball. Like, I'm trying to steel man that. They won't agree to that, right? They're like, well, there's many ways the boat can disappear. Oh, okay. So then when does the Earth become a ball? Oh, when not only the boat disappears, but the pendulum swings as well. I'm like, okay, so a boat disappearing doesn't prove the Earth is a ball, but a boat disappearing and a pendulum swinging do. But by themselves, they don't, right? It's like, oh, you got to combine them.
You know, how do you prove the atmosphere is held in by gravity? You can't prove that. You can't even test that. You know, there are certain things that are just.
I mean, you can test the atmosphere getting cloudier, right? Like, that's something you can do. You could take a box, you can fill it with smoke, and be like, "Look, I can't see through," right? So the same principle, you can test not seeing something not because of the curve of the Earth, right? So there's many reasons why you cannot see something. We can test those. So I don't understand why
you can't test the atmosphere being attached to the surface of a rotating Earth either. Can't test that.
Yeah, so to address the thing I was in the middle of addressing,
just whistle past.
You can indeed test the gravity on Earth because it's not consistent. There's places where the gravitational strength is stronger, weaker, and you can take these masses all over the Earth, and you can detect that, and it's consistent.
No one's doubting that, Kosho. No one's questioning that.
A second ago somebody was, man.
No, Kosho, no.
Of inconsistent. So it's inconsistent, right? And you can tell us the consistency of that inconsistency.
Yeah, the gravitational strength on the Earth isn't constant. It's different in different places. You can
And
take
you
a
can
weight.
tell us
You can
the
take a
constant
mass. You can take a
of its
mass,
inconstant.
two different masses that are two different weights somewhere else, and they're going to consistently change by the same amount. You verify
You
Inconsistency.
cannot isolate. You cannot isolate that variable, Kosho. You guys whistle the fuck past this. You have to be able to set gravity aside so that if that same effect happens after you've set gravity aside, then it's not fucking gravity, Kosho.
Yeah, it's not at all what you have to do. I don't know who told you that. I don't know why anybody told you that. Yeah.
Well, because you have an inconsistency, right? So 1 gram, you take it over here, it's 1.1. Now, the 1 gram is you say gravity's this constant. It's so constant. 8 meters, it has a definitive pull. And that's what we know. That's how we know it is what it is, because of this constant. And then you go over this other place and it's different. And you go, well, yeah, but that's because, it has some inconsistencies. But see, they're the same everywhere. So it's still constant, even though they're different. Like, that's such double talk, man.
You get a device called a gravimeter, right? It'll test. It'll test the strength of gravity there. You then take the masses there, and then you can measure them.
You're getting the weight, right? That's what you're doing. When you say test gravity, you're saying get a weight, and this is how
that's not what gravimeters do.
So don't say you test gravity. Say what you actually do.
Gravimeters don't test weight.
Well, don't say they test gravity, because
they do.
And what is gravity? What are they testing? Is it like a litmus paper? You dump it in water and it turns green. Gravity is real?
No, but being this long in this conversation, I would think you would know that what they do is they measure the acceleration of something dropping.
That's falling, bro. That's not gravity, my man. I just said.
Wait.
You measure gravity. You measured an object falling, right? Like you put a litmus paper in water. You're measuring the litmus paper in the water, not some invisible thing. So when you drop a rock, you measure the rock, not some invisible thing you want to be real. Right. And this is how you verify your beliefs, bro.
If you've been following along, the whole thing that I said was they used the gravimeter to measure the places where the gravity is different.
That's such a
and then they measured the mass in these different places. And then they measure the mass in these different places.
The rock falling. The acceleration of an object was
no
different.
Point. You can't even listen long enough to hear what's being said.
What the fuck? What the fuck,
man? The acceleration of the object.
No, right hand. No. Let Kosho finish what he was saying. You let people finish their thoughts, though, or we'll meet you.
You didn't even let me. I thought he was done, but
I wasn't.
Okay.
I said the gravimeter is what you use to measure the gravity in different regions, and then you can then verify that, or verify the idea that masses change where the gravity is different by measuring those masses, by weighing those masses in different places. So you've verified the gravity by both the acceleration and the weight of the masses.
Okay, but
let me ask you a question.
Hold on. What you verified is not gravity, right? See, that was a beautiful word trick. You verified the weight and the acceleration. So you have two things of a physical object, right? You dropped a rock and you got its weight and its acceleration. Now, there is no gravity at this point. You never measured gravity. You measured a rock. Now, why did the rock do things? You have a belief. Now, you apply that belief to the object and say you measured your belief, not the object. And this, he'll whistle past this, guaranteed. But the thing is, you never measured your belief in gravity. You measured a physical object, the rock. Now, that's the key difference. Key difference.
Those attributes of the rock that you just described, the acceleration and the weight, these are the things that they call gravity. You call whatever you want.
You call that
whatever you want. But if you measure this thing and then you see that it is true that the weights change, the mass of the different masses are going to weigh different things at different places, as well as those places having different gravity, which is verified by the acceleration, then you can call it whatever you want. But those two things are corresponding to each other.
When you say things, you're talking about the rock falling and the rock's weight as separate things. Did you not see that? You're saying, oh, you have this weight, which is a thing. Then you have the acceleration, which is a thing. No, the only thing you have was the rock that you dropped and got a weight on. So the rock falls, no gravity. The rock has a weight, no gravity. Now, where does gravity come from? You start asking questions. Well, how could it have a weight? Must be an invisible force. We'll call that invisible thing that I've just invented, gravity. Now, gravity is real. Gravity is what gives weight. Gravity is what gives acceleration. We don't measure the rock. We measure gravity, which I just invented. Beautiful, Kosho. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. And the acceleration that you measure isn't unique for each object. It's the same for each object. It's unique for each location.
Okay, so does that make an invisible force real, or does that make different objects fall at different rates in different places?
Yeah, it makes this thing that you just described, the thing that you said at the beginning of all this, that you can never test, if masses are going to weigh differently in different gravitational fields. And you can call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it acceleration.
We never tested gravity.
You can call
Why
it
do you keep
acceleration
saying we
fields.
gravity? Why do you call dropping a rock and testing a rock falling testing gravity? You're not testing gravity. You're using circular logic to start with your belief in gravity, right? So you start with the belief in gravity, then you drop a rock. You already believe in gravity, so you go, oh, must fall because of gravity. Right?
Well, what's making it fall if it's not gravity? Then you can't.
The circle.
Here we go. I knew this was going to happen. I knew someone was going to come in and say, "Well, what's your magical story?"
Okay, well, great. So you completely agree with everything I just said, right?
Exactly. Yes, we love you.
Yes, you saw a rock fall. First you have a belief, like belief in God or belief in gravity. Then you see something happen. Then you apply your belief to what you saw and say what you saw happened because your belief, right? Christian and Einstein watch a rock fall. Christian says God made a system. Einstein says space-time bending, right? Both invisible.
No, Einstein doesn't say that.
Well, they're both invisible. What he said,
Einstein's stupid.
Is invisible.
You can barely string a sentence together.
Okay, well, either the point is that they both have an invisible reason for why the visible happens.
The point is whatever you want to call the reason.
That's the point. Yeah, I mean, why not call it God then?
Call it whatever you want.
So let's call it
whatever
God.
you want. The point is whatever it is that you want to call it, whenever it's different. You can measure the acceleration being different. You'll measure the masses changing, or that you'll measure the weights changing due to the same masses.
But you never measured gravity. You measured the rock. So I don't know why.
You can call it whatever you want to call it.
I'll call it the rock. Call it the rock because that's what you measured. It was a physical object that you dropped. That's what you measured. Why are
the rock is somebody
let's go back. Can I bring us back to my original point? Let me go back. Let me try to bring us back to a little bit of semblance of what I brought in, okay? Because I think that this is the point that we need to hang our hat on. Again, let me ask you this, Kosho. Kosho, do you agree that if you have an hypothesis, that your job is not to prove your hypothesis, but to disprove other alternatives so that the only thing that you're left with is the cause and effect, so that you can say that this is what's happening because of this?
Yes, that's deductive reasoning.
That's not even possible.
Hold on. Okay,
that's not even
first
possible
of all, I addressed Kosho, and I got two knuckleheads answering. Kosho?
The way I would word it would be that if you have a hypothesis, then before you can come to any conclusion about the hypothesis, you need to test it and test it to the point to where you've exhausted any other possible.
Okay, that's fine, but let's now spell out what testing it looks like, right? Because I think that if we go along the lines of what the guy that I posted in the chat said was that you are not trying to prove your hypothesis, but rather you're trying to disprove other explanations so that you are eliminating everything else so that if your hypothesis is right, it's going to be the last man standing. So when you say test, what are the elements of how you would test something? What are you doing?
You would use some aspect of an independent variable, and you would see that the thing that's varying your dependent variable is related to either the cause of what you're testing or whatever it is that you're testing.
Okay, so let me try to reword what you said, and you tell me if I'm correct. You mentioned independent and dependent variables. So in my mind, an independent variable is something that I can manipulate, I can introduce, and I can set aside. Would you feel comfortable with that description?
Well, it's something that you know that varies. Either you vary it or it varies. It changes.
Okay, so again, right. So you are able to vary this cause. So my question then is, again, when can you set aside gravity so that it's not the variable and that you have other variables that you can test?
Yeah, gravity wouldn't be the variable that you're testing. It would be like for instance, in the what's it called? The universal law of gravitation. The variables would be the distance and the mass. So if you were testing something related to gravity, you would just make sure you can vary the distance or the mass or both.
If you are trying to say that gravity is the cause of X, shouldn't you be able to manipulate that particular cause?
Yeah, you can't start with the cause before you manipulated it, right? Because that would be like, oh, well, God is the cause of this. Well, I can't manipulate it, but it's a cause. Like you have to be. That's the whole point of you being in charge of the manipulation. So you can remove the factors and be like, oh, well, I removed this. It can't be it because I removed it and the same thing happened. So we now know it is not this.
Yeah, but gravity on its own is just a useless word. However, the description of the universal law of gravitation is a specific scenario that you can test. And you can test mass and the distance, and you can see if that causes the result of a different force.
Okay, but again, we're going to go back to what Right the Hand was doing in terms of if we. So for me, I have to have an observation before I can make an hypothesis. I can't just make an hypothesis and then go around looking for things to prove my hypothesis. Okay, so if we discover that dropping an object in one location has a different measurement in another location, all we've done is made an observation. We don't have a cause. We don't have an effect per se. I have a rock. It's in my hand. I drop it. I measure it. I go someplace else. I have a rock. It's in my hand. I drop it. I get a different measurement. That's all I know.
That's right.
So how do you build from there to draw the conclusion that there's something there causing, like what would be the cause? I have my hand, I have the rock, and I'm dropping it from the same elevation.
Yeah, like I said, a simple test for that would be if you have two different places where you're measuring two different accelerations, you would measure the same mass, the same two different masses in those locations, and see if they vary at the same degree as the acceleration varied. Then you can tell that it's that acceleration that's causing that weight.
It could tell that it's the acceleration causing the weight?
Yeah, that those two things are related.
No, okay. Being related is not the same as cause. Correlation is not causation, Kosho.
I mean, if you made that your independent variable, the dependent variable would be the weight. So
say that again. If you did what?
If you made those change, like if you had two different locations that had a change of acceleration, the dependent variable would be the weight. If the independent variable was those two different locations.
So that would be your cause then, the weight.
Well, for that specific test, the specific cause for the test would be the acceleration.
But you didn't change the acceleration. You changed the weight. So the thing you know that you changed. So you know when you change weight, you change the acceleration. That's how you know the cause of the acceleration.
I say that. I said the independent variable was the different locations. The thing you changed was the two locations.
So then the location is the cause.
So the acceleration in those locations is the cause.
No, that's an effect.
Acceleration can't be the cause of the change in acceleration. Like that,
Jesus Christ. The locations.
Don't say Jesus Christ here. You're the one saying this.
The two locations are there because in those two locations there's two accelerations. Okay, so you change locations because the acceleration is different in both places. This is your independent variable. The mass
No,
being consistent
no.
is your dependent variable, and the weight that you receive in either location.
What did you change? What did you vary?
You changed the location, which had a different acceleration rate.
Okay, so then the cause of the different acceleration is the location.
What? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
No.
that's what you changed
Jesus
to have the
Christ.
effect.
The
Yeah,
location
Jesus Christ
change. The
yourself,
reason why
man.
there's two location changes is because there's two
So then
different
what's okay?
accelerations.
So you
No.
changed the
Oh
location.
my
You
God.
changed the location. You got different acceleration. So where is your cause of the different acceleration?
It
Where
makes
do
it
you
simple
see?
for you guys. You don't have to use location then. Use the word acceleration.
You
You're going to
used
these two
it.
different places because the acceleration is different, and you're
Move the
measuring
goalpost a little
the
bit
weight
more.
of the masses of either of those
A little bit
locations.
more to the left, Kosho. Move the goalpost a little bit more to the left.
There's no goalpost change. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
look. So look. Ultimately, we're arguing about tertiary issues. Okay, this goes back. Your system, Kosho. Your system depends on a major premise. Now, I think that it's possible that there could be different answers if we had Howard's here. I think if he is, and you're here, and maybe somebody else. What is the major premise upon which your entire system depends? Right? That's where we actually have to begin, because that major premise, in my opinion, in 4 years of looking into this, has never been tested, has never had the process of falsification for other explanations. So,
Yeah,
so just real quick, Kosho, what is the very first principle that your system? I asked you this before and you whistled past it. I'm going to ask you again. What is the very first principle upon which your system depends? This thing must exist.
An objective truth.
Okay, that's too generic. Come on, man. Your system, your model.
Why don't you just tell me the answer you want me to give you?
No, because you're a smart guy. You should be able to know.
That's the correct answer. You can give me the wrong answer that you want me to say. So why don't you just tell me what the answer you want me to give?
Well, my objective truth is the fact that there's no observable curvature. So then is yours the opposite? That there is observable curvature?
I'd say there's observable curvature, yeah.
Okay, so is that your major premise? Does that thing have to exist before your entire system can start to be built?
No.
Okay, then it's not your fucking major premise. You see how hard this is?
Yeah, I said that. I told you what my major premise was.
Okay, state it again for the audience.
I said there's an objective truth. That's
truth?
The same for all of us.
What truth?
That's not. That's the whole point. There's an objective truth, meaning that whatever the answer is, it's going to be the same for all of us.
Okay, hold on.
What?
Wait, let me try. Do you have a process in which you acquire that truth?
Yeah, it's called science.
Oh, and how does that work? What do you do to acquire truth in your process of science?
Well, we can approach it by carefully not coming to the wrong conclusion, and being sure of that, and by making sure that whatever conclusion we do come to, we've isolated it from every other explanation.
How do you do that? So how do you this is what I think Travis is getting at. You say you have a truth, that's your baseline, and I'm like, okay, well, having a truth really doesn't mean anything unless you can show people and tell people how you get there, right? Like my truth is when you see it, it's real. You see something, you touch it, it's real. I can walk you through this process. This is how you verify something is real. It's with your senses. Can you walk me through your process of verifying truth?
It's going to be different for different things. There's no foolproof method for every single thing. But why don't you go and tell me what your answer is, Travis, or the answer you want me to give?
I can't because
I've given you my answer.
No, you haven't.
No, you haven't.
I have. Yeah, that is my answer.
Okay, you said an answer.
You said you find truth with a method that you don't really is not really that foolproof, right? That's
I didn't say it wasn't
man.
foolproof. What I said, it wasn't the same for every investigation. It's not as simple as you see something and it's true.
Okay, well, so Can you articulate how you determine if something is true, or the only thing you can articulate is that it's different for everything?
No, there's going to be different for many different things. I told you one
So
way
you
to
have
test.
no
I told
idea.
you one test to do for
So you have no
the thing
idea
we discussed
how. You
before.
just know it's
I told you one
different.
test
So
for
your
the thing
method
we
of finding
discussed before. For any given exploration, there's going to be different tests. So it's not there's not a single method that's going to get you the
I don't
same.
know. I think that's kind of
the same
wishy-washy.
answers.
So
Yeah, but here we are. Here we are
Is it-
fighting with a fucking troll.
So you test to find truth, and that test, you know, it could be anything really.
Yeah, it could just be anything for anything else. It could
No,
be
it's not. I already told you that the point
Okay,
the point of
Kosho.
testing it is to make sure that the conclusion you come to is the only conclusion. There's not some other alternative. You've isolated it, and to make sure that you've come to that
How do you know?
conclusion not by making any mistakes and accidentally coming to the wrong conclusion.
How do you know you didn't make a mistake? Right? Like
It's going
I
to be
know
different for different investigations. You have to ask a specific question about a specific investigation.
Right, and you are not giving us a specific major premise intentionally. You are intentionally keeping this so fucking generic, and you're just having us chase our tails around because we understand the question that's being asked, and either you are too smart that you don't know the question, or you are deliberately creating this obfuscation.
I've given you the answer,
so that we,
Travis.
No, you did not.
If you have a different answer, then why don't you tell me what your
politician
answer
answer.
is?
Yeah,
You
you're
said you
being
find
extremely vague, bro. You need to.
That's the truth.
No, that's vague.
There is not a major premise for everything that we argue in here. There just isn't. He thinks there is, and that's fine. You think there is, Travis. So why don't you tell us what you think the major premise is?
Pretty much what you're saying, Kosho. Pretty much what you're saying. I can make shit up for everything I want to do.
That's not
That's
even the
exactly
question.
what you're
Dude.
saying.
That's not even the question. He's asking
you
what
didn't
major
put a
premise.
standard.
He's asking
You
what's
didn't
the major
draw-
premise, the one thing that I have to first decide is true, that everything else is based on. And that there's for me, there isn't a truth like that. That doesn't make any sense. For him, he thinks there is. So why don't
let me
you tell us
try
what you
again.
think
Hold
it
on.
is?
Hold on. Let me try again. Okay, can you give us three principles or three premises in your heliocentric model? Just give us three things that are true.
Just give you three things that are true.
Yeah, off the top of your head, just anything that comes to mind. Like you've got
In the
these three
heliocentric
premises.
model.
Yeah.
The planets orbit around the sun.
Okay, we got planets. Okay.
Yeah, the orbits will represent a year. So our year is 365 days, which is the length of time it takes to make that orbit.
Okay.
And most of our energy comes from the sun.
Okay. All right. So let's stay with planets. Now, do those planets are what those planets are? Do they depend upon something else being true before they can be planets? Right? Because in my mind, that's not a major premise. Looking out and seeing lights in the sky move, calling them planets, and then defining what a planet is, all depends upon something else in my mind. And I don't want to put words into your mouth. But what is a planet, Kosho?
It's an object that's orbiting. It's like a moon of a star, a moon of a star.
So the moon is a planet?
No, a moon is a moon. I said they're moons of the stars.
You said like the moon. You said a planet
like the moon. Let me finish my sentence. I said like the moons of the stars.
Like the moons of the stars. Okay, again, I'm sorry. Just give me a general idea about what a planet is, real quick.
I just told you. They're objects that orbit around the stars, specifically that have their own, they travel along their own orbit.
Okay. So far, I'm okay with that. An object, I'll say it's a light. Are you going to be any more specific than that?
Yeah, the object has material. Some of the times that material is gas, sometimes that material is rock.
Great. So now we're going to go all the way back. When did the postulation of planets first begin? Who made that first?
Back in maybe Copernicus.
Okay, so let's go to Copernicus. Great. So walk us through how he tested his claims.
Well, he observed the orbit of them, so he didn't actually make a claim of what they were.
Okay, so then it's not Copernicus. So then take us somewhere else. Who made these claims?
Hold on. If you observe the orbit, aren't you making a claim of what you're observing? Right? Because, like, I'm just observing the sky, right? I observe the sky. Now you're saying, oh, we observe this orbit. Now you've already attributed something to what you observed. So you're not really just observing, right? So you've already your belief has already got one foot in the door when you've observed what you haven't tested. Because you never tested an orbit. So you can't really say, I view this.
Yeah, Kepler had made up rules for what these orbits are, and these rules weren't based on things he was guessing. It was based on the rules he had observed them to be. And then it was Newton who had realized by looking at the moons on Jupiter that these rules are based on the masses of these objects, and that's what causes these different behaviors.
Okay, look, again, we're trying to peel the onion back for you, and you're so deep into your system that I don't think
questions, man.
I know. And
so I don't know what. Unless you're going to tell me what
I don't know why. I don't
Yeah.
think I interrupted you, Kosho. I don't believe I interrupted you. I believe that you finished your thought. I started to respond, and now you're interrupting me. Okay. I didn't come at you with a mace. I wasn't swinging a sword to lop your head off. I'm trying to take what you did say, and as Right the Hand already pointed out, you've got your foot in the door with orbits and mass and laws, right? So all of these things, like you brought up Kepler now and Newton, you started with Copernicus. So again, what is an orbit? Let's start there. What is an orbit?
An orbit's when something it makes a circuit around something else. So if it's making a circuit around something else, we call that an orbit.
Circuit. I'm good with that. So again, you and I are making observations. We see these 5 planets, right? Because the word just simply means wanderer. Okay, they're not constellations and they're not fixed stars. They are wandering through the zodiac. We've got the sun and the moon, and then we've got 5 others that we're going to call, whatever they are. Okay, I have no problem describing what they're doing as a circuit. Okay, so I don't have a problem right now with how you've just described an orbit. Is there anything else that you would like to add to your concept of orbit?
Yeah, I was in the middle of describing to you when Kepler had discovered the rules of these orbits. They were very specific rules, being related to the time it takes to make a circuit around the object and the distance from the object. The other was the speed of traveling around the object.
Okay, can we stop right there real quick? When you said distance. Okay, so right now, if we're looking up at the sky, and I can see, let's say I can see Mars. How would you measure and name? How would you measure distance? Like what is the measurement of distance in that direction for that object?
You can use relative distances.
No. But what is the distance? Like on the Earth, I might go by a meter and I might go by a foot. But when I'm looking up at the sky, if I put a meter up in the sky, that's too big. What's the unit of distance that you're using to describe the motion of this object from point A to point B? How are you going to describe that distance?
As I said, you can use relative distances, like the semi-major axis and the, what would be
Where
the
are you getting all these terms? Like, are these objective terms that are out there that you just pluck that and then said, here's what? Look, relative distances doesn't fucking answer the question.
It actually does answer the question. You just got to kind of think about the answer. And if you don't know what it is, then perhaps maybe you should look into it. Because this is how Kepler came up. This is how Kepler came up with the rules.
Oh my God. Okay, Kosho, real quick. I'm having a conversation with you.
Right.
Someone who is more knowledgeable, and so I'm asking you about distance, and you say, well, you can use relative distance. Kosho.
I told you what those distances were.
Kosho, I still
have a question. You can use the semi-major axis And then
semi-major axis. What's that? What's a semi-major axis? What is that?
It'd be one of the radii from the
radii.
Yes, from the side of the orbit. So if you're looking at the orbit, where the focal point was, the semi-major axis would be the furthest distance from when it's at its furthest point.
Okay. Where's your axis?
The furthest, when it's the furthest on its orbit. This is
no. I'm not asking you about
this is that distance.
Okay, the diameter measures the axis to the circumference. Yeah, I mean the radius, huh?
In a circle, sure.
Okay, but that's all I know how to associate an axis with. Are we talking about circles in the sky right now?
I've already told you what the distance represents. I said the furthest when it's in the furthest in its orbit.
Furthest from what?
From it in the focal point, which would be the object that's orbiting.
Where's the fucking focal point?
I just said the object that it's orbiting. It's like you don't wait for the words to come out.
We're trying to prove the orbit, so do you understand? We're trying to prove what we see. We're trying to prove the cause of what we see, and you've already
started. The words that he's looking for in the answer that he's interrupting.
I don't know. It sounds like you're being very elusive.
No, it's not elusive.
I'm sitting back listening, Kosho, and I'm having trouble kind of getting a picture of whatever you're describing.
Well, let's allow for full answers then.
No, it would be easier if you were just
when I'm giving you the answer.
No, you're okay. Look, I was trying not to cut you off, but when you have more than one person telling you that you are being very, very vague and unclear, you need to actually take that into consideration, right? That might be, whether or not you're intending to be, you might have to say, okay, I know what I'm saying, but obviously it's not coming across. How can I say this better? I'm trying to establish the focal point. And finally, I don't think you said it. Maybe you did think you said it, but finally you did say the object around that which it's orbiting. So is one planet's focal point different from another?
Yeah, so when I give an answer, I'm going to give a full answer, and you're not going to interrupt me. That way I don't feel like I have to rush what I'm saying.
Okay, great.
Right, when you're done, Coach, please say you're done.
So what the fuck, dude?
Okay, wait.
I'm trying to give you a little bit of moderation, so they can
talking.
Holy shit! Listen up. Listen before you speak. Holy shit, Osho, wait. Before you speak.
This is what I'm fucking talking about, dude.
Holy shit, wait.
No, I'm not doing this anymore, dude.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
All I'm trying to tell you is when you're done with your answer, say, okay, I'm done with my answer. So then before you can know, he can continue asking you another question.
I was just going to ask if you needed me to repeat my question so that you could actually answer it. I didn't want it to be lost in the weeds. But again, guys, Bandsaw, this is what we have all the time. We don't get anywhere. This is what happens when we try to nail these guys down. They are slippery as eels, and we can't ever get objective declarations, because when they make these objective declarations, they have to establish how they came about that knowledge, and that's why they, in my opinion, avoid them.
Yeah, look, Travis, I want to give Kosho the benefit of the doubt. Like he may know exactly what he's talking about, but the way he came across, like I said, I wasn't quite following it myself.
I said that as well. I agree with you.
But maybe Kosho feels that he wasn't able to explain it. So, I would like him to have another crack at it if he feels willing to have another crack at it, and I'll listen. Definitely, because I'd like
and
to.
then when he's done, so we can know that he was finished, that he actually gave a full answer. Say, okay, I'm done with my answer. That's what I was trying to tell him.
I'm done speaking, and you realize I'm done speaking. That's when I'll be done speaking.
No, that's the thing, though. He thought you were finished. That's why he kept asking you other questions, and you're saying you're not done with your answer. So when you're done with your answer, say that's my answer.
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to finish speaking, and then when I'm done speaking, that's when you'll know I'm done speaking. Okay. Let's try something out for a second.
Is that so fucking hard to
Let's
say?
try. Yeah, so
That's my
that
answer.
wasn't the cue. You're already fucking up. Okay, so let's see. I told you fucking already that they're not, the distances aren't meters or centimeters or anything like that. You can use relative distances. I've said this to you. Then you asked me what the relative distances were. I said you can use things like the semi-major axis and things like the entire circumference of the orbit. And you didn't know what the semi-major axis was. So I told you what it was. And I said it could be the distance from the furthest part of the orbit to the source of what it's orbiting. And you asked me what that was. But these aren't me not giving the answers. This is you interrupting me before I can finish telling you what. These are all complete answers.
Okay,
these
that's
are what
fine.
the answers are.
Great.
The relationships between the orbits and the semi-major axis and the time it takes to go around the orbit. These are the things that Kepler had found laws for, not the actual distances.
Okay, great. So so do you need me to ask my last question again? I don't understand what silence means. Do you need me to repeat my last question?
The answer for your last question was in what I just said.
No, it's not. Would you like me to ask my question again?
Ask it again. Last question you asked me was about the semi-major axis and what it was the distance from.
No, that wasn't my last question. My last question was, do all of the planets have the same focal point?
Yeah, all the planets are orbiting the same object.
What is that?
The sun. It's a solar system. That's the last dumb question I'm going to invite from you.
So why don't you just fucking leave? Because I'm trying to understand certain claims that you're making, and I can't do that unless I ask you questions so that I can hear what your answer is. Why is it stupid?
That's retarded. You're asking me if the sun is supposed to be the center of the solar system that the planets are orbiting in my model. Like this is something you didn't know.
I'm trying not to make assumptions and argue against a straw man. And you're getting angry with me because I'm putting you on the stand, getting you on the record to simply state things for the record so that we can address those particular claims. And you're getting mad at me?
Why don't we skip the retarded things so we can get through this?
Why are you here?
Like that was a retarded question. What you're asking now. Ask me what they're orbiting is retarded. Just get to your point.
Why are you now at the level of name calling, Kosho? Right? Like I've tried to be as peaceful and amicable as possible.
Dude, just get to your point, man.
The point was that he's trying to get to the basics, man. Like, how did they come up with the rotation? I mean, the orbits. How do you know that's the focal point, right? From the sun, especially, because wouldn't you have to be at the point of the sun to be able to tell you, okay, this is the focal point of the blah 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 whatever.
So again, based on what Kosho has said, I don't have a problem so far. We're looking up in the sky. We're watching these planets wander around in a particular circuit, and we seem to trace their focal point back to the sun. Okay, I'm good with that.
But how do you come up with that, though? I mean, wouldn't you have to be at that location to be able to, like, we know the moon is orbiting us, whatever, yada yada.
Yeah, that's the point.
Because you're on the Earth and you notice that the moon is going around us, right?
He's starting with his premise. He's starting with what he's trying to prove. He's trying to prove that orbits, when he looks up at the sky, it's this orbiting thing. That's what he's trying to prove. And how does he prove that? By starting with it, right? He just started with the sky is what he believes he's trying to prove. So there's nothing you can do on this one.
Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's not what I started with. What I was doing was answering his questions. Okay, what we started with was the observations. The observations weren't telling us that there was some orbit. It was just an observation of what's happening. And it wasn't until Copernicus had put the model in a different, a different way where the sun was the center, and then Kepler later where it was these ellipses, that it finally made sense. That it made sense that with these laws that Kepler had discovered for orbital mechanics actually made sense for what the observations were showing.
Yeah, I think
So
that
it's
there's a
not.
little
It's
bit more.
not. It's not. It's not. Starting
So
with the premise.
Okay, so you have to realize
and
that.
also, sorry.
Go ahead.
And
No,
I
go
also
ahead.
thought we were gonna get to the minutia of how do they find out the material of the planets, so called.
Well, we hadn't gotten that far just yet. I'm still trying. So, Kosho, at this point, I don't have a problem with attributing to the sky the description of what you're saying. I would actually have no problem whatsoever in attributing whatever orbital mechanics. I'm not gonna load that term too much. I'm just gonna use that as a general description. This is what we see the sky doing. So simply because we're seeing something in the sky now doesn't mean that what we're standing on is something in particular. So I don't think that what you chose to describe as a major premise, observations in the sky, actually is the major premise upon which your belief about the world or the earth is, right? That's more of the direction that I want us to go in, because that's the issue itself. Not what the sky does, but what the earth is. Right?
Yeah. So that was the genius of what Isaac Newton had brought to the table, was because Kepler's third law, which I think is about like I said, the semi-major axis and it's about the orbital period, so the time it takes around the orbit, and and I think the semi-major axis, and so basically by relating these two numbers, I think it's the cube. I think the cube of the semi-major axis gives you the orbital period, and if you look at this exact equation, it's equivalent to using the mass and the some other factor. But the genius of what Newton did was he was able to show, through showing that these equations were equivalent, that the accelerations that we were experiencing on Earth, the massive objects and the fact that they accelerate and give weight and whatever, this was the same relationship that the moons on Jupiter and the planets around the sun were exhibiting. This is why he gave a marriage to these two things.
Okay, so now you've introduced the term mass. How do you look at a light in the sky, because that's all we know it is? We just know that it's a light. How do you look at that light and say mass?
I forget what there's a unit. I mean, there's a unit in the equation. I forget what it is, but it's I think it's to do with the centripetal force. So if you take you take the equation for the centripetal force, which includes the mass.
Okay. Wait. So the centripetal force, in order for that to be applied to the question, it has to be something that exists on Earth, right? Otherwise, we don't know what centripetal force is. We don't know what this. So what was it on Earth that demonstrates this principle?
The centripetal force?
Yeah.
I mean, this can be tested in a lab. It can be tested by anything.
I'm asking you to be specific, and you're still being general. Okay, so
you can get a rope and a ball, and you can swing it around.
Is that what Newton
did? And you can
did?
measure the force.
Is that what Newton did?
These are tests that Galileo had done, and Newton had.
Now Galileo. So we've got Copernicus, Kepler, Newton, and now Galileo. No, you're the one.
Galileo was the first person to measure the acceleration and the squared nature of how they increase.
Okay, again, you appealed to centripetal or centrifugal or centripetal. I'm sorry, I can't remember which one you said.
Centripetal force.
Oh, okay. So centripetal force. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to go down that hole. So again, who is the one who established the centripetal principle? In order. Okay. Right. So if Newton or Kepler, let's pick one. Kepler's laws, right? Kepler's laws. If Kepler is going to apply a centripetal principle to an object in the sky, what was the centripetal principle based on in order for him to do that?
Well, as I
How
said,
did he? Go ahead.
You have to look at the equation. So first, you have to take Newton's.
No. The equation is no. The equation is no.
Take
The
Newton's
equation
formula for,
is based.
That's fine. Take Newton's formula for general
God.
universal gravitation. I'm trying to give you the answer, but you're just going to shut me off before I'm giving you the answer.
That's because you're 2 steps too far ahead. I still have to go back. Where did you get this equation? The equation depends upon a physical demonstration. I'm asking you where the physical demonstration was in order to get the equation. Who did this?
All on a string.
It didn't come before the other did. I'm showing you how the two things. There's a marriage between the two things. Okay. So the equation for centripetal force, I think it's m. Let's say it's m times the velocity squared over the radius. He showed how this basically equated this to the universal law, which they didn't know what big G was, so they don't have exact numbers, but basically able to show that the
my God.
Let me write
We're
this
getting
down.
lost in the weeds here. You said he. Who's he?
Isaac Newton, the person I was talking about.
Newton. Okay, so Newton took a string, put a ball on it, swung it around his head, and established this principle. Is that what you're saying?
Well, assume that the centripetal force is a trivial concept that had already been known.
What centripetal force?
This isn't at all magical.
He's asking you where it came from. He's asking you where.
I told you I don't know where it came from.
So
but it's not something that's a mystery.
It's a mystery. So orbits.
It's not
a
mystery. It is not a mystery. So this is something I don't know why you're asking questions about where the centripetal law came from.
There's no such thing as centripetal force, Kosho.
Yes, there is. What are you talking about?
Okay, when you have a string with an object on it and you swing that string around your head, there is only an outward direction. The string is simply tension between the axis of your hand and the object to which it is attached.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong, dude. The outward force is actually the pseudo force. And the balance of that force is a centripetal force.
Absolutely
the actual force.
Absolutely not.
How's that wrong, Travis?
Bro, well, a force isn't real. A pseudo force. You got to test these things, right? Travis. So what did he test? The string and the ball. That's what you test. You can't test a pseudo force. That's not something you test. So get back to reality.
Okay, so percentage. I'll answer your question. Percentage. My hand is the axis. I'm holding a string that has a rock on it. As I swing my hand, as I rotate my hand around, that rock is trying to move away from my hand. And if I let go of the string, that rock is not going to continue in orbit around me. It's going to go off in the direction of that point at which I let go. So the only thing that I'm going to say as a description is the only force is the fact that that object is moving away from me. So I'm going to say the only force I can observe is the outward movement.
After you let go.
Huh?
After you let go. Right?
Right.
But until then, there's it stays inward because you're holding onto the string. Right?
It doesn't stay inward, no. It's still on the outside of the circumference.
Yeah, but the point is it's not flying out somewhere because you called it tension, and you'd be right. But that tension is what they call, that tension is keeping it in.
And that's just resistance, though. That's like
sure, and that's what they call the centripetal force. It's the resistance to the centrifugal force.
What do they call the space?
What takes it straight out?
What do they call the space string that holds all the planets together?
Right. So, if you have a tug of war, you have two opposing forces. Those aren't centripetal, right? That's tension. That's tension between two points. One point is heavier than the other. That way, the left team, the blue team, is going to win because they've got more power behind them. My hand, I don't object to the mechanics of a sling, right? that I swing it around my head. I don't object to the fact that my hand is the focal point. The tether creates the tension and resistance between my hand and the object. I don't disagree with any of that. But but if you want to say that the resistance and the tension with that my hand and the tether create, if you want to call that centripetal, okay. If you want to describe the movement of the object away from as centrifugal, okay. But they're both real. They're both
sure. Yeah, no, they're definitely real in the
There's no need to call
frame.
one pseudo. There's no need to call one pseudo.
Well,
at all.
The reason it's called pseudo is because imagine you were looking at it from a different point of view, from a different reference frame, like say like a bird's eye point of view, right? When you're being physically stopped by a string or by whenever you let it go, whatever it crashes into, you're seeing something. You're seeing the effect of that, the cause, the reason why it's being stopped. You're seeing that force happen. Whereas with the centrifugal force, all you're seeing is this thing spinning. You can't get a gauge of the force of it being pushed outwards.
Yeah, you can.
No, you don't. You have to imagine yourself in that reference frame of spinning it and know what it's like to spin it, and that's where you get this idea of centrifugal force. But if you were just always in the bird's eye view and you've never spun anything or had that experience, you're not going to be able to physically see that force. And that's why they say it's a pseudo force.
Okay, so based on what you just said, percentage, I think that is an irrelevant factor in this. Why would I give
one? It's not,
one?
because that's the definition.
Okay, hold on. I understand that might be the definition. If I am the scientist and I am making measurements on this object, this tether, and my hand, why the fuck would I ever care about what someone outside of what I'm doing is seeing? That's irrelevant.
Well, maybe it's irrelevant for this specific discussion, but in terms of actually having, different definitions for the different ideas, it's relevant because they're not always viewing things from the non-inertial reference frame.
No, yeah.
That's the distinguishment between what a pseudo force and an actual force is. It's reference frame dependent. So in this reference frame, you're absolutely right. They both are basically real. But that's because it's dependent on the reference frame. In a different reference frame, one would be visibly real, like you could see the effect of it or the cause of it, to be correct. And you wouldn't see it for the other one.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and in my opinion, this is just the pseudoscience magic spell to take away from the reality, because there's no reason to. So the mechanical physics of what a sling does should inform the observer on the outside as to what's happening, so that there's always something real.
Only if they have some sort of level of intelligence where they can, put one and one together and realize that this is what's happening and stuff like that. But if they have no experience with the contraption, then you can't really expect that. Okay,
well, yeah, but so what in what situation do you see someone interacting with something that they don't understand? If I'm if you're at a carnival or whatever, and I'm trying to show someone how to accurately hit a telephone pole with a sling, and that person is watching me do it, right? I mean, he sees the reason why the rock hit the telephone pole is because that guy was swinging that thing around his head. Everything he sees is real. There's no reason to label anything pseudo whatever. None.
I mean, I don't know how to give you like an example as to, let me think.
I think I think that we can all agree that the operation of a sling is real. It's reality. And if you practice long enough, you can accurately hit a target with a sling. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. There's nothing pseudo about anything about that. Nothing at all. The whole talk of
saying there is. I'm trying to think of an example, like a scenario in which you would see something.
I wasn't finished. I was trying to make a point. Thank you. This whole talk of pseudoscience, in my opinion, has come about because the physics of astrophysics and metaphysics cannot be proven or even tested. So then you have to create pseudo categories, right? That's why pseudoscience exists. That's why now science is said not to prove anything. Well, that's not actually legitimate, because we can demonstrate with a sling something scientific absolutely and prove it absolutely. When you get into the realm of creating concepts that you can't prove, you then have to create an area of science that can't be proven.
No, see, I would disagree. I'd say that's equivocation. You're basically making an argument just because they both use the prefix pseudo. You know, you're assuming that the pseudo of a pseudo force, therefore pseudoscience, and that's not true at all.
I'm saying that there's no reason to introduce the topic of pseudo force when demonstrating the mechanics of a sling. There is no reason to call something a pseudo force at all.
Sure, in that context, there isn't. But if you're going to be taking it to a context wherein the discernment is required, you know, when you're switching from an inertial to a non-inertial reference frame.
Like what? Can be specific.
It would be an actual, the non-inertial to the inertial reference frame. For whatever reason, I'm not saying that you guys did that. I just got here. But then it would make sense to have different terms for these different things.
Okay, but again, you're being too generic with the non-inertial inertial. Okay, so give us an example of what you mean by that. Where pseudo force would be.
In terms of just like having a string on a rock, like, you know, that someone is pivoting from their, you know, their hand in the center or something like that. That's, you know, that's fine in that context. Where in that context, the non-inertial reference frame, the rotating reference frame, we're observing it. We know, like, you know, the physics behind it and stuff like that. That's something we have experience with. But if it's something that we're viewing it from afar and we don't know what it is, and we see the same kind of mechanism of rotation or what have you, but we don't have this to fall back on, this actual, you know, real world experience to fall back on, and we just see something happening without kind of an apparent obvious cause, then that's why they call it a pseudo force, because they can't observe what's actually causing it to fly off, you know, in a straight line or whatever. Just like if you were to let go of the string, it would fly off in a straight line. You get my point?
How do you connect the sling to the sky? Like I can use a sling, I spin it, right? The string, the tension. How do you connect that to the sky?
Who did? Was Kosho talking about that?
It's just like, that's where like this whole idea of the sling came from, is because that's what's happening in the sky, and I'm just like, I like to see how we got there.
But actually, you know, this the question you guys asked before about the centripetal force, it actually is the crux of the whole thing. Because I see now that Isaac Newton described the centripetal force as a force by which bodies are drawn or impelled or in any way tend towards a point at its center. So as it's circling around something, and it's for some reason circling around something, doesn't matter what that cause is, whether it's a rope or a string or gravity, whatever you want to call it. If this centripetal force is, if this effect is happening, whatever that force is that's keeping it, you know, that's drawing it towards the center, is a centripetal force, is how he described it.
Did anyone see the magic trick? I saw it, but did anyone else see it?
So in your example of the sling, you have a string.
Well, hold on.
The string in space?
He turns the string into a force, right? So
Right,
the
that's
string
what I'm
was no
saying.
longer a string, and he labeled all of them forces, then slipped gravity in.
Yeah, the string requires a force, a tension in the string.
No, a string requires a physical object to be touching another physical object, right? So this is the magic trick. He said he replaces the object with a force, and then gravity's a force. There's gravity. Wait,
The
where?
object, the string implies the force. It's not the string itself is not a force. The tension in the string, the tension in the string is what's required for the centripetal force.
Is tension a physical object?
Tension in the string is the force.
No,
The string is the physical object, but the physical object is not important.
Osho, I asked, is tension a physical object?
It's not. I don't know why you're asking that.
So the string is a physical object that exists.
That's right.
Okay, so there is no tension. There's just the string.
No, the string is the object. The tension in the string is the force, and the name of that force is the name of the ultimate force that's creating the circular path is the centripetal force.
Okay, so you have a string, right? That's the object, and from that object, you've extrapolated forces that aren't objects, 3 of them, like angels almost coming from one God, like the Trinity. You just created a invisible Trinity. It was pretty good, Kosho. You had one string, and from that string, born forth the force.
I'm sorry you're not getting this, man. But the object is not important.
You're not getting it.
The object's not important. What's trying to be described is the forces. So in describing what the forces were, he ignored the fact that the string is the object. He's not worried about the fact that the string's an object.
Of course, because
he's worried about what's the force that is allowing it to do this, and he calls that force tension.
Let me ask you a question, Kosho. Is the string the necessary antecedent for the tension?
It's what's causing the tension, yeah. I mean, it's what's providing the tension.
So without the string, we don't have tension? That's
right, yeah.
So where would the force come into play if we didn't have the string?
The force is what's being described. The object is not what's being described. So it's irrelevant. It's, of course, the necessary for the force, but in his description for centripetal and for, what the thing that's actually causing the object to be drawn towards towards the center, he's calling the tension, and he's calling this circular path it's taking the centripetal force.
Which you need the string and the tension in order for that to take place. So when we go to the stars, where's the string and the tension?
That's the point. That's the point. Is nobody knew
the force.
Nobody knew what that was. That's what was beautiful about what he did. Was he took the observation, which is just the orbits, and the unknown, which is what's the force, and used the centripetal force. As I told you, he equated Kepler's third law with the centripetal force. And so he used, this is the mass of the object. Here's the velocity. He instead of using the velocity squared like there is in the centripetal formula, he used the period squared, which is in Kepler's third law, and basically substituted everything in, substituted everything so that they were using the same units, and saw that these equations can, you can basically through using the centripetal force and the mass of the object, like just making it just m,
which we don't have.
You can derive the universal law of gravitation.
Okay, so basically he took what he saw in the sky and he figured out a way to apply mathematics to make it work with zero testing in reality, meaning as long as he could create whatever masses he wanted to equate to whatever pseudo force he was trying to equate to the movements, which doesn't apply in the same way it applies on Earth, meaning we see that force with a ball and a string. The sky has balls but no strings.
Yeah,
so we're just making things up.
No, he's reversing the logic
to calculate what we think could possibly be working, as long as our assumptions of mass, pseudo force, all quote unquote work with no actual empirical testing or investigation to measure said pseudo force or calculate alleged masses.
Right.
But
so no,
in
there's
order
no
for the
pseudo
mass
forces.
to work,
There's no
that those masses have to be there, and that pseudo force has to be there,
yeah.
even though
There's
it's
no
never
pseudo
been proven.
forces. Pseudo force involved, and the mass is not a guess. It's just replacing the unit for it. So it doesn't matter what the mass is. He's just using the variable in the equation, in the formula. And
Right. So it
basically
doesn't
what he's
matter what
doing
the mass
is he's
is.
observing the orbits.
So if it doesn't matter what the mass
He's
is,
observing
we change the mass
he's
of
observing the
all
orbits.
the planets and the stars, and the mass still works.
Napalm, let him finish, please.
He's observing the orbits. And what he's doing is he's saying, because I already came up with this idea of what centripetal force is. This is him talking. He's like, I already came up with a centripetal force is. It's any I forget, it was I think a force which draws a body to another body, makes it go around it in a circular fashion. Whatever it is that's drawing it to it, he's calling the centripetal force. He has a formula for it. He doesn't know what that force is. And so what he does is he plugs in the centripetal force, plugs in Kepler's third law, since this is the law that describes the observation. And through replacing units for other units, like he replaces the velocity squared for the period squared, which is in Kepler's law, and basically reverses it to where he ends up with the universal law of gravitation. And he calls this the force that is drawing those two objects together.
Based on what measurements?
Yeah, the string from the string and the ball came forth all of that. That's crazy.
It's not based on, it's based on observations of Kepler's laws, which is
You don't
the
observe laws.
observations.
You don't
Kepler's
observe
laws,
laws, Osho. You observe
which
the
is the
sky and
observation.
you observe the sky and then apply beliefs to the sky and call those beliefs laws. This is why you're starting with the sky as orbits before you've ever demonstrated that it's orbits. You're starting with your premise. That's why everybody's like, what are you talking about? Because you're already there. You didn't test anything, looked up, it's orbits. All right, now let's start measuring these orbits. How do you know it's orbits? Well, because we're going to measure them. But how do you know they're orbits that you're measuring? Because we're measuring them. Circular logic.
Because it matches his description for what a centripetal force describes. He says an object that's going around another object and that's drawn towards it.
Is of what he saw.
He calls
saw
this
the
a centripetal force, and he has a formula for it. And all he did was he used this for the observation of the things that were happening in the sky, which was objects going around something else in a circular fashion and drawn towards it. He didn't know what it was that was drawing it towards it. And so in order to figure out what that force was, he plugged in Kepler's third law.
He doesn't even address
the
anything.
centripetal force, and he ended up with his universal law of gravitation, which he claims is describing that attraction.
Okay, so since Kosho just monologued, I'm just going to reiterate what I said and what he didn't address. So he looked up at the sky, and before he proved or demonstrated that they were orbits they were physical bodies, he assumed and believed that that's what they were. Then, since he already believed that's what they were, he just measured the motion of what he already established. And then that's how he came to his conclusion. So he got to his conclusion, the distances and all the just traveled and all that, by first starting with the assumption that everything he observed is what he wants to believe. Orbits. Yeah, circular logic. Start with what you believe, then you can measure it, but you never have to prove it or demonstrate it. You can demonstrate a string and a rock, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no observation of two things orbiting one another down here to get this alleged force. The only way that we have that is with some sort of object with tension. There's no object with tension up there, so we can't equate some pseudo force that we're allegedly demonstrating down here with a string and a ball, unless we have some way to equate that one-to-one with what we're seeing in the sky. If we're seeing these balls moving around balls, where is the string?
Yeah. So this in his description
what
for
equates to the string? Because if you're just going to say, well, the centrifugal force that we see here on Earth with a ball and a string, that's basically what we're going to use to equate to the balls in the sky that go around each other. Even though we don't see the string, we don't know if there's tension. There doesn't seem to be any physicality between them. So this pseudo force would have to be completely different than what we're seeing here on Earth. But since we can make people believe that it is the same thing, we'll just go ahead and roll with this and we'll make the math work.
Yeah. So once again, what Newton did not require was a string or tension for centripetal force. In his general term for centripetal force, he says it's a force by which bodies are drawn together in any way or tend towards together in any way towards a point as the center as it's circling around it. So this doesn't require any specificity for it being I don't know, some sort of a magnet, some tension, some rope, or anything. Anything that's drawn towards it that's circling around it. So using this,
where is this demonstrated?
Using this law.
Where is this demonstrated?
Using this law that's already formulated by him.
What two bodies on Earth demonstrate this? What two bodies on Earth demonstrate this? Two bodies going around each other. Any two bodies that are drawn to one another. Can you give me an example?
Listen how he said Newton doesn't require a tether. Yeah, but reality does, right? So just because Newton didn't believe you need a tether doesn't mean you don't need one. It needs to be demonstrated that you don't need one.
As I was saying, I didn't interrupt you even though you went on for a while. I didn't interrupt you. Okay? And when I thought you were done and I started speaking, you kept going, I stopped. So don't ask me a question about what I'm saying, okay?
But you're not addressing all of our questions.
However, Newton is the one who came up with this rule. He's not using this rule that has some stringent laws to it, like it can only be strings or tension. He's the one who came up with this what this centripetal force was. The formula
that's what you're saying.
The mass and the velocity squared divided by the radius. It doesn't depend on string or tension at all.
Sure.
So that's all he did was use this principle to explain something in the sky that he had no idea what the force was. So instead of using, string and rope or anything like that, he doesn't know what that is that's happening. All he knows is that it's going around it in a circular fashion. It happens to be drawn to it. So if he uses the same formula that he uses for the centripetal force on Earth, he wants to see what that would equate to. And it equates to the universal law of gravitation. So what
is an example on Earth?
He doesn't make any explanation for what that is. He's just telling you that this is what that force, this is what that attractive force is.
So from a string, which is real and can actually hold a ball and spin it, you've got to a force that is not a physical object that can hold planets, which you've never demonstrated the lights. This is all religious, bro. He just is going off on a religious rant. He demonstrated nothing, tested nothing. He is just preaching his beliefs. This is crazy. I believe it's this because it is. I believe it because it is. That's all you're doing, Coach.
God dang, man.
The only thing he demonstrated, the only thing that was demonstrated in reality was a ball and a string, right? So everything else, that's his imagination.
Yeah. All I'm hearing is outright deny of reality and everything that we have and that exists and everything we know. And I'm not through yet. And omitting all the technology that's derived from it, the way that we can measure weight, the way that we can calculate orbits and put satellites. And I know y'all don't believe in them, but y'all are just denying the fundamentals of what we understand about physics today.
What orbits are calculated?
What we don't deny a ball and a string. That's reality. We can see it demonstrated. Yep. Now, what we do deny, when you start using your imagination to make some invisible string that doesn't exist, hold a planet and spin it around. That's not reality.
How does the moon stay up?
I'm not done. So when you said you deny reality, right? You were you were just going off on some kind of personal tirade. Because the only thing we actually hold on, I'm not done. The only thing we were working with was reality, the ball and the string. And then Kosho went off into this rant, not about the ball and the string and about some forces and nothing in reality. And then you said We denied what he said as a reality. No, you're totally mistaken. He did not talk about reality. Only we did. So the ball and the string is reality. Do you agree?
Yeah. No, it's just gibberish to me. It's just gibberish. You just figured out some way to argue around the reality of the things that we know and understand. What keeps the moon up in the sky? Right there.
So hold on.
Left Lane, maybe you can better explain what the string is. Maybe Left Lane can better explain what the string is up in the sky that allows these orbits to take place. So if the only demonstration we have down here on Earth of this pseudo force is a ball and a string, the string having tension, the string being the necessary antecedent for this orbital motion, meaning the tension on the string is the only thing that is holding that ball into a orbital motion around my hand as I swing it. What equates to the string when it comes to the balls in the sky?
Gravity.
Mm-hmm. And so gravity is the string.
Mm-hmm.
Is it made out of twine or like a hemp?
So is it like
that's where you deviate from understanding. You bring up all these nonsensical concepts that don't make any sense, and then
gravity.
Well,
gravity's the thing that doesn't make sense.
Hold on, Left Lane. So if gravity was the string, we should be able to apply calculations to masses of various objects and be able to model these orbital mechanics. But the problem you have is what's called the n-body problem or the three-body problem, meaning...
It's not a problem. It's been figured out. No, it's been figured out.
So what about the four-body problem? Has that been figured out? And the three-body problem hasn't been figured out. There's articles that say it's could possibly be figured out, but nobody's figured out the three-body problem. Nobody's been able to model three bodies in orbital motion based on gravitational pull and mass. So you still have the three-body problem, let alone the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 360 million body problem. You can't even model it with three bodies.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, I mean, it is modeled.
They can't demonstrate it with two. They can't demonstrate it with any, and can't model it with all of the powers of imagination of three. That's very telling. When you can use every single ounce of imagination to try and get something to work, and you still can't get it to work, it might not work.
Well, I mean, y'all are just pretending that it's a thing, and it's not. It's figured out.
Wait, are you talking about Kosho when you say pretending it's a thing, but it's not?
No, I'm not talking about Kosho. I don't know the minutia of these things, these three body problems, but I do understand. I don't know the equations. Do you know the equations? I mean, are you going to ridicule me for being honest?
No.
In my knowledge base?
Give me a second. You're saying, we're telling you there's a three-body problem, and you're saying that it's been figured out. And when we ask you about it, you say, well, I don't know anything about it.
No, I don't. I didn't say I don't know anything about it. I don't know the minutia of it. I can't give you the equations and whatnot. But according to modern physics, it has been figured out.
No, it hasn't.
It has, yeah.
Okay.
I think what you're thinking about is a closed solution. But one way to solve for three-body problem is to, like in the Earth, Moon, Sun system, you could just calculate the Earth, Moon system in the Sun as two bodies. That's one way to solve for it. There's other ways that get more detailed, and you can get closer approximations.
So we solve for the three-body problem by making those three bodies two bodies.
Oh, that's one simple solution. That's one simple solution. There's many solutions.
So is the moon a pseudo body in that case? Is the moon a pseudo mass?
No, that's just an example of it not being a impossible problem to solve. It's just there's not a closed solution, but there's solutions that get you very close approximations, very useful approximations.
Useful, how so?
it'll tell you, allow you to make predictions about these bodies in the future.
Well, I can make predictions about the stars in the future because they repeat in cycles over time.
That's not true.
Oh, the stars don't repeat cycles over time?
No, there's no exact cycles. Now I'm talking about the stars, I'm talking about the planets. The planets,
that's actually not true.
and their behavior and interaction with each other.
What about the clock in Prague that tracks several celestial bodies? That was built, I want to say, over 500 years ago. Still accurately tracking celestial bodies.
Okay.
So that completely debunks your notion of any type of cycle.
Yeah, I'm not talking. First of all, I'm not talking about 500 years, which is like the length of, I don't know, 2 of Uranus's orbits. I'm talking about all the way down the line, that hundreds of thousands of years, and how these objects are relating with other objects in the solar system. Their masses are gonna are gonna affect other masses. Like the masses of Jupiter and Saturn are gonna affect the mass of the Earth. These things can be estimated and calculated.
So in 100,000 years, yeah, in 100,000 years, how is Jupiter and Saturn going to affect the mass of the Earth in 100,000?
I think I've seen this. They've shown that there's like 100,000 year cycles based on the position of where those objects are going to be, that could have something to do with the cause of the ice age, like the timelines and stuff. I don't know if that's just a hypothesis and if that's really been substantiated, but regardless, yeah, they can map out the solar system and see how objects like Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, how these objects are affecting other objects in their orbits.
And those are strong claims without any substantiation.
Well, it still didn't answer the question of how it affects the mass of the Earth. You're talking about a weather pattern, right? Not the actual mass of the Earth, because you said knowing these things can help determine the mass of the Earth, and I don't think you've actually answered how it's going to.
And I would assume that they've only looked at historic, like based on what the planets were doing in the past and where their positions were and what the the Earth was doing at the time. Obviously, there's no way for them to substantiate what's happening in the future, but it just allows them to make predictions.
In regards to the mass of the Earth.
That's right.
Well, you did say that. Yeah, like in relation to the mass. Okay, so
it doesn't change the mass of the Earth. I'm saying it affects, like, their mass and their orbit, and when they're positioned in their orbit will affect our orbit. This is what their predictions say.
I mean, I predict a unicorn will appear in the next 100,000 years. How about that?
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
I mean, it's not far off from your prediction. Which is a theory.
Yeah, I'll give it more about 100 million, just because the narwhal has to evolve to become, have like foots, whatever. Would that be enough time for the narwhal to evolve? Got tired of the water, he has his horn,
Just make it longer. It's like one of my favorite quotes in Futurama. He's like, "Oh, we went faster than light speed," and he's like, "That's preposterous. You can't go faster than light speed." And he's like, "Of course you can. That's why scientists raised the speed of light in 2025." You just do whatever you want. You're making the rules up. Why not?
Pretty much. Yeah, I think it's funny how they like put that label on things. Oh, the speed thereof. I mean, there has to be discreetly something moving down a pathway in order to put the label speed upon it. Like, they'll try to tell you sound is a speed, yet there's nothing discreetly traveling in sound. It's all vibrational disturbances, which is a rate of propagation, not a rate of speed.
Yeah, right. Like how fast a ripple moves isn't the same as throwing a rock into the lake and getting the speed of the. There's two different types of things at play.
Right.
I mean, you could just be on a football field, one end zone and one the other, and I clap my hands, and you see me clap my hands, but it takes a minute or second or two for the sound to get to you. That's the speed of sound.
Yes.
It's that simple. It's not.
No.
It's not any more complicated than that.
I agree. There's a duration of time for that field disturbance to propagate through the medium, but that propagation doesn't involve anything discretely traveling from your hand to my ear. This is all a field disturbance, which is measurable in a rate of propagation, just as light is measured in a rate of induction, not a speed of a photon.
And distance over time we call speed.
Again, when you infer something having speed, there has to be something physically taking part upon that motion of travel, not just the reaction happening and you labeling speed. Like, you have to understand speed infers something physically moving down from A to B.
Well, when you're talking about the speed of sound, aren't you talking about something physically happening? Like that disturbance in the atmos, right? I clap my hands together. I've made a disturbance, right, in the air around me. Now that is traveling at a particular rate, right? Which travels across the room, and I hear it at a particular time. Now I can time this. Now to me, that is the speed of sound. Well, the speed of that disturbance in the air. I don't see that there's anything wrong with calling it the speed of sound, personally.
Well, like I
because
just
it's
told you,
media.
when you invoke speed, something has to discreetly be taking part upon a pathway of travel from A to B. When you make a sound, that sound isn't traveling in a singular direction. It's in a radial expression that's going all directions.
Yeah, I get that. So, but still, but to me, that radial direction would still be constant. Now, depending whether or not there was something in that radial area, there was a tree or a mountain or something, it would disturb that. But
Well,
has
that
anyone mentioned the vacuum yet?
That speed for sound isn't fixed. Neither is it for light. So you can change. You can change that rate of propagation depending on the humidity, the temperature, and the elevation. Therefore, there's nothing to be had as far as what you would colloquially call speed. It's preferably called the rate of induction.
Yeah, because it's obviously medium dependent, right?
Exactly.
So
Yep. Exactly.
But not just medium dependent, like things in the medium, right? Like water, it'll have one rate. Put a whole bunch of salt in the water, you're going to get a different rate. Like, so it's not just like, oh, so it is on so many factors that you can't just be like, oh, this is the speed of sound. No, because there's a billion different speeds of sound, so you can't give a speed of sound.
And the same is true for light.
We can have an average, though. We can have an average, and these averages, we can use these averages with some sort of predictability that are very, very useful. Yes, we can change water when we can put salt in it. Yes, we can change the humidity and all these other bits and bobs, but we can have a base level that we know how there is a rate of travel or something, and use these figures to predict things and use on a day-to-day level. Yeah,
I agree. Predictions are useful, but in science should ultimately be about getting to an explanation and trying to make an inference that speed of sound or speed of light is preferable versus a rate is just a farce, in my opinion.
Right.
I hear
So
what you're
think
saying.
of think of this kind of analogy, right? So when we talk about the speed of sound or the speed of light, sound isn't a thing in and of itself, right? You can't point at the sound, you can't hold the sound, you can't put that sound in a jar and pass it to one another.
No. Yeah.
When you're talking about the speed of something, if we're talking about the speed of a top speed of a Ferrari versus the top speed of a Civic, we can look at the Ferrari. We know what the Ferrari is. We know when the Ferrari starts, where it ends, when it crosses the finish line. Same with the Civic, right? These are two different objects that are traveling from A to B. When you're talking about sound or light, you're talking about things that are emanating in all directions and are
an interaction of more than one thing.
Necessarily, the medium of agitation is what we are calling the sound or the light, but the sound is not something in and of itself.
Yeah.
Right. So
but
it's not sound starting here, ending there. It's a disturbance that takes place in one area and induces through the medium and eventually gets to you.
Yeah.
Meaning the perturbation of that medium is what eventually hits you.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a speed, and that's what, in that sense, it's a rate of induction.
Yeah, but if you want to use the analogy of Civic or Ferrari, you know, also too, that is medium dependent. Like we can do the speed of Ferrari and Civic at sea level, and then we can go up in altitude, and they will have two completely different. So it is also too medium dependent as well. So
well, let me ask you a question, Bandsaw. At the beginning, are you staring at the Civic and the Ferrari at the starting line? And are
definitely.
Are you staring at them at the finish line?
Yep, 100%.
And they're transversing that medium. You can see them the whole entire way. That they are two objects moving from point A to point B. What we have with sound and light is we don't have objects involved in the equation. We just have a medium that is being disturbed.
Right, and same with sound. Same with light. Light isn't a constant speed, as you put it, where I would call it a rate of induction. Light changes that rate of induction depending on the medium that it's traversing, whether it be glass, air, or water. It's going to have a different rate of induction.
So saying
so what category?
So
what
saying
category would shock waves fit into then?
Sorry, there was too many people. I couldn't make sense of what was being said.
I'm just wondering, like, which one is more similar? Like, what's shockwave more similar to? Is there a speed? Yeah,
a disturbance, right? So that would be more similar to sound and light than it would be to like a baseball travel or the Ferrari and Civic.
A shockwave's like getting hit with a big water wave, right? You have this big mass of a medium moving and hitting you, right? Like a shockwave is just a whole bunch of air hitting you, and there's just so much air moving so fast that it creates a thing you can feel, right? Just like water, right? You can stand in water, or you can get fucking launched by it.
Right.
Yeah, shockwave caused by either
it's just
explosion
impressions
or
and refractions. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you look at a pearl necklace and the beads on the necklace, like how that wave will condense upon itself and then transfer to the next portion of medium, and it just repeats that pattern all the way until it fizzles out, so to speak.
Yeah,
Same thing with light.
So with the shockwave, right? If you have some sort of implosion or explosion, you're either expanding or contracting the medium, right? The air or whatever, which is then sending the ripple effect outwards radially from the point of that explosion or implosion. And that those radial waves as they travel outwards are just inducing through the air or the ground or the water or whatever medium they're traversing through. But it's just compressions and rarefactions of these various mediums. So when you say something like,
is like,
so when,
does go on, sorry.
I was just going to say, so when you equate that to something like light, right? So we have this rate of induction that's traveling through the air, and then it hits a medium like glass, and it slows down. But then as it exits glass, it speeds back up because it's entering a less dense medium. So it speeds back up. Now, if it was some type of particle traveling from A to B, we would have no way of explaining how this object can travel at one speed, hit a medium, slow down, and then somehow gain the energy to speed back up as it exits the medium.
Without breaking the law of conservation of energy.
Exactly. Now, the objects would have to do this. So let's say we have water on our course as we're racing the Civic and the Ferrari. As the Ferrari enters the water, it's going to slow down. Now, if there was no more acceleration, it's slowing down as it goes through that water. As it exits, you would have to push on the accelerator to speed it back up, meaning you would have to impart more energy to make up for what has been lost as it traverses the medium of water and then exits it. But when we're talking about,
what if instead of the object, what if it is just energy, right? So you just say it's energy moving, and then
Can you define it?
Well, look, I'm telling you what they would.
Defined energy.
I'm just saying what they'll do. You're like, hey, an object won't do this. An object will never slow down and then speed up magically. How do we reconcile this? Well, don't make it an object, clearly, because objects can't do that. Make it energy, and energy can do whatever the fuck we want it to do.
Well, they try to equate it to an object when it comes to light. They try to say that it's photons, but then even then they say it's a massless particle or a pseudo particle.
Because any amount of matter would be an object and would crash.
Right. It would break the laws of conservation of energy.
Yeah.
If it
It's
was
got to
a
be
particle.
so small that the laws don't apply to it, right? And what's the only thing that's so small that the laws don't apply to it? Something that doesn't exist.
But it's there, but it doesn't exist. It's a pseudo force, but it has a mass, but it doesn't have a mass. This is where we get into the realms of pure imagination, speculation. Yeah.
It's the science equivalent of the soul.
A reification of something rather than the explanation thereof. And this is why I try to tune away from these abstract concepts rather than getting to concise explanations upon a said topic.
All frequency and vibration.
Or more accurately, oscillation.
Oscillation, true.
Have any of you got a lava lamp, or ever had a lava lamp, or ever seen a lava lamp?
Familiar with the lava lamp.
So imagine this, right? The Earth, just saying. So imagine this. So the Earth years ago is just molten lava, right? And then it's in a liquid or whatever like that. Then there's a change, and then part of it shoots up, disengages from the rest of it, and stays up there. And while the bottom bit just cools down again, the light bulb's gone off, and it's cooled down, but that thing is still floating up there. The point is that it kind of reminded me of what our satellites could be, a result of something similar to a lava lamp. Is it energy? Yeah. It's thermal, isn't it? It's thermal, and yeah.
But within the lava lamp, you have the source of this energy, right? You have a light bulb, which is plugged into the wall, which there is constant energy imparted into it. Now, if we wanted to talk about the molten core of the Earth or something like that, where's the creation of this energy? How is it continuing to be created in order for your lava lamp example to equate to reality?
I totally agree. And if we have to take away some variables to make another thing work, then we keep on thinking about those things. But if we have a practical, but basically, I just thought I wanted to say that. So thanks for allowing me to say that.
Yeah, no worries. It's a good idea.
Also, the other things, I'm in catering, and I see similarities of. I'm saying this because it's for me. I study gastronomy, not astronomy. If anyone found that funny. And basically, if you're poaching eggs, you need to get your water simmering. It can't be boiling and it can't be under. And then you add vinegar to it. And when you drop your eggs in, you can spin the water first, then drop your eggs in, and they will solidify. But generally speaking, it'll solidify into a spherical shape because the vinegar, the acid, is causing the plasma to change into that formation of shape. And going back to that lava lamp thing, if you've got plasma in the bottom, and then the more that it heats up, it'll cook and then sort of float. Because the poached eggs will float once they start solidifying. Does that help?
Yeah, within your egg example, right? You're spinning the water, right? So you're creating motion within the water. And then the reason that you get a somewhat spherical shape from that egg is the fact that you have equal external pressure on the outside, which would be pushing inwards, right? So you create the vortex, which draws the egg in, and then you have somewhat equal pressure on the outside, which would give you a kind of spherish type shape to your poached egg.
You'll get a teardrop. Now, if you don't spin the water and you've got enough acidity in the water, you can pretty much get close to that shape and not as perfect, right? So you don't necessarily need to spin the water to get that shape. You can get a more defined shape by spinning the water or having a slight little bit. So I forgot to mention that. I didn't mean to mislead you, mate. But the point was that if you've got a high acid content in the atmosphere or above us, maybe things to do with acid rain, but I know there's two different things. But it's the acidic content of our atmosphere that can contribute to things like cytoplasm or plasma. Cytoplasm is the egg plasm, and it's not plasma, or is it plasma? And it can cause that to float in water.
So the examples you're giving are kind of the opposite of like the gravitational model, right? The egg isn't gravitating inwards on itself. It's because of the external pressures of the water, right? It's the external pressure that is pushing it together. The vortex creates a area for the egg to go into, right? But it's the external pressures of the water that get it to come together in your little teardrop shape for your poached egg. Whereas if we're talking about the planetary system, everything is alleged to be this internal pulling together of gravity, right? Which would be the opposite of what you're saying when you're talking about the poached egg.
But I did mention temperature. What causes the egg to float is, number one, the temperature changes and then causes the egg to float. So I used the same liquid. The only variable that I changed was by adding heat to it. If you didn't have the vinegar, then what would happen is the egg would just basically blend into the water, in a simple term. Yes, your egg yolk is going to stay intact, but if you break... And that was the point, was that acidic is helping keep form, and also the temperature change allowed it to float.
What's that have to do with gravity, though?
I mean, everything in nature follows these archetypical motions, and there's only about, I want to say, 4 categories. You've got force and motion, inertia, acceleration, charge to discharge, centrifugal, and centripetal. Nothing in nature travels from A to B in a direct line. It's always curved linear. Hopefully that helps.
I'm just trying to understand what it has to do with gravity.
We weren't even talking about gravity. The poached egg started to bring gravity into the equation.
I just heard you say gravity.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about the propagation of light. Actually, initially, the original conversation that was taking place was orbital mechanics, the laws of motion, and trying to equate centrifugal, or I'm sorry,
So nothing to do with gravity.
centripetal. Hold on, Realm. You weren't here when the original conversation was taking place with Kosho, trying to explain the orbital mechanics and how Copernicus and everybody put together the orbital mechanics, and he tried to equate the central, I think it was the centrifugal force, right? To they understood this because they put a ball on a string and swung it around, and then tried to create the math equations for the balls in the sky to spin around each other. And then we were trying to point out, well, within the example you have here on Earth, you have a string that's attached to it that has tension, right? Which is creating the orbital motion. So where is the string? Where is that force? Where is that tension when it comes to the planetary motions?
Yeah, well, check it.
And their only answer was gravity.
Well, what's so funny about it is if you actually look at it, so they, instead of taking the Earth as the absolute frame of reference, which it is, and that's how it's used, they say it's the sky that's absolute. And so then whenever they get the centrifugal force and then this Coriolis force, like if you have a system that's rotated from the outside, it will have an effect of motion on the interior of, say, a sphere. Like if you had a hollow out sphere, that's an actual force. But when they flipped the table over to where the sky was the absolute frame of reference, then they had to introduce fictitious forces, which is why in that paradigm, Coriolis is just a fictitious force. And I can literally show quotes from the top level people and the people that brought it to you, explaining that problem, including Einstein himself. So, I mean, the whole confusion between centripetal and centrifugal and then Coriolis being fictitious, that's all based on the, reifying the Copernican principle, and then therefore the Earth can't be absolute. It has to be the relative reference frame. So the long story short, they need the effect of the actual force, but within the heliocentric paradigm, they have to claim it's fictitious.
But I believe that I.
Go ahead.
I believe that I was branching off from that orbital mechanics, irrelevance of gravity, that you can do these sort of things with a chemical reaction, a chemical thing, a thermal. You can do the orbital mechanics using things like that. You just got to know what the medium is. You got to, and that's it.
Your poached egg in no way, shape, or form is any type of example of orbital mechanics. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and orbital mechanics is just the motion of the celestial bodies relative to the Earth, and we don't know what medium they're in, and that's
all orbital mechanics is nothing more than gyromagnetic precession, or which is no different than Lamar frequency on the micro scale. These are all things that are seeking the lowest null pressure point between two objects. There's no fixed orbit to where things will be locked into this zone, so to speak, of rotation around one another. They'll always come together after some time. So this whole centric model is based on a false premise, lack of understanding.
Well, they claim that it will come together over time. So they claim eventually the Earth would crash into the sun. Right. So, or do they just either that's what their math shows and they ignore it, or they do openly claim it? I can't remember. It's like when you look at Don Pettit do the static needle with water droplets, and it starts to create the orbits around the static needle, but eventually the bubbles crash into the needle.
Yes, mate. I watched that.
Okay. Yeah, he's clearly on a vomit comet, and he just rubs a needle on a fabric to get electrostatic charge, and then so basically the only way they can even show it is use electrostatics, and it shows the fundamental problem with it.
Or are you going to explain it? Or was that?
No. I was agreeing with you. I think if you're the person that sent me the thing, New Perspective possibly, showed me this video of exactly what you're talking about. I think we might have been in microgravity, but might not. But exactly what you're talking about, where the static charge is causing the object to revolve around the other object. Now, whatever shape that object is under contention. But exactly that. A lot of people are mentioning hydrostatic. Hydro is hydrogen. It's basically that obvious. So we're dealing with hydrogen and static behavior up above, I believe, around an object.
The facts are very simple, and that's there's an ether drift, and that the sky moves with the drift that moves over top of the earth, and it can be measured and proven the sidereal motion of the sky relative to the absolute reference frame of the earth. And the globe earth paradigm hijacks that and reverses it, but they can't invoke Michelson-Gell because Michelson-Morley showed that there was an orbital motion. And of course, for the earth to be spinning, it also has to revolve. But the very simple fact is that there's an ether drift, and so there's a field of energy in a different medium than we've been told that creates this entire motion, and it's all connected all the way down to the surface. And that's just what it is.
And which way do you think everything is moving within that ether? Do you think it's moving west, or do you think everything's moving east? Because I've got it that there's a possibility everything could be moving east, except for the stars. That's having two sine waves of the same thing coming at each other from two different directions, and therefore giving yourself retrograde. There's two sine waves, the same shape, but they're not in line with each other. They're slightly out of line with each other. Therefore, you'll get retrogrades and stuff like that. But they're coming. All the planets are moving east, and the stars are moving west. You've got a mix-up of flow, haven't you? I think that's what's happening. The ecliptics seem to be tied into the magnetic equator. It's the same shape, it's the same everything. And it's like the ecliptics are the magnetics, but we're looking at it from the wrong location on Earth. I think that's what's happening.
The whole problem of lack of understanding is because science is yet to explain space. They think space is like this essence of something rather than the absence of a thing. And space, we only have space due to a divergent centrifugal magnetic field. That's the creation of space, and it couldn't be any other way. So what I'm telling you is magnetism is involved in everything. And unless you can accurately explain magnetism, you're going to be left with this paradigm of disillusion to make up for the lack of understanding.
Yeah, interesting. Barium is magnetic, and it's used in the dye when they're doing the CAT scan. So what is the CAT scan doing to the barium that it needs it to be magnetic for it to glow? You know what I'm saying? There's something about something. But funny enough, the barium is mixed with iodine. There could be iodine in our atmosphere, in space. All these elements that we do know and elements that we don't know, and we suspect they exist and stuff like that. These are all telltale signs of stuff that's around us in nature. Our human body is made up of many, many elements. A lot more than people think that it's just water and carbon and a couple of other things. There's a shitload of metal in our blood. There's a shitload of everything. And, when they say that, the world or it's in you, these sayings where they say it's all to do with the human body and things like that, then maybe that's why they're called gastronomy, because they have something in common, and I see the natural effects of gastronomy on a daily basis, and I'm just trying to throw that into the mix of how I understand and how I compare or put that together type of thing. Thanks.
You're welcome, man.
Well, hydrogen is the connecting factor to all material within the universe. Like literally every single element on the periodic table is a harmonic constituent of hydrogen. So there's your common factor.
You believe in elements, Dyson?
Harmonic constituent.
Why wouldn't I?
What the fuck is a harmonic?
Do you believe? Do you believe that elements are made of electrons and neutrons and protons?
I don't deny the atom, but I do deny the electron.
All right. So what separates a hydrogen atom from a helium atom for you?
Electrons aren't real. You're on a computer. You're on a computer talking over the internet, and electrons aren't real.
We got paid NASA shill. There goes the conversation.
Well, no, you just said
computers are
electrons
real.
aren't real.
But I don't.
I'll cover with it.
Just direct all your
Hello?
questions to paid NASA shill. He'll answer everything for you.
Because
You
we
just
have
said electrons aren't
computers
real.
isn't because we have electrons isn't proof of electrons.
Actually, it pretty much is, because if you have any idea how a transistor works, you'd understand that. But okay.
Yeah, it kind of is, Ben. So, you know, computers were only discovered after we understood how, well, not discovered, but they were created after we understood how electrons work. You know, it's a big component in it. It's like,
Well, we have power
it's
sources.
irrefutable
Yes, mate.
evidence.
Yeah, we've got power sources and on-off switches in computers.
No, but
I'll
not
agree
the
with all
power
that.
source. Not the power source. How it runs, its operating system, its a motherboard, all of that. There's electrons involved in all of that, Ben. So, you know.
Yeah.
Sending a
When you
signal from when you send an email, you know, like it's not just turning the computer on that we're talking about. It's the whole operation. It's based on the idea of electrons.
Electrons being the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction, right?
No, that's totally Ken Wheeler bullshit, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand
Actually,
what
Ken
you
Wheeler
said.
wasn't the one who said that. So thanks for the
Hey,
ad hom. That was J.J. Thompson, quote by J.J. Thompson.
Yeah,
Can somebody moderate paid NASA shill? He's destroying the conversation.
Hold on, Dyslow. Hold on, Dyslow. It hasn't got out of control yet.
So when did
Really ad homing?
Yeah.
Ad homing, hand wave dismissal, inaccurate claims. I mean, he's doing all of the above. What?
Okay, then we'll just get back
your
to
opinion.
it. Just get back to it.
Yeah, but that's all standard for a baller, right? Like all hand wave dismissal ad homs, like that's all.
Look who's talking about hand wave dismissal.
Come on, guys.
Didn't
Get back to
J.J.
a
Thompson
conversation.
discover the electron?
Yeah.
Actually.
J.J.
Amazing.
Thompson.
Yeah, he discovered the electron. Amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Paid, what's the charge equated to within your charge carrying particle, i.e., the electron? Can you explain what the charge is, please? While I'm listening.
Oh, you know what they are. I'm not gonna. If you don't know what they are, then
So you don't want to answer. You just want to chime in.
Mm.
You just want to chime in with trash talk, but when it comes time to answing a question,
I
you
don't
want to
need
play
your
games.
If you're
Hold
going
on,
to deny
Paige.
the
Go ahead
electron,
and explain it.
if you're going to
Go ahead
deny
and
the
explain it,
electron, if you're going to deny the electron, I'm not going to sit here and give you a lecture on it.
Explain the electron. I'm asking you what the
I'm not
charge
giving you a
is in your
lecture on
electron.
it.
It's a probability cloud. It's a probability distribution cloud.
Isn't it true that the charge of the electron is not understood?
Yes, that is
Charge
accurate.
isn't understood. They don't understand
I don't
charge.
understand it.
They
Can
say
Paige
charge is
explain
spin.
it to me?
According to who, Howard?
Oh, I don't know.
What
I'd
do you
heard
mean?
that somewhere, and I just was. I mean, if he's asking for an explanation for something that we don't actually have an explanation for, but
Well, you
and I may
should.
be wrong. Correct me on that.
No,
I'd like to
you're
know.
right. You're right.
No,
You're
I was just
absolutely
curious
right.
as to where you got that from. That's why I asked according to who.
Well, Paige said he knew, and I don't understand. So,
I don't
Paige, if
know.
you
I
could
can't
explain it
tell
to
you.
me. Paige asked the show. You said you knew what it was, but
Oh,
you didn't
yeah.
want to explain it.
Oh no, if
But
you're gonna,
I don't know what it is. Could you
if you're gonna,
explain it to me?
no, if you're gonna deny it, I'm not even gonna try, because
I'm not denying it. I just saying
I know
don't
better. I know better
I'm just
than to
saying
talk
I don't
to people.
understand it.
I know
just
better. I know better than to talk to people that
Well,
say no. I'm just gonna waste my
I didn't
time.
say
And
no.
at the end,
I
you're gonna say
don't
nuh-uh.
understand what your conception is here. Can you explain it to me, please?
If
I'd
you
like
don't
to
already
hear it.
believe, if you don't already believe what he believes, there's no
It's not a
point.
belief, sir.
He
This is
can't
a
talk to you.
scientific. It's not a
Well, yeah,
belief system, sir.
because we deny the globe. So what are you doing here, paid NASA shill? You might as well leave.
I'd like to hear it, NASA.
No, I know you would. Why don't you Google it yourself?
I might say no. Well, because I'm here in a chat room, so save me googling.
No,
right?
I'm not gonna save you googling. You're gonna have to do some of the work yourself.
Oh God. Okay, then. Well, then maybe just sit back and relax.
I just heard some Ken Wheeler type bullshit. Now you say JJ
No,
Thompson
No,
discovered in
it had
1897.
nothing to do with Ken Wheeler. It was JJ Thompson, apparently. So don't
Yeah, in
be voting.
1897 when he was trying to
Okay,
explain
then.
what he'd seen. That's
Yeah,
just
but
a
I've
while
heard
ago.
Somebody
I've
say
heard
his
some
God
things.
isn't real. He's got to
I've
chime
heard
in and
some.
say, "Oh, electrons are real. Don't be saying they're not
Yeah, I
real."
know. Well, we know a few things more than Thompson did in 1897. Just a couple.
I don't know. Maybe just sit back and relax and listen to people that want to have a conversation instead of trying to maybe mock the conversation. NASA.
Hey.
That might be a good idea.
Well, no, I just heard someone denying an electron, which when you're talking over the internet is actually hilarious. But
Pate, I've only heard JJ Thompson's explanation of an electron. Do you have a more modern, up to date explanation?
Actually, and you can do it too if you would like. You know,
Can you explain it to me?
Grade science.
Can you explain it to me though?
No, I can't explain it to you because you already denied it.
Right. So typically, if there's something that I understand, I can explain it to somebody, even a young child. Typically.
No, actually, because you deny it, I'm not even going to attempt it. No, sir, I'm not going to attempt to explain it to you.
Stop divining other people's thoughts, Paid, and stick with yourself.
No, I'm not going to try to explain.
Imagine not being able to explain Santa.
I'm not going to try to explain.
You can't explain Santa because nobody believes him, right? You couldn't explain about the guy, the reindeer. You couldn't do any of that if they didn't.
I'm not going to try to explain quantum theory to someone who denies the existence of electrons.
All right. You've made it. Okay, hold on.
You can't explain Santa to anyone that denies Santa.
He ain't. Look, you've made it clear, NASA, that you don't want to engage. So just put yourself on mute and sit back and relax. All right, because I don't want to get involved in a shit show. Okay, please. Thank you.
I think the only thing that he made clear is that he doesn't have a basic understanding of it. Otherwise, he'd be able to explain it to us. So that's fine.
I can't.
And I think it's been said that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics.
Yeah, it's fine.
Also, if you understand something, it should be simplified enough to explain to a barmaid.
No.
And you don't.
I don't know why you guys brought him back in. Why did you guys bring him back in?
Why didn't we proceed the conversation?
I was quiet here, ready to move on.
Yeah.
I was quiet.
Let's move on, guys.
I was quiet, ready to move on, and someone else attacked me.
The idea.
Let the tension not be on that.
You don't understand. I mean, here you are denying the existence of electrons, and you want me to explain quantum theory to you.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Paige. You always
shut the fuck up yourself.
You already bitched about that.
Yeah, and I was quiet, and someone else brought it back up.
Yeah,
all right?
and now you keep dragging it out, just like they did. They should have left you alone. You should shut up right now. Go back on mute.
You should also. Please shut up yourself.
All right. Well, is there anyone else who believes in electrons that can explain what the charge is within this particle?
Yeah, but before I answer that question, Daiso, I still need an answer from you. What to you is the difference between an electron? Between a helium atom and a hydrogen atom, or any element on the periodic table? What according to you separates elements?
Well, I would say that would be the ethereal realm. I would say this is why atoms. Excuse me. He asked me a question. I believe. I don't think he asked you, Paid. Do you have a problem with interrupting every single conversation you come into?
What's the ethereal realm?
Do you have like an ADD or something?
Can we get on with it? Sheesh.
Yeah, don't have sugar for breakfast. But yeah, this is why atoms never touch. All right. There's a space between the atoms, just as there's the space within the atom being 99.9% empty space. But they never come together. Why is that?
But what separates, or what makes a carbon atom different from a helium atom? What makes one element different from the other?
Properties.
What properties?
Probably the properties of its makeup.
Yeah, why is gold different than silver? Because it's a physically different object, right? If you're going to,
but what makes them different?
The physical makeup, right? Like you can have a circle that is different than a square because of its physical makeup. So you have a leaf or wood, it is physically different, right, than gold.
Why?
Because the Millen Index says so.
What? The what?
There's
The
such thing as
Millen
different
Index,
materials.
which explains the latticing between atoms.
No, and explain. Look, we're not going into explain now. Like there's explain is when you start theorizing, right? Like the fact that there are different objects, that's fact, right? Like we don't have to start getting into the hold on, man, hold on, come on. We don't have to get into the philosophy of what makes gold different than wood to agree that gold and wood are physically different, right? And this is everybody loves to go into the philosophy instead of the reality.
Did any of you pass high school chemistry or not?
NASA, enough. Don't make me mute you, NASA, please.
This is basic high school chemistry.
Doesn't matter. Don't come in with your little backhanded little quick there, mate. I'm not gonna put up with it. I've asked very nicely to engage in a productive conversation, and asking and putting in comments like that is not productive, and it's just asking to get muted.
Yeah, but
well, I didn't
basic
pass high school
chemistry
chemistry, so I would like Paid Nessa Schill to explain to me
Yeah,
how they're
explain
separate and
basic
different.
high school chemistry. Yeah, right.
Yep,
To
no,
someone-
didn't pass it. So can you
Well,
explain it to me
someone
simply?
who's talking about the ethereal realm. You want me to explain chemistry to you?
No, I didn't say anything about the ethereal realm.
over the
But you
internet.
asked about high school chemistry. I didn't
Here we
pass it.
go
You
again.
Made some sort of connotation
Well,
as
maybe-
to the
maybe-
various elements. Can you
maybe you
can you tell me how they're different?
Yeah, maybe you should get like a high school chemistry book.
Wait,
and
you
read
know what?
that.
Hold on, just real quick, Bandsaw. So look what happened. So Nate and Dicelo were having a conversation. Nate asked Dicelo a question. Dicelo started answering, and this fucking troll has now derailed the conversation. Just fucking kick him out of here.
And I have asked many a times, and his name gets brought up, and then when he speaks, people engage with him.
No, that didn't happen now. That did not happen now. Dicelo was trying to answer Nate, and Paid came in and started bawling about the ethereal state. He's derailed the conversation.
So, NASA, just put yourself on mute, and Dicelo and Nate, get back to it. All right, no more warnings, NASA. I've asked very nicely, and it's late here, so my patience is wearing thin.
You still there, man? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, buddy, you're there.
Yeah.
You're there.
Is Dicelo still here?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, all right. So I mean, you gave me an answer. I don't really understand it, but fine. So I'll try and answer your question. You asked what is an electron, or what is charge? What was your question?
Yeah, what's the charge within your charged carrying particle, i.e. your electron?
Oh.
Because how science explains it is you have this hollow sphere, like a bubble, so to speak, which travels down a pathway, and at the end of the road, 1,000 coulomb jump out of this clown car, equating to one electron, one termination of an electron. So what is this charge? So what is this charge within your electron that's being carried? Because they say electricity is a thing in itself. However, there's a charge and a particle that are, from your model, the necessary constituents to have electricity. So I'm just trying to differentiate between the particle versus the charge, and making sense in what the charge is, if electricity isn't just one thing, but the relationship between these two things.
Okay. So charge, generally when we talk about charge in physics, it's not just related to electrical charges. There are different types of charges. The main types are color, flavor, and electric charge.
Hold on, let me stop you.
Oh, come on,
I'm
man.
not
Okay,
asking,
Dicelo, listen, this is not
Yeah.
going to work. If you ask me a question, answer it yourself. Ask me the question again, and when I start trying to answer it, you interrupt me. I know you were concise, yes, but I want to give a bit of background before I get into answering what charge
Okay,
is.
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. So there are these different type of charges we have. And basically what charge is it's considered an intrinsic fundamental property of a particle that determines what kind of forces it'll interact with. So electric charge tells you this force interacts with the electromagnetic force. Color charge tells you this force interacts with the strong nuclear force. Flavor charge tells you this force interacts with the weak nuclear force. So all charge is an intrinsic property determining what forces this particle is able to interact with. And then determining whether it's a negative or a positive electrical charge just depends on the magnetic dipole moment this item would have. So for example, if you had two magnets and they repelled each other, then you know that you have like charges, interacting there. And then to determine whether or not, okay.
Okay, let me just ask you this: is there electrons involved with a magnet or a magnetic field naturally?
Charged particles are involved, yes. So it can be electrons or protons.
So if I were to take a voltmeter to just a standard old N35 neodymium Gauss magnet, I can generate an amount of voltage from that magnet alone.
If you had a charged one?
If I had a magnet and I put a voltmeter to the magnet, can I generate voltage from that magnet alone?
You would have to put that magnet into motion. So a magnetic field put into motion becomes an electric field, and then you would be able to have your voltage. But as long as that magnetic field remains static, I don't think so.
Okay, so if I take a magnet and I move the magnet, you're saying I can generate voltage?
No, you need to put the electrons into motion. So run them through a current, and then you're going to have your voltage.
Because as far as I'm aware, there's a magnetic component involved with any electrical and all electrical fields that is inseparable due to the fact that electricity is not a thing in itself, rather than a hydra comprised of a magnetic and electrical inductance together. So which should tell you that electricity is not a thing in itself, rather than relationship between these two inducing factors of the magnetic field, which destroys your analogous description of an electron.
Oh, really? Because, okay, hang on. Who's making all that noise?
Realm, your hot micing.
Sorry.
Sorry. All right. So I agreed with the first part you said, Dyslo, that these two type of fields are, there was a phrase you said. Okay, but they depend on each other. You can't have an electric field if you don't have a magnetic field, right? So you put that magnetic field into motion to create the electric field, and then they propagate.
But you can have a magnetic field by itself.
Yes, you can, Dyslo. You can have a magnetic field by itself. I did not deny that. What I'm saying is, if you want to have an electric field, you take your magnetic field and you put it into motion. That's what will give you a current and voltage and all of these things related to electricity. So I agree with you. They are intrinsic, right? They are intrinsic, but the rest of what you said, I'm not sure about.
Well, simply just putting a magnet into motion will not generate electricity.
It's not the magnet. It's the magnetic field you put into motion. Throwing a magnet is not going to create electricity. No.
Would you say that there's ever so a magnetic field surrounding a magnet at all times?
You asking me, does a magnet always have a magnetic field surrounding it?
Yeah, due to the fact that they're synonymous. I mean, the magnetic field.
I would say a magnet would always have a magnetic field surrounding it, because a magnet is a magnetic dipole. Because it has a north and a south pole, that will create a magnetic field. So yes.
So we have a magnetic field involved with the magnet. Therefore, moving the magnet, i.e., the magnetic field, doesn't generate any sort of electrical conductance or capacitance. This is all.
Yeah, but Dyslow, moving a magnet is not the same thing as accelerating a magnetic field. Like I said, if you throw a magnet in the air, that's moving it. You're not going to see electricity all of a sudden. You got to accelerate the magnetic field. It's when you take these electrons and you accelerate them through a current that you get electricity. Right? So just having a magnet standing still is not going to do anything. You got to, you know, put its electrons into motion.
I have a question. When you say when you move the magnet through a current, you create the electric field.
Magnetic field.
Right. When you
move the electrons through a current.
Hold on, man. When you move the magnetic field through a current, then you create electricity. Wouldn't the current that you're talking about already imply that there's an electrical field there? What do you mean by current?
Okay, so what I mean is a current is caused when you have electrons, you know, accelerated, right? So when you accelerate electrons, you create a current. And the electrons, when stationary, just create a magnetic field, but when accelerated, that's when they create your electric field.
Well,
sorry for getting my words mixed up.
I would say that
all of this off memory.
I would say electricity is not a thing in itself, rather than an entity comprised of two constituents for its existence. And this would be the reason why the dielectric induction voltage is always proportional to the rate of increase of the magnetic field, of which this is so deemed the electric circuit. So comprising these two field modalities, we have these conjugate pairs, meaning the magnetic times the dielectric equals quantity of electrification.
I agree with bits of what you said.
Let me just say, the current model, right? Like electrons are not what makes a magnetic. Magnetic fields are based on light and light energy, right? It's not electrons. Like when you have a magnet, electrons are not pushing the metal to the magnet. That's not how science accepts the magnet. So
no, that is what science says. You say it was totally wrong.
Bro, it's not electrons.
Light has nothing to do with electrons. Light is created by photons.
And electrons have nothing to do with magnetism.
Yes, they do.
A magnetic field is not made of electrons. A magnetic
field is made of energy. I'm not saying it's made of electrons.
Okay, hold on.
So what I'm saying
wait.
No, let me clarify
Energy is light. Hang on. Energy is light, not an electron. An electron is not considered just energy. It's an electron. Now, light is considered just energy. So when you said the magnetic field is not made of electrons, it's made of energy. Yeah, I know. That's my point.
Okay, but no one said it's made of
it's not
electrons.
made of electrons. It's
yeah,
not electrons.
No one said. Yeah, I agree with you, bro. No one said magnetic fields are made of electrons. What I said is Yo, please let me talk. So what I said is electrons create magnetic fields. And when you accelerate electrons, they create electrical fields. Fields are just made of energy. It's just a transfer of energy.
Okay.
You know, it's like a mathematical...
hold on.
Yo, I'm not done, bro. Please. It's like a mathematical medium we've created to help us explain how energy is transferred from one place to another. So we use fields to explain that. But these fields are created by particles of matter, such as electrons and protons.
So the magnetic field is created by electrons. That's your claim.
That's my claim, sir.
That's a problem.
So you need to Google what science says a magnetic field is, and it will not tell you electrons. It will tell you it's just energy.
Right.
So you're completely either misunderstanding the model.
Why don't I Google
wrong.
What creates magnetic fields?
Go check it out. It's not going to be electrons, my man. I've already been through this 1,000 times.
Yeah, so I'm Googling what creates magnetic fields. Because as I've said, magnetic fields are made of energy, but they're created by electrons.
Well, an electron is not energy.
According to Google,
right? Hold on. According to logic.
Whoa! You told me to Google it, so let me read what Google says. All right, let me read what Google says. You told me to Google it.
They're made of
Please
energy.
don't cut me off. According to official science, atoms can generate magnetic fields because of electrons, which move around the core, producing the magnetic field by induction. There you go.
So the magnetic field in and of itself is not made of electrons, right?
It's not. I agreed with you, bro.
Okay,
Who said
so
it's
what
made
is
of electrons?
okay,
What
okay.
is your argument?
Hang on. You're
You don't even
interrupting
have
me.
an argument right now. You're
I
being
do.
stupid.
Let me finish. So the magnetic field which moves the metal is not made of electrons, right? So electrons are not moving the metal because the magnetic field is not made of electrons, right? So the magnetic field, what is moving the metal? Just pure energy, like light?
Well, a magnetic field is actually a dielectric field.
Hold on, let him answer, because it's his model it's his understanding of magnetism that's under attack. So he thought it was the electron. So what is moving the metal? Just the pure energy.
You just don't understand what I'm saying, man. So
I do understand.
All right, then let me answer to make sure. Right? So I'll say it again for the third time. Fields, all sorts of fields, magnetic, gravitational, electric, are made of energy, but they are created, induced, brought about by particles. Electric fields are created by electrons and protons, right? If you have a stationary charged particle, a stationary charge, you'll just have a magnetic field. But if you will accelerate that charge, it creates a electric field. But that electric field isn't made of electrons, it's made of energy. I agree with you.
Okay.
But it is created, I'm not done, but it is created by electrons.
That's not what I'm interested in. So you're straw manning. Hold on, let me get my point. I don't care what created it. I care about the it. So when you're talking about the it, you're talking about a field of energy, not a field of electrons, right?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, and energy is not a physical. And energy is not a physical object, right?
Physical like matter, no.
Okay, so you're having a non-material concept, basically, because if it's not an object, it's a concept. So what moves the metal, in your understanding, is a concept that isn't an object, just energy, right? This is where science gets us. Just energy moves it. How? We don't know, just energy.
Well,
what is
I'd
energy?
like to.
I don't know what you're saying now, but yeah.
I'd like to touch on that actually, because I heard him. No, it's not gibberish.
Yeah, nobody understands it. Gibberish.
I got it. I got you, dude. I'm going to quote C.P. Steinmetz in his book, Electrical Discharges, Waves, and Impulses. He says, in electrical circuits containing energy stored in the magnetic and the dielectric field, the change in the amount of stored energy occurs by a series of changes from magnetic to dielectric and back again from dielectric to magnetic stored energy. The magnetic and the dielectric field of the conductors are both included in the term electric field and are the two components of the electric field. So right there should tell you that electricity is not a thing in itself, nor is it the flow of electrons, due to the fact that you have a magnetic component simultaneously involved. Here's another quote. He says, many textbooks speak of the electric charges on the conductor and the energy stored by them without considering that the dielectric energy is not on the surface of the conductor, but in the space outside the conductor, just as also is the magnetic energy. So there's a huge relationship here. Anytime you have an electric field, always having a magnetic field involved in it. And we can have a magnetic field without an electrical field, which should tell you that electricity is induced by, not created by, a magnetic field.
I 100% agree with you, Dicelo. And I said that, I told you that a magnetic field is created by stationary electrons. And when you accelerate those electrons, then you have an electric field. If those electrons stay still, all you'll have is a magnetic field. You'll have no electric field. So they are concurrent. When you have an electric field, you have a magnetic field emanating from the source at a perpendicular angle, right? The right-hand rule. So I totally agree with everything you say.
Yeah.
It's just now you just don't want to attribute it to electrons. You want to attribute it to something else. And I'm still not clear as to what it is, this something else that you are saying causes charge. Because as far as I know, when it comes to something that's dielectric, the idea is no current can flow through this because there's, the particles within it are packed tightly and close together, right? There's no electrons that are able to move freely and cause a current. I mean, that's all we mean when we say dielectric.
It seems, Nate, that if we're talking about magnetism or energy, like magnetism and energy,
I don't, bro. Sorry.
But they go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other, almost. Like they go hand in glove.
Yeah, but I agree with Dysel. You can have a magnetic field without an electric field, but you'll rarely find an electric field without a magnetic field. Dysel and I agree on that, Benson.
Okay, then, but can you create that magnetic field in the first place without having created a electric field? Can you create a magnet without an electric field being imposed on something? Can you?
Yes.
How?
Yeah.
How can I create a magnet without imparting some sort of electric field on it?
You want to have by having a dielectric material. That's what Dysel's talking about right now, Benson.
Yeah, but
if you have something that's dielectric, it's not creating electricity, but it still has some sort of.
It's the loss of the dielectric field, which is what breeds the magnetic field. Magnetism is the dielectric field attributionally, and that the loss of energy of the dielectric forms magnetism. So logically, magnetism should be called dielectric dissipation, such that and analogously, magnetism would be akin to water or ice, and the dielectric akin to steam. And ice, water, and steam are all one and the same thing, but due to their pressure and temperature, are conceptualized as different entities. And the same is true for magnetism in the relation to dielectric. So the attribute of magnetism, such that its force and motion itself, is the creation wakefront of a divergent magnetic field that manifests space, and further therefore the measure of which is time. And space nor time are things themselves whatsoever, despite what you've been taught. They're ultimately nothing more than what a shadow is, not a thing itself, but the absence of a thing. And the absence is energy, or the dielectric.
So to answer, I'm not sure what Dyslo said now. I'm trying my best to follow you and understand you, Dyslo, but it's very difficult. But to answer your question, Ben, so if I was at home and I wanted to create a magnetic field, yes, I would just run an electric current through something. I would use electricity. I think that's what you are alluding to. But naturally, magnets that we, lodestones and natural magnets we find in the ground, they don't, that's not how they're made,
Really? So what they?
So the way they come about is
because. Well, how do they come about? Are they not?
I was going to tell you.
Produce. Well, I'm going to give my theory, like lightning strikes and these sorts of things. How do we know that that's not how they were?
But these are things like deep.
Yeah, go, Nate. Sorry, I jumped all over the top of you. I know, buddy. Go, buddy.
No, but are you done with what you want to say? Lightning strike?
I jumped all over the top of you, man. I got excited.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, but the reason magnetism comes about is due to QED, right? Quantum electrodynamics explains that pretty well. It's just due to objects having a magnetic dipole moment, Benson.
I would say the magnetodielectric elasticity, or the atomic and molecular nature of the object, defines the ability to become a magnet and to what strength. And it's been demonstrated that we can polarize strawberries and living frogs in a strong enough magnetic field, but only temporarily. And most neodymium magnets are magnetized with 2400 volts and 12 amps DC. And a magnet is just a point source object, which is essentially a field laser, which is both, obviously useful. But outside of that, this field phenomena is ab extra, or outside the physical object itself. And as such, is a qualitative change resultant object whose quantitative nature is 100% unchanged from before it becomes a magnet versus after. So there's no anatomical or molecular indifference before an object becomes magnetized versus after. This is all due to qualitative indifferences.
So so it's due to its magnetic dipole moment. And so basically, for example, natural magnets underground, they have a special property called magnetite. Yeah. And in order to, so what I'm gonna say is not really gonna answer your question, but in order to test its magnetic dipole moment, you would need to run this through a magnetic field, and then it would align, spin up, or spin down. You know, and that tells us that this thing is magnetized.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get
Yeah.
the lodestones and all that sort of stuff. But
yeah, I feel like I haven't answered your question ever.
No, because my basic understanding of magnets, and as you know, it's only very, very basic that you have to run a charge around something. You got to put it through an electric field. Now, knowing that about how I can make a magnet, right, I would then transpose that into Mother Nature, and that these lodestones perhaps are created through some sort of energy field as well, whether that's a strike of lightning or whatever, but there's been some sort of energy put into it. They just don't get there through nothing.
It's Earth's magnetic field. That's what magnetizes things.
Well, part of the problems when understanding field dynamics
Does that
is
answer your question?
people think that a more powerful magnet should have a bigger magnetic field, which is contrary. The more powerful magnet actually has a smaller spatial footprint of influence, and this is due to the fact that a magnet is far less a magnet as implied a magnetic object than it is a dielectric double vortex of a conjugate magnetodielectric field system with both field incommensurability but also field coherency, as the attributional nature dictates of a point source system. So a more powerful magnet has a far more powerful counterspatial dielectric hyperbole geometry, which sits over either pole. Typically, a N35 Gauss magnet should have a large spatial as meant magnetism field. As you increase the power of the magnet to a N40 or N50, it becomes much smaller. And an ultra high power permanent magnet rated at N55 and higher has a much smaller spatial palpable magnetic field or footprint. And all power in a magnet is translational upon and to the dielectric, not to magnetism. So this is why humans have always been confused with the loss of power. For example, like a true power would be a softball sized lump of plutonium, but humans believe that the explosion is the power, but in fact it's the impotence of power. And a magnet's magnetism is impotence of power is manifest in divergence, centrifugal magnitude, and the creation of space. So true power of a magnet is always the dielectric hyperbole geometry, which terminates in counter space, as is visible under
you're
the counter cell.
monologuing, dude. You're just monologuing now, and nobody's understanding anything you're saying.
Well, no,
Well,
I
speak
do.
for
I mean,
yourself,
this comes straight out of Kenneth Wheeler's third book of the true nature of light and magnetism.
See,
It's right out of the book. It's word for word. That's literally he's right.
Yeah, it was interesting
he just
what
read the
Andy and
book?
Nate were talking about. Yeah, he's reading right off the PDF.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to help you out since you're like stuck
All
in
right,
this
but
fantasy
I mean,
world.
Dyslo,
not helping though.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah, it's
helping
not
at all.
helping.
Instead of reading word for word, can't you put that into your own words or layman terms?
It sounds just. I mean, it's just.
Well, I'm explaining to you why a 5-watt laser is more dangerous than a 5-watt light bulb.
I know, but humans.
So you're putting a whole bunch of words that don't have any colloquial sense, and you're putting them together like a dielectric energy field. Like,
all right, listen.
Hold on.
Let
me finish. I'm trying to visualize. Like when you're speaking, I'm trying to visualize in my head the concepts of what you're talking about. And when you say dielectric invisible field, I just can't. So most of the stuff, 95% of what you said, I cannot visualize, and I have no idea what you're talking about.
This is why
to give you a little background, the dielectric field is magnetism. All right, in Kenneth Wheeler's book, the dielectric field is the magnetism. So when he's talking about a dielectric, you're thinking of a material that will block an electric. You know what I mean? Like a dielectric.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't understand what he's talking about.
A field of dielectric, which would be the magnetism itself. Go ahead.
If I was going to talk about a softball, you would know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, because we know what a softball is. And if you didn't, I could explain it. Leather, if you didn't know what leather is, skin of a cow, I can explain it. He can't do that with any of these words. He just says,
I can though. And that's why I always try to explain to you guys these two conjugate geometries.
How can you explain them if you're just reading it from a PDF? They're
There's
not.
a visual. Hold up.
Have you
There's a
invented, created, or discovered
visualization.
anything?
I've listened to Ken Wheeler. I've listened to
Because
Ken
if you
Wheeler.
haven't,
He's a
if you
fucking
haven't,
sham.
if you haven't invented, created, or discovered anything for yourself, then you're just parroting someone else. I'm sorry, I choose to parrot someone who's more accurate and concise than what you've been given. I'm sorry it triggers you,
He's
but
not
I'm
accurate.
more
He's
than
just
willing.
making it up.
You're interrupting
if it's
me.
accurate, how come I have no idea?
You're interrupting me. You got to pay attention when I try to explain to you the premise of understanding, which is these conjugate field expressions. And I simplify it in telling you that the dielectric field is a hyperbole geometry, no different than an hourglass shape, where the magnetic field is a toroidal field, no different than the donut shape. And the hourglass and the
What is
donut
taking that shape? What is taking that shape?
The dielectric is
It's a
taking the
physical
hourglass
object, right?
shapes. The magnetic
What
field
is taking that shape?
The dielectric field is taking the shape of this centripetal converging hyperbole geometry, which is
So
no
that
different.
That field needs to be a physical. Hold on. That field needs to be a physical object in order to have a shape.
Right.
Okay. So what physical object is that field made out of?
It's made out of a magnetic field. So the
but
dielectric.
Hold on. Stop. Gotta stop you. A magnetic field is not a material, right? Like what?
A magnetic field. Yeah.
Just 2 secs. I've got to drop out. Left lane. You're gonna have to watch this this bunch of riffraff. All right, guys. Have a good night, everyone. Good night.
Latest Vandy.
You too, Vandy.
See you, man.
Hey, Ghost, I dropped a couple illustrations in live text. If you wanna reference the first one there at 49 minutes after the hour, it shows the conjugate nature of the dielectric and the magnetic fields in a circuit. And then the most recent one is just giving you the geometry created there between the hyperboloid.
Yeah, they're not connected. You can never separate these two geometries from one another. All right, and they're pressure condensed to the respective location. So the loss of that hyperbole dielectric geometry of that field is what breeds the magnetic field. It's, to put it in an analogy, it would be your shower head, which sprays the water outwards in a centrifugal diverging pattern, which is collected at the shower floor, which comes together in a convergent centripetal way. And this is how you get that that vortex as the water funnels down your drain. So those two expressions of that outward and inward motion is what creates this whole dielectric and magnetic geometry in its entirety. And this is what is spoken of. We're speaking about the dielectric field. Right? They're bound together. They're inseparable. It's literally the yin and yang of the entire universe, dude.
Yeah, but yin and yang are not an object. So you're just saying two concepts. You're equivocating reality to a conceptual idea.
That's
no.
Hold on.
This is all verified.
What is the object of energy? If we're talking about energetic fields, right? You say it's not an object, but what would you call an object of energy?
That's a good question.
A moving baseball is what, right? Because it's when it hits, it imparts what they consider energy. That's not energy. That's physical contact.
No, that's the dissipation of energy.
But that's you trying to equate energy solely to some materialistic object. Do you think that energy exists solely because of physical things?
He does.
I don't think energy exists. I think only the physical things exist. Because you can't have something.
Oh boy.
What is light to you?
Bro. Wait. Hold on. You can't have something exist. When you say exist, that means it is in our reality. If it's in our reality, it's occupying some kind of unique space where nothing else is occupying, and that's where it exists. Now, if you don't have an object that occupies space to take a unique area of our Earth up, it doesn't exist. Like Santa.
Right. So
do you think space is a thing?
But if it does work, does it not exist if it's doing work?
Do you think space is a thing?
What's doing work?
You're giving
Energy is
physical
literally the
properties
amount
to
of
space, dude, which has no physical
the amount of
properties. So
force
I'm
you
kind of
can.
confused now.
No, he's not. He's saying that, he's kind of saying all forces are contact, but he's not saying forces and energy are real. He's saying, like the example he gave, when a baseball is hit by a bat, it's physical contact. He doesn't call that, a transfer of energy or anything. But now my question right to hand is, what is light to you? I'm guessing you feel light is energy, but it's not physical.
So light would be a concept to describe what we see, which are objects.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some objects have different colors, right? Red, blue. A lot of people call these colors light. Colors are not light. Colors are colors, and colors are a property of an object. You can't have red without the object to have red. Yet light, which is not an object,
You can't
can
have
be
color
red.
without light. You
Okay,
cannot have color without light.
but if
can't
there's
have
no
color
if
without an
there's no
object.
light, but if there's no light, you can't see anything, right?
Well,
So
hold on,
what
hold
is
on, hold on,
light
hold on. I
that
gotta
allows
stop you
to
there.
see?
You do see.
Okay.
Everything's just the same color, black.
What about a
So
prism?
light, when you say light, hold on.
Uh-huh.
When you say light, what you're actually referring to is when everything looks the same color and then start getting different colors, right? So if I put
Why
you
does
in
it start getting
hold on.
different colors?
That because of color, right? Not because. So you're trying to reify light
I
because
think
of
it's
color.
because of the absorption and the
No,
emission of the.
No, that's philosophical, right? That's philosophical.
Yeah.
Why we see red is philosophical. The red of the object that you can touch is not philosophical.
At the same
So
time,
you can't turn. You're trying to turn color. You're trying to turn a philosophical idea of light into the physical object's property of color. I'm not with that, bro. The physical
So
object has the
basically,
property of color.
So right the hand, if I get you right, what you were saying is there's no such thing as, external light. It's like intrinsic within all of us to be able to produce these colors, right? So I can be black because you can't see me, like a shadow, and then all of a sudden I turn brown and my t-shirt turns blue, and these colors create themselves, or what? Like my t-shirt goes from black to blue by itself?
Wouldn't that be a more accurate description than light, right? Like, so if you were like,
what?
Hold on. So I'm in a black room. I'm like, everything looks black. Then, quote unquote, you can say the light comes on, but color, you start seeing color. I'd be like, oh shit, the dresser's not black, it's brown. You'd be like, well, what changed? You'd be like, well, at first I was looking at the dresser and it looked black, right? But then it started changing and now it looks brown. So that is color. That's not light. Now, reifying one into the other because of a belief system, hey, if that's what you need to do, fine. But you need to understand that there is a difference between color and light.
Wow.
So I'll
So
get
do
what
the
you're
rest
saying there,
of
bro,
you
because
understand
hold on.
what this guy's saying right now? This is
Hold
crazy.
up.
I get what he's
Yeah,
saying, though. I get what
it's
he's
just
saying.
gibberish.
So if
Hold
I,
up.
No,
if I turn on a
Let me
red
say
light,
something real quick.
I get
Not
what
you,
he's saying.
Paige. Let me say something real quick to the guy that was talking about light, right? And color being something completely separate. Do you agree that visible light is contained within a specific spectrum and it's broken up by different wavelengths which create different colors?
Yeah, you never see any of that, right? So all of that would be the.
It can be
Hold on.
visually displayed
Let me
through a
explain.
prism.
No, that when you look through a prism, right? The prism is projecting the color onto an object, right? If there is no object, if you remove the prism and the ground, you don't get any of that effect. So that effect. So that effect is dependent on the object, not this thing you believe in, which is called light.
I don't disagree with you that an object is necessary in order for us to see the light, meaning we need to see light hitting an object in order to visibly see the light. Hold on.
You're
But what I'm
reifying light as
saying
an
is
object.
contained within that visible light are different wavelengths which are broken up by color, which can be demonstrated by putting a light through a prism onto a white wall. So if I shine a light at a wall, it's a white wall. If I put a prism between that light and the wall, I will see the spectrum of colors which are contained within that visible light. Would you agree, or is it the wall that
He
is
doesn't
changing?
agree with that at all.
So
He thinks
what
the
you're
wall
doing.
changed colors by itself.
Yeah, the wall changed colors. The wall didn't change light. And you keep saying light when you say light We never see light. We see the wall and colors. And I'm going, what the fuck is light? And you're going, see those colors? I'm like, oh, you mean colors? You go, no, light. And I'm going, okay.
So when I turn on a light bulb, what is that?
You mean you turn on
Can I
color?
touch on this?
You're turning on color.
I'd like to touch on
Isn't
this.
that what happens when you flick the light switch? It goes from black, which is a color, to green, blue, yellow, red, which are colors. So why are you keep saying I turn on the light when you realistically,
light is
accurately
non-visible.
turn on the color?
Light is non-visible to the human eye. The only
color
thing that
is?
we perceive, i.e. your colors and light, is the byproduct of light being
Says who?
illumination.
That's
which
your belief.
Requires, why do you just rumpus everyone, dude? Like, are you that rude, bro?
You're just stating your belief.
Are you that rude?
You're saying, hold on, you're
Bro,
saying,
are you
I
that
see
rude?
a rock.
Right ahead. You got to let people finish.
Okay, but you never let me finish either.
Yeah, I
That's
do.
not
I've
true.
been waiting this whole time to say something.
You just said we don't see what we see. You just said we don't see a rock, we see light.
Please let him finish, bro. Come on. You literally just finished talking about how light turns from black to green to yellow, whatever.
And then he just said we see light. But we don't see light, we see objects.
Yeah, but let him say what he wants to say, Dicelo, because now nobody agrees with you. Literally, no one agrees with you. So
well, here's the thing, because he made a point about if the room is dark, the dresser looks black. Everything looks black.
Let Dicelo go
speak
first. Come on, man.
Can I speak? Well, I was
trying
to get in 10 minutes ago, and I couldn't get in. So
you'll go right after.
If the light is bright enough, you don't see the color of the objects in the room. All you see is white.
Mm-hmm.
White is a color, right? So white is color, so black.
Is it okay to chime in, or should I just wait?
Yeah,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, light. The human eye only perceives a small portion of light. Like, I forgot what they call it, but it's like 0.005% of light or something weird. It's a small speck in the entirety, in the full spectrum of light that we perceive, and it's only the byproduct of light, which is illumination, which is always dependent on a medium or an object. This is why you don't see light rays in the vacuums of space. You see objects being illuminated because illumination, which is visible light, is the byproduct of light, requiring that dependent medium or object. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just counter that with saying every time he says we see light, he is incorrect. We never see light. We see objects. I see a plant. Then he's going to say, no, you don't see a plant. You see light, which is photons. And this is their argument.
I agree with you. No, I agree.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so let me make this point then. If you agree with me, why are you going to say that we see light?
No, that's not what I said. I said we see the byproduct of light being illumination. We don't see light for itself. We see the consubstantial relationship between light and a medium or an object.
Okay, so light, which you've never reified as being real, we've never verified it's real, is now hold on, is now the cause of why I see. That's like saying God is the reason I see. I don't see God, but I see because of God.
What if I told you? What if I told you that everything in the universe is light? It's just in a different format.
Yeah, I'd say you're a religious zealot. That's what I would say.
Well, I mean,
even the universe is a physical object. Good. You agree with Einstein?
Einstein agreed with this. No,
it doesn't make it right.
Agreed with this.
It doesn't make it right. That's consensus. Do you understand?
I agree.
So why are you bringing it up? So why are you bringing it up?
Because this is for the Globers. Dude, you're very argumentative. You don't need to be like that,
man.
You
don't address anything I say, and then when you do, you go, well,
just let it go, man. You gotta just let other people have their fucking day. We're not all just shutting you down every time you parrot Ken Wheeler, are we? No. We're letting you parrot Ken Wheeler right out of your ass as hard as you can for as long as you want. And then when someone wants to combat what Ken Wheeler's saying, you take it personally as it's your fucking idea, and then you start interrupting and chopping people up constantly. Just let them fucking talk, dude. It's not a big deal. You're not going to be, dethroned or anything. Relax.
Right.
Yeah, right hand isn't parroting the Wheeler guy. That's Dicelo.
Yeah, I'm contradicting Ken Wheeler and his fucking bullshit.
Okay, that's fine. Man.
Grib is right. Right there. You got to let other people talk, man. It's crazy.
That being said, he was right to jump on that, like the Einstein thing. If it's not relevant, he's right to call it out.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. I don't like Einstein, so I get it. I get his contention, but what I'm trying to say is that, even the heliocentrists, agree with this on another level. I just wanted to make sure that that was coming through. That's all.
Yeah, I'm a person who said that flat Earth and heliocentric agree with more than the level that they'll ever admit. Right? They agree on everything except the shape of the Earth. One thing. They both believe in atoms, electrons, photons, everything's the same. Everything's the same except the shape. So they're basically the same to me, right?
I don't believe in photons and I don't believe in electrons, so I'll say it.
Yeah, me neither. So
yeah, you can't put everyone in buckets like that. That's
right. That's not fair to put everybody in baskets. I mean,
the vast majority of flat Earth, right? It's just not the ball, right? Flat Earth doesn't really.
Yeah, but guys, let's get back to what's being contended here. Most of us believe light comes from external illumination. Dice feels there's no such thing as light. It's the physical thing itself just changing colors. I mean,
let's be concise. We're talking about visible light, right?
Yeah, visible.
Because I don't believe that light doesn't exist. That's not my claim. Never said that.
I corrected myself. Right the hand is saying that. Right the hand saying that, not you, Dice.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's his claim. There's no such thing as energy.
Well, we would have to verify what existence means, right? I'm under my definition of existence. My definition of existence is an object, right? Like a physical object that takes up space. If you have a different definition of existing, then let me know, and then I'll be like, oh, okay, so that's why you think this exists.
Okay, so why do you think it goes from black to color?
What? Why?
Why? Yeah.
That's the philosophical part, right? That's the philosophical part. And I'm okay having that philosophical debate.
No, I'm not asking philosophically. I'm asking you if you have a mechanical mechanism, like a mechanism, mechanism for why it's happening.
That would be my philosophical idea on why it happens. It wouldn't be the actual mechanism, right? I would have to philosophize on the mechanism.
But can't you do some experiment to figure out
physical mechanism?
Can you philosophize on it for a second for us?
Yeah. No. Give us the experiment, because he says that he's done an experiment.
I never said I did, bro. When you
is the
one you could do
philosophy, right?
If you do an experiment and you get a result, you don't need to philosophize on why. You know why, because you just right. Like if I wanted to know what happens when I drop an apple from my house and then I do it, I don't need to philosophize anymore. I know the result.
Okay, so Dyslow, right there. If I'm in a room and it's dark, right, and then someone turns the light switch on, my jacket changes color. What is it? The person having flipped the switch that caused my jacket to change color, or what caused my jacket to change color?
Or black isn't necessarily a color, bro.
Yeah, black.
I'm asking right the hand. Sorry, I keep confusing you guys. I'm so sorry, but right the hand. Why did that?
Yeah. So, I mean, again, this is just me philosophizing an idea. I would say there has to be some kind of connection between that light bulb. Like a physical connection. So picture like a wire, right? So you have this string and it's just straight and it looks black because it's straight. And then you excite it and it starts wiggling around and it glows because of its vibrations or friction with the air, and you get a unique color.
Can this wire permeate solid objects like walls and windows and doors?
The vibration can, like a sound, right? Like the air doesn't go through the sound, right? Like the vibration doesn't go, the sound doesn't go through the wall. The vibration vibrates the wall, which then perpetuates that same sound. So, and this is why he was saying sound is not the thing, right? You don't move sound. It's the perpetuation. And then your ear picks that up.
Light on still. Wow.
Or turn the color on, right?
Well, I would say, Nate, I would disagree that your jacket didn't change colors.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I agree with you, Travis.
So what about a neon tube? What about a tube of neon, right? When we know We know there's an inert, like a neon gas or an argon gas in the tube. It's under vacuum pressure with, like, we'll say a little bit of mercury or something for vapors in there, right? Or not. If it's just neon, you don't need the mercury. but when you pass electricity through the gas, you get a lot of illumination
of a particular color, right? Like depending on what you put in
gas properties,
you get a unique color. So yeah, it's the same thing with an object. Each object, just like that gas has a property that whenever you do whatever electricity is, it makes this color. Grass has a property that makes it green, right? So that makes sense in my ideas.
Right, except for the only problem with that is that instead of another light source reflecting light onto it, like in the case of the grass, it is actually emitting its own light. So why is that the same?
Well, it's not emitting its own light. It's picture, and I don't see something bouncing. I don't see an object or a photon, whatever, going from the light source to the green, then to my eye, and that's why I see it green. I see a constant connection between my eye and the grass that is always telling me that the grass is green. And when that connection gets interrupted or static, I stop seeing it as it is, and it maybe will turn black or it'll be fuzzy if there's like stuff in the air.
Right. So the difference there still is there's huge differences. One is I can cast a shadow on that blade of grass, and I cannot cast a shadow on that illuminated neon tube.
Yeah, well, the tube is being energized, right? The grass is not. The grass itself is not like the tube that has quote unquote energy flowing through it. So
now you're getting it somewhere, right? And in that energy loss, is there a release of a philosophical photon?
No, there doesn't have to be the release of a photon for information of color to get your eye.
Philosophically, which means you can blend from this.
He calls it strings.
Without being
connection. You could look. We're this is the philosophical idea. Is there information? Is there a constant, a stream of information, or is it coming?
Before you start talking to me, what I'm saying is I know that there's a huge difference because of those simple things that I've just laid out, and that huge difference can't just be ignored. And
that can work either way.
Or neglectful, right? You can't just neglect those things and say still the same, can you?
Yeah, well, so you're saying the only way you can have a shadow is with a photon, right? There's no other way to prove. Okay, so then the argument is
you can't have a shadow without the absence of light. You have to have light present to have a shadow. Philosophically, we can call it whatever we want.
A shadow's not absence of light. It's a dark spot on an object, and you can have a dark spot on an object. Hold on.
There's no such thing as a shadow without fucking light in the first place, dude.
Okay, you're reifying light. You can have a shadow with color because a shadow is just a different color. So again, you're reifying what you want to believe is true and saying the only way that this can... Hold on. Let me finish. Hold up. Let me finish. Come on, I let you guys finish. You're saying the only way that you can see a shadow is if there's a photon that does this, right? And that's preposterous. You can't know that there's color. I can have a dim color in a dim spot and it looks like a shadow.
I didn't say a photon. I said light, right?
Okay, but light is not
whatever you want, but you're trying to pin me down to the one you don't believe in, which is the photon, but you do believe that there is illumination. So without illumination, you don't get a shadow. Okay, can I reword it better for you? Is that better?
I've told you that illumination is color, and a shadow is nothing but a different color on the object. So you can
but I don't believe you.
Hold on.
I heard you tell me that over and over again, but I don't see how that ever fits inside.
Well, that's you.
If
you don't see it, that's your personal. That's your personal. I don't see. Hold on.
Of a thing.
I don't see how the photon. Okay. I don't see how the photon works, right? To me, it just doesn't work. If to you it works, good. But you can't just say when I have an opinion on a philosophical matter, you can't just say, "Oh no, that's wrong," because I can't see how it works.
No, that's what you're doing.
Hold on. I can turn around and use that same logic and say, well, anything that you say that I can't fathom it working can't be real because I can't fathom it working.
You're already doing that, though. You don't have to tell me you're going to do
that. I'm allowed to say that I don't believe that this is how this works.
So don't pin somebody else down for saying the same thing back to you, as if your empty bucket of bullshit is way more important than my empty bucket of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Just relax.
Well, no. What the idea is that I'm admitting it's philosophy. You're not. You're saying this is how it works.
No, I'm not. I'm saying philosophically. Let's talk. You're a liar, bro. I'm not. There's
Okay,
no reason.
so light is philosophical. Is light real or
I'm trying to
philosophical?
speak from your axiom, right? And you're not even allowing that.
I'm trying to understand what you were saying. So when you said light, were you talking philosophical or matter of factly?
Illumination. The fact that you can there's illumination and there's shadows because of illumination. That's what I'm talking about. Now explain that.
Man, you guys are giving
illumination. You can't have a shadow.
A shadow is just the absence of a thing, dude. It's not a thing in itself at all.
Exactly. That's one thing
like
I agree with Tim Wheeler on.
The things that isn't, like space.
No.
Space is not a thing. It's the absence of a thing. It's no different than a shadow. It's the privation of something.
No, a shadow is a dark spot or a different colored spot on an object. That's what it is. Now, if you're going to, again, what you're going to do is hold on, let me finish. Now, a shadow is a black spot or a dark spot on an object, right? That's how you know. That's how you know what the shadow is from the object. I'm not done, dude. I'm not done.
Hold on. The definition for black is the void of all color.
No,
I dropped mine.
Yeah, black isn't a color.
So a shadow is just a different colored spot on an object. That's how we know the shadow from the object. So to
Why do you feel the need to keep repeating that very, very abrasively wrong nails on a chalkboard statement?
Because you keep saying the only way we can have a shadow is with illumination and light, whatever that is. And I don't agree.
Okay, so give me a shadow in a really dark room. I'll wait. Just shut all the lights off in your room.
So the whole thing is a shadow. Now you're turning off what you reified already. You reified you were trying to prove. Hold on.
The whole thing is not a shadow.
We're trying.
Shadow
Hold on.
means that you have a light source, and that something is blocking that light source.
Okay, you have a color source. I could say you have a shadow with a color source, right? So now I've just done what you've done. You just said color source.
Don't put any light on it, and you won't see it.
Well, don't put any color, and you'll just see black.
But the color's on it.
Well, you can't see the color without color, right? So when you have no color, it's all black.
No, without light.
No, light, but you don't see light. You see color.
Oh yeah. What switch do you flip on when you walk into your dark room?
That would be metal. Metal and glass is not light. That's metal.
Light switch.
But that switch is plastic, which goes to metal.
Light.
Hold on.
Hey, hon, would you turn on the colors, please?
What you're flipping is not light. What you're flipping is not light. It's a plastic switch with a metal wire that goes to more metal. Okay, so you're looking at metal. Hang on. Easy, big guy.
I know, buddy.
I'm still talking. I'm almost at the end of. I'm almost at the end of my point. So what you say when you said you turned on the light? When you say you turned on the light, that's not really what you did. You moved a piece of plastic that was connected to metal, that was connected to more metal, and then that metal started glowing because it got hot, and you saw color or whatever, the physical description.
It started glowing. Yeah, you got it.
It turned white.
It started glowing, right? And then that
turned white.
Glowing,
white.
Right.
Well, how do you know it's glowing? How do you know it's glowing?
It's an illumination onto an object.
That's white.
Properties that either absorb or
change color. It literally changed color. It was metal color, and then it became white.
Like talking to a Neanderthal, man.
Yes.
I know it is like talking to Neanderthal, because you're trying to say that the light became light when no, the metal became white. That's two totally.
There's no progress to be made here.
Well, if you won't admit what's happening, there's no progress. If you keep saying light,
what it really does is it brings people like you and I more together, even though we have no business being together.
Well, because you are together, really. You guys don't understand. You're in the same belief system, right?
No, we are so not.
You believe color is light. You don't see green. You see the light spectrum. You don't see red.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can get.
You're in a belief.
There are 12 rungs on this ladder. He also believes there are 12 rungs on this ladder. Therefore, we can climb this ladder together. right?
Seeing the rungs of the ladder is not.
There are any rungs on that ladder. You're not even going to climb the ladder with us.
Oh, but seeing the rungs on the ladder is not the same as the invisible reason that you see the rungs on the ladder. And you're telling me that you see the invisible reason that you see the rungs on the ladder.
Analogy was not a one to one.
I'm not done. Let me get one thought out without you interrupting. Maybe one thought without getting interrupted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did that already. You're on the repeat mode. That's why I started talking again.
Well, no. Well, I mean, you repeat yourself too, but I don't interrupt you.
It's time to start, talking about it. I mean, I've heard it 19, 27 times, whatever, in a row. And now I'm trying to talk about it, not hear it 30, 47 times in a row.
Instead, yeah, well, when you deny what is said, well, I know it is like talk. So I'm saying you never see light, you see objects. And then you'll just turn around and say, nope, you see light, which is completely wrong because you see objects. Now tell us how you don't see objects and you see light.
You see, you're putting words in people's mouths just because you're crazy, man.
No, okay, well, because I know it.
You see the object because of the light. Without the light, you couldn't see the object.
Oh, well, so do you see the light or do you see the object? Which one do you see?
You see both.
Oh, so you see both. Oh, so what is light like?
One or the other? What happened to why the dichotomy?
You can see light? What does light look like? Since you can see
the light reflecting from and that it looks like the object.
What does it look like?
To your eye from the object.
What does light look like? I know what the object looks like.
It looks like the object because it illuminates the object.
Oh, it looks just like the object. So you see the object and you think, so you see a rock and you think you see two things, the rock and light. Oh, wow, that's it.
Well, let me turn off the light and see if you still see the object. Oops,
no. Just because things get black doesn't
sorry about that, guys.
Rock and something else. Like you're reifying this something else. You only see the rock. Right? I could reify God. Oh, the reason we see the rock is because of God. We never see God, but the reason.
Well, you can't turn the light on and then God will be there, though, can you?
Yeah, no, that's what happens. Yeah, you turn
on the light and present God. Turn the light on and let me see God.
Yeah, turn God on. You can see the color.
Goofy.
That's your logic. You're just saying you turn a word on and you see color. Right? It doesn't matter what that word represents.
The word represented a particular thing.
You don't make any sense, man.
Yeah, the word represents the wave of energy. Yeah, because whatever energy is, you can wave it like a flag. Yeah, which you didn't even come up with. You're just parroting. That's how you see. Wave that energy, baby. Remember your team energy. Wave your flag of invisible nothing.
Like your flat Earth model?
I'm not a flat earther, dumbass. But again, if this is how you argue by
it's weird that you're not a flat earther.
Hold on. The moment you were proven wrong about light and how you don't see light, you see an object. Oh, you're a flat earther.
No, he wasn't proving. He wasn't proving anything. He wasn't proving anything. Yeah, you're just claiming. You're just standing up here claiming.
Yeah, the moment I dipped your head in batshit, you were like, oh, you dipped my head in batshit? I didn't feel it. I didn't even notice it. It must be that light you're talking about. Doesn't exist.
Yeah.
The moment I fucking proved you wrong.
Light we only see. It's funny how light looks exactly like the object.
That on my calendar at the moment.
Weird. It's so weird how we.
Wait, what's your name again? Right the hand proved me wrong today. It's momentous.
You don't prove anyone wrong. You just give information, and if people want to accept it, they will. Like you've accepted the light wave. You've accepted that. So you'll never accept anything else because you believe light is a wave.
You know that I've accepted that, right? But you know that I speak from that axiom.
Yeah, I know.
Things that make sense, right there. Things that make sense.
A wave of energy makes sense to you.
I'm always looking for alternative reasons, right, for things. But I'm not the kind of guy who gets told this is what the alternative reason is without me really understanding what the fuck you're trying to say. And you don't put it together coherently enough for me to even understand it.
Okay, if you understand light as a wave of energy, but you don't understand color and objects, I can't help you.
Well, I understand a lot of different theories of light, right? I don't adhere to any one of them particularly because I know the door is still open on that issue. So for you to talk to me like that is weird.
Well, all of them involve light, right?
I'm alternatively minded as well. Right?
Yeah, but hold on.
And I'm looking rationally at alternatives, not being forced in or bullied into believing an alternative. What are you doing, dude?
No, you only believe about light. You will not accept anything that doesn't
You don't
include
know
light.
shit about me, really. Obviously, I don't know shit about you either. Obviously, right?
But right the hand, right the hand. Is it fair to say that the entire fucking world disagrees with your view on light?
And does that make you right?
Yeah, I would say
okay,
that
man,
if
hey,
I was the only person in the world, if I was the only person in the world that had a concept and I was trying to teach everyone and nobody was listening, everybody says I'm wrong, I would look at myself a little bit.
Look at string theory. Look at string theory. A lot of people believe what I believe, so I'm not the only person. But if you need to label me the only person that believes something so you can continue to believe what you believe, go right ahead, man, because this has always been about you people.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about it for 30 minutes.
I'm not done.
Hey, Howard. Wait, hold on real quick, right the hand. Hold on. I want to jump in and say that I actually agree with a lot of the way Right the Hand is describing his understanding of light.
Okay, so that's two people. Way to go.
Okay, so can you give us a brief summary about what he's saying then? So maybe I can get it better from you.
Yeah, maybe you could explain it better that I could understand it.
No, I understood everything he said. So what he said was clear to me. I'm not going to say it any better. Honestly, I've listened to this for a half an hour and I completely understand what he's saying. And that's what?
Yeah. If you're in a dark room and if you're in a dark room and you need to see, what do, Travis? Do you turn on the color or do you turn on the light?
Calling what you do the switch doesn't make the mechanism what you believe. If somebody says, I'm going to go turn on the unicorn, and they flip the switch, that doesn't mean unicorns is the cause. And this is your argument. You're saying, because we named this, hold on. Your argument is because we named this action flipping on a light switch, now whatever I believe light is what is causing this. That's so ridiculous, bro.
Hey, let me just jump in real quick because this has been something I don't know when I first learned about colors and whatnot, but intuitively, black is the combination of all colors. White is the absence of color.
It's backwards. White is the combination of all colors. Black is the absence.
No. Yeah. I understand what science says. That to me is counterintuitive. When I heard that black is the absence and white is the presence, to me, I was like, that's fucking crazy. So I'm just telling you that I disagree. If I were having a conversation with my child, I would tell my child, mix all the colors together, that's black. No colors, that's white.
You can test this. Take all the colors, mix them together. You will not get white. Doesn't happen. But people will continue to believe and deny reality. It's great. It's amazing. And then they'll say you deny reality. When you're like, look, I just mixed all the colors together. It doesn't make white. They're like, reality denier.
Then why is it when you hold a prism up into sunlight, which we call white light, the prism breaks up the light into different colors?
You're already starting with your premise. We're trying to fill it. We're trying to understand vision, and you've already started with light. You're going, well, if you don't believe in light, then explain to me how light works. I'm going, oh my God, I just said I don't believe in light.
It's impossible. It's impossible. Never mind. Never mind.
Denying light today?
Yeah. Rainbow.
We're denying light. Light doesn't exist. Got it.
Right.
So,
because somehow the sun shoots out the rainbow right out of the sun. Yeah,
rainbow is colors. I'm pretty sure the rainbow is colors and not light, but whatever. Keep saying, keep reifying colors into light because that's how you make light real. By
can colors?
Light is pretty real.
Can colors exist without light?
Again, you reified light into it has to exist. There you go. Has to
light. Can you show me colors without light?
I'm looking at colors right now. I don't see any light. All I see is colors. All I see is colors. I don't see any.
Can you show me a rainbow without light? Is there a rainbow without light?
What is light?
What is
Dude,
light?
he's on acid. All I
Light,
see
light, light
colors
is a
with the lights off.
coaxial circuit,
Light is
essentially.
energy.
Light is energy, right? It's not a physical object. It's
No,
energy. It's energy. It's
I
a
wouldn't
physical.
necessarily say
Electromagnetic.
that.
Light,
It's an
light doesn't,
electromagnetic propagation of energy. It's an electromagnetic
Right.
So it's not
propagation
an
of
object.
energy.
Energy
let
is
me
a
ask you a
property
It's
of
not an
question,
object.
matter.
so light doesn't exist
Energy
because
Light
is
it's
isn't
a
an
not
object.
property of
Hold on,
matter.
Let me
hold
ask
on.
you a
It's
question
not
real
an
quick.
object. Do we
only
agree?
Light
objects
is not
exist.
an object. No, light is not an object.
Only
Is
objects
is
exist.
Santa Claus an object?
Only objects exist.
Hold on. I'm just asking. I just want to ask: is Santa Claus a physical object that exists in reality?
Why do we
No,
bring Santa Claus
light
in?
is
He's over at the
light is not
Sunset
an
Mall.
object.
Okay, so light.
But
So Santa isn't an object, and he doesn't exist. But light
Well, he's
isn't an
at the
object.
Sunset Mall right now.
No,
And
only objects
hold on,
exist. Right?
hold on, hold
Magnetic
on. Let
fields
me.
don't.
Someone give him a photo of Santa,
Thank
please.
God.
So light is not an object in and of itself, but light is necessary in order for objects to exist. Light
well,
is just vibrations on the electromagnetic spectrum. And when certain vibratory patterns get to be either high or low enough energy, you manifest the space in which you have the ability to have physical objects. All physical objects are comprised of oscillating components at a molecular, subatomic, atomic level. These are all vibratory. So
See, either
this
you're a
vibratory
genius.
nature is what manifests actual physicality, but
Well,
light in and of itself is electromagnetic. What?
You're almost at string theory. You understand this.
bro. So
Hey,
wait,
Magnetic radiation.
when you
don't
say
interrupt,
light,
dude. Don't
what is
interrupt.
exist? What
He's
is
almost
existing?
done. He's almost done. Just a second. Light itself is just electromagnetic. Where were you? You were like, light itself is just electro, and then you got interrupted.
Visible light is just a small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. Light is energy vibrating within the EM electromagnetic spectrum. It is the electromagnetic propagation of energy. And different vibratory patterns, meaning different rates of oscillation and or
Induction.
volleys, wave stuff, right? All of that, it's all based on a scale, right?
Right there,
based on the vibration. And within the spectrum we call visible light. There's different vibratory natures, meaning different wavelengths that we associate with colors, because that's what we see when we split visible light into its constituent parts with like a spectrum. When we split it into
Okay, hold on. You're rambling a lot. Let me ask.
I wanted to stop. I wanted to say something. I was first, bro. You already heard me coming in. You already heard me coming in. All right. You know I'm first. So just real quick, I'm trying to aid your situation. I'm trying to build a bridge between us here. Okay. So hold on a second. So what I'm thinking here is that what he just said was an emergent property of energy. Now, an energy is a property of matter. So without matter, there wouldn't be light. So that could help your argument, right?
No, I would say matter is an emergent property of energy. I would say it the opposite way.
Or vice versa, whatever, right? But you got to have matter to have energy from the matter.
It actually goes both ways. You can create matter with light, and you can create light with matter. So they go both ways.
You can't take you can't have no object, right? You don't have an object, right? And then from that nothing, you create an object. That's what
you can.
No,
that's
show me that.
precisely what
Show
I
me
just
that.
told you. So I can give you
that is like saying
Jesus
creation is real.
Christmas,
You
dude.
demonstrate it.
Simmer down. You asked me for something. You asked me for something, and you're chanting through me when I'm trying to give you the answer.
Hold on.
So there's a university study which showed this. 2 ultra high powered laser beams pointed at one another, and at the apex, a small amount of matter is created, which is the inverse from E squared.
Well, that's a laser is not energy.
It's not created, it's transformed. The paper on that
a laser is a laser. A laser's not energy. So what you did was it was like saying, hey, can you make gold from iron? Yeah, sure. You just take some gold and then I'm like, whoa.
A laser is energy.
No, a laser's a laser.
A laser is energy. You can't say a laser's a laser without explanation.
Okay, so a cinder block isn't a cinder block. A cinder block isn't a cinder block, it's energy. So I can just look at I can look at any object, and just say, not only is it its object, but it's also something else. Right? I could just say that.
The name you attribute or ascribe to something isn't the definement of that object that you're trying to vicariously explain.
You're
That's
never,
true.
yeah. So you're trying to make something real that isn't the object. So you have the rock is real. And then you're saying there's also this other invisible something, and that's real as well. And I'm going, no, just
what I said was lasers can create ultra high powered light can create matter, and vice versa. Matter can create light. They're synonymously relatable.
They're not always invisible, by the way.
When you talk about a laser, when you talk about anything, you have to call it what it is, okay? You got to stop calling everything energy because it's just making
it. Who's got time to say a fucking collimated beam of ionized?
Just say a laser. A laser's not energy. If I was to say, can you create, hold on. If I asked you if you can create matter from just energy, and you then supposedly created matter from a laser, but that's not the requirement, right? So you could just
define a laser. You have to define a laser to be able to deny that. You have to define a laser. If you can't define the laser, then you can't just say a laser is a laser. That doesn't make any sense.
No. You have to define a laser because you're the one that's using the, and you can't just say a laser is energy.
Define a laser.
That's not it.
I can define a laser
without using the word energy because energy isn't a physical object that exists in reality.
So,
God damn, I swear, it's like impossible.
Energy isn't
physical. Yeah, you can't just use
it.
this word that means nothing. Oh, the ability to do work.
Energy means nothing. Got it.
Ability to do work. What does that mean? A laser is the ability to do work.
A laser.
We see a red ability to do work. Is that what you're saying?
A laser.
We're gonna have to reel it in. Gonna have to reel it in a little bit.
Yeah. So is it nothing or can it do work? You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's either going to be nothing or.
This is your claim. I'm asking you what the fuck energy is. You're telling me.
Well, you asked me what a laser was. You asked me to define a laser, so I'll start there. A laser is just a point source of light, and essentially, it's spatially coherent light, which has another name: sphere waves, plane waves, or in simplex pinhole light, or point source light. So this coherent light is rather simple. It's just light which comes from a very small light source. And light from a single source is always coherent, since incoherence requires at least two different Cartesian sources. And since incoherence requires two sources, the so-called lines of force, as seen in a magnet, are merely the constructive and destructive interference patterns of polarity.
Okay, here we go with all that.
The in-phase emission causes the amplification of light, but it doesn't cause coherent light, because the atoms generate light in phase with incoming light.
So
they'll amplify the light. So they'll amplify the light, but they amplify the incoherent light as well, and they don't make it coherent. The coherence of a laser has another source. So laser light has two main characteristics. It's monochromatic, or very pure in frequency, which is also called temporal coherent. And laser light has a point source characteristic of sphere waves and plane waves, also called spatially coherent. So there you go.
One question.
This is just bullshit. That's just bullshit. Hold on. Let me respond. He saw a laser. He saw a laser. Hold on. Let me just. He saw a laser, and from a laser.
I get my phone up.
I tell you.
All of that bullshit he just spewed about point source. That all came from just seeing a laser. Look at how.
I don't want to.
Okay. You should probably let other people talk.
Yeah, man. Yeah, can you? Yeah, can you burn a hole with a laser? Will a laser burn a hole in something? Yeah.
Yes.
So it's energy, right?
Yes.
Yes.
No, you don't just get to. Oh. Okay, so how does a physical object burn a hole in a shirt? Explain that.
Not listening at all, is she?
What's touching?
No, he's not. He's just spiraling,
hold on.
man.
If energy isn't a physical object, what's touching the shirt to make it burn?
You're spiraling, bud.
Well, so answer the question. Energy is not a physical object, so what touches the shirt and makes it burn?
Photons.
And a photon is what?
Energy.
Yeah,
but energy is a physical object.
High ionization.
So you're right back. You don't have a physical object. So basically, magic burns the shirt because it's not a physical object. That's your idea.
No, it's not magic.
It's not a physical object.
But I mean, you just can't say a laser is a laser and that be it. I mean, you can do that, but there's so much more to say about it.
Yeah, energy. So much more to say.
When I take
Energy,
a magnifying glass, right, and I focus the light from the sun, the color. When I focus the color from the sun on a board, and somehow I can catch that board on fire. So color has energy.
No, energy. Again, you're reifying energy.
Well, no,
energy is not a physical object. Why do you keep making this non-physical?
I'm reifying color.
What is it? What is it about energy that is a requirement for you to believe in existence?
Why ignore the
and he
question?
just brings up God all the time.
What's happening there when I take a magnifying glass?
God, maybe it's God. Maybe it's God. Is that your entirety of?
Was it that easy to break you down, bro? For real?
No. Why don't you just say you don't know what's happening? Because you don't. Why are you making up a?
Why don't you tell me what's happening there? Because you're not giving any. Listen, with your example, there's no reason that should happen. So why is it happening? Everyone can do this simple experiment.
The only reason it can happen must be because the non-physical object. That's the only reason. Must be. Got to be, right? There's no other explanation.
What do you mean non-physical object? How can a non-physical object burn a hole in wood? How does that happen? How does a non-physical thing cause a physical thing to happen? How does that even happen? You gonna write a book on it? I'll wait.
Maybe it's not a non-physical thing.
Can you just show me to the one sentence that explains what's happening there, though, so I don't have to read through all the bullshit?
Well, just like space-time can bend gravitational graviton.
I don't believe that bullshit either, honestly.
Why do you think it's a non-physical object? Why do you think it's nothing burning the hole?
No, you think it's nothing burning the hole.
No, you do. You do. You say the photon is nothing. Hold on. The photon is not an object.
No, I didn't say that.
The photon is not an object. And you said it's the photon that burns the hole.
You need to quit sublimating your arguments onto other people, okay? And realize who you're talking to when you're talking to them. It's just like me calling you a flat earther, right? My bad, but you're bad now, right? Because you're not telling me what I think light is. I haven't ever even told you that.
We're not talking about light. We're talking about how.
Oh, well, you're talking about a photon not being anything.
No, we're talking about the hole in the
Well, if it's not anything, how's it burning a hole? How's it burning a hole?
Well, asking how.
What you say it is, it's just color. So how's color just burning a hole in something?
Asking how doesn't make photons real, okay? So right now we have a laser and we have a shirt.
Excuse me. No, you gave a clear example of how this. You gave no mechanism for why this thing can happen in your examples.
You gave no mechanism either.
Well,
you gave no mechanism. You said a photon. A photon is not a mechanism.
In your worldview, should have no results. Should ever come out to a burning anything with a magnifying glass.
The result.
Putting color on there, not energy, right? So if I'm not adding energy or focusing the energy from that area, then there's no reason. There's no reason. Who are you complaining about monologuing? Seriously, get the fuck out of here.
Energy. So let's get to the bottom of this.
Interrupt me so that you don't have to answer another one of my.
I know
points.
You're going to ask how. You're going to ask how it happens. I know what you're going to say. How does it happen? Now,
from your worldview, how does it happen? I'm not going to hold you to the fire.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk it out. We're talking it out.
Talk about what you think, dude.
We're going to talk it out. So, is energy a physical object? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So, what state of matter is energy in? Is it a solid? Is it liquid? Or is it gas?
It's a property of matter. It's not a state of matter.
Okay. So the matter has a property. The matter has a state, not the energy. So matter has a property, not the energy. So what is energy?
Energy has a property. We just said it, dumbass.
What is it? What is energy?
Oh God.
It's matter.
Okay, so it's matter. So we're not talking about energy. We're talking about matter. Okay, good.
Look, I don't know. I'm not hijacking his conversation. I want to know why you said photon isn't a mechanism. That's what's got me fucking dumbfounded.
So you think when you think of photon, what do you think of? A ball bouncing off the wall to give you information of what you saw?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
you want to look at it like that.
A photon does.
That's pretty much it.
Hold on, bro. He's asking me. A photon isn't a physical object.
You have me dumbfounded, and you said photon is not a mechanism.
Because it's not. Mechanism is mechanical, which means a physical operation. You can't have a mechanical operation without anything happening.
Oh, fuck.
Mechanical. Look now, he can never call anything else in science a mechanism unless it's mechanical. He's just put himself in
unless it's an object.
It's an object. You can't have a non-object be a mechanism. Love is not the mechanism in which gets people to move together.
Photon is an object. Photon's an object.
No, okay. And how much of matter is in this photon?
It's irrelevant.
No, it is irrelevant, because if it has no matter, then it's not an object.
It has matter, you fucking numpty. Ask Einstein how much matter it is.
Einstein.
Y'all keep acting like it can't go back and forth. Y'all win this one-way fucking bullshit, but then you're gonna want your cake and eat it too later.
No, this
Bro,
guy.
I'm not the one that has a problem with. So energy is. I gotta ask Einstein what energy is.
No, ask him how much.
No, he's dead.
You can't even follow. You can't follow your own questions. You can't even. You don't even remember your own questions.
Bro, I'm trying to find out what energy is. You're saying it's an object. You're saying it's matter. I'm going, isn't matter? And you're going, yeah, matter is matter and energy. And I'm going, that makes no sense.
Well, open your mind up, man.
Well, you got to pick one. Matter is matter, or matter is energy, right? Like, the two shit.
Is an orange juice and an orange?
Well, they're both objects. Right? They're both objects. Is energy an object that I can hold in my hand? Is energy an object?
Goldberg's a machine.
Have you ever touched energy?
Yes.
And what did you touch? Did it happen to be like something physical, like a rock or metal? And that was what you thought energy was? This is the same thing if a Christian was talking about the soul, right? The soul, it's not something you could touch, but it affects things, right? Like the photon is not physical. You can't touch it.
Have you never touched a fire? Have you never touched fire?
Fire's not a photon. Fire's not a photon. Fire's fire.
Energy?
You can't just say fire is a photon. That would be like me saying,
is it energy? Mister, I've never touched energy.
Right.
Have you ever touched your fingertip? Have you ever touched your dick? It's all energy.
Listen, we call things matter once they're made out of atoms, right? I mean, but when you get things smaller than atoms, we stop calling it matter, even though it might be a form of matter, particularly in itself, but it's not defined as matter. So I think you're losing the concept of what is trying to be said by the standard narrative. They're not saying it's absolutely not immersion of matter, or it doesn't emerge from matter itself. They're saying it's just not made of atoms.
Okay, so it's not made. So, but it's made. So energy is made of a physical substance. It's just not atoms.
No, you have categories on one spectrum when the real people understand it could be one big giant spectrum.
Okay, but I'm just asking questions, bro. So are you saying that energy is like a small physical object?
Wow, this guy right here. Energy is everything. Everything is energy.
There's literally nothing that doesn't have energy in it.
Yeah, he's talking about categories of specific potential energy that have been, I mean, fucking clown.
I know. I mean, heat is energy. Do you get heat from nothing?
It's like every time I think I'm gonna learn some shit and y'all gonna like people are gonna break through and make some progress to some shit, it's like this bullshit be happening. Like I read every fucking time.
Well, it depends on what you're studying. Like if you're studying like human psychology, this is great.
Yeah. I'll put my case out there.
Yeah.
People cannot shut up and sit idly by.
Well, you can tell, like myself, who all the the only children were. I have only child syndrome, therefore I am very important and I speak up more than a lot of other people.
Hey, so did someone kick Right the Hand or did he leave?
No, he's here.
Oh.
He's having a cup of coffee right now, getting all jacked up so he can come back in for round 7.
No, and to speak directly to Right the Hand, your views and your opinions and ideas are welcome. I like listening to this stuff, but
they're kind of cool too. I mean, I like it.
Yeah, you just got to be careful. You just got to like be careful not to clip and talk over and dominate the conversation. You have more of a back and forth.
Right? You kind of polarize me against you with your attitude, and I like to rather be trying to help you with the conversation, but your attitude makes me fucking want to slap you and make you feel wrong. That's all it is. It's you, bro. It ain't the topic.
It's very motivating though to the crowd, at least as a bystander. It's definitely motivating the confidence. But then I hear confusing things like just definitions like for whatever not allowed in certain categories, like the mechanism word, all this shit's fuck. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought he was trying to get somewhere with you, and whatever process you were saying the photon's a mechanism for, like I wanted to hear more of that. You know, like I don't know.
But yeah, I'm gonna go grab my magnifying glass and take some of the sun's color and burn a hole in some wood.
Yeah, that's the is that the kind of the point you were making is
yeah,
about the photons having to be a substance or something, or what was the
yeah, it can't be nothing. It can't be absolutely nothing because it's burning a hole in something. How could nothing burn a hole in something?
Yeah, you're going to take your magnifying glass and you're going to focus those light rays into a single point and concentrate the energy and burn a hole in something with it.
Right,
Yeah,
but
yep, burns my
that's
ass.
the thing. Like
Say
he has such a weird view on it, you know, like this idea that there's no such thing as light or energy and that things themselves just change colors. Like,
okay, so Right the Hand was being radical then? He wasn't sticking to mainstream stuff, basically?
no, that was his whole argument.
Oh, wow. I found myself
Yeah.
on the normal side of things. I don't believe it.
I don't know, man.
I did just get a good little clickbait busting. Let me see how recent it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a serious idea to have because so many everyday observable phenomena just tells you that that isn't what's going on. You know, Grimm's example with the magnifying glass or turning a light switch on and off. You know, like my color, my jacket can't decide to just change colors like that.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I think I'll take away from Right the Hand a lot of the times when he goes off like this is that description of an observation is not the same as an empirical demonstration. So simply because I'm going to describe something doesn't mean that that is what is actually happening. So what I hear him saying is, show me. You're saying it's this, okay, show me. And then a lot of the time for me, all I hear is more description. I don't see show. I don't see the demonstration. So, I mean, I resonate a lot with his attitude. I really do.
Yeah, cool. But the things he's asking us to show him, you know, like
no, he's just show me the money. You say this, show me. Like
he's just
like,
gotta turn.
I fuck with it too.
If
to
he's
be honest, it's
if
like,
he's in a room, turn
sorry,
the light switch on and off. You know, it's that simple.
Yeah, but it makes you re-examine like things that you took for granted. It's possible that because we don't actually see light, we see the reflection of light, right? But it's possible that it's not light at all. Maybe it's just energy. Maybe energy is just, when we turn a light switch, it's just energy and not light. Maybe it's a physical form.
It is energy.
Yeah,
it is energy. Yeah.
But do we define light as just energy? We don't. We have this separate idea.
It's an attribute of energy.
Well, actually,
it's a form
mainstream
of
science calls it an energy packet. Mainstream science calls a photon an energy packet, so it is energy.
Yeah.
No, but we also
says it's
consider
not.
energy to be this metaphysical thing, right? Light is what carries energy. That's what a packet is.
Light is a form of energy.
So, but maybe it is actually physical energy. That's just the one kind of idea that I had. But basically, the idea is that it gets you to think about things that you're just told.
Yeah, but percentage energy is physical. Energy gives you the physical ability to do work, and it's a property you can transfer from one thing to another.
I wouldn't say energy is
physical thing.
You
touch, feel. Without it, you can't do anything.
When you're talking about energy,
No,
you also need to
its
talk about its
representations
source.
might be physical, but I wouldn't say energy in and of itself is physical, unless we're saying that
Or
what
stored, it can only
just said right now is
transform,
true.
right? So what is the source of the energy? I don't disagree that light is energy, right? The fundamental thing that we're trying to figure out is how can we all agree upon a definition of what energy is? And I think the problem that everybody's going to have is this does turn into a metaphysical or a philosophical question.
Well, I think there's an element in this discussion in energy. There's always in relationship to something. Like what is working? What's working? The ability to do work. Something has to be working. Like it's not, nothing's happening, and how can you say work is occurring? It's always in relationship to something else. You're always referencing a thing. Everything that is a thing. All things are things. I know. Right. Well, even the energy packet is a thing. Right. We're looking for the smallest particles or whatever that the building blocks, but regardless, they're blocks everywhere. And then we just categorize them on what they're. It's like to act like, we're smarter than Einstein on this is just ridiculous. I mean, bro. I mean, I don't know how they measure whatever, man. But I know for decades, they've been balancing that shit, man, where they say however much stuff a thing is, that's how much energy it can make, period, every time. Stop flashing, bro. Come in, talk.
Who's flashing? Is it me?
Right, the hand's gone.
My bad.
Calorie. I mean, Nate, you're flashing, but you're quiet.
Sorry, man. Yeah. I mean, but you agree that energy is a physical thing, right, Don?
You say that it is, correct?
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Okay, but in your opinion, what do you think about energy is physical? What gives it physicality?
Just the logic of the realm, man. Like we've talked before to where I've tried to sit here and make the case about we've argued about the definition of the information and whatever, but as far as the standing of all information, the presence of any information, even that I've argued it has to be physical. Every memory in your head is physical, in chemicals, physical. Everything is physical. We're in a physical realm.
Okay.
So matter is all that matters to you?
What? That's irrelevant, man. I'd say that we can put a category in things. We can start with if it's in action with, if it exists in our realm, it's physical. That's the foundation. Now you guys can be like, well, these things are and they aren't. You can make a separation, but now
okay, so that's like
we need another
like
term.
That's like an axiom you're just gonna like start off with. Everything here is physical.
Everything here is
something we could.
Is of this kind. Is of this. You know what I mean? They're all interchangeable. Einstein's, but look, bro.
So there's just subcategories of matter. Is that it?
Bro, there's so much definition hijacking. They do it in politics. They do it in science. And it's like, you know, we can't get mad at each other for meaning different things, right? But the polite discussion is going to bring the understanding. Wouldn't you guys say that, you know, mainstream science even thinks that there's one underlying, you know, at least group of particles or whatever that makes up everything?
Yeah, I think everyone thinks that. Mainstream science thinks that, you know, you have the people that think it's the ether, you know, like everyone thinks there's something fundamentally that we all come from. Yeah.
Now, if you're gonna be like stuff's moving around and into each other, and we're gonna just measure the forces involved or this and that, like, and you're gonna call that a different thing, the force, the energy. You know, sure, that's a concept, but it's still related, extended from the physical things. You know what I mean? But now if you're talking about photons and radiation and all this actual releasing parts of itself, you know, chemical or atomic reaction or whatever, therefore we should understand is that type of stuff is still sharing that same material. You know, it's that it's part of something going somewhere else. You know, it's physical. Some concepts mean actual pieces of stuff. Some concepts just mean behavior of the stuff. But either way, how are you going to get away from the physical?
I like that.
So you had said that you started this by saying even a thought is physical. Isn't that right?
I like to make I like to make a case that it is. The best counter case is when like Jeremy hit
on that one. Hold on, you said thoughts are physical. How much does the thought of the color orange weigh?
You said, sir?
You said thoughts are physical.
Yeah.
How much does the thought of the color yellow weigh?
Well, it probably weighs. Hold on. It probably weighs the same as the thought of the color black and the color red, and however much part of the brain material is responsible for that thought, that's how much it weighs.
Okay. Can I manipulate the variable? Can I manipulate the chemicals and have different thoughts?
Well, wait a minute. Let's go in a different direction. Hold on a second. Let's go in a different direction. Information is non-physical, and I can illustrate it very clearly. I can have CAT on a board, and I can have TAC on a board. They're the exact same letters. If you weigh them on a scale, they weigh exactly the same. But the information that's being conveyed is very different.
No, I got you though. Here's the answer though.
How much does the information of cat weigh?
Yeah, you have to have, well, the information, again, the letters on the board weigh the same. And then you have the observer. The observer's hardware comes into play and is also part of the weighing. The observer's brain material and your display material is all weight. Now, you're going to make the case that like, oh, well, one person can understand it one way and one person can understand it the other way. What is that translation? And that's irrelevant to me. That's where the joke is. Like all the information still weighs something, regardless of, oh, this guy learned it that way and his neurons, you know, like whatever form that way. And this guy
let me ask you a
way.
question real quick. My question is, do you change weight with your thoughts?
Why does it matter?
Well, if your thoughts have weight, do you always weigh the same because you always have the same amount of potential? It doesn't matter what you're thinking of, right? So if you think of an elephant, do you weigh heavier than you think of a feather?
Is a battery weigh more? Hold up. Does a battery weigh more when it's full or empty?
I don't know. I've never measured it.
Right.
Like,
well,
okay, so like, hold on.
Well, it
Hold on.
changes.
You know what? 22 grams, right? The reference to 22 grams is the difference in the body when a person dies. And so the soul is said to weigh 22 grams. I'm not trying to challenge you.
Or the electrical energy. The electrical energy in them could weigh something, which I think science would agree it does. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I'm just asking a question that came from your statement that you think that thoughts have weight.
Look, I'm gonna give it to Rags. The best argument to like trying to say like the info is a special cat is like a not physical. It's the way he's doing it. Is to say there needs to be like an understanding, you know, stuff like that. That's pushing the concept as a you know, like a non-physical thing. But it all rooted, Rags. Like I always go back to like, look, we had to have this physical material to go to brain, to blah blah blah, to learn the concept and all that. You know, so it may not look like an immediate thing, but if you go back far enough, you know what I mean? Like it's in my opinion.
Yeah, you could say yes. You could say yes or no, but we don't currently possess anything to measure that rate of change. So you could say yes or no and just always guess until you develop a scale.
Right. But I think science would admit that it does at times, and there's probably ways that your brain. I was thinking about this today, man. Like, you know how we make computers and it's like bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger memory. I was hearing something about caveman or whatever, and just rehashed, just coming back, thinking about how brains supposedly got bigger and bigger and bigger. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting, man. Like, you know, like all the other species.
Now, I think there's a difference between the means by which information is stored or transmitted or communicated than the information itself. They're two separate entities.
And I'll give it
to conflate the two.
That's the best case, but it's like I'm still in the middle. Like it's like, because you can never have the latter without the formers. You know what I mean? Like
a whale has a 15-pound brain.
Okay, but have they been, the thing is, our brains have been like almost like we've been updated by the owner. You know what I mean? It's like, here, get bigger memory, get bigger memory. Here's bigger memory. Here's bigger memory. Here's bigger processing, bigger processing.
Yeah, yet the cell phone and all technology gets smaller as it advances. I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't go against your point, but
it gets more efficient, but also like we have become more efficient in ways, but yeah.
Well, here's the thing: if it can be shown that you can have information without a brain, what would that do to your theory?
I would point out where the information is still standing physical in the example you're going to give.
Well, what about near-death experiences when all brain function has ceased?
Okay, what about?
So then people have memories, they have experiences without the brain. They see things, they move in areas that the brain is not even around, or even the senses are not even around. They have experiences of the environment without the physical body or brain to be in play.
Okay. All right.
Read them. There's stories out there. There's stories out there.
We got to get a crowd vote on this one here. So people.
You can change weight with electricity, though. So
you could do what?
You can change weight with electrics.
Wave with electrics. I mean, I don't know how that relating to what we're talking about. We're talking about information without a physical body.
We're talking about if the thoughts weigh. That's literally what we were talking about.
Well,
right. Well, I mean, how much does the thought? Okay, how much does the thought of my girls are playing in the room? How much does that weigh?
Do you think that was like a good question there? Like, as if I acknowledge that electricity can manipulate weight, you cannot acknowledge the point I made, but then ask me some random thought and how much it weighs as a rebuttal.
Well, I'm conveying information. We're talking about information. Now you're going to say information weighs something. That's what the big argument is. If it's physical, it means it must have a weight. It must have something that it can do. If you're arguing a different point, now, I'm not saying, I didn't say that electricity can affect weight. I didn't say that. We're talking about information. Now, if you're going to equate information with a wave, if you're going to equate information with a wave, excuse me?
How does your brain work without electricity? Can you enlighten me how your brain works without electricity?
Okay, well, a computer will not work without electricity, but is the electricity the information?
Hey, well, how does your
computer?
brain exchange information? Is it electric?
Okay, I've already indicated this. The information is different than the means by which it's transmitted, communicated, or stored. It's not the same thing. And I've already clarified that.
Okay.
For example, I give an example, and I use this example of letters on a board. I can write the word CAT, which is the characteristic of the word cat, on a board. I can also write TAC, which is another idea or concept, on a board. They weigh the same, they have the same letters, but they communicate different information.
Okay, so our interpretation of the information weighs something. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the information is different by which the information is stored, transmitted, or communicated. Is different than the
or
information itself.
interpreted. So all those other things you just said are electric, right?
I mean, chalk on a chalkboard, is that electric? Chalk on a chalkboard?
Is the way that we relay and store information electric?
Yes.
Well, there's a chemical component to that electric. No, it is stored chemically, it is stored electrically, and I will not argue that, but I'm saying the information is different than how it's stored, communicated, or transmitted is different.
So therefore, then we can agree that if there's an electric component to how you relay and interpret data, and then you die and your body loses electricity, you could then weigh less because weight can be manipulated by electrics.
You know, here's what's weird, Rags. It's like we're trying to make the case that it's all physical. And I say, I have a box on the table.
Or not.
You'll admit that it's physical. But then if I have a pyramid on the table, you'll admit it's physical. And we're not going, well, how do we know they're physical? One's a box and one's a pyramid. I mean, we know they're both physical because they're both physical. The same way you keep describing different types of information, they're still physical. They're just different types. It doesn't matter if you're thinking about red or blue, or you have a box or a triangle. It's physical.
That's relative to the interpreter, and the process of interpretation is electric. So to pretend that you can differentiate the conversation without addressing the actual subject by saying, oh, well, thoughts are different. Information is different. Information is subjective to the interpreter. It's a construct we have. So relative to the interpreter and how he interprets, that's not really the point, though. The physical mechanism of being able to interpret or to think or have thoughts or formulate what we call information, which is the interpreter's perception of input.
Okay, well, I've already kind of illustrated I've already said it. If you didn't listen, didn't hear it, there is near-death experiences where people have left so-called their physical body, have experiences that their physical senses were not, their physical senses could not communicate, but they saw things, did things that were outside their body that were confirmed later to be true, that their body was not involved.
Right. So that's where we.
So if that's the case, if you're going to make the argument that the soul or the mind is some electrical field, and then that's on you, because I'm not making that claim.
We need to dissect that. We need to dissect that claim with it. That's a big claim that all this they know.
How many how much does an electron weigh?
What?
How much does an electron weigh?
Electron is also just theoretical. Electron is not a little physical material ball. That's just a theory. So
yeah.
But again, electrics can change weight. So that's just like objective. I mean, our body's electric when we're alive.
So did we get did we count how many electrons were physically in an object, or did we count, or did we weigh it, find its weight, and then find the electrical connection?
You can't physically connect or count electrons. You can't count. See, that's why people pretend they're material, because they didn't want to count them, but they're just energy, gaps within an energy field. So I don't see how you would. Well, what is weight then? Is now the question that you're bringing up. Like, well, what is weight?
Can I manipulate the weight of something by by increasing the electrons or the charge to it?
Yes, that's my point. So like if I put, it's not increase the weight. Like if I put an object on a scale and I weigh it, and then I turn a Van de Graaff generator and I introduce electrostatic charge, and then the object on the scale then levitates, how much does it weigh then?
I don't know. Does anybody know?
Well, it's not pushing down the scale, and then that's what you're calling weight. You're measuring it pushing down the scale. So it's not on the scale, so it doesn't weigh anything. So objectively, you can manipulate weight with electrostatics.
But it still has mass, though, right?
Wait,
Well,
hold on.
math is conceptual.
Yeah, hold on real quick, Whitson. So I guess my initial response would be, even though it's removed from the scale, the same amount of pressure is required by the electrostatic force that you're introducing. So it's still going to weigh the same, in my opinion.
Well, that's what their answer should be, is that, well, it still has the same weight, but an additional force has balanced it out, counteracted that. But the truth is actually that it's the same thing, because whatever is being weighed is electrostatic, and once you manipulate its electrostatics, it floats. So like its weight is electrostatic. So that's when you get into what's the causal agent of weight and properly defining it.
So the force is the weight, and the force is electrostatic. Is that the case?
That is what is provable in scientific, yeah.
Okay.
And now gravity is just this made-up idea additional to that can be proven, but little g is the
gravity.
same.
Gravity is just that thing that causes things with mass to have weight on the surface of the Earth in the absence of other forces.
You think that just by reifying what's in contention, it becomes true, though? Because I just explained that mine can be proven. You just read the definition.
Oh, mine can be
as if
proven.
it became real once you said it, or something.
I mean, you just put a rock on a scale; it has weight.
That's a reification fallacy, though. You're just saying it, assuming it to be true.
You calling it a reification fallacy does not negate the fact that you can weigh a rock.
That was
no one is saying you can't weigh a rock, though. You're just you're presenting what you're claiming to prove as proof of what you're claiming to prove.
I concur.
It's one of the most rudimentary fallacies that exist.
So let's just, Howard, real quick. So if it's true that you can manipulate an object on a scale by introducing electrostatics, then when you remove the electrostatics, why can't you just have simply less electrostatics in that field, in that object? So again, to me, you're simply appealing to gravity when we can demonstrate electrostatics. Why not just call it electrostatics? Because it's going to be the same effect.
You're introducing a force to negate another force.
No, you're introducing.
Is already there, though.
Yeah,
so like you're just saying we're negating gravity by just saying it as if it makes it real. That's called a reification fallacy, attributing physical properties and concreteness to an idea.
They're introducing the manipulative variable and showing you what you're calling gravity is
the definition of reification is attributing concreteness to an idea. That's literally what you're doing. You're saying, if you just say that's what's happening, that's my idea of what's happening. Therefore, if I state it as if it's happening, that makes it concrete. No, the idea can't be concrete. And like he said, we physically manipulated the variable of electrostatics and made it float. When it goes back down to the scale, it doesn't suddenly become not electrostatic.
Well, okay. Well, when you drop a rock,
the sleeping warrior.
The rock has no motion. You're holding the rock. You let go of it, it goes from 0 to whatever and falls. Why does it do that?
Okay, so the rock is more dense than the air. Okay, the air it falls in is electrostatic. The object, the rock, is also electrostatic. The scale, electrostatic. The ground that it falls to, electrostatic.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything.
How does it not tell me anything? Electrostatics is an attractive force.
Can you measure it?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
That's my point. You can actually measure,
all right, well,
prove,
do that.
and manipulate electrostatics. It's already been done a million times.
This is what we want. I want you to show that to me.
I want you to show me you measuring and proving gravity.
I use a scale.
Okay, but again, downward acceleration is not gravity. That is the effect of gravity. We both have downward acceleration.
That's true.
You're
what is it that you want to see, Left Lane?
for
What is it that you want to be shown?
Yeah,
I
but
want him
measuring
to
these
physically
electrostatic
manipulate and
forces.
I want him to physically manipulate and vary gravity and measure gravity without reifying it. You can't do it.
Isn't the electrostatic force called little g?
Well, that's what they basically hijacked and called it little g. Yeah.
Yeah, it's shown
That's
to you all the time.
you can weigh things, and it's based on like gravity or mass to mass or space time, whatever. Winston can just say he weighs things based on what. I don't know why. This should be obvious, sir. It really should be obvious that like you guys are on an even playing field. You could go to your little Cavendish, and Witsit could go to his Venn graph. You know what I mean?
And actually, we're not on level playing fields.
Exactly. Sure.
No, we're not on level playing fields though, because I can prove mine. Mine is actually real. You can.
Okay, I mean until then, like until just to say what it does. That's the equal playing field. But yeah, if you one of y'all. Yeah.
But so Cavendish is also electrostatic though, bro. So what are you talking about?
But it's not. But it's not.
How's it not?
No, because you take steps to negate any electrostatic forces.
Like what?
Because of the attraction. You ground the equipment. You ground
that makes a circuit. That makes a circuit. It doesn't eliminate.
No, it doesn't.
Electrostatic.
No, a circuit indicates a flow of energy, a flow of electricity. There's no circuit there.
Yeah, once you close the system, you still have electrostatics there, so you have a potential circuit. Yeah.
So you should be able to plug into it and turn a light bulb on. Then you can plug a light bulb into it and make a light bulb burn.
If it was weak enough, yeah, actually, because if the light bulb was weak. But are you claiming that when you ground? Wait. Are you claiming when you ground something that you eliminate electrostatics?
Yeah, it's a standard practice to negate electrostatics. Like, yeah,
it doesn't work that way, but
it is.
No, you negated outside. You negated outside step.
You're like lightning rods and things like that, and then they put these anti-static devices like on airplanes.
Okay.
They keep electrostatics from building up.
It doesn't completely eliminate it though. It's like a Faro cage. There's no such thing as a Faro cage that completely eliminates charge.
But it's easy. I mean, it seems to me that it would be easy enough if you should be able to measure your charges, these properties by which you see things fall. You should be able to measure these things and demonstrate it.
We actually can. That's my point. I actually can measure and demonstrate it.
Are you talking from a position? Are you talking from a position of experience?
We started this conversation off with the definement of charges, which none of you have accurately done yet thus far, but yet you've just invoked it all over again. So, Left Lane, can you explain what a charge is?
Yo, that's not true, Dicel. I told you what a charge was.
Yeah.
No, you tried
earlier.
Don't say none of you. I gave you a perfect answer, and you just like hand waved it. You know.
No, I agreed with a lot of what you said.
Question me about. All right, then.
I agreed with a lot of what you said, but we haven't discretely identified the particulate, i.e. the charge within your electron or your electric field. We've only talked about the dynamic existence of it, but not what it is entirely.
I told you entirely what it was. I told you the different types of charges. Come on, man. That's not fair. But
I mean, that falls under the scope.
No one told you nothing.
How about when I charge you with the responsibility of something?
Oh, man. This is just funny though, because the Globers have this like really high standard, and they're like, you need to measure it, manipulate it, and prove it. But I actually can. But it's just funny that they have that standard. But then but they're simultaneously arrogant about their claim, and yet they don't apply the same standard. And yet they don't apply the same standard. And yet they don't apply the same standard.
Witsit talking about somebody being arrogant.
Oh, he's still.
I bet you've never. I bet you've never. I bet you've never set up an experiment in your life.
Oh, hey, I'll repeat it for you. Okay, so I think it's kind of ironic that the Globe side is saying all these particular standards that need to be fulfilled for me to be correct about electrostatics.
Yeah, I'm just asking for you to demonstrate it. I just want you to demonstrate it.
They're simultaneously arrogant about their claim and how sure they are that you're interrupting me every time, dude.
Bebo, please stop interrupting. Just
you've never set up any kind of experiment in your life, have you?
Yes.
Why are you attacking the person instead of the argument?
Because he doesn't like how the argument
because he's making an
exposes.
argument that no one's done. Yeah, we have people on our side who have actually built a Cavendish, and that Cavendish is actually at the University of Tennessee right now.
See, and this is the main problem, is because when you start interrupting, you then think you get the chance to start going on with your argument as if that's not. Stop interrupting. So I find it ironic that you have this very particular standard I have to meet for electrostatics, which, side note, I can. But simultaneously, you have all this arrogance in which you're so sure about your claim of the cause of the phenomenon, yet you don't apply that same standard to your own claim.
Yeah, I mean, I hear, or what you're saying is that they're claiming that if you can show that it's manipulatable, that they'll believe it. But then when you show it to them, they say, no, we have this one over here that doesn't need to be verified or checked, can't be, but it is true.
Exactly. They're like, they don't have to measure or manipulate their claim.
It has been checked.
No, it hasn't.
Oh, so Blue Marble Sciences Cavendish has not been verified and checked.
Did he eliminate the variable of electrostatics?
Yes.
How?
I mean, I'd be interested.
It's grounded.
Grounding doesn't eliminate electrostatics.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. We live in an electromagnetic field that
y'all can prove it. Y'all prove it.
Hold on.
That can never go away.
Can I ask a question? Here we go.
So when you ground, an air conditioner, what does that do?
B-ball, wait a minute. I have a question.
All that does is complete the circuit. But that's electric circuit is different from electrostatic.
Order in the court.
You're grounding.
Bonding and grounding are effective methods for managing and reducing
it doesn't help
static
when
electricity and thus minimizing the possibility of electrostatic
spark.
Oh,
managing, reducing, and minimizing. That's not eliminating.
Minimize, yes.
It's the best word for Cavendish. It's insightful. It's definitely not an end-all, be-all gravity, space-time, mass-to-mass prover. Come on, man.
Well, you just said that it eliminates it, and then you read the definition. It clearly says reduces, attempts to minimize, and no one disputes that. That's what a Faraday cage does as well. That's what a Faraday cage does as well. So, nevertheless, you didn't eliminate the variable.
Okay, so here's the thing. If this experiment has been done, and it's claimed to minimize all the confounding variables, and it's produced a result. If you wish to refute that, you may do so, but you're going to need to demonstrate that.
Okay, now listen carefully. I don't have to refute it because you don't have anything to refute yet.
No,
that's a claim. That's a claim.
He just has to talk about it. He just has to talk about it and claim that it can be refuted.
I wasn't done, buddy. You're claiming that you controlled the variable to satisfactory standards to where you know electrostatics wouldn't cause anything. That's your claim.
Yes.
And then you're claiming that there's something additional there called the bending and warping of space-time, and you're now telling me I have to refute it. But you didn't manipulate that variable, measure that variable, prove that variable, nor did you even eliminate the variable that would cause that very effect that's much stronger than gravity on the smallest scale that can be proven.
You claim that. You claim that. That's all you're doing is claiming. You're just spewing claims out. You're not demonstrating anything.
I called out how your claim is just a baseless assertion. That's what I did, actually.
Can you explain what an electrostatic field is, Leftley?
Go and tell that to University of Tennessee.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. They, in fact, most people don't bring up Cavendish to prove anything.
Physics.
No one brings up Cavendish to prove anything, dude. No one actually does that. Only you guys do that.
Go and tell them that their entire physics department is incorrect.
And Blue Marble told me when he first did it,
the first
3 times, it didn't even get the result he needed. He told me that.
And to the phrase refute the claim, would a qualification of the refutation be where he's saying, hey, you minimize this and eliminate to the best of your ability? So if anybody was to show that even though you minimize it, there's still some there, would that be a refutation? Is that what you're looking for?
They know it's still there, though, because their own side admits all you can do is try to minimize it. You can't actually eliminate it. And then what they're trying to measure is such a small little minor baby change. So minuscule that you can't even be in the room.
And it works. You can be in the room.
I'm making a point. I'm making a point.
Hurry up.
I did ask him a question. I was on your side. I asked him how you could qualify the refutation, though. But I mean, I'm on your
But
side.
here's the point.
Why is
though. The
everyone
point is just
rumpusing Witsit? Let him
because
finish his
they
point.
know what they know I'm about to refute them.
Because he
So
doesn't stop
it's
talking.
such a this guy's a loser. I don't know who it is, but he keeps interrupting me. Okay, so it's such a minute little baby change they're claiming to measure. And you can't even fully eliminate electrostatics, which has that same effect. So you could never say it isn't the cause of this minor little baby change. Even if you say you minimized it, you just need a little bit to get the little bit of change that you're claiming to measure. Thank you for
So
playing.
the funniest part about that, Witsit, is the values that were generated during Cavendish's experiment, which he performed on his own property, didn't account for any of what you said, and they still use that generated value that he came up with today, and as you stated, that you can't get close to it without affecting. Yet they still use that value, even though it's clearly been skewed. So it's just interesting how.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Yes, I mean
They had more
exact point.
consistent horses and buggies during that time. Is why.
Look, but I'm challenging the gold side, man. I'm challenging left lane, man. I would appreciate a response, or whoever was saying.
Yeah, so many people are talking. I can't hear you.
I understand. I'm sorry. Look, what do you think? Let's talk about what we would do to you say, hey, you're free to refute that. What would that reputation look like?
But real quick, the reputation require. I mean, it's still just a claim on their side. It's still just a claim of gravity.
Let him answer because he wanted. He acted like it was something. Left lane, what do you think about the question?
I think that in order to refute would be to set up your own experiment demonstrating everything you did, videotape it, show all the measurements, show what and just like Blue did with his Cavendish.
Right,
set up your own experiment and display what you're doing.
Right, but you didn't really give any specific. You didn't give any specific like what.
All right, one at a time.
Look, I literally talked to him. He said he didn't get what he expected the first few times. He told me how he tried to account for the variable electrostatics. It's admittedly still there, results in the same exact effect. Attractive force. It's provable, measurable, detectable. You can prove it's actually there.
What about the
you
other?
can't fully eliminate it. You're making.
Hey, don't interrupt. Hey, let Witsit finish.
Ask him.
Don, hey, Don, let Witsit finish.
Yeah, you're just making an additional claim of what is there without ever manipulating, verifying, detecting it, measuring it at all. Thank you.
So what about the other 100 of hours that he recorded of him doing the Cavendish?
It was the same exact thing the whole time, which he tried to eliminate electrostatics by grounding it. It's still there. He told me exactly how much he measured. It was basically nothing.
And do you think that little bit that was according to you still there that affected the results?
Yes,
because
of course.
There was only a small effect.
By how? And if you think so, by how much?
Wait. Here's my point. If we can prove that's what it would do. It just was a small change. We couldn't get rid of it. If it's still there and we know that's what it does and we can prove that it's there, you're the one making the claim that something else is there that we can't prove, can't detect, and we can only assume. You lose.
And how can you prove that little bit was what affected the movement?
That's a good point. That's a good.
And warping made it happen.
See, that's the thing.
Wait, let Witsit respond to that. What'd you say, Witsit?
How can you prove that space-time bending and warping is what made it happen?
Exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there personally.
You wouldn't go there.
It's not about going there.
Move the balls. There was
no
movement when the balls weren't.
What Witsit said was logical. What Witsit said was logical.
Yeah, I would,
and it's a logical assertion. But the bending and warping of space-time is illogical because space and time don't have any physical properties, nor are they manipulated.
According to who?
According to logic. According to logic.
Oh, okay. Not according to the rest of
they don't have physical properties.
Right?
Nice try.
Time is a convention.
All right, wait, hold on. Let Left Lane say something. Left Lane.
Yeah, I'm just saying we don't have to get into bending and
you're cutting out.
Describe what's going on in the Cavendish.
Well, you're
Okay,
cutting out,
so
but
that's
you
your
kind of
claim,
do.
though.
You kind of do
That's
because
your claim.
there is no mass attracting mass anymore. It's the bending and warping of a
Yeah,
conceptual medium.
you just claimed that was the cause, and you're saying if you're going to claim it's something else, you need to prove it. I said, okay, here's how you prove it. You can physically prove it's there, detect it, measure it, manipulate it. Now you're saying no. If you're saying it's not what I said, you need to prove it. I proved it. And I said, wait, but don't you also need to prove yours?
But the thing is, you just said you proved it. You didn't prove anything. You said some words and said da-da. That's what you said.
He's talking about that it couldn't be eliminated. That was agreed to. It couldn't be completely eliminated. So whatever the cause is has to be whatever you're saying, which is gravity, and it's not mass attracting mass. It's the bending and warping of space time now, which is what your claim has to be. But it's still just a claim.
Well, you have to prove that the little bit of static electricity that's there was enough to move those masses.
Why don't you have to prove that space-time bending and warping moved the masses?
Go ahead and build yourself a Cavendish to the level.
Yeah, that's a reversal.
Whatever's there is moving it. But just claiming what the cause was isn't proving the cause.
You can't even prove your cause.
Build yourself a Cavendish. Build yourself instead of sitting here talking about it and making claims. Go ahead and build one.
You don't have Cavendish yet. You guys don't have Cavendish. You both have the same thing. Just saying that it moved a little bit, whether it was due to electrostatics or you're bending and warping of space-time, you're saying bending and warping of space-time, and it's just a claim. It's not proving that that's the cause. It's just a claim.
Well, the cool thing is that a Blue Marble Sciences Cavendish is not the only Cavendish in existence.
It's irrelevant. So we
doesn't matter.
Definitely not irrelevant.
Okay, wait, time out. Listen carefully. We have two cause claims. We proved ours is actually there. You can test it, physically manipulate, and detect and prove. Stop interrupting.
Where is that proof?
That's the okay.
Can we get a moderator? Can we get a moderator?
I'm trying to moderate here. We're trying to moderate. Okay, wait. Okay, we're gonna go in order. Hey, wait. Just everybody stop. Witsit, and then left lane.
Control.
Yeah, Witsit, then left lane.
Okay, so we have two claims on the
Moderation. Let's all try to be more conscious of clipping.
Hey, left lane, you're roboting a bit. I don't know if you can hear everybody. Witsit, go ahead.
Yeah.
We have two claims on the table here. Okay, we're saying electrostatics. It has an attractive force. We can prove it's there. Every object is electrostatic. Every one of them has surface charge, has electrostatic potential. We can prove it's there and detect it. We know it's there. Okay, and we know it's attractive force. Now, there's a second cause claim on the table, and that is that the bending and warping of space-time made the masses go towards each other. You can't prove or manipulate or detect any of that. So what we claimed is objectively more viable and tangible and real.
Yep. And space time is illogical. Like the fact that time is just a convention but ultimately doesn't exist, and space is not a thing but an absence of a thing, and then to prematurely merge those two things together and act as if you've reified the essence of nothing into something is a fallacious idea to begin with.
And they don't even know where they got it from. They don't even know. Most of the Globers don't know where they got space and time from. They don't even know why they had to invoke space and time. They have no idea.
Go ahead, B-Ball.
So the way this works is that you go out, right, and you recreate this, and you prove that what your claim is actually what's going on. Instead of sitting here talking about it.
Experiment.
You don't prove a negative, bro.
Why don't you do that?
Okay, then disprove that it wasn't the mass of the waste that was making the masses move.
You have to prove it first. First of all, if it wasn't,
that
even
is.
if it is the mass, even if it is the mass that has to do with electrostatics, buddy. Hey, mass has to do with electrostatics. Mass is intrinsically electrostatic.
Yeah, electromagnetism is inherent to the mass, so you're saying nothing.
So prove
you
your
can't
claim.
have mass without magnetism.
Okay, so prove that the little bit of prove that the minute amount of electrostatic that you saying is there was enough to move the masses.
Prove that the bending and warping of space-time
that's where you need to start right there.
No, you need to start by proving the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, B-Ball. What he's saying is whether it moved because of electrostatics or because of what you're claiming, both of them are a claim at this point, right? But the electrostatics are always there, so that is on the table still. But then you have to prove the bending and warping of space-time. You have to prove the bending and warping of space-time to even make that a claim.
Okay, so if it's the electrostatic that's making it move, prove that.
Okay, but either way,
reversal.
Either way, wait. Let's start off with P-ball. Either way, you can't claim that it's gravity until proven not gravity, because gravity's
reversal of
then you can prove that it's electrostatics.
But
That's
wait,
making
why
it move.
can you concede that you can't prove it's the bending and warping of space-time? Concede that you can't prove it.
If I put a bunch of
I'm
magnets
not going to concede to
Cavendish
that.
balls, I mean,
you should.
You should claim. You need to.
If you were honest, you should.
You
Your
need
side's
to
making a positive
substantiate the
claim.
claim that
If you
it's
were
the
honest, you
electrostatics
should.
that's making it move.
You're being
Reversal
dishonest.
of burden. That's reversal of burden.
Your side is making the
Why?
claim.
Wait.
Your side's making the claim.
Wait.
No, left
All right, hold on.
If you're not going to be honest and moderate this right, then I'm going to do it.
I'm trying.
I'm trying to moderate.
You want something?
I'm trying to moderate as a little bit of a third party, but okay? Left lane, go ahead, say something.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I'm having difficulty. I got a bad connection, and I'm driving as well.
Yeah.
But and I appreciate your help. But the thing is, y'all keep bringing in the bending and warping of space-time. The Cavendish is simply mass attracting mass. Newtonian physics. Forget Einstein in the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, I'm going to say something to that. Let me say something to that. We know that left lane. On your side, it's already agreed to that it's been superseded by Einsteinian physics. I think it is. Oh wait, mass attracts mass now in your mind?
Yeah,
absolutely. That's not really what most people say on your side.
Einstein said that's not true. So what's up with that?
Einstein no, he did not say that's not true. He did not say that's not true.
I just read a letter from him yesterday where he literally says Newtonian dynamics has fundamental flaws.
Yeah,
I just read a letter from Einstein yesterday.
You can believe that.
Einstein wrote it a fucking letter. You better believe it.
No, it's Einstein.
We're talking
though.
about
It's
the
guy
priest
that
of your
wrote
belief
you-
system.
He brought you your current belief.
Hey, regardless of what
not my
Einstein,
belief.
real quick, left lane, real quick. Regardless of what Einstein said, most of the guys, at least on your side, maybe we should clarify this because that's an important point of contention right now. But they say that Newtonian physics may not be what's going on. It is the warping of space-time that is causing the object to move towards each other, but it manifests itself as if it were mass attracting mass. That's how they get out of it usually. They don't just say, "Oh, it's still mass attracting mass." They say it is the bending and warping of space-time pushing it towards the object, but because it seems like that it could still be interpreted as mass attracting mass, then we're just going to say that's okay for the interpretation. But it's not about. We're talking about the reality of it now. We're not talking about
mass.
We're not. Yeah.
Mass attracting mass is the phenomena. The causation is the bending and warping of your space-time. That's the causation.
Allegedly, yeah.
Well,
Correct.
Yeah, but if you look at the equations involved in evaluating the Cavendish experiment, it does not involve Einstein field equations.
If I look at mass,
that's a problem. That's a problem. That's the point. That's the point. That's a problem.
Mass attracting mass in Cavendish. You see torsion bar twist. So what it still stands is you're trying to explain why the torsion bar twisted, and that reason is gravity. And now at this point, gravity is space-time bending. So his point is correct. You're saying the torsion bar moves because of gravity, which at this point in science is space-time.
Y'all are straw manning us.
No, that's not straw man. That's an up-to-date version of what your side is claiming officially.
I refute bendy warpy space-time. I stick
then
with
refute your own side.
physics.
Well, you can't do that. You can't do that and be respected in this conversation right now. I'm sorry.
You're an anti-flat earther, bro.
Lane, I got a question for you. If I have two masses, left lane, if I have two masses that are electrostatic, will they attract to each other?
Do what now?
If I have two electrostatic masses, can they attract to each other?
A positive and a negative?
Sure.
Of course, we know that opposites attract in charge.
So mass can attract mass based on electrostatics?
Yeah, but see, when you're talking about electrostatics and the nuclear forces, I think that gets conflated into saying, and somehow that imparts a negative or positive charge to a substance as a whole, but it doesn't. It just has to do with the intermolecular, the bonds inside.
Okay, so you didn't answer. It's a simple question. So the answer is yes, that electrostatic masses can be attracted to each other. You're claiming mass attracting mass. That doesn't exclude electrostatics. Okay, and we're explaining to you that your current paradigm claims that the torsion bars are affected by the bending and warping of space-time, making it appear that mass is attracted to each other. But
So
Newton himself said that mass attracting mass on its space without an intermediary medium to sustain the interaction is absurdity. So your claim is objectively that objectively, if you invoke Cavendish and say this proves gravity, you're claiming that the masses were attracted based on the bending and warping of space-time. That's what you have to say.
So
Objectively.
we
No, I
can,
don't. No, I don't.
Or you can invoke
manipulate? Can we not manipulate these?
One at a time. Sorry, go ahead. B-ball, go ahead.
Can we not manipulate these forces of electrostatics? We can manipulate them, right?
Space-time? No.
No. Electrostatics. Electrostatics. You can manipulate. No.
Yes.
Electrostatics.
Yeah.
We can manipulate them, right?
Yeah.
So if gravity is electrostatic, then we could possibly build something that would repel that electrostatics, right?
It's the same thing, man. Gravity and electrostatics
We have done that.
are the same thing.
You have done that.
Okay, so how come we can't build, I don't know, anti-gravity or anti-electrostatic devices?
Oh, we can.
We don't have to.
Okay, now let me first of all.
How come we can't build something big enough, like I don't know, floating
what's an
cars
answer?
and things like that?
This would be equivalent to me saying, "Why can't you create anti-gravity machines if gravity's real?"
No. But you're claiming gravity is electrostatic.
Wait,
listen, bro. We probably
Why are you interrupting me?
All right, what's it finish?
Yeah, so just to point out, it would be equivalent to me saying, well, if gravity's real, then why don't we have flying cars with anti-gravity?
No.
That's the standard you're asking me of. Secondly,
no,
we can actually make things. We can actually make things float by manipulating electrostatics. It's provable with the bending
there has to be.
it's provable,
but just with the Earth, not with anything else.
I'm almost done, buddy. It's provable with the Van de Graaff generator. But you couldn't do an entire car because it would require so much power because it's so weak.
Yeah, but it could be done though, right?
In theory, sure.
But if the Van de Graaff generator is showing it, regardless of how small it is, that's proving that there can be an electrostatic charge that's defying weight, right?
So we can build something independently that can just float off the ground.
That's what spaceships
we can introduce electrostatics and make it float. That's right.
Off the ground, not off something else as electrostatic.
Yes,
off the ground.
It's been shown. Living frogs and strawberries can be levitated.
Yeah, but there's an apparatus.
Electrostatic.
Yeah,
field.
but there's an apparatus. The frog is in some sort of apparatus, isn't it?
No.
I'm talking about. Yes, it is. It's suspended in some sort of tube or something like that. I've seen that.
That's just to keep it. That's besides the point. That's just so
everyone to keep in mind that they will never apply this much of a standard to their gravity claim, though. They don't have to prove any of it. They don't have to prove any of it.
Yeah, it's all a reversal burden of proof fallacy, dude. Completely.
Yeah, but if you're going to claim electrostatics, then there's thing inherently of electrostatics that can be.
If you're going to claim gravity, then you need to prove it.
You can manipulate electrostatics.
You can make shit float. You can make shit, travel all over the place, but that's not good enough. Let me see more until I drop my fake shit.
I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen you guys make anything float just with electrostatics
alone.
A fucking car
without an apparatus. A car, it comes off to me.
It's called a Van de Graaff generator, buddy.
Okay, is that a Van de Graaff generator? Can we make something float without a Van de Graaff generator?
You could, in theory, if you could introduce electrostatic charge to it. The generator's just good at doing that. And electrostatics is super weak. Okay, it's just much stronger than your supposed gravity. So, can you prove your gravity, and can you apply the same standard to relativity?
We're on electrostatics though, so we can manipulate electrostatics, but we really can't manipulate gravity.
Just to clarify, whenever the globe side invokes Cavendish says that it proves gravity, but then they don't have to prove it, but now they're saying we're talking about electrostatics now. Isn't that a shifting the burden of proof?
I think that Cavendish is kind of proving it though.
But you think that, but we're proving to you that the variable that can be proven to be there that has that same effect is electrostatics. Yet you can't even prove that your claim is there. You can't even prove your claim is there.
You need to, then you need to prove that electrostatics is actually gravity.
Okay, that's fine. B-ball, you said it over and over again. That's fine. Proving electrostatics is a thing, and that's true. But it's not like, okay, the bending and warping of space-time is the cause until proven wrong, because it's not provable on its own.
Well,
Okay, well, let's prove
Is
that
it
it's actually
falsifiable?
electrostatics then.
Well, before we even accept something as a plausible, right? So electrostatics, I rub a balloon, I shock something. Okay, whatever that is, could it be Cavendish? Maybe. I don't know, but it's a maybe because I got shocked by it. Now, gravity, what is that? Like, can you? I don't even have a dealings with it so that I can understand what is affecting in Cavendish. That's the point. He's like, I have this thing. It could be cause you don't have something, and won't give me my cause, but you insist on yours, which you don't have. It's very bad.
Yeah.
At least
Gravity
electrostatics can be somewhat isolated, but whereas this idea of gravity can't be at all.
So gravity, what humans call gravity, and the phenomena called electrostatic cleaning, and also magnetic traction, they're all the same fucking thing. Okay, that's the part you guys aren't getting.
According to whom?
I want to know how B-ball falsifies space-time.
I don't know. I haven't.
They
How
never
can you
try to prove
falsify that
space-time
experiment?
at all. It never even crosses their mind. They just try to hand-wave, dismiss, and critique anything
How
that
would
would
I
come against their
falsify
religious
gravity? How would I?
Yeah,
How
how can you
would
isolate
I
it?
falsify gravity?
Yeah.
To make it
So
science. To make it science. Yeah. How can you prove it's
Go
science?
ahead, B-ball.
How can you
Go
falsify
ahead,
it?
B-ball.
How would I falsify gravity? Well,
so
I
the
would
difference.
probably try. Hold on. I would probably try and isolate gravity and see if the force is still there.
How
Like
do you do
maybe
that?
drop something. Like maybe go to something really high and drop something,
Well, wait,
and then
what, you
see
dropped
if in.
electrostatic.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. No. Stop. Wait. Maybe I could use let me see, a density tower. Because
That's
in a
all
density tower, all
electrostatic.
the hold on, I'm not done. In a density tower, all the arranged in a specific order, right? Because of the density. Now,
Well,
when you
that's
drop that,
electrostatic.
hold on. When you drop that force goes away. So if it wasn't gravity or some sort of downward force, those liquids would still be in the same orientation as I dropped it.
Space-time. This is how you falsify space-time?
No, you said gravity.
Gravity
No,
is
I didn't
linear
have to
morphic
falsify
space-time.
space-time. Yeah, it was
That's what
space-time.
gravity is. Yeah.
Well, I don't
Let's
know,
just call
man.
it
You'd
the
have
fourth
to
dimension.
you would have to ask physicists or some sort of scientist.
Okay,
I don't know.
Either way, with your density
That's not a
tower,
question you would ask me.
with your density tower, it's density, right? The density is the reason that they're separated, right? So why is it not density right there?
Yeah, because when you drop it, there's the force that makes those things separate is gone.
And then we have to prove that that
arranged.
itself is. Then we have to prove. Then you guys would have to prove that's not electrostatics, which actually is present regardless.
Well, then it would still be separated in their layer as you dropped it.
But the ground
No,
has
not if electrostatics is the cause.
Okay. So if I was to drop it and it would still stay in an orientation, then that would mean that it is electrostatics then, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I don't know. Let's see. What's it? Do you have an answer to that?
I didn't actually hear the question. I just know everything present is electrostatic, so it's just subjective.
He's saying if they stayed in their right order, it would prove that it is electrostatics.
Why?
When he drops the tower.
Why?
I'm asking. Is that true?
Stays in the same order.
It's eliminating the force. But in this case,
force?
the force is always present. In electrostatics, the force would always be present, wouldn't it?
It doesn't
like in
eliminate
if you did like
counters
a
the bias.
you're saying like if you did like a zero G free fall, you're asking if buoyancy and density would
I don't think the claim is that they're staying separated because of electrostatics. I think the claim is that there's an electrostatic relationship between the ground and whatever's falling.
Yeah, and within the actual densities themselves. So, everything is electrostatic. But again, this is just your long way of saying you can't prove space-time. And just because I have to go, just so you know, just so the Globers know, the only reason
I
space
can't prove
and
it.
time.
I can't prove it myself.
So let me just say this, just so the Globers know, the only reason that space.
Proving it.
My man,
Stop interrupting. Don't talk over him.
You already know you don't know.
Hey, Whitsitt, say your last thing, but also I want you to answer real quick before you go. When they complete the charge, right, in the Cavendish, is it still electrostatics or is it electromagnetism there? Or what happens then when they complete the charge, when they complete the circuit?
well, then you're getting into, technically that would be coherent, so it would be magnetically coherent, but it also would also be electrostatic. Of course, you can't separate the two. But anyway, just so you guys know, when you ever wonder, like, why did we come up with these metaphysical ideas, space and time, and claim that they have physical properties? It's because in Michelson-Morley, it showed that there wasn't the right differentiation, the light path. So they had to say that the measuring apparatus itself shrank, contracted, and then the space itself changed because it contracted, just wasn't perceptible. So then the amount of time it takes to go the shorter distance changes, obviously. So you have to say that time expanded while that physical contraction happened. That's literally so that it looks like nothing happened and it looks like the Earth is at rest, but actually the device shrank and time expanded simultaneously. So it looked like it was doing nothing. And that is your literal religion. And that is why you then attributed physical properties to space time. And you can't prove any of that. But I thought
the Lorentz contraction and time dilation are both things that are on the table of contention at this point. Big time.
Like, what has happened to humans? Like, we're retarded. We're fucking literally like perverted and mutated and retarded. That's so crazy. It's sick. It's sick.
Well, it's the manipulation of the idea that humans can respect as quote unquote science.
It's the ego, bro. When you think you know everything, you'll never question it. And
I don't think anybody thinks it.
How many calories you burning right now? Who's that?
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Was it a treadmill?
Yes, I'm on a treadmill.
No, it's an electrostatic generator with a
I mean, a Van de Graaff is built with a treadmill belt. Yeah, truly is.
I was just being funny, but yeah.
But you were still on.
Right.
Man, it sounded like it was moving, bro. He was probably doing like 4 or 5 miles.
Actually, I take that back. Energy can never be generated, i.e. created. It can only be manifested into fruition because it's ever so existent. It's only based on the form at which it's present or not present. But you can't create something that's already there to begin with.
Hey, Kosho, you here? Maybe not.
His mind's warped from all this badass information that Witset's putting out. Even paid NASA show can't keep up with it.
Witset? No, I can't. You're right. I can't keep up with Witset's bullshit because he can lie faster than I can tell the truth.
He's not lying.
Yeah, he is.
What are you talking about? Okay,
No,
what's he
he's on
lying about?
point.
Hey, tell me what he's lying about, NASA.
Everything he says, basically.
Oh, everything he says. Just everything's a lie. That's it's really insightful there. Really insightful thing to add to the conversation. That means nothing. It means nothing. You just say everything he says is a lie. It's ridiculous. Coming in with that is just not even contributing to anything. It's just a claim, like all your other claims.
You asked me.
Because we can go to people who have actually.
Twice a day.
You're gonna claim somebody's lying. You need to be specific.
Nothing correctly is completely illogical.
We can go to
if
people
you're
who
come in and claim somebody's lying, you need to be specific. That's a pretty harsh claim to just come in and just say everything.
Right.
Because we can
exactly what it is he's lying about, and then we'll check into it. Okay.
Everything I've investigated, everything I've looked at that Witset says is a lie.
You have to name something specific if you're going to make a claim like that.
Everything Witset says is a lie.
I'm going to mute you if you don't actually specify what you're saying. If you're making a claim about somebody lying,
because we can go to people who have actually studied these things and they contradict what.
Another general statement that doesn't even specify what you're talking about.
Claiming that masses in a Cavendish experiment move because of electrostatics. That's a claim.
Right? Sure. So you're saying he's lying about that?
Yes.
Yeah, he might be.
Prove he's lying about that. Show how he's lying about that.
Either he's lying or he's uninformed.
No, he's lying. He knows better.
That's another general claim. But actually give some evidence and show exactly what you're talking about. Defile someone's character.
Never done it.
Witset never gives any information.
Yeah, he does. What are you talking
No, he
about? There's lots of
doesn't.
information that's
all he
posted
did.
by him. What are you talking
No,
about?
he doesn't. He doesn't give any information. He just says.
In fact, I was going to ask
listen,
Kosho if he came up with
that's
another
actually
quote that
projection.
he found that was misquoted, and he didn't
He
come up. He only
reads
came up with
things
a couple
and
yesterday that he
misinterprets it
thought.
and misrepresents it. That's what he does. He reads things,
That's just a general
misinterprets
statement.
it,
You
and
need to actually
misrepresents it.
specify what your claim is.
I
You can't
just
just
did.
say he
I,
does
I,
this in
I just
general.
did.
Okay,
Then he
what
claimed.
exactly?
Then he claimed that that now we don't know whether or not we're in a
You cut out.
that scientists nowadays can't figure that out.
What? Can't
That's
figure
a
out what?
claim.
You cut out.
Whether
You
we
cut
live
out.
in a
What'd you say?
geocentric, whether we live in a geocentric or heliocentric solar
That's
system.
true.
That's a claim.
Scientists have no fucking clue.
That's not true.
False.
It's actually true.
There's many things that
redshifting
science
and they
doesn't know,
assume
bud.
that, you know,
Yeah, but
I think that's one thing we figured out a long time ago.
See, Witz
You can
doesn't
say
understand
we,
what
but we wouldn't be in this discussion if that was all really figured out. Come on.
You're in this discussion because you listen to people like Witz and you don't test things for yourself. That's why you're here.
That's not true. There's a lot of
I'm hearing
people
a
that
lot
are.
of feelings and projection.
What's the last thing you've ever done? The last experiment you've ever done? Perspective.
Hey, Paid, what's something you've invented, discovered, or created? Can you share that with us?
Oh, I could, but I'm not going to.
Well, just give us one thing that you've invented, discovered, or created.
No, sorry, it would dox me too.
Oh, so you got nothing. Got it.
I got it actually.
Yeah.
Give us.
Yeah,
How
I'm
about
not
your
gonna
best?
I'm not going to give you examples of what I've done either because it'll dox me too much.
Yeah, give us your best verifiable fact that we can verify. Paid. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. You gonna do the Eratosthenes experiment or not?
Oh, the Eratosthenes. And what did that prove?
That the Earth is not flat.
Really?
Yeah.
Even though it's admitted on your side that the shadows work both ways.
But no,
they
it's
don't
not.
work both ways.
Yeah, it is. It's admitted on your side.
Actually, no.
Okay, from how many observers?
Only if you have two observers on the same line of latitude. The third one
Right.
kills them.
And if you have 21 observers, forget
That's
it.
even worse. That's even worse. The more observers you have, the worse it gets for the globe.
I don't know why
there was an
flat earthers
interesting
have not
idea.
tried this. Why? How come flat earthers haven't tried this?
Because they
It'd
know
be
it'll kill
easy.
them.
It'd be
There's an
easy to
interesting
disprove.
idea that was brought up yesterday in the other stream about how that the triangulation of these things using the shadows actually can prove that there's no way the sun's as far as you guys are saying.
Actually.
Okay, then let's see that. Let's see that.
I'll get it for you.
Actually, it does prove that. It proves that the rays come in. You can prove the rays come in parallel, by the way. That's easy to do.
Oh wow! You think the light rays are parallel from the sun?
Oh, definitely.
I did it. I did a test.
You can do that with a soccer ball and the moon. And when the moon's visible, it did during the daytime.
I did a test the other week with Jose, him and I, and the sun. If we have a flat baseline, right? That's a specific amount of then the sun should be at a specific angle from Jose. We tested that, and lo and behold, it didn't match. These are the type of things that flat. Sitting here, you make claims,
percentage,
and you read things, and you misinterpret things, and that's why you're here. That's why you're.
That's just a general claim. Another general claim. Hey, percentage. What is that game you're playing called?
It's called Slither. It's a website, slither.io.
Oh, anyone can go online and play that? Okay.
Yeah, and it's addictive as hell. I found it. My friend told me about it yesterday.
Man, that game's like 7 years old, bro. You just found out about it yesterday?
Yeah.
It is a pretty good game, though. I like it a lot.
Yeah, what game
How about the game of denying facts and evidence and making up superficial nonsense to fit into your paradigm of beliefs?
Yeah, but you guys play that every day. Play something new.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
What game are you talking about?
The game of beliefs versus facts.
Yo, I'm asking percentage. Come on.
Yeah, check out my stream.
Oh. All right.
If you believe it to be true, then it must be.
No, we don't believe it. We actually go out and test it. So.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you really want to talk about beliefs, talking about the ether and whatnot. Like, give us anything for the something. Show us it's not a belief.
We have been the whole time.
What?
Everything we've just discussed pertaining to electricity, electrostatics, magnetism, light, this is all revolvent.
Yeah, those are all claims.
You literally just sat here and read from a PDF.
Okay, so, and what do you read from? Have you created, invented, or
Nothing.
discovered anything? Because if you haven't, then you're reading from something
stuff.
too.
I've
you've created things and
even
discovered
the stuff I've done are based on other people's ideas, and I'm not ashamed to say that.
So you're parroting. You're a parrot.
I'm not parroting. I don't read directly.
Well, that's all you do.
I'm able to take someone else's idea.
Unless you've invented, discovered, or created, then you're just parroting.
In my own words. You can't do that. You took like a whole chapter from a PDF and you read it straight, bro. So I mean, provide us something for the ether, some sort of evidence, an experiment to falsify any hypothesis you have. I mean, just something, Doc. Dice Law.
Let's see. Let's see. How about let me find something here juicy.
Yeah, I was included in a paper last week.
You were?
Who's
It was for helping somebody out in Blender.
Oh. Okay. That's pretty cool. What did you help them on Blender with?
Different shit. One of the actually I helped them out with the program. The thing in Blender, I kind of helped with, but regardless, that was the one that ended up in all these YouTube videos because that one got published, and it was like in all the mainstream science dudes when that wandering black hole came out. I'll show you.
So what was the paper about?
The other it's on the same subject. Basically, what do you call that? Lensing, micro lensing.
Okay.
I just helped him write some of the code, so he included my name. He did the same thing for Gary.
Mm-hmm.
The refractive index of an EMR circuit of power is proportional to its frequency, and this is the hysteresis of the ether against the EMR circuit of light.
What the fuck?
C, which is likewise always proportional to the medium which the disturbance is manifesting. There you go.
What did you say?
What's the source?
What are you reading? Yeah, just post the link to what
Where's it
we
from?
just read. 'Cause I know you read that word for word. You don't even understand what you read. Just post the link. Man.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
but
a
just post the
nice
source.
ad hom.
Yeah, it's fine, but just post the source.
You can go get the source yourself off of
No, you just
Wheeler's
read
video.
it. You could just it's Ken Wheeler. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a good source.
That's
course.
not a good source.
Is it really Ken
Okay.
Wheeler or are you trolling?
Yeah, he said so himself.
Okay.
It's Ken Wheeler.
Never mind then, man.
Wouldn't that be? Hey, sorry if I'm at 4 miles.
Yeah. That was a good talk though, but the shit right the head came with, that was crazy. Yo, Kosha.
What's up, man?
What's charge to you? How do you define charge?
I mean, I typed in the chat 'cause I heard you guys talking about it. I've said this before to Dysolo that it's a fundamental property, one that you can either be positive or negative, and it's an attribute or it's a property that allows the said particle or object to interact with the electromagnetic field. So it's this charge that has an interaction with that field. There's more, I guess, but that's the basics.
Yeah, Nate, on that charge, what I was talking about, where does the electron get its charge is what I was talking about.
I mean, that's for the books.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Where does it get its charge?
Why does it have the charge that it does?
Oh, why does it have charge? That's why are we alive? I don't know.
Not only is it a fundamental property, but the electron's charge and its mass, I think, are both universal constants.
Universal constant. Like every electron has the same mass and charge.
That's mean its value is extremely important.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
You mean like the measured value of the electric constant?
Hold on, let me see.
Or do you mean that every electron has the same mass and charge?
Yeah, the charge is a fundamental constant, and the mass of the electron is a fundamental constant.
So,
yeah.
Nate, did I just hear you say it just is what it is when you clarified on where the electron gets its charge?
I said I don't know. Howard asked why does it have charge? It gets its charge from interacting with the electromagnetic field, but why? I don't know. I just said why are we alive? I have no idea.
Right. No, that's fine. So, is it because you don't know, or is it because it's not known? as to why.
I don't know. I don't know why electrons prefer to have charge, but we know how they get their charge.
Well, doesn't that answer the why?
No, we know that it gets its charge by interacting with the electromagnetic field. But why does that happen? Like, why can it interact with it and not get charged? Why can't it interact with the electromagnetic field and we see a gravitational effect or we see a nuclear effect? Why does it happen? Why does it get charged? Because not all objects have charge. Not all particles interact with the electromagnetic field. So why does the electron choose to?
Okay, so let me ask my question again. Is it because you don't know what they know, but they know why it gets its charge?
I don't know. There might be someone that knows, Travis, but I've never read or been taught, anything that answers that specific question.
All right.
But I don't know everything, and there might be someone out there with the answer, definitely.
So let me ask you this question. It was started quite a few hours ago this morning. There was a YouTuber who's a baller, and he's got interviews and whatnot on his channel, science presentations. His channel's called I Can Science That. And yesterday he said at least 4 or 5 times in so many words, nuanced, that if you have an hypothesis, if your hypothesis cannot be tested, it's not science. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
I would agree with that, but how did he not go about defining what he means when he says, testing a hypothesis?
Well, it's a matter. You can go and ask him. He was simply stating certain things about how to test. So it would involve testing something, but basically he was being general in saying if you have an hypothesis, when you test, you're not testing to prove your hypothesis.
You're saying He's saying what I took is that he said you have to be able to falsify. You have to be able to falsify.
Exactly. You got to be able to prove it wrong.
Great. Oh, great. So here's my question. When has the observation and the scientific declaration, where has the observation and the scientific declaration that ships exclusively disappear over the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is curved, where was that ever tested, or where were the other alternatives falsified?
Okay, so firstly, I'm not too familiar with one really famous super experiment that's done this, but there are experiments you could come up with yourself. Secondly,
no, I don't want you to ad hoc.
Alternatives?
No, I don't want you to ad hoc.
No.
Okay, because
you want me to come up with one right now?
No, listen, no, it's very simple. In my opinion, if there is a scientific body that encompasses thousands of years of research, surely, somewhere in those books, someone has falsified all other alternative explanations for the apparent disappearance of ships beyond a physical curve. Surely that exists.
I'm not sure do you think that's what he meant?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But to respond to you, Travis, yeah, I'm sure most of the alternatives. I don't know if every single one. I don't know what all the alternatives are, but I'm sure they are experiments out there,
well,
or observations done, or tests done, or things done.
But you're saying I'm sure they have been is not evidence at all, and so it's absolutely
yeah. I'm not trying to provide you evidence. That's why I'm asking, what is it you want? Do you want me to come up with an experiment for you? Like, what do you want me to give you, Trev?
Variable that you can manipulate, I think.
I would like you to simply consider the fact that the observation that boats, lighthouses, islands, oil platforms, other objects that apparently are behind the alleged curvature of the Earth has never been tested or falsified.
It's
I
a
just want you to.
possibility, Travis.
I just want you to
It's a
sit right.
possibility.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fair,
but it's
right?
so unlikely. It's so unlikely. But
No,
it's
you
possible.
can
Anything's
beg.
possible.
You can beg for ad hocs all you want until someone comes up with the fact that somewhere along the way said, "Hey, let's test this theory that the reason why we can't see the hull of that boat is because of curvature." Unless someone can produce that, you guys, at least in this discussion right now with this particular topic, are holding on to something that is merely only an observation.
So what we can do is we can get a flat surface like like a basketball court or a parking lot, and we can see if an object will disappear into that flat surface. That's one way.
Yeah, and people have done that.
They've only done it because they put the camera down some kind of like sort of below the surface, or because that surface wasn't perfectly flat.
Oh, you can ad hoc all you want, right?
No. That's literally what we've seen many times.
But you have to also understand that if there is an alternative observation, if there is an alternative explanation, which is the same thing that's on par with the declaration that that ship is disappearing behind curvature, if there is an other alternative explanation for that observation that has not been falsified, then it stands as a falsification of your observation that's what is causing the obstruction.
The falsification would be that we everywhere we go, we see things obstructed bottom up over the water. When there's less weird atmospheric conditions, you can see it even more.
Right, but the reason why you see less or the reason why you see more is always refraction, every single time.
Yeah, but you got to consider the amount of. Yes, the refraction is always there, but the refraction isn't creating a wall of water at the bottom of buildings or the bottom of boats.
Well, again, that is my claim that is what's happening with proximate looming. So until the funding or I hit the jackpot, right, until that it happens to where I can actually get out and do the observation with participation, that's going to stand as no less a viable option for looming.
Definitely, Travis.
Because if you will allow that refraction can lift up the distant horizon, I see no reason at all how you can actually, with a clear conscience, say, but it can't lift up the proximate horizon.
Yeah, but that would mean that there'd be a wild temperature between me and buildings in the middle in the middle between me and some buildings.
So what's the quantification for wild, B-ball? What's that
like
value?
Maybe 10 to 15 degrees difference.
Great. So until you actually have evidence for how the temperature gradient affects your observation, you have no more standing than I do in this discussion.
I think there's plenty of evidence showing that the temperature gradient affects what you see.
No, there's plenty of claims that it does. I've yet to see the evidence that they have done the work in the field to demonstrate this.
So you don't think temperature affects what you see over the temperature difference?
Did anybody hear me say that?
I don't. But is that what you're claiming?
No.
Because you're saying no one's ever shown that.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Because obviously, when I go out on one particular day and the air temperature is 66 and the water temperature is 64, and then I go out on another day and the air temperature is 37 and the water temperature is 44.
Yo, B-ball, come on, man.
I'm sorry, man. I'm on the treadmill.
B-ball. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, even for a sixth grader. It should be very simple. It should exist where a field trip can be planned. And the simple explanation is, dear sixth grader, when the air temperature is this, and the water temperature is this, and the barometric pressure is this, and the humidity is this, and blah, 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 you should be able to see this refraction event. That doesn't exist anywhere. And to me, that's a problem. That this discussion only exists in a scholarly paper that I have no fucking desire to read because it's filled with equations and bullshit squiggles and symbols, right? But I'm trying to go through there and just no. It should be a simple description, right? This is what's happening.
Maybe that's the problem. You know, a lot of those things that you're not reading and overlooking kind of explain it. You have to have that. You have to have that mathematical background in order to understand what you're looking at.
Yeah, that was right. That was what Andrew Thomas Young's accusation against me was. If you don't have a mathematical background, and I'm going to say that's fucking bullshit.
True.
That's no.
That'd be like me. That would be like me
listen very carefully.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. That would be like me telling a cardiac surgeon how to do his job, and I don't have the background in cardiac surgery.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Equations are made up of symbols. Symbols have dynamic equivalence in reality. You don't need to write out a fucking equation. All you have to do is tell me. You don't need to. You don't need to. Right?
What if I want to make a prediction? What if I want to use that data and conditions, and maybe I can use that information the next time to predict what I might see?
Howard, go ahead. Yeah, Howard, go ahead and feel free to find us any scientific paper where they not only predict that an inferior mirage is going to happen, but also how intense that inferior mirage is going to be, and where and when it's going to place the target that it's affecting. Right? It doesn't exist.
That's like on my bucket list. Like I so badly I want to see a mirage. Like, please let me know when I can see one. I want to see one.
Travis, the flaw in your argument is this: people who create cars use mathematical equations to determine the horsepower of that car.
And this is a false equivalency.
And if you reject mathematical formulas,
false equivalency.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
Because you're using math to determine the
reality.
Oh. Yeah, well, you're using math to determine the refraction rate. And Andrew Thomas Young's papers are mathematical equations. And if you reject that because you don't have the background, you might as well as reject the people who create cars and use mathematical equations to determine the horsepower, the fuel efficiency, and many other things in the car. It is
the
not
guy in the left lane.
No, I'm talking to Travis. Oh, he left. I think.
Oh no,
he's Big Daddy loyal.
No, he probably just cut out and dropped him. He'll be back.
Yeah, so I think I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but in my opinion, math needs to be used to describe reality, not the opposite, not of another opposite
exactly.
reality.
Exactly. That's what I agree with that. But
well,
the thing is, Travis thinks that anytime you see when there's no mirage, minimal refraction, it's still a mirage.
Yep. So could you guys help me understand why my analogy is inadequate and wrong? Don't people who manufacture cars, the people who manufacture put the horsepower?
Leo, I think it's because let me try and think. I think I had it for a second.
I think it's because you're calculating the known, what you know.
It's because
the rate. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because he wants to be able to predict what the mirage would look like. Claiming that we can get temperature, the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air, and then predict what the mirage is going to look like. He's saying that that hasn't happened.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, when you guys, when somebody can do that, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be badass. Which is, I don't believe it's going to happen, but that'd be awesome.
we can get all the things that go into making a car that has 3,000 horsepower, and we could predict and make it have that horsepower by mathematical equations.
Yeah, but by doing what? By burning fuel, by putting pressure with pistons. I mean, by things that you know the measurable outcome of it with.
Right, but you use mathematical equations to do that.
But that's just describing the reality of the fuel and the pressure. I mean,
I agree with you, but if he's rejecting Andrew Thomas Young based on all the equations, then he has to also, across the board, reject all math that do everything else on Earth.
Hold on.
No,
I'm
hold
on, just real quick. Let me answer.
How does that
Let me answer
follow?
real quick.
Saying someone used math to model one thing incorrectly, and then saying that no, now you have to throw out all maths doesn't follow.
And exactly that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I haven't seen the evidence for the information that they are putting into the equation. Right? Their equation can have generic references like 7/6R, which is just this average, right? So what I'm saying is, show me the information. Like, again, break it down. Yeah, so what if I'm a fucking 6th grader? Break it down and show me how you got all of this information. That does not exist. It's always after the fact. They always tell you, in general, what they think is happening, and then they just bombard you with equations. So
yeah, it's
that's
like a
what
motion
they're saying.
picture, not a prediction. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that part. It's, they're not telling you where the mirage is going to be. They're telling you after the fact, for sure. It's not at all what he's equivocating math to make predictions. Yeah, no, it's not at all the same.
It is the same.
Based on known measurements of different, going deeper and deeper, not just saying math, but deeper into, okay, this part produces this much electricity. This part produces this much condensing of the air. This part, and little pieces added together, to equal this. It's not the same. Doing it beforehand versus, it's not at all the same. What you're saying. And that's
Well, they
okay.
can model it. In my example, they could model the information in a program and then test that model in real life. So therefore, they're collecting all the information, like Travis is asking, putting it into a mathematical formula, and testing that formula when they create the engine in the car.
How is math any different than English if they're both words and symbols to describe reality?
What a silly thing to say.
Yeah.
So how are they different?
It's like saying you're saying these words, like this math is saying, making these symbols, saying these words, and they don't match up. Just because you can say words to one point doesn't mean that you can just say words and it makes it real. Yeah, I mean, it's just not a good equivalent of what you're saying.
So
we have words, we have language. Therefore, all language and all words mean what they say. Yeah.
Yeah, like what I was saying before. Just because someone uses math to model something and they get the model wrong doesn't mean you then throw out math. Just like so if someone uses an English sentence to write a nonfiction or to write a fiction novel, doesn't mean you gotta say, oh, all English is lies now because someone wrote a fiction novel with it.
So
it doesn't
they build a car.
Yeah, but people believe all math, right? Like you just put an equation down and people believe it. You just put a sentence down and people are like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's I don't know.
Math has never explained anything, nor will it ever, because that's not the job of math. It's just a descriptor. Science. It's the combination of physics and metaphysics to come up with a logical explanation behind the said phenomena, not just mathematical assertions to quantify things or predict things. That's not science. That's the job of quantum and mathematics.
What are you reading? What are you reading now?
With a certain amount of
that's not reading.
horsepower is not science.
Sorry, why is that? I had too many people at home.
Why is creating a car or using math to create a certain horsepower in a car not science?
No, that's not what I said. I said math describes, science explains.
Yeah, math doesn't
that
create.
simple.
Yeah, you can
using science and
cylinders
math together to create horsepower in a car is
Oh my
science.
God, Lael, no one is disputing the ability to create a car. We're not talking
No. I'm specifically saying
it's not
creating a
relevant.
car with math is
Oh my God.
science.
So
It's
can I
not
write
relevant
the
to this
formula?
discussion.
Can I write the math formula on the hood of the car and it's going to work? Is that what you're saying, dude?
No, they create
right.
the formula to create the car and use that formula, and it creates the car. That is science.
That's engineering.
I'm gonna
That's
write the
engineering,
formula on
okay?
the
Engineering is
car.
not the same thing.
The
Engineering
formula
is science.
doesn't make the car. The factory
Tell me
makes the car,
Tell me the
dude.
magic formula to write on my hood so I can race over there and show you what I'm saying. Just tell me.
Or tell me the formula that makes the car, and then I'll make the car, and then he can write the formula that makes the car work. And we don't even need materials. All we need is formulas to make stuff.
Just need a formula.
Yeah,
Give me the mathematic formula for a Camaro. Go ahead and post it in
Hey,
chat.
bro,
Formula.
Lael, you're conflating some things. Just don't. If you're trying to say that it's science, as quote unquote science, is different than engineering or constructing something. Totally different. It's a categorical error.
Not category error. Engineering is science.
No, science is used in engineering.
Listen, it is so hard.
There's a reason we have the words engineering and science, and that they're separate words. It's because they have separate meanings.
That doesn't matter.
So for you to just say that we have two different words, two different meanings, and then for me to go and tell you that, and for you to just say that doesn't matter is not a proper response. You have
the point is you're saying that math. Using math within that medium, using that math within that medium doesn't mean you can conflate math as being something tangible in the way that you're trying to make it. Either way,
I think math was tangible.
Yeah, what he's doing is whenever we're pinning him down with an actual question, it becomes a dog pile and 15 people hop in, and then he just escapes instead of having to actually answer any legitimate questions.
Math is just a useful way to describe our reality and to quantify things into bulk units of measure, but those bulk units of measure does not define nor does it explain. This is the purpose of science in conjunction with mathematics to have an accurate, concise explanation.
And this has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, man. This is just common knowledge amongst all intellectuals in every field. I mean, it's just
and in terms of the shape of the earth, if you recognize a pattern and then mathematically define it, doesn't mean that the math is the most important thing about that pattern. The pattern existed before the math that figured out how to reverse engineer it or whatever.
Well, just remember, math doesn't talk, math doesn't speak, math is not words. These are separate things. That's why I say physics and metaphysics are inseparable and together create the entirety of science.
Yeah, but math is the language that science is spoken.
It's not. It's not just particular to science.
So is every other language.
Yeah, but those are just
this point that I'm going to try to make real quick. Hold on, I've been trying to jump in. Can you guys not hear me? So just real quick, again, if I read a scientific paper in German, or if I can't read a scientific paper in German because I don't know German, right? That doesn't disqualify me from understanding the concepts contained there, and I have to have translation. Math is simply a language. If I don't know that language, it should be easily translated, right? And then, even still, if I read the paper in German now translated into English, I'm still going to challenge the claims that are made. How did you get this information? It doesn't solve the problem simply to say that math is a scientific language. Is math required for the scientific method? Does the scientific method require math?
There's a problem.
Math is useful, but math is not science. They're separate.
There's a problem with what he just said, though. Like, there are languages out there that take people 20 years to actually learn. So they have to collect all the data to learn the language. It's not an overnight thing. So just
all language requires a primer to decode it.
That's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
Who said it was an overnight thing?
Yeah, who said that? First of all, that's a non sequitur.
You made it sound like, I can't learn German I can't read it in German, therefore I can't learn German. But
You can learn a language, but
Oh my
languages
God.
can also be used to deceive. And math only is math if you have a quantity to count. So math is secondary to actual objective reality.
Look,
So if you're trying to make science math, that's a little backwards.
Now you guys don't trust math.
Hold
Of
up.
course,
When
we
we,
trust
when we
math
talk about a
as a
language,
tool. That's it.
That's
It's not the
crazy.
end in and of itself. It's just a tool to help us grasp what's going on in objective reality, which we can use math for or not, or logical thinking, science, or whatever. The math is secondary to that.
Okay, hold up. When we
Math
talk
does
about
not
a language,
exist
when,
in nature,
when we talk
dude.
about any
It's
language,
an abstract concept.
guys,
Hold up,
one second.
hold up,
Let me
hold
make
up,
this point.
hold up. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. 5 seconds.
You give me a sec, okay? If
Okay,
we're talking
I'm
about
going
any
after
language,
that.
are we
That's for
including
everybody.
numbers? Are we including numbers as part of the language? So, like English, does that include the numbers that we use?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so here's my point.
All right. In that
No.
case, hold up. No,
I could
that's
say-
just the preamble. In that case, math isn't even a language. It's just abbreviations. If we're
No, but
including
it
numbers
doesn't
in
include-
English, it's just
Okay, go
any
ahead,
other
Noah.
language.
Noah.
Math is just
Noah's next.
abbreviations because instead of writing out the words, we're just using.
I
symbols.
agree. I agree. Math is not a language.
Okay,
Go ahead, Noah.
anyways, if I have 4 unicorns and then I add 4 unicorns to my collection, how many do I have? None, because there is no
They're
fucking
fake.
unicorns.
High
There's no
percentage.
unicorns, you fucking idiots. You
Percentage
fucking
of
unicorns.
it.
There's no such thing as a
not
real
necessary.
unicorn.
Hey, yeah,
There's no
don't
fucking
be
unicorn.
going name
There's
calling.
no
Yeah,
unicorn.
don't be calling
Sorry.
people
Why
fucking
you calling
idiots.
me a
There's no fucking
unicorn?
unicorns. There's
Well,
none.
Yeah.
I can do
math
all
is
the
an
math in the
abstraction.
world. I can divide, I can multiply, I can to the power of, I can square root, but at the end of the day, there is no unicorns because there's no unicorns to count.
Bro, the
Sorry.
unicorn
Percentage.
thing,
Sorry.
you better
You do
fucking
all
get
of those
used to all this
things.
shit.
Thank you for that.
All right.
You can do
We're
all
gonna-
of those
all right, guys.
operations.
Sorry
All
to
of those
burst your bubble.
operations.
One at a time. One at a
Doesn't matter
time.
how fancy,
Noah, finish what
doesn't
you're
matter how much
saying.
Too many going. There's too many going.
doesn't matter
Yeah.
how much calculus I use, doesn't matter which form of complicated number theory, math, whatever I use, guess what? Doesn't matter what formula I use to describe it, there's no unicorns. Thank you.
All right. Right the head next.
And I was just gonna say, hold on.
New perspective you're after.
I was just trying to help moderate whoever wants to go.
Okay.
How do you get in
I
line?
have a
Like, where's
question
the line
for
start?
Serge.
I
You're
want to
next.
go.
No thanks. And then Kosho.
Sweet.
What?
Go ahead, no tanks. Right the hand isn't talking.
What parts make up a unicorn? Just curious.
The concept, purely the concept alone.
Yeah, you're not getting it, dude. You have to actually show me and demonstrate to me an actual unicorn before you can start showing me unicorn formulas. If you have
Yeah,
a
why are we
unicorn
talking about
formula,
unicorns?
I don't know.
He's talking about the way that the numbers need to have be backed by objective reality before you even count a unicorn. Otherwise, the numbers are saying
Correct.
something that's kind of not
Yeah,
true.
what I'm saying is you could have the most fancy unicorn formula of all time. But if you can't even show me a singular unicorn, you still got nothing. All you have is a formula, and that formula has nothing to do with reality. Thank you.
So if I have the horse, right? If I have the whole horse, right? I'm just missing the one part, being the horn.
You're stretching the analogy out too far, bud. He's
No.
just simply telling you that math is an abstract construct that we use to determine things in a conventional way that has to be agreed upon in order for it to even exist, due to the fact that math does not exist in nature alone. It's something that we constructed and agreed upon to quantize and derive some sort of a predictable measure of things, but it doesn't exist on its own.
And the thing is, math is just a way to abstract repeated activity. When you count out an egg and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you're talking about a repeated interaction with the egg, with a repeated shape, a repeated quantity, a repeated size that justifies the math. It's basically repeated activity that's implied in the math. If you have a unicorn, okay, what is this repeated unicorn pattern that you have in your head that you're talking about? Is it in the physical world? Is this just a picture that we're supposed to have in our head over and over and over again of what a unicorn is? What exactly is the math trying to imply here?
You can count.
It's saying all the parts of a horse.
After they're done with this unicorn shit, you're up next.
Yeah, you guys all talking at the same time.
Go ahead.
Mathematical operations can be expressed in English, so you don't even need math to do them, right? So what is math? You're
That's
saying
what I
math.
said. It's just abbreviations. But yeah, go ahead.
No, but that's actually what I was going to say to you. It's the other way around. The symbols and things that we say in English or whatever language they don't have meaning without the value and the numbers themselves. So the numbers come first, and then the
That's
words.
what I said. Are we including numbers in language? Because if we're including numbers in
The
language,
reality comes
then math
first.
is just
reality, then the expression through numbers and words.
Does truth exist?
Can we?
This is for Kosho, real quick. Yeah, this is for Kosho, real quick. If does truth exist, Kosho, and if it exists, can you quantify it with your mathematical numerical?
As I was saying, though, the numbers themselves are based on the values that they existed before we gave those words meaning.
What do you mean?
Man, with the way you not
Like
answer things and run around.
2.
I asked you a direct question, Kosho. Why are you avoiding it?
He's not required to take the bait, though.
Kosho is not going to answer the question in a way that allows the conversation to move toward a certain point. So let's get rhetorical. Obviously, Kosho, you can't count truth. What's your final point, Dice Flow, so we can move on?
I'm interested in finishing.
I'm not in the mood for Kosho's obfuscations today.
I want
Dice Flow, what's your
I'm trying to finish what I'm saying.
Sorry, Living Bird's not in the mood.
Topic.
Yeah. Let's move forward.
We'll be here all day because Kosho is not going to answer things in a way that
that was a baited question, man.
I'm in the middle. Yeah.
Whatever, dude. Dice Flow, what's your point?
I'm just asking. I'm just saying. There's no quantifiable measure for certain things, but that doesn't negate the fact that they exist. So to say that things can only empirically exist due to math is arbitrary and fallacious.
I don't know who was saying
that. Was my point. I might have responded to it, but my point is that the values of the numbers themselves and the fact that 2 is double 1, 3 is triple 1, these are truths that exist without the words. And those words are literally just symbols for us to communicate, what those numbers actually are. And those numbers exist far before the words we created,
Is that a fact? That last part.
Yeah. You didn't need numbers
were invented after language.
No.
You didn't need numbers.
Well, that is interesting. Kosho is claiming that numbers were discovered, not invented by man.
Absolutely.
That is
discovered
interesting.
How?
Well, when you having more than one.
Yeah, we didn't.
Math doesn't exist in nature, Kosho.
Yeah, we didn't.
I've already like a caveman, and I have 2 fish. Right. So I have a concept in my head for 2. This is part of language, right? Later, we actually made it into that icon, what the number 2 looks like. That came later, right? It was invented by men, just like everything else, every other letter and symbol. It was a conception.
Well, numbers. The icon that you referred to as a number, a specific number, is relational to the angles within that particular icon. That's why, the number 1 doesn't have any angles, or actually it does. The original one has a base.
That's besides the point, and then there's numbers.
It
in
is
different
besides
languages, the point. So and they all look different. So I don't think it really applies.
Well, I'm just saying the what we refer to colloquially as numbers came from the identifiable angles within those numbers to create that number, but it's all conceptual. There's an abstract. There's nothing empirical about math in nature. Math does not exist in nature. It's just a way that we try to describe the reality around us.
Well, there's arithmetic that exists in nature, I believe.
Do you think that we invented pi?
No. Yeah, these numbers don't exist, dude.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't invent pi. We didn't invent the truths behind the numbers. We discovered them. This is 100% fact.
That's
numbers.
You can't invent those things.
Right. That is a ratio. Correct. Hold on. Let Flirt speak, because Flirt had a very valid point in that pi ratio, which is a consubstantial relationship between things, not a thing in itself. But go ahead, Flirt.
Yeah, no, pi. I would agree with you that we discovered pi based off of measuring the circumference and the diameter of a circle, right? The ratio. We found out that this applies to every circle, basically, regardless of the diameter and the circumference. and so we invented the actual symbol for it, for convenience, just like every other number.
Yeah, but that constant's always there.
We discovered, just like the concept of having 2 fish or 5 fish or whatever for ease of
Kosher's right
of communication.
Well, no, he's not right. He's right, but not right. And it's like if there's 3 eggs in the forest.
It's different than just a simple number, because this is something that you had to measure, and you had to actually find that this law basically applies. Whereas with other things, you just see 2 fish. That it's 2 fish. There's no kind of measurement and comparing between different things.
Fleric's next, but real quick, it's like if there's 3 eggs in the forest and there's no one there to count them, there's still 3 eggs there, but the number 3 and the quantification of it doesn't exist until someone makes that quantification.
If you
the 3 eggs are still there, objectively.
Yeah, if you double one,
you're right about that, but the actual counting of them isn't even done until someone does that.
No, if you double 1 and double 2, double 4, you keep doubling. This is not something that we invented. These are
of course not.
Truths.
Of course not. But you're conflating it as if the numbers are there without someone making up the numbers to quantify it.
Yeah, the reality has to back it up.
You can call them whatever you want to call them, but
exactly.
Their values and the consequences of them exist regardless.
Right, but your claim was that numbers are there, as if the numbers were existing before we came up with a way of communicating it.
Yeah, the numbers are
the
numbers
before the language,
regardless what we call them.
The quantity's still there. You're right, but you can't conflate that with the numbers being there necessarily. But wait, Fleric had something to say.
No, all cool. Just go on.
What we call them, that makes no difference. It's irrelevant.
You're right.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing for words, because the objects existed, so therefore the things, like the word existed. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Yeah,
the arithmetic processes existed, so therefore the numbers existed. That's not the case. The numbers were conceived. The actual processes, sure, existed before.
Yeah,
describe reality.
Like a cock. Like before anyone ever called it a cock, they existed. Okay, so I'm not saying that we invented because the word existed. That doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like the words that we call them don't matter, but what they actually are exist no matter what.
Okay, so you're basically agreeing with me then. That language includes these numbers, basically.
It's made to describe reality.
And therefore,
not
math,
the other way around.
Math is just like an abbreviation for these numbers and language that exists. Instead of a variable for density, we could literally write the word density, right? And we could formulate that into an actual sentence in English. But just for convenience and for conciseness, we basically just have these symbols, these lines for division, so on and so forth, just to make it, abbreviated. Basically, that's what it is. An equation could be written out in standard English, but it's just abbreviated form is the
I'd like to go
formula.
after this. Okay, hold up, Globers and Flat Earthers. But here's the thing, though. I think I'd have to agree with Kosho on the fact that there are quantities that exist with properties, with or without even objects speak of in an abstract manner, I guess. But I'd also have to say that when you look down in the pond, right, and you say there's 2 fish there, why not just say that there's 1 pair of fish? You know what I'm saying? The way you determine how much of something... Hold the fuck up. The way you determine... Hold the fuck up. I'm almost done. You fucking skip fuck.
Calm down.
Bitch, hold the fuck up. Hold up. Just hold up for 5 more seconds. What I'm saying is, the way you define things using the word itself, like instead of using, say, a couple of people, you'd say each individual person. I mean, just the way you define things with your words itself affect how you're going to describe them with numbers. I could have 2 people, could say there's 2 people, and then I could say, oh, there's 1 couple. So it's not even necessarily the quantities and stuff, it's also how you define the object itself. Does that object actually exist? Or is it just the way you recognize it?
Can you show me the number 2 in nature? I'd like to see the
number 2 doesn't exist. It's only 1 or 0. 1 or 0.
No, you could say the same thing for math.
1 doesn't exist.
I was just gonna say you could say the same thing for math. Instead of saying 7 to the power of 9, you could say 7 9 times, right? Like 9 things of 7, and then it's the same thing. But or like instead of cubed, we could just say 7 3 times. It's just an abbreviated form to say a couple of them, a dozen of them. You know,
Where's
it's just the same thing.
How many states of a neuron are there? Is it either firing or not firing, or is there in between?
Well, because of the in-betweenness of reality, math is a little unjustified. Math makes us expect discrete units that are perfectly separated from another like a dozen eggs. But do we have that for things like space or time? No. We have conventions that do split them up, but is time in chunky packets like that, like the egg, or in discrete packets or discrete quanta? No. So we do kind of limit ourselves with a mathematical analysis in that we expect discrete separate quanta when reality appears to be more of a continuum than that.
Neurons do have a resting phase, by the way.
I think physis is getting a little towards more what I was saying. What I'm saying is that there's an abstract thing, the number system and how the numbers work and their relations, which is abstract, i.e. not physical reality. They can still have properties and attributes, nevertheless. But when it comes to actually describing reality, the context matters more, i.e. the words in English matter more than the number itself. Because if I come to you and I just say 52, you derive no meaning from it. If I say 52 bushels of apples, you'd say, oh, 52 bushels of apples. If I say 52 individual apples, you'd say, oh, 52 individual apples. And you would know there's a big difference between the two just by the context. But the math itself would still exist in whatever abstract form it exists in.
Well, 52 things that you want. I mean, in a reality that's a continuum, 52, things becomes 52 things that I want out of reality. But how uniform is it? Are all of the apples that you count out the same size? Are they different sizes? Are they different colors? Is it half of an apple, or has somebody taken a bite out of the apple? Has the apple been chopped in half? Is the apple missing something? Does it have everything that you want, or is it partially missing something? It's basically reducing down to 52 things that I want out of reality.
Well, just like words, math has to be an agreed upon convention in order to communicate the dimensionality or whatever it is you're figuring. And without that agreeance, you're only conveying, you're not communicating. And it's just like words. Like we have to agree on the words and agree on the terms that we're using so that we have this construct, due to the fact that they don't exist on their own empirically.
I have a question. Can I ask it?
Yeah.
Is there anybody left in this chat who still doesn't understand that math is used to describe reality, not the other way around? Or is this everybody in agreement now?
I agree.
Well, I think the only thing that we don't agree about are the implications. When we talk about an angle of vision for perspective in this flat earth debate, what are we talking about? Reality is not a dozen eggs that you count out, or vision is not a dozen eggs that you count out in discrete quanta. It appears to be a continuous visual scene that we just arbitrarily divide into angle packets. So trying to impose math with that implication on perspective or anything like that is a little unjustified. So at this point, we need to ask ourselves, why is this math being used in this way, and is it justified or not?
Yeah, I don't dispute math or the formulas. I think it's all very accurate. However, it's just a descriptor, dude. And that's only going to take you so far due to the fact that an explanation will always seed a description. And this is why science is ever so important. And math is important as well, but it's just a tool. It's just a tool to help you get to that explanation, but it will never explain it.
Well, math also implies a process that ends or terminates. A dozen eggs implies a counting process that begins at 1 and ends with at least 12 in that set. If we're counting out, height or things in vision, that implies a limit to our vision that may or may not be there in reality. I could take an object well beyond angular resolution to 0 angular size. That doesn't mean that it does or doesn't exist over a flat plane. It may just be unresolvable to the eye. And so just because mathematically you don't have any angular size on anything off of the surface doesn't mean that it's being covered over by a ball or doesn't exist in that regard. It may just be unresolvable to the eye, and you may have reached the limit of sensation, but not the limit of existence. So just because our numbers are telling us one thing or another, or we use the number to describe how we can't see anything anymore, that doesn't mean that the math is prescriptive in telling us what is or is not actual reality.
Right. Like I highly suggest everyone in this chat to start trying to unravel and understand the difference between principles and attributes so you can accurately understand reality without just getting left within the rigmarole and rhetoric of what's being said. I mean, this is how you get to a logical position.
Mic check.
Mm-hmm.
Who wins?
I think
Da, da,
we all
da.
agreed with Kosho. It turns out, which is crazy.
Why do you keep on trying to promote Kosho? Kosho is here; he can promote himself. Why do you keep on trying to promote him?
We're all part of the shill network together. That's
I'm
why.
not promoting Kosho, but Kosho made it.
This is the second time that you said Kosho was right. Right about what exactly?
They're all part
It's
of the
when they
shill network.
he's expressed his idea, numbers and math.
Bland
Everybody
rhetoric.
agrees.
You guys don't even sound like you can even say what Kosho said. You're just doing bland cheerleading.
I was about
What
to
happened?
say it. Kosho basically
Fine.
expressed the idea that all right, Kosho's here. He can
Wait,
say
wait,
it for
wait.
himself.
What were you guys talking about?
What are you attributing to
Nothing
Kosho?
against Kosho. I mean, I love me some Kosho too, but it just sounds like bland cheerleading if you can't even say what the heck Kosho was right about.
About the bed.
All right, so Kosho proposed the idea that numbers, like the symbols
Proposed
themselves,
idea.
those are just things that we came up with, but the things that they're trying to symbolize have always been there. Those are things that were discovered, and it
Wait,
sounds like you guys have the exact same idea.
Yeah, it's called Pythagoreanism. It's very old.
What was there? I heard
my was about. Yeah.
My buddy told me there's a resting state of the neuron. Is there a third state of a neuron or just two states?
What?
You say a neuron?
Non sequitur.
Yeah, a neuron.
What?
A neuron.
What? That's a non
Like a neuron in like the body or what?
Yeah, in the brain. Or the body.
Neuron has, like what's his name was saying, a resting state in a certain threshold of electrical activity or whatever the heck it has to reach before it fires. It's like if you graph the activity of the neuron, it would go up like a roller coaster. And once it passes a certain mathematical threshold, they say it actually fires. So they still math the crap out of the firing of a neuron by saying it needs to be within this threshold, this limit to fire and, have nervous action or whatever.
How many type of fires can it do? Just one or more?
It's got
I don't know.
chemicals.
That's above my pay grade.
No, just saying it's not like a transistor. That'd be like a transistor, but it has many different. That's why the neurotransmitters. There's all these different chemicals in your brain that it could be releasing different ones, like what do you call it, serotonin and all those other dopamine.
Yeah, but isn't that coming from different actual physical different places?
No, I think they come from the neurotransmitters.
Yeah, they come from different glands in the body, man.
Right. So
No,
what I'm saying,
those are
different glands secrete different types of
cell.
chemicals or hormones.
Talking about an individual cell, one cell.
I know, but those are hormones.
No,
okay, so let's just talk about one cell and not a hormone. And let's just talk about
neurotransmitters are hormones. I think that's what he's saying.
Hormones are different. It's a different system, but the what do you call that? Neurotransmitters.
It's a form of hormone, though.
So
It's a
what?
form of it. I mean, it's kind of a hormone. It's a signal. All hormones are in the body is signals to do different things in the body. Testosterone does certain things. Estrogen does certain things. All of it. So even a neurotransmitter is a form of a hormone. It's to tell the next cell next to it to do something.
Well, no.
It's the same idea.
No, the hormones are part of the endocrine system, and glands produce the hormones, or whatever. That's a different system. The neurotransmitters are part of the skeletal system. The nervous system.
Well, I mean, my only point is it's a signal. It's a protein signal. A neurotransmitter is a protein signal to tell the next cell next to it to do something. It transmits a signal. That's all it is. Same thing. That's what a hormone does. It's a signal for the body.
The hormones have target receptors, and they go to a particular place and have a particular function. It doesn't, not necessarily the cells around it. It has.
So does the neurotransmitter. Hold on. So does the neurotransmitter. It transmits from one cell to a receptor on the other end. It's the same idea.
I would agree with you up to a point, but I think when nerves fire, it's sodium and potassium and different stuff like that that isn't quite considered a hormone. So I think that's the thing that we're kind of getting stuck on is it a hormone like testosterone, or is it just an element like sodium or potassium that's getting these neurotransmitters, or I'm sorry, these nervous cells to fire? I think that's the small little nitpicky thing that we're stuck on here.
Howard,
hormone versus
would you say
potassium.
would you say this then? Hormones and neurotransmitters, they all chemicals, but I guess neurotransmitters, it's like a part of like your nervous system, and then hormones are part of your hormonal system. But there's a word for it.
But see, I'm trying to. The point I'm trying to say is that all of these things, whether neurotransmitters, hormones, they're communicating something to the other parts of the body, whether across another cell, to another cell next to it, or to like from the pituitary to some other part of the body, the pancreas to some other part of the body. It's a signal. I mean, I took anatomy in college, and hormones are basically signals for the body to tell the body what to do.
Yeah. I think there's a bit of nitpickiness here because I think when we think of a hormone, we think of something made in some other site in some other system, like the pituitary gland, going to like the heart or the muscles to tell it what to do in another part of the system. And if he's saying it's all part of the muscular system, it's all in-house in one system. And so I guess there's that nitpicky thing, plus whether it's salt or potassium or some sort of mineral, as opposed to some sort of complex molecule like like a hormone or something like that doing the signaling. So other than that,
I would say this. Yeah, I guess I come in partway in the conversation. Yeah, a neuron firing to tell a muscle what to do is changing. What causes a muscle to fire is a change in the, like you said, there's I forget what it was, but it's like a potassium or something, like you said, to change the body, to tell the muscle to contract. But it's a change. There's a continuity change in the muscle to tell it to do its job. So I can't remember exactly what they call it.
It's action potentials, and it has to do with sodium, potassium, and concentration within and outside the cell. There's a lot of different things. It's pretty complicated.
Those are instant, like those connections are immediate, and they're like Howard said, local, because it's like the axon just it's like the axon and dedron are the only things connecting right there. But with the endocrine system, it takes a long time. It's not immediate. So that's why
I think hormones are pretty specific in their timing. Like the hormones that tell a woman's breast to develop and her uterus to develop are released only during puberty, very specific. But a person moves throughout their life in a way that's not as specific as certain hormones kicking in at specific times like puberty or stuff like that.
The neural system affects any other system as well. I mean, as y'all know, you can just think about something and certain physiological responses will occur, just because you're thinking about it. So there's hormones released from the brain and from other parts that tell the other parts of the body to do it through the nervous system. So it's all interconnected at some point.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why it helps to simplify some of this stuff, Let's reason together rationally.
Remember that the endocrine system, like hormones, like if you get angry, or if a chick is like, if she gets pissed, like if you get if your hormones are active, it takes a whole minute for them to have a reaction in your body, and that's also why it takes a long time to have them subside. Whereas
get over it.
Yeah. A neurotransmitter, you can instantly, feel what did I say, dopamine, and you can instantly feel it.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's like if you look at certain type of animals, right? Like for example, chameleons, their ability to camouflage that's triggered by a hormonal reaction. But then when you look at certain type of octopus and creatures like that, their camouflage is triggered by a nervous response, so they do it much quicker and they have a lot more control over it. But chameleons, they don't control it as well as like octopus do and cuttlefish.
Hey y'all.
What's up?
What's up?
And what's up, Paul? What's up, Noah? What's up, Travis?
Who's that? Gregory?
No, it's George.
Oh,
Yeah,
what's
George,
up?
don't come in here causing trouble now.
Hormone, a regulatory substance produced in an organism and transported in tissue fluids such as blood or sap to stimulate specific cells or tissues into action. Physiology, a synthetic substance with an effect similar to that of an animal or plant hormone. Physiology, a person's sex hormones as held to influence behavior or mood. Derivatives, hormonal, from Greek hormone, present participle of ormon, impel, set in motion.
Yeah, Lemon, do you know what's crazy though? Kosho's right again, bro.
Cheerleading for Kosho, got you. Let's see if neurotransmitter.
I don't like it either. I don't like it either. Like I'm trying to.
I don't like
You. What do you mean you don't like it either? You fucking love this shit. You're like lapping it up.
I don't like that
Hell
Kosho's
no.
right all the time.
We're all Globers and Geos together. Oh, Kosho's right. Don't
What?
fucking
Nah,
come in here with
I
that
hate Kosho.
bullshit.
Kosho's a
Don't
Glober's
come in here with that
liability.
bullshit.
What the hell?
Neurotransmitter.
Girls only tell men they love that they hate them. Shut up. Get out of here.
Neurotransmitter, a chemical substance that is released at the end of a nerve fiber by the arrival of a nerve impulse, and by diffusing across the synapse or junction, causes the transfer of the impulse to another nerve fiber, a muscle fiber, or some other structure. So the key difference I see here is it's, formed at the nerve fiber, from nerve fiber to nerve fiber, as opposed to be transported through the blood, I guess, based off of these
Yeah,
definitions.
Kosho
But
said all
tomato,
of that.
tomato.
Yeah, Kosho said all of that, bro.
Kosho, you have a cheerleader.
Yo, every time I leave and come back, you
You
guys.
sound jealous. Anywho,
I'm packing my room right now.
what are we going
What
to
do
shout at each other about now?
The globe.
Magnetism.
The globe. Moon landing. Step 1 to get me to the moon. Go.
Oh, come on. Don't you want to keep it to science or something? No.
Yeah, here we go. I'm going to bring it back. Show me the very first hypothesis that you guys ever had falsified.
Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I could try and look for it.
all of your all of your minor premises that you guys build, depend upon a major premise that's never been tested or falsified.
Like
yeah,
what?
Something not being falsified is not a bad thing.
I have an hypothesis. Some like Bobby looking Asian girls look better with a mask on. My hypothesis. Something about it. They kind of match their mask wearing.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe I'll say it a different way. Show me the very first record of one of your hypotheses being not disproven.
Tested.
Tested. So that, yeah, and then that you've disproven other alternatives.
Uh-oh, silence in the room.
Like I don't know what sciences are we aware of that have been proposed and failed. Concepts.
This is the red
question was
herring.
pretty simple. The question
Well, no,
was
that's what
pretty
you're asking
simple.
for.
Yeah, we're
That's
asking
what
for
you're
an
asking for.
experiment that you've
No.
done, motherfucker. An hypothesis you made and that you either falsified or got more evidence for by not being able to falsify it. But you guys
Well, if
can't
they were
answer. It's
falsified,
silence in the room. It's silence in
if
the
they
room,
were,
and we ask simple questions.
no, I'm trying
And
to
then
talk and you won't let me.
No,
Yeah.
because your explanation has nothing to do with it. You're not going to give us an experiment. You're just going to give us
If
your
they were,
philosophy.
Now let the man
yeah,
speak.
come on, girl, you just roll it on, man. If they had been falsified, that would mean that hypothesis failed. So,
As I predicted, you were not going to answer the question. As I predicted.
I answered it directly. Did
Well,
I
come
not
on,
answer it directly?
let's not choose to fight one another because that's not worthwhile.
Dude, well, it's not fighting. It's just there was a question asked. The room was silent. I predicted the next answer was not going to directly answer it.
What's the question?
I think I was talking. I think I was answering the question.
The question was, when's the last time you falsified an experiment? When's the last time you did an experiment and was like, oh, damn, the hypothesis I went in with was false? When's the last time you made a hypothesis, motherfucker?
Oh, I didn't realize it was personal.
Yes, it was. That's
Yeah.
the question. That's what the question was. When's the last time you guys did an experiment and falsified something? Made a hypothesis. When's the last time you made a hypothesis?
I thought Howard answered that question.
People need to learn how to drive in
Right.
this state.
The question is very simply, without all the bickering, when is the last time the globalist in here or anywhere tested a hypothesis?
Silence.
About a month ago.
Yeah.
Who was it?
No. The question was, when was the first time that a hypothesis was falsified?
Right? Oh, was that? Yeah, that was the question. That's what Travis asked. Travis wanted to know.
Right.
What was the first ever hypothesis that was falsified?
Right. The reason why is because your major premise, upon which all of your minor premises, the ones that we always fight about, your major premise was never tested.
What
Travis, when you say the major premise, do you mean the globe model?
Well, that's the one thing that's hard to nail these guys down on, like Kosho demonstrated this morning. What is your major premise upon which your entire system depends?
And it's been proven time and time again.
Okay, science doesn't prove anything. So show us when it was tested.
It's given evidence of time and time again.
Show us when it was tested.
Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago. Al-Biruni 500 years ago.
I want to talk about
about
Eratosthenes. Paid NASA. Explain that to me.
Eratosthenes?
Yes.
Yeah, very simple experiment. Been done 2,000. Kids do it all. Fifth graders do it every year.
Can you explain that to me? Step by step.
Don't know the Eratosthenes experiment?
I'm not totally familiar with it.
He can't even explain it.
Well, you should Google it because it's really quite easy.
He cannot explain it. Look, see, he can't even answer simple
I'm asking you to explain it, and Noah seems like he's right. You just haven't yet to explain it to me.
Well, no, it's very simple. You have to.
See, this is the type of shit that makes us think that they're not here to answer questions. They're here to put a stumbling block for us.
You have a bunch of sticks on the same line of longitude, and you measure the length of the shadow compared to the distance. He asked me a question, and I'm telling him, and now you're interrupting me when I talked to him. See, so if I don't tell you the answer, I get in trouble. If I do tell you the answer, I get talked over.
If we're talking about the experiment, start with the hypothesis, right? Because we're talking about falsifiability.
Thank you, QE.
Is that not how a scientific experiment works?
It's scientific. This is a scientific measurement, so.
Well, the question was about falsifiability of hypotheses.
The question was, when's the last time you? Original question was, when's the last time you falsified an experiment?
Well, what he was talking about, he was answering my question.
Yeah, no, but he's claiming he's not doing an experiment now. Now he's saying he did a measurement, not an experiment.
The measurement isn't an experiment, so he's right. I just wanted to answer my question about
Okay, so it's
Eratosthenes
a
real quick.
measurement. Okay, so he measured the Earth, and it's not flat.
And how did Eratosthenes do this again? You've been interrupted. Can
Again,
you explain that again?
he takes a stick, and he actually had a well in Cyrene and a stick in Alexandria.
Sticks and shadows.
Yeah, sticks and shadows works really well. 2,000-year-old
So he
technology.
put. I'm still not getting a full step-by-step explanation. So Eratosthenes has these sticks, and he has them set up in 2 different locations. Okay, continue.
Oh, he knew the sun was over, it cast 0 shadow in Cyrene, and it had a shadow in Alexandria. He calculated using trigonometry the difference between those two and figured out the radius of the Earth. And guess what? It was very close to the modern value.
Now, what is the record, the primary or secondary record of this occurrence?
Oh, you want a primary record, huh? Yeah, the fact that his technique has gone down through the ages is good enough. You can repeat it today if you wish.
See, you're still stuck in hostile mode. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. I don't know why you
See,
can't
you
tell
can
us.
do this method. You know, you're trying to say that he doesn't exist or some such shit. He does.
No, I'm just asking. It's just basic questions. It's
No, I know,
curiosity.
and I know your argument levels, so you don't try
But
to fool me.
the problem, the biggest problem that I see
stuck
that
in apologist mode. I'm just asking questions.
The biggest problem I see with Eratosthenes' experiment was he wasn't trying to prove the Earth was a sphere. He was exploiting the fact that it is and using the dimensions that he obtained in his shadows to calculate, I guess, the radius there by circumference. It wasn't a question of whether or not the Earth was a planet.
Right.
He knew that.
He knew that.
So he already assumed it was a ball.
No, he knew that.
Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows don't really mean anything
He
at
knew
all.
that it was a ball, Lemon. He knew. He was smarter than you. He knew that
But the thing
shit's
is,
going over the
the thing
horizon
is-
on the bottom and top.
Yeah.
He knew that was.
He had to assume it was a ball, otherwise the sticks and shadows don't mean anything.
But
Well,
see,
the two of them
nowadays
don't,
we
but
do
it's
it
the
with
third one.
multiple.
If you were to put a third
Yeah.
one, if you wanted to actually prove it, because you would, or excuse me.
But gentlemen, you
give
just told me earlier that Eratosthenes proved
Yeah, actually,
that the Earth was a sphere with this operation, and now you're telling me
Actually,
that he wasn't trying to prove it. He was assuming that the Earth was a ball all along.
He knew that it was actually knew, and he was measuring, but that's another issue.
Okay, then nothing was proved. It was
Well,
assumed.
you see, you can
and
do
he
it
just
again
went off of an assumption.
if you put a third stick in the line on the same longitude. This sort of misinterpretation of Eratosthenes' data is impossible because it doesn't work.
Yeah, by adding observation points to his experiment, that would produce strong evidence for the shape of the Earth.
But we got to
Check it
stop
still be
mixing
flat,
things
though.
together. This is not an experiment. This is a measurement.
Whatever, call it what you want.
Observation. You can call it that. That's fine.
It's an observation
It-
put in a certain paradigm, a certain globe paradigm assumption, but we could
No,
put
actually,
the
Lyman,
implied
again, the more
assumption with little to no contradiction.
the more sticks you have, the worse it is for your flat Earth hypothesis.
Because the sun circles out of view. Once the sun
No,
circles
Lemon,
out
because
of
we
view,
do
your
it at
triangulation
solar
becomes
noon, sir.
worthless.
We do it at solar noon. At
Okay, you do it at solar
1:59
noon with observers that are as close to the sun as possible, but you still have a problem. Once the sun circles out
what?
of view, your angles are going to be all over the place.
We know the angles at solar noon on the
those
same line of
angles don't
longitude.
count.
I have a
We don't
question.
care about any
count.
angle
You
other than
take-
solar noon.
I
And
have
we
a
pick
question.
you don't
solar
take
noon
the
on the
angles in
same
the
line of
afternoon.
longitude because we want one point to be subsolar. That's where we know the sun is.
Is the sun's position apparent?
Do we see it? Yes.
But is it an apparent location?
Do we see
meaning
it? Yes,
you
we
can see
do
it in
see
a
it.
spot where it's technically not is.
No, we see it in a spot that is apparent. It appears to be in a location. That's correct.
Right, but it might not be its actual physical location. I mean,
Actually, that
it
probably
can,
is.
it
That is its
can be.
physical location.
Okay,
It's
so
also its apparent location because it appears to be there.
So refraction is completely
Refraction.
out
That's
the
why we
window
pick.
then.
That's also why we pick solar noon, because refraction is at a minimum and can be disregarded for this experiment.
Right, but other locations, right? Is it in an only in its exact location when it's at solar noon? Everywhere else, it's in an apparent location due to refraction.
No, see, refraction, if you go above about 20 degrees above the horizon, you can basically ignore refraction. That's what astronomers have done for centuries.
Basically, ignore it. Why?
That's why we pick solar noon.
So when does it come into play? If we can ignore it at
You
some
go
point,
below about 15, 20 degrees on elevation.
Okay.
How does
Do you
that
have any?
account for the
Do you,
factor if
do
you
you,
just say you just ignore it?
Because
yeah?
it's a
Do
very
you
minor factor. You can compute it if you want,
do
but
you
it'll
do you have
still not
do
change
you
your.
have any factual evidence to back up where
So,
this
Yeah,
apparent and
hundreds
not
of years
apparent
of
line is?
100 years
so
of
how?
science says that. That's
So
also why
the
you don't.
original. Wait, wait,
So
wait.
when
The
you base
original
it off,
question was, has it been falsified? Has it been
Because
falsified?
we're so belligerent against one another, we can't really have a
Yeah, it's
coherent
trouble.
conversation.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the first thing
I would
Peyton
also point.
explaining to me was the
Sorry.
work of Eratosthenes a little bit, but at the
Yeah.
end
So
of explaining the work of Eratosthenes, I'm told that he was assuming the globe the entire time, not trying to
No, he didn't assume it.
ascertain knowledge of whether or
He
not the Earth
knew.
is a globe.
He knew
yeah.
from other
Right.
observations that the
Yeah,
Earth
see,
was a
Right.
sphere.
Right.
that
Exactly.
is
Hold on. This is
He
my
knew.
point.
He knew from
that is
other
an
observations
assumption.
the Earth was a
Right.
sphere, and he was trying to
Yeah,
measure it.
you're right.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Paid, go on mute for a second. This is
An
exactly
assumption.
my point, right? So we don't have to appeal to Eratosthenes now. We have to go to the knowledge that he acquired in order to know that it was a sphere. Where
Yeah.
was that previous
Yeah.
knowledge
Ships going
challenged,
over the horizon.
tested? Okay, stop talking, Paid. Stop talking, please.
He's just
Okay?
here to cause trouble. He's not
You
here
asked
to
I
questions
know.
and I
It's
answered.
okay. Listen, I get
No,
so
that's not what happened. That's a
okay.
lie.
Anyway, not only that, but simply appealing to Eratosthenes doesn't answer the question. How did Eratosthenes
And down the road.
take the information that he got, form an hypothesis, and then test it? He didn't. That's my point.
Okay.
I'd
In
imagine this
1805,
hypothesis came
He
before
measured
the
the diameter of
experiment.
the Earth, though, within what I think 5% of its
But
current
you
value.
keep
That's not bad
whistling
for
past
2,000
an
years ago.
obvious critique that we're giving you, paid NASA.
What?
You told me initially that the work of Eratosthenes proved
Yes, it
the
does.
supposition that the Earth is a
Well, we don't
ball.
use the word
And
proof.
then after that, you tell me that he assumed it from the
No, he
beginning.
didn't assume it. He knew. He was smarter than you.
See, look at this,
See,
dude.
you
He's
see
not.
how
He's
you
not.
keep responding with
He's
this
not here
passive
to actually talk
aggressiveness
about shit.
instead of
He's
just
not here to
having a
actually talk.
conversation?
He can't
why
answer
do
You
any
see,
insults?
fucking.
I'm
He
giving
was smarter
you a
than you. He
critique,
knew that
which
the Earth was
I'm giving
round.
you a
He only
critique
He can't
of
answer.
and he
He
only
what
needed
can't
you
2
answer
told
observation
me.
anything
points.
Now
plainly.
he's
He can't answer
rumpusing to
anything
me.
plainly, bro. He
I
can't
can't
answer
have a
anything
conversation. Like I'm
plainly.
trying to, but there needs
If
to be
you were
moderation
to
now because
replicate
paid
if
NASA
you were to
can't
rep,
maintain a
if
conversation.
you were to
He's
replicate his
still
experiment,
rumpusing.
if you were to replicate his
He's still
measurement,
rumpusing,
if you were
not
to
listening to
well,
me.
will you listen? If you were to
He's
replicate
still
his,
rumpusing. He's so hell bent on trying to
if
talk,
you,
he won't stop talking
how
and
come you won't? How
listening.
come you talk
Y'all
over
are
me?
both talking over each other now. Now, come on.
He's talking over me.
Let's
I
Because
not.
I'm
actually
asking for
started talking before
moderation.
I
He's
got talked over.
obviously rumpusing the
It's
speaker.
not that,
You're talking over
dude.
me to in order to find to mute
obvious.
me. You know,
No, it's obvious what's really happening is he asked you a very direct question and you still haven't answered it, and we've all been here for
He
half an
wasn't. He
hour.
hasn't been allowed to answer.
You insult him, Paid. You
Can I
insult
answer the
him.
question?
No, it's not that he's
Here,
not allowed to answer.
let
It's when he has time
okay.
to answer, he
Howard,
Let
doesn't.
him
He says
explain.
Come on,
everything but
man. That's
answer.
absolutely not
No,
true.
I'm. It's going both ways. It really is. We should
There's
all
nothing
give each
going
other
both
No.
time
ways.
Just
to
piss
You're
us
complete
so
our
off.
blinded
statement.
by your
Piss
Paid,
us off,
And
listen,
bro.
can't
Where's
see what is actually
Paid, hold
happening in the
on. Okay,
conversation.
listen, hold on.
so everybody's going to rumpus the mod.
Well,
Because you're not doing your
Yeah,
job.
because
It's
you're
obvious.
a
okay,
biased mod.
Yeah,
so
because
listen.
everybody's
You're
rumpusing
unbiased.
everybody. Everybody needs
Okay,
to calm down.
If
Let
you
each
hear
other
what
finish
the
their
person saying,
statement.
then mute
Unbiased.
people.
even
Worst mod
No.
of
though,
You're not
Geos
doing the
ever.
job of a mod by biasly fucking moderating.
Worst mod of Geos I've ever
I figure
seen.
I'll just mute the whole damn room.
Yeah,
I guess.
you're
I
a
don't know.
horrible mod. You're a horrible
Y'all,
mod.
let him say what he's got to say,
You're
dude.
the
I've
mod.
ever seen. Worst mod at Geos I've
Horrible
ever
mod, bro.
seen. Yeah.
I
okay.
agree. I
All right,
agree.
listen. Just real quick again. Paid, even though I don't treat Paid as a viable debater, he's a troll. But let's say, for instance, because his last appeal was ships over the horizon. The same fucking question. What hypothesis was formed and how was it tested?
you don't understand that chips over the horizon proves that the Earth is a sphere, right?
No,
Your
that's
appeal to
simply
ships going over the horizon is a weak inductive argument.
That's horrible,
Actually,
dude.
it showed and then after he knew that the Earth was a sphere because of observations like this, then also the fact
You
that you
see
can
how
see
you whistle past
also
our critiques?
also the fact
Again.
that fact that when you travel north and south, you see different stars at night. That is another
Once
indication.
again,
You want to whistle past the critique given to you and jump to another premise
Well,
in
you
your
asked me
induction.
how the
Can
Greeks
you at
knew that
least
the Earth was a
address the
sphere. I'm
critiques
telling you
given
how
to
the
you?
Greeks knew the Earth
And
was
he's
a sphere,
still
and
talking
you're
through
talking over
me.
me. You're talking over me when you ask a question how the Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere. I've given you two ways that the Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere, and you talk over me because you
Okay,
don't
so
like
will
that.
you address the critique being said to you now?
What is that?
Your appeal to ships going over the horizon, quote unquote,
And
is a weak
stars.
inductive argument.
Okay, but that
Why?
was actually one of the first things that
My
led them to
God.
believe that the Earth is a sphere.
Regardless of their motive for saying that when seeing the ships going over the horizon, it's a weak inductive argument.
Well, whatever.
Why?
Say what you want.
Because when you observe the ship disappearing out of your perspective, that is what is happening. It's not going
No,
over some
it's
curved
going over the
surface.
horizon. It's
It
going
is
over the
going
curved surface.
out of your perspective. It's
It's
too
going
far
over.
away for you to
So the bottom
resolve
of the
in your
ship is
perspective.
further away than the top of the ship, right?
The ship, you see how you keep talking through what I'm saying?
The bottom of the
Because you're
ship is
so
further
hell
away than the
bent
top of the
on
ship, so
protecting
that's why
this
you can see the
privileged
bottom of the ship.
belief of the globe model
So
that you
is the
have so
bottom
much
of the ship
faith
further
in.
away than the top of the ship?
You see, this is your problem. I can't have a conversation. No one has a
Yeah,
conversation with you
you're
because of
horrible
your
at
Is
faith
interacting.
commitment,
the bottom of the ship further away than the top of the
belligerent faith
ship?
commitment.
You're
Okay.
horrible
You
at
just
So
said it
interacting.
was
yes, the
because of
I just think
bottom
we
perspective.
is
should just
being
come out of
given.
So
the
obviously, if we can't
conversation.
The
see the bottom of
bottom
the ship, it has to be further away than the top of the ship. We can see, right?
again. Okay, so stop repeating that. The bottom of the ship is being obstructed by
Why?
the object that is not transparent.
That's correct. It's
Very
being
simple.
obstructed by
It's
the
not
Earth.
going to
Thank you
be
very much.
obstructed by the
Welcome
air.
to the
It's
globe.
going to be obstructed by
Paid,
the water,
stop
which you cannot see
interrupting.
through.
Welcome to
Let
the globe.
Gregory
The
finish.
bottom of the ship is being
Paid.
obstructed by a
Hey,
That
Paid,
physical
does
let
not
object
Gregory
called
indicate
finish
it's
the
when he's
going over
pseudo
a
talking.
globe.
curved surface.
You're talking through everybody, Paid. We're gonna
Well, that's
let you
because he
speak.
just proved the
We're
globe.
gonna let you speak. Just wait. Just if you have something to say while he's in the middle of talking, write it down. There's no need to interrupt him.
That
just
does not
proved the globe. Thank you
indicate
very
that
much.
it's going over a curved surface. It is simply being obstructed by the non-transparent object, which is the water at that distance.
Why would it do that on a flat Earth?
Because you cannot see forever. You
Yes,
cannot
you
see
basically can.
everything at
Basically,
every
you
distance.
yes, you
And you
can.
cannot see through everything.
Why would the bottom of the ship be invisible when the top of the ship is
Because
not?
the water is not transparent. You
But
can't
the
see
water is
through it.
flat on the flat Earth model and would
That's
not
right.
cause that distance.
So the further away it goes,
That
the
is a very
smaller
weak
the
argument,
object
sir.
appears in your perspective,
I
and the further
would
away
say
it
the
goes, it
whole
will
boat
go
should
to the
shrink.
vanishing point of your perspective.
That's not how perspective works, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, it
The
is.
further
Yes,
away
No, it's
things go,
not. It doesn't.
things don't
Yes, it is.
disappear.
Things
Yes, it
don't
is.
vanish from the bottom to the top because of perspective. You've hijacked
So when you're
Yes, they
perspective.
standing
do.
on the
Yes, they
street
do.
No,
and
they do
someone
not,
walks
sir.
away from
You are
Yes,
you,
they
high.
do.
and the
No,
Yes,
further
they
they
away
do
they
do.
not,
walk
sir.
from you, pay an
Yes, they
answer.
No,
do. Yes,
they
they
do
do.
not.
Rather
No, they
than
do
Yes,
not.
they
bickering
do.
back and
You do not understand perspective.
forth,
Look,
this is
hold
the
on,
time to
guys. Hold
moderate.
on,
Seriously, do
guys.
not understand
You're
perspective
hold
is what
on,
Yes,
it
they
is.
do.
hold on,
Yes, they
Pay.
do.
Hang
No,
on,
they
hang on,
don't.
hang
You
on.
have no math to
Yes,
prove
they
this. You
do.
Guys,
don't understand
guys.
Yes,
vision.
yes,
Liquid,
they
this is
See,
do.
the time
Nice.
for
everybody's
Well, you
you
can
to
talking
say
through
yes
speak.
or do all
everybody.
you
This
want,
is what I'm
but you
talking
don't have
about.
any
Y'all are
math to
all
prove
talking
this.
through everybody.
Yeah, welcome to Paid
Everybody's
Half the
talking through
Show.
each other.
You
Welcome to
don't
Paid Half
have
the
any
Show.
math to prove this. You don't understand perspective.
Yeah, sure thing, bud.
The bottom
Okay,
of the
so
ship is why should the bottom of the ship
Left
be
lane,
perspective?
mute
Is it
yeah,
people.
further away?
yeah.
Is it
Wait,
smaller?
Pay. So I don't know. I don't see how we could draw any conclusions. You know, the one's going to say perspective and one's going to say nuh-uh. And unless we are able to demonstrate these things, I don't know if it's such a good topic to
There is
discuss.
obviously a conclusion that can be made and has been made. Obscurantism is
I
not going to save the globe.
I like
Obscurantism
the
will not save the globe.
Yes, it will. Yes,
I like the
it's been proven. It's been proven
experimenting
for 2,000
with
years.
the ideas of what experiments have been falsified in
No, we're
general.
not going to obfuscate the point, left lane.
That was
The
the
very
original
simple
point.
point
This is an
concerning
obfuscation.
no, it's not an obfuscation. We got here on a sequitur line of questions and answers. Right now, we are at the point about ships over the horizon. Once again, this weak inductive appeal to save the globe model.
Oh,
The
it's
obvious,
you have to
you see how you got to talk through me? I'm obviously not done speaking.
You're saying
This
the
is the
same
guy.
shit over and
This
over
is the
again.
instances.
Bro, Left Lane,
This
if
is
you're
the
such a good
instances
mod,
where
why aren't you
moderation
muting
must take
Massa?
place.
You fucking horrible
Because I'm
mod.
fucking driving. I've got
Because
to
you're a
pick my
fucking
phone up. I've
horrible
got to
mod.
flip the
Shut up. I
screen.
don't want to hear
I've got
you.
to
I don't
select
want to hear
people.
you talk about
Wait,
modding
who
more.
is this?
I'm mod.
Who
I'm
is
mod.
this?
And we can't even
Numpty.
Who is this?
Numpty
Can't even
Noah.
keep people fucking
Yeah,
quiet.
Doesn't
stand by,
matter, bro.
motherfucker. You
Can't
stand
even
by,
keep
Oh,
fuckers
motherfucker.
you're
quiet,
gonna
and you want
mute
to brag
him.
about your modding
You're gonna
here.
mute
Horrible.
him instead. Wow. Good job, Left Lane.
Yeah, guys, why don't we just be adults and then nobody's gonna meet nobody's gonna meet anybody.
Well,
Say that to Paid
There
Not
you
to
go.
Chill, bro.
I am
Can I
saying
say
it's
I
something?
mean,
not to
it is.
chill. I'm saying it to everybody.
I'm trying to mod as best I can through verbal, just asking people to respect one another. I'm driving. I can't pick up my phone, flip the screen, select people, push mute. I'm driving. I'm driving an 80,000-pound truck. I can't just grab the phone and mute children who can't let each other speak.
Understandable.
Isn't
That is
there
understandable.
a second
Let me
mod
say
in here
something real
though?
quick.
Like, is Howard
Yeah, let me
really
say
the only
something.
mod in here?
yeah, bro, you have
I
enough
mean,
time to
Rams is
mute.
in
You
here, but
have
he's
enough
not
time
doing
to go
anything
in
for
here
whatever
and mute
reason.
me when I'm not even fucking
Who?
speaking.
I'm
Because you
just
think it's
asking
Rams.
funny.
everyone to be
You think it's
respectful.
funny when I'm
See,
already on mute to server mute me, you fucking horrible mod. And then you want to fuck.
And there he goes again. I can mute your fucking ass.
Let me
Who's
say
so
the
can
something
other
we
real quick.
mod
please
then?
get
Like,
back to the point?
can I say something real quick? If
Yeah, Paul.
whatever
Please.
position you're arguing, whatever position it is, whether it's Tate or Gregory, if your position is strong enough, you should be able to be silent long enough for the other person to get their point out. If you, the
Absolutely.
fact that
That is true.
the fact that you hold on a second. If the fact that you're interrupting, it actually shows that your position may be weak because you cannot let the opponent get his point out. So you're
That
actually
is
not
true.
helping your position. So shut up,
Yep.
everybody. Let whoever is talking first get their point out. Thank you.
So if I may finish that sentence, thank you, Paul. Is we don't need to. There's no justification to obscure this issue. The ship is being obstructed by the water from the bottom up because the water is not see-through, and you cannot see forever. Very simple. We don't only see this on the water with ships. We see this with persons walking down the road. We see this with persons walking down the hallway, should the hallway or the warehouse be large enough. We see this with objects in the sky. You let that
That's what
plane
I was just gonna
fly
say.
directly, right? You're facing west, and the plane flies overhead, flying west in the same direction you're facing. You let that plane fly away far enough, it will just become too small to resolve in your perspective.
How about the rockets that fly in space? Why can't we see the rockets on the surface?
Well, and here's another aspect of this. Paid's gone now, so I guess we could be more conversational. I mean, if you see a phenomenon like the bottom of a ship disappearing over the horizon, if you assume it's one thing, but how did you validate that assumption? Whatever that assumption may be, whether it's perspective or Earth curvature, how did you validate that? Is it an, so is all, I mean, I know where Gregory was trying to get to, and that's the point. It's weak until you prove it. How do you prove it? That's the next question. How do you prove that? Whatever you're saying is what's occurring.
Can I interject real quick?
To it. It can resolve things at set distances. I mean, it's pretty logical and
Your mic is
rational.
shit, man. Your
Yeah.
mic is
Is
shit.
this any better? Is this any
There
better?
you go. There you go. Very
Yeah,
good.
yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say it's a logical inference, man. Like the human eye has limitations due to the aperture and the nature of perspective. Like you combine those two things, and this is what you get.
Yeah, that
Well, let
limitation
me.
is also based on something called the Rayleigh criterion and the Airy disk. So the constant within the Rayleigh criterion is 1.22, right? We also see this with the limitation of distance and observer height. It's also 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height is feet. This is where things on the surface appear to blend with the surface at distance. The same equation, same stuff.
Yep, they converge into the horizon.
Or what would it look like if the surface was curved? How would that look?
Well, you'd be seeing things tilting away from you rather than being perpendicular to your vantage and in respects to the object being perceived.
So
Just real quick, Howard. Yeah, just real quick. rather than address what was presented, you just want to hold on to your fucking ball. What would it look like? What if Santa Claus did exist? I mean,
Well,
come
y'all
on,
are speculating. Why can't I
man.
speculate?
No, that don't.
I'm
No.
spec- It's
Everything
just
we've said.
speculation.
No. Everything
No,
we've
this
said
is not
is not
speculation,
speculation.
Howard.
No. It's hard to
These
be
are things that
patient
we
with
actually
when you're being
observe.
dishonest.
You see, either Howard, you really didn't understand all that was just explained now, or you deliberately fictionalized everything to be mere
Yeah.
speculation so as to maintain the strength of your
No,
position.
I was speculating.
Okay, it's only you that was speculating, not everyone else that
Yeah.
was just explaining what they were just saying.
Oh, okay.
Well, with that
So y'all
speculation, Howard, are you satisfied with the answer I gave you to your question?
No, it looks to me like the surface is curved and things get obstructed as they go away because they go over the curve.
Well,
But when did you observe, or when did anyone
even the
observe
priest,
the curve or measure the curve of the Earth?
right?
That's what
Even
it
the
comes
priest
down
from
to.
your own model even claim that it's apparently flat, right? You can't see the curvature unless you get high enough in altitude. So it sounds like you're just projecting your feelings.
No,
It's a
I
very
accept.
simple
I accept the
geometric question.
But you see,
When,
I
Howard,
accept. Go ahead.
Didn't Aristophanes measure
when
the
was the
curvature?
curvature of the Earth supposedly seen and measured?
It was seen in the blue marble image and measured by
Yeah,
Aristophanes.
that's exactly what I was going to say. I accept the 72 blue marble as a photograph of the planet.
So do you have okay, with that being said, do you have any evidence? Do you know of any evidence that substantiates, that corroborates the photo? The reason I ask is because when you have the photo and you compare the photo with our observations and measurements of the Earth with our naked eyes, in reality, no matter how high we ascend, we don't see curvature. No matter how far we stretch our measuring tools, we don't measure curvature, especially over bodies of water. There's a discrepancy between the supposed photo and our everyday human experience.
And there's another
Not at
issue
all.
about the photos
That's
too.
not true at all. There's no
Yeah, that's
discrepancy.
just
There's
not
another
true.
issue with the photos. Oh,
To
before you move
just
on
say
too
that
far,
there's a discrepancy doesn't make it a discrepancy. You need to, what is the discrepancy? What is it?
I
well, I
just
was going to say,
explained to you what the discrepancy was. The discrepancy being that we don't observe a curved surface that we supposedly tread upon, no matter how high we ascend.
No, if we
That
ascend
part's
high
not
enough,
true.
we get the blue marble image. Come on, like what is the
No,
discrepancy?
you don't.
You do.
You don't.
We have,
That's the
but
problem.
it's there.
You keep taking your
There's
blue
so
marble for
many of them.
granted. You keep taking your blue marble for granted. That's the problem.
Uh-huh.
That's the problem in this epistemology. Every time we have these conversations, the blue marble, the globe, is taken for granted. It's never questioned. It's never scrutinized. You never consider the fact, no matter how high we ascend above the earth, we don't see curvature
It's
in
incorrect.
But
all directions.
there's a flat earther that used to send balloons up, and he's well known, and I can't think of his name.
Wayne
And he's
Durham.
even who?
I think it was Wayne Durham, wasn't it?
That might be.
Did he do
It's yeah. Nathan had him on his show one day, and we're looking at all the stuff. But there was curvature in that image. Of course, it's fisheye lens or whatever. But and then we've got the Mage, which actually it's got a grid line overlaid on the picture. It shows curvature. I mean, there's a lot
Does refraction?
observations that say they do show curvature, but of
What
course
about
you're going to argue with that.
What about
Well,
refraction?
there's a problem.
We all know if refraction has an apparent curvature that affects light. So, I mean, did you account for that?
I want to
Refraction
validate.
causing curvature? I don't know.
Yeah, apparent curvature.
Can I talk about the photo for a second? I mean, obviously the curvature is the issue, but if you're going to take one photo and it's your basis to determine curvature, First of all, how did you validate the photo? How did you validate the chain of custody? When the photo was taken, how it was taken, and then when you take that photo and compare it to other photos that were supposedly taken from space, and there's all kinds of discrepancies, and the other photos were shown to be photoshopped. So how do you know the photo that was taken was a true photo? How did you validate that?
Well, it was presented, claimed to have taken with the Hasselblad camera on Polaroid film, and I mean, I guess it would be up to someone to invalidate it if they claim it was fake.
Well, you can actually. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Dixlow. There's actually video evidence that looked like the NASA astronauts in the Apollo capsule were trying to take pictures of the Earth through the lens of the window, and it was shown that they were faking it. So how do you know that they didn't fake it? That's what I'm saying. How do you validate the full chain of custody?
Yeah, there's been debunking videos of that as well.
Really? How do you debunk them showing that they faked it? They were trying to fake something. How do you debunk that?
Well, I don't know enough about the debunking to comment on it, but I do know that there was a debunking of that.
Okay, so you have faith that photo, you have faith and trust that the photo came from a source. So you don't have true knowledge that it came from that source. You just trust the chain of custody in that. That's all you can say.
No, yeah, because I haven't gone and what else could you do? I mean,
okay. So it's not true knowledge. It's just trusting somebody else. Okay, continue.
You don't have any substantiation for the faith commitment. It is just a faith commitment. That's the end.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble you have with that is if you want to go down that route, rags to riches. Have you ever been to Glasgow?
That's irrelevant.
Well, here's the thing about. Hold on a second. Well, no, that's okay. Let's use Glasgow. No, I have not been to Glasgow. Right, I have not been there. I have seen pictures, but I've also have met people that have been there. So now you can argue that that's going on, but there's also been thousands and millions of people probably gone to Glasgow.
Well, there's thousands and millions of people that may claim that may claim that, but you have no chain of custody. You have no chain of evidence that Glasgow exists. So you just have merely faith and trust and belief that Glasgow exists. It's exactly the same thing.
Paul, please refute.
Well, no, I just proved my point. I know. I said there's a lot more. There's millions of people that have been to Glasgow. How many people's been to space?
Yeah, no. I'm going to challenge that. You say there are millions of people that have been to Glasgow. Where's your chain of custody to show that?
Well, my first maybe it's somebody I met that I know and I trust directly. I would have to trust their testimony.
Yeah, so it's trust and faith, and you just have a belief that Glasgow exists.
No, what if all
these
so just like you can have a faith and trust?
Let me address this.
Yeah.
Let me
address to riches. What if all of those millions of people are lying to you?
Okay, see, what they're trying to do is, again, a reductio ad absurdum. Okay, They're trying to reduce other claims of taking the reports of other persons as trustworthy reports as being unjustified. But the problem is that this is a false equivalency between getting reports from people from Glasgow versus getting reports from people who supposedly went into the void and observed a globe that they supposedly left and then supposedly landed on the moon. There's two
what is
different,
the false equivalent?
vastly different. Those are two vastly different scenarios. Those are two vastly different scenarios.
What is the difference?
The difference is one of them you can actually go to, and the other one you can't. Do you have a rocket ship to fly us there so we can go and witness the blue marble? No, you don't.
What stops you? You can go to space.
No, you can't.
We keep talking to people, but I haven't finished. I haven't finished. I haven't not finished.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gregory.
Go ahead, Gregory.
And so with Glasgow, it can be observed. It has been measured, and people travel to it all the time. Okay. And there's a whole economy in which Glasgow is a member of. Okay.
Let's respond to this when you finish, Gregory, please. So
yes.
Great. So
but wait.
Please, let him finish. I thought he had him. Sorry.
But with the Earth, the supposed globe Earth, which little to no one has been to such extraordinary heights. Okay, so there's that, and the supposed place we've been is contrary to our observation. It is an a priori theory which we have been indoctrinated to accept about what we observe when we look up. That supposedly we're looking up at a void, okay, instead of looking up at the waters above the firmament or the stars in the firmament. And again,
Very long
the
point, Gregory.
nature of the earth. Again, the nature of the earth. We see, all of us in our everyday human experience see a flat, stationary earth. But these men who supposedly went up to these heights saw a sphere that is moving. So the report is contrary to our human experience. The picture is contrary to our human experience. And the nature of the claim is vastly different from our everyday human experience. So there is no comparison.
I just want to respond to this because I kind of agree with him in certain respects to what he's doing. So that's cool. So the Earth has been measured by many people. It's been observed. That observation has been made by many people, and all those people say that it is a globe. That's even before we ever got into space. So what's your problem with that one?
Not all those people have said that. And then when we test the assertion that it has been measured, I've yet to see any demonstration. It's yet to be presented to me.
We're not talking about something. We're just drawing something that, because I don't agree. I just applied exactly the same standard of evidence that Rags to Riches used on Glasgow, effectively, because I should have actually chosen Wick in Aberdeenshire. That's the town near I come from, because very few people have been there. Most people don't go there. It's a really out of the way place. But that's fine. I use Glasgow because it's a big city and everybody knows kind of where it is in the claim of where it is. Let's put it that way. So this is the problem. So I applied exactly the same standard of evidence to Glasgow as Rags to Riches did to sort of the claims of space, and he would have to conclude using that same standard that he only has trust and faith and belief that Glasgow exists.
But again, you keep repeating the point that I just addressed earlier. These are two vastly different scenarios.
I'm actually
going up to several thousand feet above the surface of the Earth and supposedly seeing the curvature of the Earth and flying around in a void and even going and landing on the moon is vastly different from someone traveling across the face of the Earth to go to another city.
Yeah. I mean,
and also,
right.
I gave counter examples.
But the problem I've got is... Sorry, Rax, go on.
I gave a counter example too. I guess you didn't hear all of it, where it was shown that there's photos that were supposed to be from outer space that were photoshopped or faked. So now, if those photos are shown to be faked, and if this all coming from a government agency, so to speak, are saying that these photos were taken from space, how can you trust the so-called original blue marble picture if the other ones seem to be photoshopped and manipulated at some level?
Because nearly every time someone says that's been photoshopped or faked, what they mean it's been coloured, enhanced, or it's done as an artistic impression of an object, which sometimes happens. It's never.
Well, there's also evidence where they actually photoshopped a bunch of clouds in repeatedly. So how is that?
It's just artistic license if that's the case. I don't think it shows that the entire. It doesn't show that the entire object has been faked in itself. It just means that they're making it looking pretty as a marketing. And that's generally not presented as a scientific example. That's just like a marketing tool. It's the same way as we take pictures of models and we might lose a little bit of Photoshop just to get rid of a spot on her face.
Yeah,
no fucking model still exists.
How about in 1972 when the blue marble was taken, Photoshop was still 20 years in the future?
Well, that's the other problem as well.
Was it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, and the fact that the original blue marble was taken by real people with a real camera on real film through a real,
So the government never has technology that the general public doesn't have several decades in the future? You think The best
generally
that has is the best that the public has.
Generally, the government has shitter technology and standard than the private sector does, because they're
So you don't
tight-fisted
think that the
bunches of
private
arseholes.
sector, the heads of industry work in cooperation with the government, and that the government are
I know it's all one big
members
giant
of the
conspiracy,
private
guys.
sector, as you call it?
I know it's all just one big, huge, giant conspiracy controlled
Yeah.
by the Masons and the Illuminati and SpongeBob SquarePants. I got it.
Well,
Yes.
it's
So here's an
again,
issue. So here's an issue.
Gregory,
Here's another
I just want
issue.
to interject very, very quickly. That's
Hold
again
on,
just
hold on.
your
Let me address
faith
Paid
belief.
NASA Shill's interruptions, because we were having a good conversation after you left, and it was going back and forth. And now you come back into the room, Paid NASA Shill, and you're just causing chaos again. You need to have more control over yourself.
I think
I
it's
just
been
said
quite
that
respectful. I didn't hear everything
1972.
you said, but you know,
I just said
I think everyone should
I've
be able
said
to
two things since
participate.
I've been in. I've said two things since I've been in. The photograph was taken by real people with a real camera on real film with a real
Yeah.
negative in 1972, 20 or so years, 30 years before Photoshop existed. And there was one that you guys are complaining that this whole thing is one big, huge, giant conspiracy. So that's all I've said. So
Okay.
Can I
So
get
here's an issue.
Hold on a second. I want to ask Paid NASA Shill a question. Do government agencies deceive the people?
not as a general rule.
Not as a general rule. What's your validation for that? That not as a general rule, they would not deceive the people.
I know government bad, and I got it. Conspiracy bad, got it. Okay.
Now,
Next.
this is what I'm talking about. There is a difference in the perception of the authority institutions in the world. The globalists generally trust. Generally, they don't do that. Generally, the institutions, the government, the heads of industry are not malevolent and performing conspiracies against the against the good of the general public. There's a difference in perception of the institution set up in the world order, where one side has a whole bunch of faith and trust that the institution is benevolent generally, and the other side does not.
I don't think it's either benevolent
the
or
point
not
of that.
benevolent. I just think it's an amoral system. Most companies are out there to make money, aren't they?
And
Well,
Foolish,
back to
your point that you made, Foolish, that the government departments' computer systems are generally 20 years behind that of the private sector. I think that's a very, very poor point that you made. We're not talking
I didn't say it
about
was 20 years behind.
well, older, more archaic, right? The governments have more archaic systems than what the private sector have. That was the point that you did made, right? We're not talking about the Department of Registration or the Department of Birth, Deaths and Marriages, these sorts of departments, which may very well have older, more archaic systems than the private sector. These aren't the departments we're talking about, but there are government departments that have way more advanced technology than what we have.
Military, paramilitary, intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
Which use commercially purchased equipment to do their job.
Research and development institutions and organizations.
Which use
So
commercially
you're
purchased
going to,
equipment to do their job.
in order to defend your
Yeah,
authority figures,
yeah,
you want to
but
appeal to.
guys, the point
In order
is-
to
the
defend
point
your
he's trying
authority
to
figures,
make
you
is
want to appeal to the fact that.
Come on, man, Gregory, I haven't really said like anything. So the point Druss is trying to make is whenever a government institution wants to develop or make some sort of new technology, they put it out on tender, right? They have to give everyone a fair chance at making this technology for the government. It's very rare for any government to make the technology themselves. It's too expensive. And governments don't make that.
That's not the point.
So
This is what I'm trying to get to the
put these
point.
things out on tender, and the technology tends to come from private companies that bid. Now, yes, a lot of these private companies are, dodgy as hell. I think we would all give it to you, but it's not to say it's the government that has the technology. They just have it made.
We're trying to make this false distinction between the heads of industry and the government. There is no difference. This is what we don't appreciate. There is no difference. The de facto, the way things work, the heads of industry are de facto other departments of the government. The United States government, the Canadian government, the UK government, these are all just fellow departments along with all these multinational conglomerates.
I mean,
not the
honestly,
government that controls the food supply directly. It's not as though the federal government controls the food supply. It's a private company. The water,
we
the
got a
food
real
supply,
world
the water
example.
supply, textiles, the
Okay,
technology,
we got a
water.
well. There's a
Can
real
I
world
point out?
example that
Yeah,
just
yeah,
happened in
yeah,
Canada.
definitely.
Hold on a second.
Government
Hold
of
I
on.
got a real
government
world
is.
example that just happened.
All right, so-
Just happened within the last year. How the Canadian government froze bank accounts, frozen.
Yeah.
So, are you
Yeah,
saying the
yeah,
government and
Especially the
the
banking
industries are
industry.
not in cahoots with each other?
yeah. Listen,
It just
I
happened.
give it to you that there are individuals in government that sell out, sell out for a bribe or because they got lobbied into the position they have. They make sure certain companies get certain tenders or certain laws are passed that benefit certain companies. I totally agree, but to sit here and say that it's a worldwide network where they all working together, that's a strong claim. I do think there is actual opposition. I do think there are actually good people in government that are trying to make a stand. I don't think every single person or every single wing or part of any sort of government or judiciary system has been captured. I still think they're all good people out there. It sounds like
Of
you
course.
guys have lost
You know what
all
happens
hope.
to good people?
No,
You know what happens to
no,
good
no,
people? Hold on
no,
a second.
no.
Hold on. Let's talk about what happens to good people. What about Edward Snowden? What happened to him?
Yeah,
Can
I
I
mean
make a point
that.
about the blue marble? I've been trying to get in for like 10 minutes.
Oh, go ahead.
So the blue marble, whether we're talking about the original or the 2000 version, both of which show correct proportions and distances for land masses and between land masses. They are a better map than anything the Flat Earth has ever put out.
So anyway, concerning the government and private corporations, it's never everyone is involved. This is this blunder keeps being made, and it's usually because of resistance against this information that people like us try to reveal. I mean, we're the ones that actually love the people, trying to warn them of the issue, but people just keep choosing the suspect, which has demonstrated themselves to be highly suspect. In the institution, it is only the highest personnel of every department that are the main culprits. Everyone else that is compartmentalized in the subordinate hierarchical levels are just pawns. They don't know everything. So the thrust of the blame, when people like us mention this socio-political, socio-economic topic, because that's what it is the heads. The heads. And not everyone knows everything. They're compartmentalized, and they also lie to one another. So it isn't as though everyone is aware of the main agenda that the heads are aware of also. But so aside from that point, the people that we're focusing on, right, are the heads. The heads. Now with these heads, they have demonstrated themselves to be phenomenally malevolent
For
with their
clarity,
security.
you're the only one focusing on the people. The rest of us are focusing on the information. We don't give a shit about the people. We care about the information.
No, we was talking about the persons because another gentleman, Caloric, was talking about it. So I was responding what Caloric was saying.
Yeah.
Keep up. You've been listening for the past 10 minutes. You were just saying you should have caught that. Don't be belligerently
Can you
ignorant,
give
please.
a couple of examples of actual these malevolent individuals from, say, high-tech industries?
Say again.
Can you give a couple of names from high-tech industries you think of these malevolent people that currently run companies?
I don't necessarily have a name that comes to mind right now, but whoever the heads are, and when you look at the world before you and what they've done with this technology, they've deceived, they've murdered, they have oppressed and impoverished, and we see it every day. They encroach on the freedoms of the people. They press down upon the public with more and more control, more and more deception, more and more poverty. The world is not becoming better.
I love your speech
The world is
pattern.
just
It's really,
becoming more
really
full
good.
of technology.
But again, you talk about them, they, like some sort of pronoun.
But
you
who
don't
are
seem
these
to have
people,
any.
Gregory?
You don't seem to have any specificity. I can't say that word. You can't be
Specificity.
very.
It's
Yeah,
a difficult
thank
word.
you. We all have one word we can't do. But for me, that's the thing. It's this kind of general sort of shadowy darkness that and don't get me wrong, I'm not someone that's anti every conspiracy. There's been some conspiracies that have definitely been proved. There have been bad actors out there doing bad stuff. I don't have a problem. You can look at companies like Enron, for instance, and what they tried to do. But the problem is a lot of this stuff does get outed, which means there are at least some parts of a system, generally not government, it tends to be accountants that find this shit out, which comes to light. But if that was the case, that it's all being controlled by some shadowy organization, then, people like Arthur Anderson's or KPMG or, various other sort of accountancy practice firms wouldn't be out. In fact, Arthur Anderson's had to change their name because of what they did was so naughty. They got caught with their hands in the till, and had to reinvent their company. And basically, pretty much the entire board went to jail. So
Now,
I'm not
there's two
understanding.
differences to
Plenty of
this.
shadowy people and dodgy people in high places. Plenty of them.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think
And I'm answers to
we
what you
can
just
point.
said earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
I used to think.
I'm trying to
I said I
respond to
used to.
something.
Go ahead, Gregor. Sorry.
The two answers to what you just said. What's his name?
Foolish.
Foolish.
Foolish. There we go. The first answer is not always, and not the majority of the time. Most people are afraid. Most people are not courageous enough. Most people are in a situation where they cannot afford to blow the whistle, as it were. Secondly, and ultimately, all wickedness that is being hidden in the dark will be revealed in the light.
That's a question.
Eventually, in the end, ultimately.
Did you take seminary training?
Did I take? Say again.
Did you train at a seminary?
No.
No, your speech pattern is very, 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 very like that. It's almost like a trained speech pattern you have. That's all.
I have never been to a seminary.
Well, and I want to say something. I don't think there's some grand cabal out there that, I mean, there could be, but I have no evidence to say that there is. But you can look at any organization that has a group of people that go together to accomplish something that's evil can be considered a cabal at one level. Whether it's a company, whether it's the Democratic Party here in the U.S. trying to
Whether
squash
it's a
free speech
church.
and all this stuff, whatever it may be, it could be a church. I'm not arguing that. It could be that church too. But it does exist. Deception is occurring. There is evil in the world. There is deception on the horizon. And instead of being in an accepting position, you should be in a questioning position until proven otherwise.
Yeah,
Especially with the frequency of evil in the world. With the frequency of evil in the world, that should lead the critical thinker to tend towards skepticism, to tend toward critical thinking, to tend toward being suspicious of people rather than leaning toward trusting them.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but there's a difference between skepticism and denialism.
There is.
Yeah.
I said that wrong. I meant to say there is. Like, I agree. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It came out as a question. And I think that's sometimes where I think, because I class myself, I'm a skeptic. I'm a very skeptical individual. I always want to have a rational chain, and rationality, requires justification to support proposition. It's like the foundation of my shit. And I'm not saying that there aren't bad people out there. Yes, we've proved that lots of it. You see stories of bad people doing very bad things, incredibly evil things on a daily basis. But again, for me, that doesn't stop what I see from a historical perspective of these lots of chains of evidence, lots of things sort of coming to a similar conclusion. And one of the things that I think gives strength to an argument is when I don't have one chain of evidence pointing to a conclusion, but I have multiple chains of evidence coming to the same conclusion.
You're putting me to sleep, bro.
There was no need to say that. Don't mind what Daiso just said. Yes, I'm not against at all. Not against at all. Critical thinking. Critical. Yeah, I just said it. Critical thinking.
Well, it
Now,
should be.
with all that being said, okay, we're addressing our different, and this is just an epistemological fact. No one is neutral. Everyone is religious. Everyone has privileged notions in their belief system that they will keep and interpret all the facts according to. Now, with all that being said, you say about the Earth, and the supposed sphericity or flatness thereof, and the supposed photos of the sphericity or flatness thereof. You see, how do we discriminate? How do we discern? Okay. Now, we have our everyday human experience. In our everyday human experience, we see a flat, stationary, non rotating Earth. But there are people who say, no, we don't observe that. Why? Because they have an a priori theory about the cosmos, which they then interpret data through. They say, no, it's not the ship going out of our perspective at a certain distance. It's the ship being obscured by the curvature of the Earth. No, duh, silly.
But
Or
again, I mean, I kind of, feel for you. If that was any piece of evidence taken in solitude, you can call into question. So it's the whole space thing could be faked. Every tech
right.
company is faking all that. The supply chain mechanism that supports it is faking all that. The satellite imagery we get showing weather patterns that seem to relate to stuff on the world, they could be faking all that. Any one of those individually, you're right, you can kind of dismiss as insufficient. But the question I have is, how many things pointing to the same conclusion for you makes an argument sufficient?
Oh, there's no particular quantity for it. Absolutely. There's no absolute quantity that an inductive argument, right, which is what we're talking about, needs in order to be strong enough to sustain the concluding premise. It just needs adequate in whatever given instance that's being disputed.
Sufficiency, yeah.
Right.
You've obviously got a bit of background in philosophy, so I'll use the right terms.
And so with any inductive argument, right, the more premises that are true, of course, the stronger the argument will be in supporting the concluding premise. Now, with regard to the Earth, you see, with the things that are appealed to by the globalist, the premises which the globalist appeals to in their inductive argument to support the concluding premise presupposes a single central premise. What is that? Is that the Earth is a globe. Now, it comes down to it, which is what we have been emphasizing from the beginning, the inductive premises that is needed in order for any other appeal that the globalist makes in the inductive argument to be strong enough to support their premise is empirical experience of this globe.
And
We have to measure it.
And we have, and you hand wave it away every time we do.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's my point. We've measured it, and we've measured it thousands of times in variety of different methods, coming to a very similar, if not the same. And I say very similar because there's always tolerance in measurements. Hence, I don't say exactly the same because that allows pedanticness. Coming to very similar conclusions. So
now,
again, that's the next point, I guess.
Okay. Now, with that being said, of course, why bother with less than the best argument, right? So show us the best observation, record of observation, photo or video of the Earth being a ball, and show us the best instance of the curvature of the Earth being measured. I'm just a common man. I haven't been everywhere and seen everything, so teach me.
No. So again, that's again, it's just what you did there is you're now ignoring the totality of the argument, and you're trying to focus in on a single thread of an argument to discredit that thread. But that thread doesn't discredit the weave that's been
No,
created.
no, what I just did, I asked for the best. I didn't say everything else is not worthy of consideration. I said, give me the best.
I'd say modern geodetic survey, which uses satellites, which you won't agree to.
Now, if your best presupposes the cosmic model, then that's very bad.
It doesn't
No,
presuppose
it doesn't.
anything.
That's
We have
not a
satellites up there.
presupposition that it actually assumes the cosmic model. What it assumes is that we can launch objects high above the surface of the Earth, like a plane, which is part of everybody's everyday experience, or if you travel, it is.
And it
So
doesn't even
we know
assume
we can
that.
get stuff above the surface of the Earth. We can actually launch. We seem to be able to launch stuff higher than that. I've worked with satellites that appear to be about 30,000 kilometers away. And that's using, methodologies to establish distance, which I've talked about at length ad nauseum, so I won't do that again. So we have these different methods. Even doing geodetic surveying from things like airplanes seems to show the shape as a globe.
Okay, geodesic survey with satellites. Are these satellites in the air, or are they outside where the air ends and are in a vacuum?
They're not in a vacuum.
So they're not in quote unquote outer space.
No.
Okay.
Outer space is not a vacuum. Just very low pressure.
Well, you know what is meant by when I say vacuum.
The vacuum of space.
If you want to colloquially use that term, that's fine. I am being pedantic and specific.
Well, you know what is meant to, foolish by the vacuum of space.
Not even NASA is that pedantic. Like in their own documentaries, they call it a vacuum.
Okay,
And
so
not even
I'm talking
NASA is that
about
pedantic.
I'm talking about objects that still experience drag, which requires them to use power to re-establish their altitude, and will have enough drag for their height to decay over time. I'm not even going to use the word orbit at this time.
Yes. Not even NASA is that pedantic. They themselves call it the vacuum of space.
I know.
That's okay. They don't deal with flat earthers as much as we do, and know you have to be freaking pedantic with them.
But yeah, so I'm talking about objects that are still within. They're not in the what I call the vacuum of outer deep space, which is like your 10 to the negative 17. I'm talking about stuff that is in low Earth orbit, which is in comparison to that an incredibly rich, thick, soupy stuff to plow through.
Can you present to me? Can you present to me any articles or videos that explain cogently and adequately this geodetic survey?
Sure.
Now, if you want
Let me see if I can find it. This will take a second to find it because
if you want some stuff, if you want some stuff you could do yourself, you could actually do the Eratosthenes measurement if you wish, or you could go up to a mountaintop, or the next time on an airplane, get your cell phone and do the Al-Biruni experiment if you wish. Both of these will measure the Earth within, depending on how good you are, within pretty good to the generally considered range.
There's a bunch of gibberish.
It's not a bunch of gibberish. That's very unfair.
It's a good comedy show, yeah.
Now, with what has been said, the last thing with this geodetic survey, are there any flat earthers who know more than me who have any counter arguments to the appeal to the geodetic survey?
Well, the general flat Earth. Go ahead, Logan.
I was just going to say they're eyeballing it through a theodolite. And we already know due to perspective, the ceiling will eventually merge with the ground, cutting off distance, angle, and cutting off height, making your angle off and eventually go towards zero, even though there's no obstruction in the way. So trying to eyeball it with a theodolite is nothing if you don't check it with a laser.
We're not talking about theodolites, Lemon.
Yeah, we're talking about surveyors. What is surveyors?
No, we're not. We're not talking about surveyors.
So you need to double check your visual presumption with a laser. Otherwise,
we're talking about geodetic surveying as done by satellites.
Generally, the flat Earth answer to satellites is nuh-uh, but okay.
So
talk about satellites. Satellites can still work over a flat surface too. They're just hovering over the surface. That's it.
cool.
No, they really don't work really well.
So let's keep to the point, Gregory. So I put a document in the chat.
Okay.
Going back to Gregory's question, you were talking about surveying, weren't you, Gregory? Because that's when I came.
Yes, the last thing that was said to me, I asked for the best argument in defense of the globe position, and they said that it has been observed and it has been measured. For instance, Gregory, the geodetic survey. I asked them to explain this geodetic survey as foolish. There we go. Explain that they're using satellites that are, I guess, surveying the Earth. And what's your counter argument to that?
Well, surveyors do use theodolite levels and other visual instruments to in a sense, eyeball how much of the angle is obstructed. And as we know, when you look down a really long hallway, the ceiling ramps down toward the ground ramps up toward the ceiling, and a line is formed in the middle called the horizon that cuts off distance, height, and angle. So just because you read an angle that is shorter going towards 0 doesn't mean that it's being obstructed by a hump of Earth curvature. That's the interpretation that they want to go with, but it's not the only justified interpretation. Sometimes it's just perspective and diffraction limit cutting off the distance and the angle over a flat surface.
Gregory, I'd like to commend you for keeping on point, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you. That's what I'm about.
Yeah, no, and I think you've articulated your argument in a very reasonable way. I can't say I agree with the argument, but I appreciate the way you've articulated it. I think that speaks volumes.
I agree with both of you. I agree with what you said in terms of Gregory. I also agree with Gregory's argument.
And I think paid national skills should take lessons from Foolish, because you've been having a good conversation, unlike paid national skill.
Oh, don't worry, mate. I have my moments.
Yeah,
Trust me, Bandy's a witness to some of them.
He's English, and he's used to being more polite. And I deal with
No, I'm
you.
British, Nasher, and calling me English is actually a bit of a fucking insult because I'm actually Scottish. So please,
excuse me. It's the same for us Yanks. Okay,
it's really not.
It's not an insult when.
So what's it like being Canadian?
Well, that doesn't upset me. It upsets Canadians. It really doesn't upset. Well, it does. Okay.
Okay, you're a Newfoundland then.
Well, like I said, I apologize. I did not mean to insult.
I'm just. I always.
At least I got the right freaking island. Come on, I'm American. Give me a break.
That is true. You've done pretty well.
Anyway, apart from Foolish being a pompous twat,
I am British. Let's face it.
Yes, you are. The geodetic surveyors, look, they calculate for the curvature. They use calculations, and they calculate it in and they calculate it out. That's what they do when they're using these satellite tools. So it's a calculation. It's not actually measured.
Foolish just put a 600-page paper.
Good, read it, NASA. Read it.
How much of it did you actually read?
Read it.
How much of it did you actually read? How much did you read?
And give me a summary of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
Yeah, give me a summary of it.
It's better to speak from ignorance than to speak from.
I actually spoke to one last week and recorded the phone call, right, and actually played it in this channel exactly what they do, right, and they calculate it in and they calculate it out.
Did you say they do?
Uh-huh. Yes. And I was a bit disappointed when he did mention the curvature of the Earth, I must say. Just putting that out there. But he also did say about the whole calculation part of it as well. All right.
Well, it looks like Foolish Decisions is doing some sort of thing with these satellites. And what are these satellites doing? What? Taking a picture of the scene and saying it looks like this object's cut off toward the bottom. What explains
No, I mean, there are many different kinds of
again,
satellites.
NASA, you can hear the man is talking.
I thought he had ended. Excuse me.
So the main thing, NASA, is what is cutting off the object? What is leading to missing height and missing angle? Is it the curvature of a surface, or just the vicissitudes of diffraction, refraction, perspective, or whatever. Over a flat surface, it appears to be perspective, cutting off the bottom of the object, not Earth curve, whether you use a satellite, a theodolite, an auto level, whatever instrument you're using to eyeball the scene.
Thank you, Lemon.
Now,
for-
with that being said, before NASA, say what you got to say after I say this quick sentence. Let us appreciate, because this is what has been the misunderstanding frequently when Lemon, for instance, someone like Lemon gives the counter argument, is that we are not appreciating that both positions are a priori theories interpreting the a posteriori data. But when I hear the globalists respond to what Lemon just said in counter response to what I asked him to respond to, the globalists take their position for granted as though it is merely the observation, not appreciating that it is an a priori theory which is interpreting the data. And then when the flat earthers give their a priori theory to interpret the data, it's just dismissed because it's not the a priori theory which the globalists take for granted as it's simply being what we do observe. But both positions are a priori theories interpreting the data.
Yeah, except that one's got like math and understanding behind it, and the other one is just Lemon spouting off some bullshit.
Okay, with that flippant response, when you appeal to math, just because you express your a priori theory with an a priori language that is numeric does
that's
not then mean that it is. That's what math is.
Math is a language
Yes, yes,
that explains
yes.
stuff.
Right. So it's just more assertion, an a
Actually,
priori theory.
No, it doesn't
no.
explain. It describes.
You will do whatever
Yeah,
you
math
want.
is never anything in the
You see how
entire
you're
language.
disputing me
In
on
the
this
meantime,
point?
though, in the meantime,
You
Lemon
see how you're
just
disputing
has
me
this.
on this point instead of letting me finish the sentence? We all
I
understand
was in
that
the middle
math
of
is
something.
a priori. Okay, it's a priori. It's not a posteriori. So when you appeal to math, some equation that you have written on the board or the chalkboard, that does not then justify or substantiate the position. You have simply numerically explained yourself.
Math is not a priori. It's not from theoretical. It's actually from the observation experience. That's not a priori.
Okay,
So, but
okay,
again,
okay. So math is a posteriori. It's concrete data, correct?
yes,
So
it's taken it's not
where
from
is
theoretical.
two?
It's not taken from
Let
theoretical.
me
It's taken from the
ask you.
observation.
Let me ask you. Just stop with the rambling and listen to what is being said to you. Where is two?
May I take this particular argument, NASA, if you don't mind?
Go for it.
So the problem is you're talking about a Platonic abstraction, yeah. When you start to talk about things like two, so if I measure 2
I
centimeters,
would like to hear NASA explain this, but go ahead.
I know he can't. It's not an argument he's going to understand. I'm not dismissing you,
Okay.
NASA, but
I know
I'm
what two is.
familiar.
It's like 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. Next.
Yeah, no, he's asking where in the concrete. So he's using basically saying, show me in a concrete reality where two is, where two is an abstract. Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's really the point that he's making. I agree with that. That's an absolutely valid point. But when I say my table is 170 centimeters long, plus or minus 1 centimeter, let's say I'm using a really inaccurate tape measure, is that a priori or post or post?
When you say the assertion, that is.
Yeah, when I assert it, when I've measured the table, and
Mhm.
it's now 170 centimeters is the reading I get, am I making an a priori claim or post priori claim when I say it's 170 centimeters?
The claim itself is a priori ontologically, right? Now,
How is that a theoretical deduction rather than an observation?
there's two different things. You're not observing 177 centimeters. You're observing the table, right?
Yeah, and I've measured it using a
You're
physical
not
object. So
right.
that tape measure has, just because I label that in 1 centimeter increments, which isn't just an abstract, that is something that's concrete. I can show you a 1 centimeter of something. And now I'm showing you 170 centimeters of something. So is that not in our concrete reality?
I'm trying to explain the difference. Okay, what you've done is you're kind of blurring the distinction. The table is a posteriori. That's what you learn after a sense experience. Okay. The number 177 or the convention centimeter, meter, whatever, is not what you learn after empirical sense experience. It's something you learn by rational inquiry or revelation, someone informing you. Okay. So 177 centimeters itself is a priori. It could be a different unit of measurement. It could be a different distance value, you see. But the table or whatever the thing is being measured is the a posteriori data. So to bring it back to the relevant point, the problem in the argument is that the globalists keep taking their position for granted. And because they keep taking their position for granted, when the counter argument from the flat earther is made, it is simply hand waved as false because they take their position for granted as though it is just a posteriori data that speaks for itself, rather than appreciating the fact that their cosmic model is an a priori theory that interprets the data, being the Earth.
That's
Okay,
incorrect.
so I just want to run with this last point, and then I'm going to drop this. So you're saying that the physical table itself, because it's concrete in reality, that's cool. But the fact that I have a measurement of a table means that I can only determine that it's a table, but not how long it is.
No. You can determine how long it is. I'm making a distinction between the ontology of the information. You have the table, that's a posteriori, the empirical sense data. You have the numbers themselves and the distance unit, which is a priori. It's
So I
those
have
things
to assume
themselves
the
are
length,
not
then, is what you're
empirical
saying.
sense data. Say again. No. You don't have to assume the length. I'm explaining the ontological difference between the things. 177 centimeters, 177,
117,
the number, the centimeters, the distance unit. These are a priori things. They're not a posteriori data. You're using the number and the distance unit to interpret the a posteriori, the empirical sense data, the table.
So let's get to the so what factor of it.
Foolish. Can you explain? Just to get in for one second, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Can you explain to me what this whole thing is about? I think this is just posturing of trying to throw shit against the wall and say, "Well, we don't know anything because we don't know anything."
No, it's not.
I'm
the fact
about
that
to
you're
get to that.
interpreting me that way.
He asked me the question. Sorry, Gregory. I'm just about to get to that point. So the problem I've got with that example, Gregory, is the fact that
example.
It's the fact that I can measure a space. So the reason I use my table is because I fitted it into a really, really exact space, and I had to get quite an interesting table size to do it. So I measured that; it fits in perfectly. So what I'm trying to understand, because I have that ruler that I use, that tape measure that I use, is a physical object, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's concrete. So that length is concrete, is it not? You're just arguing the fact that the unit.
No, length is not concrete.
Yeah. Because I've got a physical thing that stretched from point A to point B. That's how I
No.
measure.
You have a thing with length, but length itself is not a concrete entity.
Okay. Yeah. No. I agree. If you're going to get, you'd call me pedantic earlier on. My goodness.
I mean, this is an ontological difference.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the tape measure itself is concrete. Yeah.
Yes.
So the fact that I can get a reading off that concrete thing that is consistent, it doesn't matter whether it's post priori or a priori, does it? Because it still has efficacy in the concrete world.
Well, now you're talking about a different point. Like, I'm not talking about efficacy. I'm not talking about efficacy. I'm not talking about pragmatism. I'm talking about ontology. And the so what, right? The so what is we are confusing the a priori theory with the a posteriori data. That's
well,
the
my
point.
table fits into the space, so I'm saying, what's the difference in a practical world?
No.
If I want to measure something in inches, or if I want to measure something in centimeters, and being British, I'm familiar with both.
Uh-huh.
What I'm trying to understand from you is what does that actually matter when it comes to determining the distance to something, the shape of something?
You're not on point. My point that I'm talking about is the argument. And in the argument that is being given, there is a confusion between the a priori theory and the a posteriori data. And
Yeah, a
because
theoretical deduction rather than observational knowledge. And what I'm saying is that, but the
no,
reason I'm
no,
disagreeing with you,
hang on. No, you don't understand. There's a confusion on the part of the globalists. They confuse their a priori theory with the a posteriori data as though they're one and the same, not appreciating that their position is an a priori theory interpreting the a posteriori data. But they think the a priori theory, the globe model, and the a posteriori data, the Earth, are one and the same. And so when someone says contrary to their a posteriori data, when someone says contrary to the a priori theory, they think the person is simply insane and contradicting the a posteriori data, the Earth. But that's not the case. That's my point.
And let's compare a priori theories. The globers are saying that an object, an angle, height can only be lost by an obstruction due to Earth curvature. That is not a good assumption because height, angle, and distance can be lost over a flat surface due to diffraction limit due to compressed viewing angle. So we have to compare those a priori assumptions that influence the a priori of the a posteriori interpretation of the data, saying that we have lost height on this object, this scene, or whatever due to Earth curve versus losing it over a flat surface due to optics.
I think Gregory would agree with me that would say, regardless of the distance I am from an object, its physical height in concrete reality will not change.
Correct.
Obviously, but parts of it will be lost either due to Earth curve and or because you're looking over a flat surface and you're too close to the surface. Those appear to be the two main contenders.
Now, with that being said,
I don't think the Earth being a sphere is an a priori assumption. It comes from the data. The data.
See, you just did the very thing again that I just critiqued earlier.
Well, I know, but
you see, either you don't care about what I'm saying, or you really don't understand. It's one of the two.
I think you're dismissing. I think you're trying to say that these are both valid hypotheses. These are both valid interpretations of the data, and you're incorrect.
No,
but NASA show a 10,000-foot mountain will lose height, either due to being obstructed by Earth curvature or the second contender, loss of a diffraction limit, loss of angle, loss of height due to perspective, diffraction limit, something optical over a flat surface with nothing.
And you have no proof of that, Lemon. You just have your
people
theories.
Duplicate the effect. They
you
look
see,
over what
this is the issue with people like NASA. Instead of giving an argument, it is simply a belligerently ignorant negation retort.
No data. Sorry, he has no data. He has no data. He has
How
no
is the data going to be interpreted, though? That's the question. Are we going to say that it went behind an obstruction of Earth curvature, or that it was simply lost due to compressed viewing angle over a flat surface? What's
viewing
the
angle
interpretation?
Your compressed viewing angle over a flat surface angle is a hypothesis. You have no data to prove.
NASA is obscuring the point, and he's just going on with negation retort.
No. Hold on one more second.
The point is this.
The globe Earth is not a priori, sir.
I was talking. Stop. I was talking. The point is this.
No, you were interrupting.
People like NASA will continually, belligerently, and ignorantly assert their position, taking for granted the a priori theory that interprets the posterior data are one and the same. So every time we give an argument against position, they simply reassert the position because they think that they're just reasserting the a posteriori data when they're not. They don't appreciate they are asserting that interprets the data, and they don't have any valid arguments against the flat earthers' a priori theory.
We do, because you have no a posteriori data. You have no data to support the flat
Earth. The Earth and everything in it.
It does not.
That's what you don't understand. You think we don't have any data.
You start off with a false assumption. You see the problem with this.
We're not starting off with any false assumptions. You don't even understand the beginning of the method of our inquiry.
Yeah, you're assuming the Earth is flat, and then for interpreting.
No, we're not. We don't begin with the assertion the Earth is flat. We don't assume that first, and then superimpose that on the a posteriori data. No, we do not.
You must. That's the only way it works.
But NASA Shill, we can have the same data as you have. NASA Shill, we can have the same data as you have, just a different interpretation of the data. We see that objects lose height and lose angle just like you do. We just have a different interpretation as to why that occurs.
But you have
And
no
you want to
data to
continue with
support
the
that
straw man
position.
argument saying that we begin with an assumption rather than an observation and
You must.
interpreting the observation.
Well, that's your a priori thing.
You keep telling me that I must. What about my position means that I must? It necessitates the assumption that the Earth is flat. What about it?
Because the data doesn't support your position, sir. I'm sorry.
See, presume that your a priori theory is one and
not
the
a
same
priori,
and
sir.
univocally identical with the
not a priori,
posteriori
sir.
data. I asked you to
Well,
explain to me what
not a
in my
priori, sir.
position makes me necessitate the assumption. You then say because your position is wrong because you don't have the a posteriori data. So
The
you
data does
assume
not
for
support
your
your position.
position. You didn't
No,
explain
sir.
to me what
No, sir.
about
We
my
start-
position.
we
You
start
did not
with-
explain to me about what my position is. In my position, you did not explain to me what in my position makes me necessitate the assumption, the unjustified, unsubstantiated assumption that the Earth is flat. You didn't say that. You failed to answer the question, NASA.
Your data, the
Well,
data,
You have no
the data is not an
justification for
a
your critique.
We do not have an a priori position. We do not start off saying the Earth is round, therefore the data must support the spherical Earth. That's what you guys do. The only way to support the flat Earth is to
Projection.
What?
Projection. I just asked you to explain to me what in my position makes me necessitate the assumption that the Earth is flat, and you go ahead and say because you don't have the a posteriori data, which implies and insinuates that it's only your position that is univocally identical with the a posteriori data.
That's correct.
You didn't even answer the question. You didn't even explain to me. You didn't give me a critique of my position. You just assume that I don't have data. That's the problem.
You don't. There is no data that supports the flat Earth.
The
There's
a
only
priori
There's only
assumptions
Lemon in his misunderstanding of the way optics work.
NASA, the a priori positions that are used to subsequently interpret the data are thus. We have the a priori assumption that only an obstruction can cut off angle and height on an object, or second assumption at the very least, that compressed viewing angle with no obstruction involved can cut off the bottom of an object. That's the a priori part. The a posteriori part is the same measurements that you have where something in the object appears to have been cut off bottom first for some reason, and or we have lost angle from the ground up to the sky for some reason. That is a posteriori. We have the same a posteriori data, just different a priori assumptions that we use to interpret the same data. That is all.
Those are hypotheses, Lemon, and your hypothesis is not supported by the data.
Once again, so that's enough with paid NASA. The audience can see NASA must, he is the one that must assume this unjustified
shit, sir. Sorry.
to the premise that the flat earthers don't have any a posteriori data.
I'm
It's
waiting
just
for some, sir.
assumptions that we superimpose on the a posteriori data, and that his a priori theory, the globe model, is what is the right interpretation
It's
of the
not a priori,
posteriori
sir.
data,
It's based on
appealing
the
to the
posteriori
posteriori
data.
data as though it just simply itself speaks for itself that it's the globe, confusing his a priori theory with the a posteriori data as being univocally
The
identical,
data, sir,
being one of the
supports the
same.
flat Earth. This data
So
does
that's
not
his
support the flat Earth,
unjustified
sir.
faith commitment. Enough with him.
Hello, sir. The data does not support the flat Earth. It does support the globe.
More unjustified negation
No, sir.
retorts
No,
on
sir.
his justified faith
Explain the
commitment.
data then. Explain the data. Explain how things. I mean, other
Can
than
you
Lemon.
can you articulate the data? Can you articulate the data?
Sure. Which one do you want? There's
When we're talking
thousands of
about
data
things
points.
disappearing bottom up, can you articulate the data you're talking about?
Sure. Go to the beach and watch a ship go over the horizon.
So what is the data? I'm asking for the data, not the observation.
Oh, that's not the. That is the data, sir.
Well, I think he's
Are you
talking
asking
about
for
measurement.
specific numbers or
You're talking
something
about
like that?
measurement?
Like how much was
Hey,
obstructed?
Why would you want
Like
a measurement? If you're
8
gonna
cases or
if
something?
you're gonna dismiss the first thing, why should I waste time giving you all sorts of measurements of this?
Hold up, because I'll
Hey,
give you
NASA,
some
what's
data real.
thinking?
I'll give you some data real quick. Do you believe that the Rayleigh criterion is a thing?
How come we can see the top of the ship and not the bottom of the ship if the Rayleigh criteria
Question
is?
for a question. Yes, we believe the Rayleigh criteria is the thing.
Why is the Rayleigh
about the Rayleigh criterion.
Why is the Rayleigh criteria in play if you can see the top of the ship? Why does the bottom of the ship go? Is the bottom of the ship further away than the top of the ship?
Well, the
It's
way
at
that
a
the Rayleigh
narrower angle. The narrow angle is toward the bottom. The wider angle is toward the top.
Exactly. So the way that the Rayleigh criterion applies to distance is we'll use the Rayleigh constant of 1.22, and the way that it's applicable to distance is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height of speed in feet is when objects on a surface appear to disappear from the bottom up based on the viewer's
That's not the Rayleigh criteria.
It's
You're
similar.
using
The
the
Rayleigh criteria, and I thought was the best
the right.
function,
What is
1.22 times the
how?
wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the aperture. That's what I thought
You
the
don't
Rayleigh
even know how the
criteria
Rayleigh
was.
criteria is derived, do you? Second Basel.
It is. It is. You are correct. And when applied to perspective over distance, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Only with the human eye.
That's when the minimum substantive angle is achieved.
You're
correct,
talking about,
and that is only towards
you're talking about the horizon.
That is only the human eye. Whoever said that, that is correct. So when you have other optical devices, so when you're at the beach and you're 1 foot above the
Generally,
surface,
you don't make.
what you see with your
Of course, you go to 1 foot.
human eye can change when you pull out a zoom camera and
Of course, you
change
go
the
to one.
aperture and you change it. Would you let me finish before you start
I
speaking
thought you're
through me?
finished at least
This
5
is
times here.
insufferable. If you would let me finish. When you change the focal length from the human eye to a camera, you increase the focal length and you change the aperture, you will get different results, meaning you can take a zoom camera or binoculars or bring things back above the alleged Earth curvature when they appear to disappear from the human eye.
Oh,
so
really?
when you change that focal length and that aperture,
So I can zoom into the sunset and bring the sun back, right?
It doesn't change one iota of things in the distance.
Because guess what? There's a focal length and an aperture within your camera, so you're still going to have limitations. It
Yet
doesn't mean that you can just.
If I go up a couple hundred feet, the sun reappears. Amazing.
Thousands of the focal length and
Changing the
aperture.
height. I already gave you the data as far as height.
Seen
When
further over
height
the
is
curve,
concerned,
exactly.
did I not?
Exactly. We see further over the curve, and the sun reappears.
Nope, you just don't know how to pay attention because you're too busy talking instead of listening. Like my grandfather said, you can't learn anything by speaking, which is why you don't know anything because all you do is speak.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 1,000. You can increase your focal length by hundreds of times, and you can't get shit to reappear from over the horizon.
If the Earth was flat,
aperture as well. Did you forget that I said your aperture?
You can't make shit appear once it's going over the horizon. Doesn't matter what the fucking size of your optical device is.
And on a flat Earth, you should be able to.
Have you experimented with this? Have you gone to the beach and seen things start to disappear bottom up, and then use other optical devices to prove that they do not? Because I have. I've done it very often. I do it all the time, actually.
Okay, you don't want an answer. You're just talking, so you don't want to hear an answer.
You brought the
you don't
sun
want to
back?
learn.
No, I wasn't finished speaking. If I'm not finished speaking and you start to say something, that doesn't mean I don't want an answer. It just means you can't listen and wait until I'm finished in order to ask me a question.
Okay, well, I'll suggest this to you. Go down to the ocean front, watch an aircraft carrier go over the horizon. Now you'll see part of that aircraft carrier missing, but it's big enough that you can see it with your eyes. Now you break out your fucking camera, zoom the fuck in all you want. Take your P1000 and put it through a telescope. Put a couple of lenses in front of it. I don't give a shit. You're not going to get any more of that shit to appear.
Moyak, did you see the thing that we just posted? Both George and I, the sun reappearing. You zoom in on it after it seemed to have gone over the horizon.
Well, let's see. Hang on. Looking?
Yeah.
That doesn't reappear. It's there the whole time. And
But
you also
it
have glare.
appears to have gone over the. It appears to have gone over the horizon.
No, did you ever think of like trying to break out a solar filter?
Regardless,
regardless.
Your point wrong. Your point.
I mean, I've never seen an
over the
aircraft
horizon.
carrier.
You zoom in and it comes fully back into view.
Right. I've never seen an aircraft carrier
that's exactly
so
what
bright.
you're showing.
Oh, I'm
exactly
sorry.
what you said wasn't possible.
Okay, I'm really curious to know. Have you ever seen an aircraft carrier that was so bright that it had glare? Oh, I didn't think so.
What's your question?
Have you ever seen an aircraft carrier that was so bright that it had a big ring of glare around it, making it look 4 or 5 times bigger than it is?
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. I guess
Here's
I
what we're
haven't.
gonna do. How about this? How about this? Before anyone speaks further, rather than Moyak or anyone else rumpusing anyone else, how about Napalm? Please explain yourself without interruption again, please. And if anyone has a kind of argument against what Napalm or a new perspective or what I'm saying, what anyone else is saying, listen to the entirety of the argument first. Napalm, please begin, if you will.
Yeah, what needed explanation? Are we just talking about how things disappear from the bottom up? We have the Rayleigh criterion, right? Where things appear to blend together at a certain angle, and we use a constant of 1.22. We apply that over distance. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where things appear to disappear from the bottom up in distance with the human eye. It's the same application. So any optical device that changes that can change that situation because you're changing the aperture and the focal length. When I'm speaking of the Rayleigh criterion or that 1.22, that's applicable to the human eye itself. So the human eye's aperture and focal length. And I have to start some equipment, so I'm not necessarily going to be able to respond.
I'm going to ask him the question, what's sinking? You may know.
That's where something appears lower than it's supposed to in the distance.
Oh, that sounds like things would sink below the horizon, wouldn't it?
If it sinks down prematurely, that would be sinking.
So if you see something sink below the horizon, don't you have to make sure you know what's causing it? Just can't assume it's Earth curvature.
Well, they figured that out, so I'm not having a huge problem with this.
Which isn't really an argument in defense of your position. It's just reasserting that your position is right.
You take things like you go and you take a reference, like you have the horizontal, like say an auto level, and then you look where that auto level is, and you look at that object. Is it, and let's say it's a 6-foot object, and I'm looking through my eyepiece at 6 feet, and when it falls below that 6 feet, that would be an indication that it is actually moved down from its original position below the horizontal.
Well, is that Earth curvature or is it sinking and refraction? Which is that?
Well, you could question that with as much information as I've given you, but then when you get into zenith angles and reciprocal zenith angles, navigation and stuff, we've concluded that all that stuff ties into a curved Earth. And then, of course, we have pictures of it. The Earth.
So a very vague and incomplete
very good.
mention of things that don't really make an argument.
What, you haven't heard about reciprocal zenith angles? You don't know what those are? I thought I was talking to a group of people to discuss this.
No, it has nothing to do with my knowledge. It has to do with what you just said not being an argument. Just sporadic mentions of this thing and that thing, and then asserting that it all adds up to being strong and a strong inductive argument for the globe model. It's not an argument.
Okay, reciprocal zenith angles indicate that all plumbs are diverge from each other. Now, when all plumbs diverge with each other, you have a inescapable shape that comes from that.
Is that it?
Oh, you want me to say? It's a sphere. Spheroid.
I mean, you mentioned other things other than the zenith and, make an argument.
Oh, navigation? Well, every time we travel 69 miles, we move 1 degree. Again, inescapable shape that comes from that, which is that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, just ask him how he falsified the reciprocal angle interpretation. All he did was interpret data. How did you falsify your hypothesis that was the result of Earth curve? Go.
Well, let's see. If I have a hypothesis, which this is a measurement, it's not a hypothesis, but if it was a hypothesis, what would I say? If I move a given distance, that zenith angle should change by a given amount if the Earth is curved. If it doesn't move by that amount, then the Earth may not be curved, or I may have the wrong curve for it.
Now, the only way you would know that, correct, is if you know the radius value of the supposed globe Earth, correct?
Well, I can assume it. I mean, basically, my assumption, the hypothesis, will either verify or not verify that.
Okay,
Or
so
the
if you
test,
assume
the
it, then
measurement will actually verify it or not.
if you assume that, then you don't have a radius value based on knowledge. It's just an assertion.
I can measure it by using different distances, and I can get a measurement. It depends on what I'm trying to do. Do I want to get a measurement, or are we going through the hypothesis right now?
The last question I asked you was the only way you would know this is if you knew the radius value of the globe Earth. And then you said, well, I could
Actually,
assume
with
it.
reciprocal zenith angles can give you a actual measurement of the amount.
Stop obfuscating. The last
That
thing
was
you
not
just said, which I
obfuscation. That was a
responded
direct
to,
answer to your question.
the last thing I just said when I responded to you is that you said, if I move this distance, it should move that distance. The only way you could know this, if you assume that you live on a ball, is if you know the radius value. I asked you, correct? And your response was, if I assume it. If you assume it, I said, then that would be an unjustified, unsubstantiated assertion. That would not be an assumption based on knowledge.
That brings up another question. I just thought of this. Is there a difference between believing someone else's data and knowing the data yourself?
Is there a difference?
Yes.
Yes. First-hand knowledge is probably better.
Okay, so if you take someone else's data and you look at it and you say, I believe this data, do you know then at that point that something is true?
You don't even know it when you do it yourself.
Come
Ooh,
on,
it's interesting,
answer the
isn't it?
question. Or don't.
Let me ask the question again, or did you get it?
No, I'm not sure I did. I heard two people talking at once.
Okay, so if I read somebody else's data or somebody else's information, okay, and if I believe that data, is that the same thing as me knowing something or knowing the data or knowing something is true? Is that the same thing?
I think that's all going to come down to you judging whether the source is credible. Now, if you feel that the source is incredible, you can actually go and do it yourself. I don't know what I would say that it's not knowledge. We always assign credibility to things as we're doing them. Doing it yourself might actually yield worse results because you may be inferior at doing the measurement or have inferior tools.
Which is true.
So that being said, if you've not validated the information, you just believe and trust that the other person is giving you the information. That doesn't necessarily mean you believe or know that the Earth is a globe yourself.
I have validated.
Before you respond, that is not to say that it is never justified to believe someone's report. Far be it. Everyone has learned information from another person giving them information. Everyone has learned something by revelation. So it's ridiculous to say that to believe someone's report, a revelation, is never justified. What it is to say is the person that we're believing credible? Is the person that made the knowledge claim substantiating and justifying the knowledge claim from a valid method of inquiry? Particularly in this case. Go ahead, Paul.
I've told you several ways to validate the radius of the Earth, and you refuse to do so, sir.
That's derailing the conversation. That's not the topic at hand. That may be true, but that's not what we're talking about.
Go ahead,
He's
Paul.
asking to justify information.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not justifying anything. I'm asking if I've not validated the data myself, whatever reason that is, but I believe someone else has told me the data, which is knowledge, true knowledge. Me validating the data myself or someone telling me that the data is true, which is true knowledge.
So are we getting back to we can only know stuff if we do it ourselves? Everything else is fake?
I just addressed that. I said no.
Okay, but he seems now, as soon as you said no, he comes back and asks the same question again.
Get the thrust of what he's saying, because I understand what he's saying. In other words, which is more certain? Which gains you more certainty?
Probably it's stuff you did yourself, I would think.
Again, so in both instances, both are possible to be justified. One is more certain than the other.
I mean, I did punctuated validation, which means that I went through and I'd taken the things that I felt I could test, and I tested them. They came up with the common answers found with the common theory. So I cannot prove that the universe is 14 billion light years across, nor do I really care, or whatever the hell it is. But the things that I have been able to validate, I have gone through and looked at. And I'll just tell you, one of them was the volcano in Tonga that proved to me that the maps on the world, as described the orientation, position, size of all the continents and oceans. With that little tidbit of information, I'm quite happy with the globe.
Paul, what was your last point before I interjected to clarify any confusion?
Well, it's the kind of, there's actually a reason behind why I asked it, because I think this happens on both sides of the argument. Like if you was to ask me what's the nature of the world, I'd have to say I don't know. I mean, I've got other people telling me that the world is this or that, but do I know with 100% certainty that that's what the nature of the world? I don't. I can't say that. So I lay in the position of the skepticism on both sides because I don't know for sure. Now, could I make a measurement potentially? Yeah, and that would actually be more stronger than me than someone else telling me the nature of the world. And that was my ultimate point, which the point was made, and that's kind of why I got quiet. But the point was made.
Which is
so you can't argue.
Which is a valid point to raise, not to the neglect or to the negation or to disregard revelation, to disregard a report. Now, you have different reports, right? To use this term, you have differing reports, report A, B, C, D, et cetera, et cetera. Now, how do you discriminate between the true one and the false ones? What you should do as a critical thinker is examine for coherency, empirical adequacy, and justification. This is an internal critique. Now, you have report A, B, C, especially as it concerns the posteriori data, empirical data, right? The concrete in the world, particularly the Earth, is the report corresponding to the Earth, the posteriori data, is or it is or not? Is the entirety of the report, the entirety of the theory, coherent? And is it justified? Can it withstand scrutiny? Can it withstand counterarguments? Now, if one is coherent and corresponds and is justified in spite of all critique levied against it, and all others are not, that demonstrates that theory is the truth.
And that's kind of why I brought up earlier when I was trying to say is if your position is strong enough, it should withstand scrutiny.
Yes.
It should withstand it, no matter what position that is. So I agree with you.
The globe has done that quite well.
What was the last thing we were talking about? Earlier, we were talking about when Paul began talking. What was it? It was a particular point. Do I have to rewind? That's not convenient.
I didn't mean to derail the conversation. It just brought up a thought. That's all. Sorry about that.
No, I don't think it was you who derailed. Moyak, what was one of the things you were appealing to argue in defense of the globe model,
The Tonga
especially in response
volcano.
to napalm?
The Tonga volcano, was that one?
No, before that, napalm was saying what he was saying, and then it was the
I'm not.
Globers
I don't
trying to
recall.
counter
I
argue.
don't recall.
Let me see here. Napalm was talking about perspective and the Rayleigh criterion, and I was
Oh,
awaiting the counter argument from the globalist.
the Rayleigh criterion. Now, I gotta say, I'm not a Rayleigh criterion expert. However, I do know that generally speaking, that's optic system specific. So it really depends on what you're talking about. And when I think the sun was brought up as an example, but we have the sun and we have this wonderful glare that goes around it, just like the flashlight the cop holds in your eyes at the car makes the flashlight look like it's 3 feet across. Yet, if you look through your sunglasses, it looks like a normal flashlight. So you can actually tell more information about it using the tools we have, like a solar filter, to verify that the sun actually does not get zoomed in back over the horizon, just like the moon does not get zoomed in back over the horizon.
Is that merely a refutation, or is that an attempt to argue in defense of the globe?
That's a refutation of the claim that you could bring things back using zoom, which was the claimed argument against the globe.
Who made the claim that you could zoom back in on the sun after it's gone?
They posted pictures of it, so you'd have to go back and look. Let's see if I can spot it. Okay, new perspective.
When at what point in that video is the sun gone?
They're saying that it was obscured, or at least partially obscured by the horizon, or it appeared to be.
Never.
And then when you zoomed in on it, it comes back over the horizon. That is a function of glare.
No, you gotta have a claim on that. Is somebody making that claim?
That's what he said.
The claim was
He
made at the
said
time.
he said that New Perspective and George were making that claim when they posted the two GIFs.
Okay. Well, I can't.
And
I'm
then
not going to
I
agree on
countered with no other object does that, except for this really bright orb in the sky. Ships go over the horizon, they stay over the horizon, no matter the zoom. Now,
Yeah, nobody.
you could say things like fishing boats, little tiny skiffs and stuff, will appear to get angularly in size so small that you can't resolve them. However, anything that's substantial, you can resolve that 25% of that ship is missing. Zoom in on it, and there'll be 25% of that ship missing.
Yeah, no one's going to disagree with you on that.
I would be very hesitant for you to say something like that because I've had lots of people.
Oh,
say
really?
that.
I've heard that argument lots.
Okay, well, guess what? No one here right now is making that argument, so there's no need to make a straw man that you can tear down. So let's just go back to the folklore.
Ships going over the horizon now is a globe proof. Thank you very much.
Okay, just hold your horses. Just hold your horses. You can have your own term paid. So Moyak, to go back again to the folklore of the original claims from your side that is appealed to by such renowned astrophysicists as Michel Thaler. What size was the ship that Aristotle allegedly saw go over the curve?
No, I think first-hand writings on his part are pretty limited.
What size was the ship?
I think. Oh, I see. You're just going to interrupt, so fuck off.
No, I asked you a very specific question. I didn't ask your opinion.
Well, do let the man finish, Travis.
Yeah, shut your fucking mouth and then listen. And you can answer
Chill out
what
there,
I say,
Moyak.
cunt.
Chill out, bro.
No, I don't. You're a disgusting little human being who thinks that
Go
you are.
ahead, Moyak.
I'm
Please,
not the one with
please
the
go
squeaky
ahead.
voice right now.
Okay. So, I do not know whether there's any first-hand writings of what the size of the vessel was. I do not know whether the size of the vessel, whether they had a lamp at the top of the mast that helped them to be able to identify this. I don't know enough about that, whether it was going into a sunset and we were able to see it at a little bit greater distance, whether the guy had eagle eyes. I don't know. It's irrelevant. We see it today.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant.
It is totally irrelevant. We can see it
Well,
today.
Modoc, do let
The
Travis
example is
respond.
today. Okay.
Yeah, the reason why it's not relevant, or the reason why it is relevant is because with the power of our naked eye, we cannot resolve what's happening at the horizon 3 miles away, at least 3 miles away. So there's no way to make that determination with your naked eye that you are actually seeing something happen 3 miles away at that angle, which would have to be the reality for Aristotle, since the telescope didn't exist. And so we have these stories that just are these legends that we're supposed to take for granted and not question. So again, regardless of whether or not you think that it was a large ship with a large sail and you could only see the sail and I can only resolve that and it was very refractory. Again, once he makes that claim, how did he test and falsify any other option?
Well, let's reverse it for a second, because we don't know what.
Here we go. Reverse it.
Oh, yeah, you're going to talk again. You just can't shut your mouth, can you? Okay. So we don't know what his claim was. We know that ships over the horizon. We don't know if that was him saying the ships, that there was the people he talked to on the ships who drove away from land and could see land suck into the ocean. I don't know what the actual words of Aristotle were. Do you have any first-hand writings that indicate what he said and what he could falsify? No, I don't think so. Yet
reversal of burden. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I didn't know. Middle of my sentence was interfering with yours. Goodbye.
No, that's so witty. You're so witty. Yeah. Again, I knew that you were going to make a reversing the burden. Yeah, you were going to reverse the burden.
Maybe he was just smarter than you, Travis.
Oh, that's a great argument, Paige.
He was a pretty smart guy, you know.
Yeah,
Aristotle,
great. Yeah, great argument. Not an argument.
It is a great argument, actually. It is a great argument, actually.
I've got an argument that, again, not against the globe per se, but against the saying that the globe is, they've known this for 2,000 years. Because ultimately, if you don't have the source documents that reveal that, you can't truly say that the belief in the globe is 2,000 years old or more. So there's an argument to say that you can't make that claim because you don't have source documents backing it up.
Fine, where are the source
And I would love to see this. Like, I don't really know either way, but I would, if the person who maintains that the globe has been known, whatever is meant by the globe has been known, whatever quantity of persons, whatever kinds of persons, whatever, specify who exactly knew it or what kind of person knew it. But I would love to see the historical record that demonstrates this.
Fine, go look for it. It's out there.
See, when you would give the response, and you know this, I mean, I'm really condescending to you as I say this, but when you say, fine, go look for it, end quote, that is not an argument. That does not that does not present the record, that demonstrates the claim to be true.
Do you think I have that information at my fingertips here on my computer? Maybe I have it on.
No, I wouldn't assume that at all. I'm not irrational, unlike
so
some. So I would just like the person who holds the position to present the record.
If you're interested in this information, it is out there. Now, how much time do I have to waste to get it for you? So you
Why
can
do you think that response does your position justice, rather than, you know what? Thank you, Gregory. I'm gonna go look for the records. I think I have it somewhere in my house.
Because my problem is that I waste time searching over this, and then I present it to you, and you come back with the famous flat Earth response. Nuh-uh.
Well, rather than assuming what my response will be, do your due diligence in substantiating your position.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't justify your refusal to present the evidence to substantiate your position because of your appeal to a hypothetical response I may or may not have.
Yeah. I've dealt with flat earthers enough, sir.
Okay, so if you are not in the mood, then so be it. But to appeal to a hypothetical which is not likely of a response that I or any flat earther may give in response to the evidence that you may or may not present does not justify your refusal to show the record.
Why don't you, if you're interested in it, like you said, I would like to see. That means you're interested.
Okay,
Why don't
so you're going to repeat the very same thing. That's
exactly. Why don't you go look for it for a change rather than having me do your research for you and then
No,
waste
no,
my
no,
time
no, no, no,
so
no,
you
no, no,
can
no,
say
no, no.
no.
The burden of proof is not on me because I did not make the knowledge
No, wait, hold on a
claim.
second. You said I would be
No,
interested in
the
finding out.
burden of proof is not on me. I did not make the knowledge claim.
Hold on
You
one second.
did.
Did you say something like I would like to know? So why don't you like look for it if you would like to know? Because that information is out there. I can waste my time to
Burden
get
of
it for
proof
you.
is on you. You
Hold on a
made the
second. You
knowledge claim
said,
that it
did you
has
say,
been known for
did you say,
2,000 years that the Earth is a globe. You're not going
did
to
you not
reverse
say
the burden
something
of
like,
proof. You're not going to do
excuse
it.
me, did you say something like I would like
You're
to know?
not going to reverse the burden of proof.
Is that yes or no? Did you
Travis,
not say
you're
something like
roboting.
I would like to know? Did you? If you can acknowledge that you said I would like to know, then fine. If you
There's
said
no
something different, then
justification for you to say this to me as though I ever refused to do the research.
I gotcha. How much time would you like me to waste so you can say no when I give it to you?
You have no justification to refuse to give
The reality
the record.
is
You're roboting, Travis.
It sounds better on your robots anyway.
So every retort that you've given me to justify your refusal to show the record to substantiate your position is not justified, regardless of the hypothetical response, which is unlikely that you think I may
Oh, no,
give,
it's very
regardless of your
likely.
misinterpretation of me saying that I would like to know.
No, it is fairly likely
That I
that
refuse to do the research.
Travis, you're a robot, and please join, drop, and rejoin.
why do we have these arguments? You're getting trolled. The reality is you have no justification.
Travis, you're breaking up really bad. Let me jump in. I mean,
You're getting trolled right now.
that's fine. It's for the audience sake. It's not necessarily for him. It's for the audience. I mean, if you do make a claim that they've known that the Earth has been a globe for 2,000 years or 3,000 years, whatever, it is. If you make that claim, it's not up to Gregory, me, Travis, or anybody else to prove that claim. That's on you. That's your claim, not mine. I never made that claim. Now, if you want to say we know today that the Earth is a globe, then bring the evidence for today, not 2,000. If you say 2,000 years ago, then it is on you, Faith National Shield. It's on you.
So at this
Fine,
point
how-
doesn't need to be
how much-
belabored any longer. You're
how
going to
much-
give
how-
your
question- I have a
repetitive
question.
retort
I have one
to
question
avoid the
for-
burden of proof.
Well, one question for everybody: how much time should I waste researching this data? So you guys can all say no once I find it.
Again, a sarcastic retort that does not justify your
How much
refusal
time?
to substantiate your position.
And
How much
also,
time?
how do you know? I will say nuh-uh. You don't know me.
Because
You
that is
don't know
that
that
is
I won't do that.
actually I generally know flat earthers, and no is your favorite.
Well, how do you wait? How do you know I'm a flat earther? How do you know that? What's your basis for that? Just because I'm arguing and making an argument, that doesn't mean that I'm a flat earther. You made an assumption.
So enough of that.
Okay.
It's very
Grown men
simple
behaving
logic.
this way.
Yeah, just even very simple logic deconstructs what the globe guy.
He's the one going, nah.
Crit, welcome,
That's what he's
Crit.
going to do.
Welcome,
The
Crit.
irony, right,
Yeah,
Paul?
come on, Crit. Why don't you lower the intelligence of this conversation now that you're here?
You did it again.
Honestly, Paige, you're at this point, you've not raised the intelligence hardly at all. You've not raised it any yourself.
Can we please get rid of the troll? I mean, honestly, all he's done repeatedly
I
for
do
the
agree
past
with
few
that.
minutes
Yeah, go ahead and leave,
is
Travis,
to
please.
make an intelligent slurs.
Please leave, Travis.
Right? That's all he has. And there's no mod. Is there even a mod here?
Travis, why don't you leave then if you want the troll to leave?
I mean, honestly, it's a sickness. We each have the sickness that we feed these fucking trolls. Like, it's not going to go anywhere. There's no reason for us to have a conversation with Paige. No reason to have a conversation with Moyak, Kosho, any of these guys. None.
I know,
Well,
because
do you know
we
what?
have information you lack, and you just refuse and say, no, there's flat.
Don't mistake an argument against your evidence as saying nuh-uh.
It's not, man. You have no. I've asked for 7 months now for any evidence for
I'm
the
not
flat Earth.
engaging with you.
Travis, don't
Any
engage.
evidence? Here he goes. Any
Man,
evidence for the
you
flat
just
Earth
said
now?
it, don't engage.
No. It is now June 6th, and all that I have so far is it looks flat and
July.
water.
It's July.
Yeah, you don't even know the months, dude. Like, what is wrong
July.
with you?
It's the beginning of July. I made this.
It's not June. It's not June.
Anyway, okay.
This-
Well, very good,
you're not
Mr.
able to
Pedantic.
follow anything
Thank you.
presented to you.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
walked
Pedantics.
the first
Anyway,
week.
so
the
do you
very
have?
first week, I walked you through step
Yeah,
by
the
step.
crit experiment that proved that the Earth
It's
is
not the
concave.
crit. You did that.
No, sir. Went to your experiment.
Santa,
You guided
don't
me.
It wasn't my
engage.
experiment.
Don't
I walked
engage.
you through
That was
what
the crit
you would
experiment. That was the
do.
crit
Look, it was
experiment.
your experiment.
No,
you
it was the
did
crit
it.
experiment. You guided me to do the experiment that would prove
And
the
you
shape of the
did
Earth.
that.
I
You
did,
did
and
that.
your guidance. So it's a crit experiment.
Your experiment.
Santa,
No, I
Santa,
would not
don't
do that
engage.
experiment. I would not do that experimental data.
He's
You
just
guided
restarted
me.
the debate over from the beginning now.
Okay.
Guided me through your crit
That's
experiment.
all he's doing.
So
So we've already gotten to the end of the debate. He has to restart the debate to see if he can baffle us again. Don't.
Really, this boils down to these guys don't understand if they did something. They did that.
Well, your
You
experiment,
do
sir.
you.
You guided me through your experiment on to how to prove the shape of the Earth.
I'm not
And
even talking about you anymore. So why are you even addressing me? That's over.
It's
So when
over. It is over.
So you
This
have
is what the globalists do, right? They want
So
to blame everyone else for what they do.
any evidence of the flat Earth in July, since you've got it's July.
Trying to start it over again. Don't engage. That is
Yeah.
enough.
So the answer is
He'll
no.
he'll get bored and he'll leave.
The answer is no. Okay. I thought so.
All right, there we go. Not necessary pause. See, this is what the globalists do. They want to blame everyone else for what they do or
Evidence,
don't
Chris?
do.
Evidence.
Dude, I'm not even talking. There was that other one's over. That's done with.
You have
There's
no evidence.
Why are you even talking to me?
Do you have any evidence?
Why are you even talking to me?
Because I am asking you for
Explain
evidence.
why you're talking to me on the globe.
Because I'm asking you for evidence.
Why
of
are
the
you
flat Earth.
asking me for on the globe? Why are you asking me for anything?
You have evidence for the flat Earth?
Okay, why are you asking me
You
that?
say you're a flat earther, but you have no
Okay,
evidence.
I
of
did.
it.
Where did I say that?
Oh, all the time.
Cite it. Cite it.
Oh, cite. Did you say you're a flat earther?
Yeah, let's see it. Cite it. Let's go with what you got. Let's use the paid as a shield method. Cite it. Come on, cite it. See, now all I can do is just sit there and giggle.
Oh, that's funny. Cite that you're a flat earther.
Yeah, let me see it.
Sure. It's right there.
Where?
Conspiracy Santa.
You done yet? Because so far, the paid as a shield method only identified my username. All right, there we go. Good enough pause now. That these dudes really can't even decide what if they did something. They did that.
You guided me, sir. It was your experimental method.
I'm not even talking to you, dude. Why are you talking to me? Again?
It's like doing the air tosses
Yeah,
experiment. and
why
saying
are you talking to me?
Good experiment.
It is not favorable at all for a grown man to behave this way.
I agree.
It is extremely disreputable of someone like to behave like Peyton as a shield, to really spend
agree.
so
It
much
is
time
really
with sophistry and
disreputable,
unjustified negation retorts
Yeah,
and
it's really
lumpusing
amazing. It's
and
really
all of
amazing
these
someone in
fallacious
2022
rhetorical
would think that the Earth is
obfuscation
flat.
tactics. It's really sad.
It's really sad that in 2022
Really
someone
sad.
thinks the Earth is flat. I
And
agree.
it demonstrates
Despite
a very
bazillions-
disreputable fact about human nature.
Despite the fact that we have bazillions of information that the Earth is not flat, to in 2022, 2,000 years after we've known that the Earth is a sphere,
Look, he
people
got
still
it
think
back.
the Earth is flat.
The same belligerent, ignorant, bigotous,
Yes, you are, sir.
unjustified
mantra.
faith
I agree.
commitment that is expressed out of the mouth of persons like paid NASA shield and then have the nerve to ridicule any and all theists for behaving the same way.
I agree. It's very silly for people to believe the Earth is flat in 2022 when we have
You know what? I
satellites
just thought of
measuring
something.
the Earth on a daily
I just thought
basis.
of something. If he thinks people that are flat earthers are fools, and he comes in and argues with fools, knowing they're fools, what does that make him?
Interesting.
What does that make him? And arguments that are posed are not arguments, and or weak arguments, or invalid arguments.
It's all about the data. It's not about any sophistry. It's not about some sort of a priori bullshit. It's all about the data. And the data does not support the flat Earth.
Now, with all that has transpired with the words spoken by Pay NASA Shield in here, I mean, is it any wonder why some persons are so irritated that they will, for good reason, levy the accusation that you are a paid shill of some organization, malevolent
That was a joke.
against people to deceive them?
That was a joke in case you missed it.
I mean, whether it be a joke or whether it be serious,
It was a joke
this
because you guys
behavior does substantiate. It may not necessarily
you guys always
verify
say
it absolutely, but the behavior demonstrates that the claim that you are a shill for whatever reason of whomever is substantiated.
yeah, well, it was a joke because you guys called
Someone who's
everyone
trying to
paid
seek the
shills.
truth and have a rational dialectical dialogue unto the truth.
If
This
you're
is
trying to
not
seek
that behavior.
If you're trying to seek the truth, sir, you're in the wrong spot.
This is not that behavior.
You are not trying to seek the truth, sir. You're trying to justify a
And no
particular.
matter how many critiques are given, and no matter how many exhortations are given for you to stop continuing this behavior, you don't stop.
If you think you are in a quest for the truth by your mental masturbation without seeking facts, then you are seriously mistaken. You're on a religious quest, not a scientific one.
Again, unjustified negation retorts, no arguments of any
I didn't give
kind.
you an argument. You have no evidence for the flat Earth, yet you believe so.
So you say after all the years that you've been engaging in debate about this
I know.
issue.
I know, it's amazing that people still believe the Earth is flat.
And I've already exposed, see, I'm only engaging this person for my entertainment and for the edification of the audience also. I've already exposed the essential presumption in your method of argumentation. You simply wish to deny the flat earthers the lofty name of science. You simply wish to deny the flat earthers the a posteriori data. And you wish to univocally identify the a posteriori data of the Earth and the rest of the cosmos with your a priori theory.
It's not a
And
priori,
every
sir.
time
It
we
falls
give
from
our
the
kind of
data.
arguments against your position
It does
and
not
arguments
fall.
in defense
It's
of
not
our
a priori.
position, you simply respond saying, no, that's not the case because
It's
what
not
I
a
say
priori.
is the case.
It's not a priori, sir. It's on the data.
Again,
It's all
you
in the
see?
data.
You see, you identify your a priori theory as being univocally identical with the posteriori data. I only have a posteriori data, Gregory. What are you talking about?
You have.
What are you talking about? I just have the data. You don't have the data. Just go outside and look, Gregory.
Hello, you're talking over me again. You appear to have a very
You
good.
keep talking to me, so why should I have to listen to you?
You appear to have a very good
You keep
basis.
trampling over my point. Why do I have to listen to yours?
You appear to have a very good base in logic and maybe in religion, but you haven't probably studied science at all, have you?
Well,
true?
I have.
You have? In what? Please.
Not in depth, and there are many branches of natural science.
Well, like
And
what
knowing
branch?
also that science is natural science is natural philosophy is the physics.
No, natural
The
science.
subgroup of the metaphysics.
So
So
you study metaphysics, but not like physics.
Check this move.
Is that true? You've been religiously trained and not scientifically trained?
there's a difference.
Have you been religiously trained?
Besides my training, now you want to talk about my training.
Yes,
And
I would like to know your
I'm the
background
first
and
to
how
tell
you.
you, I'm on record saying that I'm a twice college dropout. I don't know a lot. That's why I ask questions more than I give assertions. Now, back to the point,
I see.
your
So
essential
you
premise
base
and your
this.
argument when arguing in defense of your position is to just simply, unjustifiably, univocally identify your a priori theory with the a posteriori data and deny the a posteriori
It's
data
not
to the
a
a priori
priori.
theory of the flat earthers. That's it.
You say that really well, but it's all bullshit because it's not a priori.
It is a priori,
No, it's not,
but
sir.
you don't concede that, and you
It's not
don't
a
give an
priori.
argument in defense of it. You
It's not
make this
my
ontological
defense is
blunder between
it's not
your a
a
priori
priori.
theory that interprets the data versus the
It's
empirical
not a
data.
priori, sir. It's all found in the data. If the data said the Earth was flat, I'd be a flat earther. But the data does
Right.
not say the Earth is flat. There is no
NASA,
evidence.
follow me.
There is
NASA,
no
follow me.
evidence that the Earth is flat.
NASA, stop repeating yourself and follow me. Is the Earth a posteriori data?
The shape of the Earth can be deducted from the a priori data. No, a posteriori.
NASA, listen to me. This is your issue. Demonstrate to me that my critique that your listening skills are poor is wrong. Now listen. Is the Earth a posteriori data?
Is the Earth posteriori data? What does that got
That
to
is a
do?
closed-ended question, yes or no.
What does that got to do with shit, sir?
What say you?
What does that
You
got to do
can't
with
even
shit?
follow this very simple
Well, I follow the
question.
argument, but what is? I don't see the point in your question.
If you would please answer the question, you will then see.
Well, why don't you tell me? So
I'm Morbius, you're Neo. I hand you the red pill and the blue pill. All I'm offering is the truth. Now you can take the blue pill and believe whatever you want to believe.
the red pill, blue pill thought. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, you're
Okay.
Mobius with the blue pills, right? Or the red pills. I
So
forget.
I'm offering you the pill. Do you want to take the red pill or the blue pill? Do you want the truth? Do you want to follow me in my line of questioning so I can demonstrate to you the significance and meaning of what I'm saying to you or not?
He
I think that's a
functionally
no.
can't. He functionally can't, so he can just tell you it's the wrong month, and then tell you that
Oh,
nothing's
excuse
been
me,
presented
Chris. I
to him.
mean, yeah, I misspoke.
Hey,
You know, because I got my calendar in the wrong
hey,
format.
hey, Paid.
I suppose you never write the wrong year on your checks, and the must be nice to be perfect.
Hey, Paid. You're all about the data, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a science background by any chance?
I do.
Okay, cool. So let me ask you a question and put forth a challenge to you. The challenge will be conducted by myself. I will provide all the information. I will conduct the challenge, and I'll give you all the information. So,
I'm sorry.
Napalm, fix your microphone. You're
I
robotic.
give you a point of observation and an object that I'm observing. Can you predict the height that will be obscured? Okay, I'm not better now?
No.
Keep trying.
Can you guys
Maybe
hear me?
disconnect and reconnect.
Sorry, I'm trying to move around. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. There you go.
You're not giving me data. You're asking for me to give you data. You're going to give.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay. I'll put forth the challenge to you, Paid. So the challenge is I'll give you a point of observation and I'll give you an object that I'm observing. You can look up the distance to verify for yourself. I'm sure you like Google. You can use Google Maps, Google Earth to verify distances. I'll give you my observation point and what I'm going to be observing. Can you accurately predict, because you're all about predictions, right? Your model predicts, right? Does your model predict things?
At times. Depends on what you're asking for.
Cool. So I've got a lot of time next week. I will go out and do this. You give me the prediction as to how much of this object is going to be obscured. If you're
Where will you
off,
be?
I will be at a place called Picnic Island in Tampa Bay, and I'll be
Looking
observing
over
the
water.
sun. looking over water, the
Yeah,
skyway
so
bridge.
you forget maximum amount of refraction data difference, right?
Take in whatever you want to. Use your data and your predictive powers, and you tell me what I'm going to see. If my observer height is going to be 3 feet, I'll give you, once I get home, I'm just in between switching equipment here while I'm working. Once I get home, I can give you the exact point in which I'm going to be and the exact object that I'm going to be observing. You can look up all the data. It's pretty much the same every day right now for the temperature, time of day, atmospheric conditions, all that stuff. I'll give you a few days to figure it out. If you're wrong in your prediction, you leave this server forever. You take this challenge. You take this challenge. We're putting your predictive capabilities to the test.
Not my field.
Are you unwilling to do this?
It's not my field. Sorry.
Are you unwilling to do
Essentially, in
this?
essence, of a no.
So,
Well, I mean, telling someone to
wanna
leave the
put-
server isn't really good because it'd be better for him to show you that he can't do this and then come
Okay.
back and kind of explain why.
You don't have to leave the server. We just get a laugh every time you log in.
Now, you've dodged my question, NASA. You've dodged his challenge.
Sorry, Gregory. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm going to go back on mute.
Oh,
I
no,
gotta
I
run
didn't
some
dodge his
equipment.
challenge. It's just not my field.
Okay.
It's not, and I don't.
Well, you like to talk about
Whatever
this
your reason for
challenge.
dodging his challenge is, you dodged it, and you dodged my question.
Oh,
So,
what's your
what questions will you answer?
What
What
was your
challenges
question?
will you accept? What
What
scrutiny
question?
will you accept?
What question was your? I dodged. What? I dodged your question.
Is the Earth a posteriori data?
Do you know what that means even?
I know what it means, and it's one of his metaphysical. When I'm not in, we're doing
Why
science.
can't you
not
just answer the closed-ended
doing-
question, yes or
We're
no?
doing physics, not metaphysics, sir.
You can't have the physics without the metaphysics, but again,
Actually, you can't.
my answer to my question, please.
I don't care. How about that?
Okay, so that's the end of that. Now, what I would have said if he had said yes, okay, if he had said yes, I'm going to argue against myself since paid NASA Shield refuses to even answer the question, let alone argue. If he had said yes, I would have said, good. Now, when you say the assertion, the Earth is a sphere, or an oblate spheroid, okay, is that an a priori theory, a proposition? Proposition.
No, it is not.
Why is it not an Why
Because
is
it's
the
based on the data.
proposition not an a priori theory?
Because it's based on the data. It's
it's based on the data. So it's not one and the same with the data, correct?
Oh no, you're getting
The
all
data
metaphysical again.
substantiates the proposition, the
Oh,
a
let's get all
priori theory.
This metaphysical stuff bores me.
Ah, yes. Truth
Yeah,
is boring to you.
No, it's not truth, sir. You're just doing some
Yeah,
sort
so
of.
this is another obfuscation, and I'm not going to allow it. So
sort of
you
argue
just
about-
told me
let's just argue
you're
about-
not,
well, it's
you're
not
not
the
going to
data, it's
obfuscate. You're
supported by
not
the
going to
data.
obfuscate. You're
That's
not going to
not the
obfuscate.
data.
I was not
That's
done talking.
not
Why are
the
you
data.
talking?
That's
I
not
was
the
not
data.
done talking. Why are you talking?
That's not the data. We're just gonna.
I'm not
supported
done
by the
talking. Why are you talking?
Well, you certainly are done talking.
You see how you have to obfuscate. You must rumpus me to not let me finish this point.
Okay,
You
fine.
must to
Go
protect
ahead.
your position.
Go ahead, go.
You just told me the proposition, the supposition is based on the data, which presupposes, which implies that there's a difference between the proposition and the data, which means that the data is substantiating the proposition. Therefore, the proposition, the Earth is a sphere or oblate spheroid, is not the a posteriori data, it is an a priori theory, which you say corresponds to the a posteriori data.
Oh, do you like to do this? Does this amuse you, your verbal dick dance, sir?
You see, more sarcasm, no argument.
Does it amuse
Okay.
you? Does it amuse you to do this verbal dick dance and say, "Oh, look, I can twist my words and come back around, come on the other side"? And
So, in conclusion, ergo, your confusion, your obfuscation Your obscurantism between the line between a priori and a posteriori is unjustified.
Oh God! For fuck's sake!
You can't even make the argument because
you should
you
have
don't
taken-
even make the distinction between the
You should have
interpretation of the
taken-
data versus the data.
You should actually study science and not metaphysics, sir. It bores
Actually,
me.
those two are inseparable. As I've already several times.
It bores me. I'm sorry.
Physics,
It's still inseparable whether it bores you or not.
It's
NASA?
not inseparable. Sorry. You can, if you start off with a false premise, you'll end up with a false conclusion with logic, and you need the evidence to support it.
NASA, what is science?
That's the difference between science and pseudoscience.
NASA, what is science?
If you don't know what science is, why are we in this
I'm
discussion?
asking you about what you know.
If you don't know what science is, sir, why are we in this discussion?
Because you are trying to make the assertion that they are separable. I want to know what you know about what is science.
So you don't
Just
know
like
what
that's
science
well.
is, and you're going to ask me, right?
So you're going to keep saying to me, I don't know, therefore I'm asking, acknowledging, telling you that I'm asking you to ascertain your knowledge of the subject. Refusing to answer the question.
So you don't know what science is, so you have to ask me.
So you have to keep giving this unjustified antithetical statement and dodge the question.
Well, if you don't know what science is, then please, why don't you just Google it and tell me what it says when you Google it?
So in other words, I'm not going to answer the question.
Let me jump in. Gregory. He actually was very clear on what he wanted. He didn't say that he didn't know. He didn't say that. He wants to know your knowledge. You're not building your case. Right now, I have no idea what you believe, Paid National Shield. I have no idea. I don't even know what Gregory knows. I have no idea. And you're ridiculing him for asking you a question that he's trying to get you understand what you think, and what you believe, and what you understand. How's that stupid? How's that stupid? Science. My understanding. Let me give you my understanding. There's two aspects of science. Okay. The basic etymology of science is knowledge. That's all it means. I'm looking at a tree. It's green. It's tall. I've gained a level of knowledge from that. Okay. Now, could you say I'm sciencing the tree? Possibly. And the other side of science is cause and effect. Why is the tree there? How did it get there? That's a cause and effect thing. That's my understanding. He's asking you your understanding. What's wrong with that?
Hello.
Being asked to define a term in a debate is pretty par for the course, right? We all on the same page, boys?
I would agree with that, Sign.
Hello, Paid NASA Shill. Are you there? Knock,
I'm here.
knock.
I'm
He's
still
blue
waiting.
screened.
Question. You've been asked several questions several times.
Uh-huh.
You clearly want to run your mouth, but yet when it comes time to actually running it, you run away.
Uh-huh.
That was poetic. That's all. Thank you.
And he's been doing that the whole year,
Here-
ever
here
since he
you go.
started asking.
Here you go. Since you guys don't know what science is, we'll here you go. Post it for you.
No one's ever made the claim that they didn't know. We're asking you.
He has to keep gaslighting our knowledge base.
Well, that's
Why?
you asked, right?
And
You asked-
also,
if you're gonna ask in this
Why?
debate, you're gonna ask what
Why?
science
That is not argumentation, NASA.
Here you go, right here.
okay, wait a minute. I gave you a definition of science. What's wrong with mine? Did you agree or disagree with it?
There's a basic, a pretty decent one. Of course, if I said something similar to
Okay,
that,
so why
you
can't
would-
we
you
use
would
that
hammer
one?
me.
Why can't you say Paul?
You would hammer me.
Hold on a second. Why can't you hold on a second, Paid NASA? Why can't you just say simply, Paul, I agree, or Rags, I agree with your position? We can use that one. What's wrong with that?
Because I'm sure that if I had said something similar, that I would have been hammered by Crit and or Gregory and or
What?
both.
So you're going to refuse to answer the question because of your imagination of what hypothetically would happen if you
it's
answered
not
the question.
hypothetical. I've been in debates. I've been in flat Earth debates for a long time, especially with.
So if it is so futile to answer our questions, why are you here?
That's a good question. Sometimes I wonder.
See, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. They really don't know what their own actions are. They can't determine the cause of
Here's
themselves.
Crit. Here's Crit. Just like a good dog. Thank you, Crit.
Hi, my name is.
That would be the lowest level of science, determining your actions. What did you do and why you did it?
I believe Limp Bizkit answered us that question, Chris. But can he admit it?
I don't know. It must be a song. I'm not. I can't. I'm drawing the blank. Like, I think I know a lot of Limp Bizkit songs, but I can't think of one where he talks about.
Maybe I'm thinking of a band, but I thought they did it all for the mission.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. For the nookie, yeah. Or for the another one says it must be for the money. Why do we live this way? I would say I think science is a method used to test the natural world with systematic experimentation to determine cause and effect.
It's a way to live forever, bro. We got to get there. The better the science, the more living.
Now, with the answers that have been given to the question, right?
Well, and here I want to make a comment about what Peyton Shield just did. He's what is the term? Elephant hurdle fallacy, where he just throws something at you and throwing the definition off Wikipedia. What is that? You know what I mean?
That's
I don't
the
get that.
definition of science. Because you guys
He's asking you for your definition. So, do you agree with that one? You 100% agree with?
That's a decent one.
Okay, so mine's a decent one, then that's a decent one. Okay, so why can't you phrase it in your own phraseology?
Because I've dealt with you pedantic
Just phrase
bastards
it.
enough.
Well, then
Just use your
if
word.
we're pedantic, yeah.
This is idiotic foolishness.
Socratic
There is
method
no,
is
there is
basically
no rationality to this at all. So, besides what the nonsense from Peyton Shield, what I was going to say was, with the answers that have been given, in my phrasing, I like to call it which is more specific than calling it the scientific method. I call it the causation inquiry method, because it's a method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge of cause and effect of natural phenomena. So it's causation inquiry method. Now, there are other senses that the word science is used in the sense of area of knowledge or field of study. Whether that supposed area of knowledge, field of study, is based on the valid methods of inquiry or not, beside the point. That's one of the senses that the word science is used in. Now, particularly with the causation inquiry method, the scientific method, aka, that is a matter of causality. Causality is one of the basic central questions of metaphysics. You want to look up Wikipedia, NASA, look that up. Furthermore, concerning the causation inquiry method, the scientific method, it presupposes, this is not unjustified. When I say it presupposes, I'm not saying that the presupposition is unjustified. It is necessary in order for the scientific method, the causation inquiry method, to be done. It presupposes the inductive principle. What do I mean by that? That the future would generally be like the past.
Yeah, it's repeatable. That's correct.
Okay.
That's about all
Now,
science.
that is a metaphysical. That is a metaphysical presupposition about the world, about the nature of the world, the uniformity of nature. The future will generally be like the past. Now, you want to distinguish science, physica, the things, from metaphysica, the after the things, as Aristotle would have put it. You want to distinguish the things from the ultimate things, in other words. When you can't have science without these metaphysical principles about the world, the inductive principle, causality, the uniformity of nature, the truth value of evidence, the logic we need to have in our minds in order to think anything and say anything and interpret anything and believe or disbelieve anything and argue. You can't separate physics, science, from metaphysics because it's based on metaphysical principles. That's why it's called metaphysics, the ultimate, the after things. That's the shame of the academia. They get PhDs. You know what a PhD stands for, don't you, NASA?
Oh, tell me.
Doctor of Philosophy.
That was
Not Doctor of
higher and
Science.
deeper.
It's
Piled higher and
Doctor of
deeper.
Philosophy.
BS, MS more of the same, PhD piled higher and deeper.
Doctor of Philosophy. That's because throughout the history of academia, they understood full and well this is not disputed. It's only disputed by the scientists of scientism. But the vast majority of the history of academia well understood easily that science, the things, the physics, the causation inquiry method, the scientific method, presupposes metaphysical axioms about the nature of the world in general, causality. Okay?
So when
But
a
even
2-year-old
mathematics.
when a 2-year-old figures out that the Paul
wait,
when a 2-year-old figures
wait.
Oh fuck! Are you still
I
babbling?
wasn't done. That's your issue. You just cannot be patient.
When you
You
get
just
done
cannot be
babbling,
patient.
when you get done babbling, will you please say I am done babbling, and then I'll comment. Thank you.
Okay. Which demonstrates to me with that little reader that you're not really listening, which demonstrates that you're not really here to argue. But anyway, but these PhDs who graduate the curricula of academia pay little to no attention to metaphysics, pay little to no attention to philosophy in general, but they have a worldview. They have a metaphysic, they have an epistemology, they have a logic, they have an axiology, they have an ethic. They have all this. Presupposing their worldview, which they are not epistemologically self-conscious of, they don't scrutinize it.
Hallelujah, brother. Keep preaching. Hallelujah.
Okay? So they have a worldview, they have a philosophy, but they don't scrutinize it.
Amen.
And they assert with their mouth that it's not relevant to science. When it's
Hallelujah.
entirely relevant. The entire history of the scientific method, even since the days of David Hume, has undermined the one and only principle which science has a justification. And they have been struggling with this ever since. They've been struggling with this ever since in their scientistic, naturalistic, atheistic worldview.
Amen. Amen.
Now you can continue with your mockery, but I hope the audience is learning something.
Hallelujah,
So when
brother.
this paid NASA shill says that science and metaphysics are separable, that is asinine.
Hello,
Because you couldn't have the science without the metaphysics. You couldn't have the causation inquiry method without the uniformity of nature, the future generally being like the past, causality being a reality in our world.
He said it was just boring.
Are you gonna pass the plate now?
Right. It's just boring. That's supposed to be the response of someone who's inquiring for the truth.
Amen.
That's supposed to be the response of someone who's trying to argue.
Yeah, because science is not this bullshit where you're saying it is. That you're just making shit up as you go along. That's the problem with metaphysics is you can start with anywhere and end with anywhere else.
Audience, please appreciate this. I'm sure the audience is more
Oh, the audience. Hallelujah, audience.
than this person.
Hallelujah, audience. Make sure to
But
come back
the
and
responses that paid NASA shield has been giving, surely you can see that this is not the demonstration of an intellectual seeking the truth
come
with
and listen to the
argumentation.
Reverend Gregory next week at the same time. Come back to church.
NASA, why we could be more productive, don't you think?
I mean, we really could, Silent. We really could, but that's not what he wants. Actions speak louder than words, don't they? His actions demonstrate he does not seek the truth. He's not trying to argue. He's not trying to listen. He's not trying to consider.
Oh, because you're just talking metaphysical horse shit right now, sir.
So either you don't understand what metaphysics is, or you don't care, or you do know and you're just obfuscating the issue, which is the worst.
What do you have a contention with any of Gregory's philosophies, NASA? I've heard him use cooperative philosophy usually always.
No, he's just preaching. He's doing a good job of it.
Mic check, mic check. By the way, Gregory, I would like to congratulate you on that tremendous
Matrix.
Matrix,
welcome, brother.
Extremely entertaining, man. Thank you.
Brother Gregory's been
Entertainment that is edifying.
NASA, why do you see a science and logic lover as a religious figure?
He's not science. He's not a scientist at all. He's a metaphysicist, a religious person who's trying to.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Go
Wait
ahead,
a minute.
Paul. I'm done with him.
You're not even listening to what he's arguing.
Earth
See,
is
that's
a
the thing.
stationary
That's the thing,
plane.
Paige. You don't live.
Earth is horizontally level. Earth is not a globe. Geocentric, firmament, aether.
Hang
Earth
on.
is a realm. Single earther. Ancient cosmology is biblical Earth. Theist on his for his.
Hold up. Does this dude say he knows the Earth is these things, NASA show? I don't know him that well, man.
That the great. Well, I mean, look at his roles.
Maybe
man.
he does, but I think you act like you know it's a globe,
Look
right?
at his roles, man. Look at his roles.
Why are you spiraling over someone's roles?
Because he has
that.
I'd like to hear what Paul has to say. Hey,
That he knows it's this, or is he just having a discussion about it? What's he doing?
Ask him.
Okay. Well, you seem to know. Then I was asking, do you know? But all right.
That's the best you're going to get, Silent. You're not going to get knowledge or cogent or coherent answer from him.
I've been listening to him for too long so far, and all I hear is metaphysical preaching.
Let me jump in, Paid Master Shill. Do you use logic in your scientific endeavors?
All the time.
Okay, so then you're using metaphysics. You're using philosophy. So what's your argument?
Problem is when you
What's your problem?
When you start with metaphysics, you can end up anywhere because there's no.
Okay. To make an inquiry. Hold on a second. To do any kind of inquiry, you have to make a philosophical or thought process in like, is this true or not true? Is this A or not A? That is a philosophical, logical inference.
No,
that is the first step you do in any kind of scientific inquiry.
It's based on the evidence.
Okay, is the evidence true or not true? Is the evidence true or not true? Can you trust your senses or not? Can you trust your senses or not? Yes, it is a question. Can you trust your senses or not?
It depends.
Can you trust your senses or not? Is A or not A?
Not all the time.
No. Okay, so you made a philosophy. So you.
Right.
See, if you think you can trust your senses, don't go on an airplane during weather conditions.
NASA, but sometimes you can, correct?
That's correct. Sometimes you can, but there are other times you can't. Like being on an airplane during instrument conditions. If you trust your senses, you will be dead in about 89 seconds. They say.
Well, here's my point, and don't miss my point though. Hold on a second, Barry. Don't miss my point though. That's a philosophical position. I can trust my senses, or I cannot trust my senses. That's a philosophical position. It's not that's a metaphysical position to make. It's the first thing you have to do. You have to say it has to be logical. That's philosophy, metaphysics.
Whether you trust your senses or not is not really logical. Sort of a decision.
Yes, it is. It's an A or not A.
Hey, NASA, by all means, it absolutely, you're coming to a logical deduction, reduction, conclusion of what this is amazing.
I see. So we can ignore science and just go on with the feel good.
I think all I hear people trying to say is like, and I just joined 10 minutes ago, but it seems like people are trying to say you should include science or logic in the scientific process. You seem to be resisting that or something. That's my summary of what I'm over here.
No, it's not really what's going on. Okay.
Well, what the fuck is happening?
I mean, Simon, it was an accurate summation, but you will never get a concession out of him for anything because he does not want to give us any ground. Everything we say is wrong. Even if we repeat him, we are wrong.
Yeah, I would go with that.
We don't have any truth. Let him tell it. That's why he argues the way he does. Everything we say is false, even if we steel man him.
There's no truth in the flat earth. I would say that, yes.
No, there's no truth out of us, whether we talk about the cosmos or anything, let you tell it.
Well, judging from what I've heard, that's a decent conclusion on my part.
Do you hear that? You have no truth, says Paid NASA. That's supposed to be an argument?
Yes, actually.
Just deny us the possibility of knowledge of anything without argumentation.
You've pretty much shown based on
just keep asserting that we have no knowledge, no truth.
Basically, yes. The earth is
basically, yes. Do we hear this? Yes, I will deny anyone who disagrees with me
that's not the way it goes.
of anything, of any and all truth.
On the instances of the flat earth, yeah, pretty much.
Paid NASA, you are on record. I am looking at the live stream right now. I can rewind it in show you that you said yes to my question.
Yeah, I agree. If you were there, most everything you see a blind. I'll take that back. A blind squirrel can find an acorn every now and then. I'm sure that you can find an acorn every now and then.
Which is not analogous.
Actually, it is.
It's not.
Yeah, because blind squirrels go around and they can find acorns.
Because a blind squirrel is touching a posteriori data which has truth value, but you say we have no truth, so it's not analogous.
It sounds like an ad hom. That sounds like an ad hom. You can't know anything to be true because you're a flat earther. That's
And
exactly
NASA
what he's saying. That's an ad hom.
Well, he was also debunked on that too, because his whole epistemology was based on roles. There's no flat earther role in the server.
You're talking like logic isn't science, and then you're using this another logical position right here. How can anything how can you make assertive statements, right, without logic or the science to back it up? NASA, like how can anything you say be like fact, for a better lack of word? Like, how can what you say be real if there's nothing to like prove it?
If logic is not involved in the scientific method, how do you know anything?
Yeah, like what? That's NASA, man. What the hell? This is funny.
Christ alive.
I know you can, but you don't need any evidence though. You can just use logic, right?
I just heard you attack him. I have no idea what's going on. This is me coming middle in and out.
You have no idea what's going on. I will admit that.
No. I will agree
with you on that statement. You have no idea what's going on.
You were like, you just have a metaphysical position, and you act like it was a bad thing to have that.
I have enough of this.
Vanessa, I'm just trying to tell you my thing, bro. I got rumpus, bro.
Thank you.
What the fuck? He's a nice guy, dude. He's a nice guy. He's one of the goat that'll actually, like, he just politely left. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't fight too much. He'll talk shit with you. But he's one of the nicer people. Like
yeah, he doesn't raise his voice, which is a plus.
But it's like
the key too is like we kept trying to move the conversation away from what he was getting triggered about. He kept just chiming in, like over and over again. Like he just wanted to be the center of attention.
Like he was literally playing a show character, like right there. Like I've never seen him play before. No.
The irony is that he's projecting his flaw, that there is no truth in him. But of course, there's no truth in him, so he's going to project that flaw onto the people who are actually trying to seek the truth and actually give it arguments and actually have the truth.
I thought he was trapped.
And see, here, well, he's trolling big time. Here's the thing. I think this is why I even started questioning the globe Earth back when I was in the questioning stage. I mean, if I was listening and outsider listening to this dialogue, Gregor, you wop the floor with him. You know what I mean? He may be right, but you still wop the floor with him in a debate. He would have won in a debate mode. You know, he lost.
Yeah, no, that's true.
It's really not that much of a compliment to me because it's not difficult. This is the worst display of argumentation to the point of it not being argumentation. I mean, if I'm arguing in a debate and he's in a debate, but he's not giving arguments, he's giving non-arguments in an attempt to argue his position, that's the worst opponent.
He's upset that someone thinks something differently than he does, and he won't really explain why that should upset him to begin with.
You know, other than the summation of his position, if it is to be put coherently and cogently and intelligibly, is shut up, you heretic, how dare you defy the scientists?
Yeah, that's really what it boils down to. He thinks he's defending science, and science defends itself. It doesn't need to be defended.
And that was the reason I brought that question up earlier about, you know, which is better. I brought that up for a reason. Because most people believe what the scientists tell them. And they may be true, it may be right, but that doesn't, I mean, but what if they're wrong? And how do you know that they're right or wrong? How do you know that?
An unjustified degree of faith or confidence in the report of the people who may or may not be the specialist, expert, university graduate professionals who are very well learned on the subject. Treating these persons that are not the the God, the supreme being, the ultimate authority of all knowledge, in whom all knowledge is grounded in, right? They're not the supreme arbiter of reality, putting too much confidence in that which is not the God, taking their word for granted. As though it is above scrutiny and above reproach.
And another simple question to ask: how many times has science changed in 200 years or 300 years or 500? How many times has it changed?
There's that point too. I mean, the persons, the institutions with the personnel whom they treat as these unquestionable authority that is beyond scrutiny and reproach, themselves scrutinize themselves and have refuted themselves or changed their mind. They themselves have scrutinized and reproached themselves and find themselves lacking. So what justification does the outside personnel who idolize these persons have to treat their word as that which should be taken for granted, above reproach and above scrutiny? None.
Yeah. It's like a lot of times, like when they that Dunning-Kruger curve thing, I see that people will be on the slope of enlightenment, and there will be posers like they're already at Mount Pinnacle who are really over on the left or whatever, the fucking Mount Ignorant over there. And they look at the people on the slope of enlightenment, you know what I'm saying? And they get their own role confused, and they think they the expert, think they looking down on you. And they can't recognize the people moving up, which is very interesting. Because I get level one, like you misjudge yourself, right? Like the whole that thing. But then the level two is like looking at the other, misjudging them, the relativeness.
The extremely severe consequences of hubris and pride.
I see that consistently. There is completely ignorant people, you know, thinking that they are the expert, you know. But on top of that, that's what the study shows. On top of that, you'll see these people, like, how do you witness it? Oh, well, how does it manifest? They looking down on people who are obviously on the slope of enlightenment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that.
Because they really. I'm sorry.
Ultimately, for me, it comes down to ego, right? To me, it's like I feel that they feel that the audacity. How dare you speak against our fucking gods, our scientists? How dare you think that you can come up with something that our gods didn't come up with, right? It's like the absurdity of regular people just coming up with knowledge and figuring shit out. That's what offends them.
Yeah. That's because with all these instances that we can list off where they have this unjustified degree of confidence, faith, and religious devotion in the person whom they regard as the ultimate authority of knowledge, of all knowledge, or whatever particular area out of all knowledge, because they have this religious, this fervent devotion to accepting the word that their ultimate authority has given, that is why they say what they say and behave as they do, which demonstrates that it is both the atheist and the theist. All persons are religious. It's unavoidable. It's inevitable. So there's no point in critiquing one another for being religious. The critique should be, is the religious devotion, is our faith in whomever or whatever we have faith in justified?
Here's something I said a few years ago, and I thought it was a good. I mean, you tell me if it's good or not, but whatever cannot be questioned is your God.
That's a very cogent way of putting it. Yes. Whatever cannot be questioned, whatever is beyond reproach, beyond scrutiny.
So the better place to be when it comes to the nature of existence is say, I don't know. I don't know the nature of the world. I don't know.
Can you imagine, are you done? I'm sorry. Are you good? I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm kind of working, so I'm trying to talk between houses.
I'm kind of like, I'm driving and it is quiet. Anyway, I'm sorry. So anyway, I heard us going back. Like, can you imagine like the video game or whatever, the simulation? Can you imagine having our little simulation in a box and then the things inside there thinking they're gonna come out and fuck with us? Like, can you imagine?
You know, you want to make the god laugh, tell him your plans. Well, that was a nice ending. Y'all have a good afternoon, evening, morning. God bless you all.
All right, you too. Take care. Bye.
It's a lot of Americans in here today. What's up, USA?
Yeah, that was pretty funny too. It's like the 4th of July was just this last weekend. Paid NASA shill. It's June. It's like, didn't you claim to be some sort of high grade military officer and you're not even sure when the 4th of July happens?
What was he mad about what Gregory was saying?
He's got, because Gregory's asking him questions that he just couldn't Google. They went back to his sort of idea about knowledge and where information comes from and that sort of stuff. They Paynes and Shield said, "Oh, this is just metaphysical. It's not science." But because that's the thing, he had to answer from what he was thinking. So it kind of shows that he doesn't really think at all. He just sort of responds to what he feels that flat earthers are doing. And it all started because Gregory asked him, "Hey, how do you know, you said that 2,000 years ago some character in ancient Greece did something.
Okay.
How do you know that? Where's the documentation? Where's the proof? How would you explain to somebody who doesn't know what you're talking about?"
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of these people, they don't understand the roots of science are philosophy and logic. Because philosophy and logic they're loosely linked. So we wouldn't have got to a scientific method without people getting together and deciding how are we going to know things, like in the broadest sense. But when you ask a globe, where does science come from? It's like they think it's some kind of holy scripture that just fell from the sky one day. It's not. Like, people decided that this is a good method. That comes from philosophy.
I heard logos was the ethos of science from some flat earth video that was comparing professors' teaching methods and their, consistency of experimentation and all that nonsense. But they say logic. I've heard the same thing, that logic is the birthplace of science.
But even if, let's say, even if it's not or not, but even mathematics, when they argue mathematics is it's logic too. 2 + 2 = 3 or 4, whatever. 2 + 2 = 4, or does this equal that? Or as you get into that, logic is all over mathematics. You can't get away from it.
was like that Einstein quote. It's like religion without science is blind, and science without religion is okay, I'm drawing a blank. Like wrong or something like that, or lame. It was lame, right? Okay, anyway. So it kind of goes to that idea that without some sort of justification of right and wrong, where's it going? Where are you going with this line of thinking? Like a mutual dependence.
I think what it really comes down to, and this is actually part of their worldview that they probably don't even know that they're asserting, is that they hold science to be kind of like an independently true standard. They don't understand that. So let me put it this way: if science just came from philosophy, and you can kind of pick and choose your philosophies, and you can kind of pick and choose your opinions, well, then that means that science is an extension of opinion, and they don't want that because they want science, at least what they think science is, to be on a pedestal above opinion. And I think that's where they're going wrong, is that they're asserting that science is, like I say, some kind of objective correctness that's above subjectivity. I mean, I don't know how you can think that, but they seem to assert that that's the case. Everyone just stop talking.
No, I think you nailed it. You got this spot on.
Yeah.
In space news, probe sent around the moon immediately lost contact once it broke orbit. Like it doesn't exist, or it crashed into something, or Earth's
Hi
magnetic.
everyone. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying hi because it went quiet. Hi. Carry on. Sorry.
Here's another thing. Earth's magnetic poles probably aren't about to flip, scientist says.
I'm not sure if they're right about to, but yeah, eventually they will.
Here's the other one. NASA lost contact with spacecraft on its way to moon or test moon orbit. Capstone satellite has gone dark. NASA satellite breaks orbit and heads to the moon. I mean, isn't there some globalists out there who just like would run the numbers and just kind of point in the general direction of where the satellite would be? Then you could just turn the antenna that direction. I mean, if they've got all this stuff figured out with like, Kepler's laws, they should just be able to run the numbers. Do it, see it, do it.
They only do it proper and make sure it's 100% good if a person is going to be going. If it's a satellite, they fuck them up and lose them. You know what I mean? Ain't no big deal. But if a person was going, crit, it guaranteed would have been safe.
No, this was saying that this is the orbit they wanted to test to see if the going around the moon is going to be possible in next month in August.
Yeah, we know they're on that moon, bro.
This is all in preparation for sending men to the moon.
You're not going to the moon. You've never fucking seen a thing land on the moon. If it's not obvious by now that in the age of information and intense scrutiny that all the fucking moon player space agencies are doing like the hardest to verify bullshit, it should be a fucking major red flag to you, bro. It's fucking obvious. Obvious. They are not going to the moon. Wake up.
Okay.
Put a video on camera on something, please. Like, oh my God.
Why put a camera on something?
Hey, so like these space agencies, they might make the equipment, but do they necessarily launch that equipment themselves, or does someone else do it for them? Like that movie, I think it was Voyager or something from the 70s or something. Capricorn, I think it was called. And then basically the astronauts were just stuck in some simulation room. So they can make the stuff, but someone else can send it and make them think that they went to space.
Absolutely. And that's obviously been the game for far too long. But with so much attention and so many stronger eyes and ears paying attention now, they can't get away with the same old bullshit.
Surely the impact of whatever weight of an object going anywhere near the moon and impacting the moon at anything, surely it's going to knock it off its trajectory in a butterfly effect fashion. You hit it a centimeter, but surely it's going to knock it out of whack. You wouldn't even want to put anything near there because it's going to affect it.
Wake up, America. I know you're in here. Wake up one friend or family member a day and challenge them to wake up one friend or family member a day to wake up one friend or family member a day to only support people on your team that you agree to compromise with, that you agree hold the same philosophies as you, that you agree do what's better and right for the country. You are responsible for who you support. You are responsible for every time you bend the knee. Who's ready for trivia?